The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 322. Yes. Lin Zan nodded and calmly answered, "Falling for you, son of a bitch." East Sovereign. The East Sovereign replied, "Your mouth really makes people want to both seal it and bully it." Lin Zan made a ha and said, "Pervert." The East Sovereign was unmoved and he held out a long, slender finger to rub it on Lin Zan's mouth a few times. "Your biggest mistake is that you've never trusted me, from beginning to end." Lin Zan frowned a little angrily and wanted to hide away, but he had been unknowingly forced against a column of the waterside pavilion by the East Sovereign. Behind the column was a pillar and behind it was the sea. He couldn't retreat at all. Lin Zan simply closed his eyes and generously gave up his life. "What did you do that deserves my trust?" "Zan Wush, we're just friends with benefits. Do you understand that? Anyway, I can't communicate with people from other realms like you. Oh, by the way, in your realm's words, you and I are called one night stand. After sleeping, we return to our respective families and find our mothers. Your mother doesn't like me very much. Did you marry that princess from that something clan? Is there a baby? How old is the child? Ah. Why, do you want to give a gift?" The East Sovereign was full of anger. He wanted to laugh. "Gifts? Dream on. Do you want any face?" Lin Zan stared straight at the East Sovereign, eager to bite and bruise him with his teeth. "You'd better imprison me in this place for a lifetime, otherwise if I can go out one day, I will try every means to kill you motherfuckers. You can try your best getting out, but no one in the world is willing to fight against the Zan clan." The East Sovereign answered, disregarding his threat. "Not necessarily." Lin Zan smiled, lips curling up. "Demon Venerable Lai Sang has always been very interested in me. If I go find him, maybe he will lose his temper over a beauty or something. Even if I haven't been in the Nine Lands for more than 10 years, thinking about the current situation, Yuming has been seriously injured and is in decline. Shuiji became lovestruck and doesn't care for expanding his territory. Among the 3 great demon venerables, Lai Sang is the only one with a little bit of ruler's ambition. He will not be willing to let the demon clan fall." The East Sovereign had no expression, but the lotus flower sea outside was rolling in waves and clouds were billowing in the sky, just like his mood right now. The East Sovereign loosened his hold on Lin Zan's chin. "Since you want to beat around the bush to find out about the situation of your old lover, I might as well tell you that you are wrong. Since Lai Sang dared to touch this humble one's person in the beginning, it was absolutely impossible for him to get away with it completely intact." Lin Zan was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What have you done to him?" This humble self wanted to kill him, but heaven gave him a chance to live. But at this time, it is quite possible that he's better off dead than alive. Fuck. Lin Zan wanted to shout abuses about his mother, but it was useless. The East Sovereign looked at Lin Zan and continued lightly, "I don't care about the matter with you and Lai Sang. Although you ran away at the beginning because he partially instigated it, you guys have already tasted the bitter fruit." Lin Zan rolled his eyes. The East Sovereign turned a deaf ear and asked in a flat voice. "Moreover, this humble one didn't understand at first why you took away the sword manual of Teal Lotus 9 styles. Now I know it's because you were pregnant with this humble one's child, so you had to make plans for him." Lin Zan couldn't help rolling his eyes again and simply said, "Bullshit." The East Sovereign remained motionless and continued, "But, you only know that all descendants of the Zan clan cultivate the Teal Lotus 9 styles. However, this humble one never told you that there was only one way to inherit the true sword style, moves, and internal technique of the Teal Lotus 9 styles. It's through blood lineage heritage. To put it simply, whoever has the right blood lineage, and as long as the time is right, this Teal Lotus 9 styles will naturally appear in his sea of knowledge. This is also the easiest proof for the entire Zan clan to judge their blood lineage, and it's the only way to get the Teal Lotus 9 styles." Lin Zan was completely shocked. His mind suddenly grasped a thought. He looked at the East Sovereign in disbelief. "Through inheritance. Why did you take me to see the Teal Lotus 9 styles in the secret chamber? Also you said that anyone could practice it." Lin Zan gasped for breath and his lips trembled. "Have you always suspected that I came to you for the Zan clan's Teal Lotus 9 styles? So, Zan Wush, have you found any evidence to prove it?" The East Sovereign's eyes sank. "Yes, but it seems the answer is wrong." Lin Zan suddenly seemed to have exhausted all of his strength and leaned against the pillar behind him. With a wry smile, he feebly said, "Zan Wush, you always said that I don't believe you, but have you ever trusted me? I always wondered why I could escape from your territory so easily, and why I could get the Teal Lotus 9 styles without any difficulty. It turns out that my every move was already in your expectations. If you don't want to let me go, I won't be able to leave your Lotus Sea in my life." The East Sovereign moved his lips in a subtle way. He seemed to want to say something but felt that it was unnecessary to explain. Lin Zan sniffed, "So the Teal Lotus 9 styles is actually the breakup fee you gave me, right? No, since you suspect that I am malicious and had deliberately approached you, that Teal Lotus 9 styles probably isn't the real one. Is it fake?" "Yes," the East Sovereign said lightly, "I can't let the real Teal Lotus 9 styles exist alone." Lin Zan already thought so. He was so angry that he couldn't help clapping his hands and laughing. The East Sovereign is really a powerful man. Since I entered the 9 lands more than 20 years ago, I've been constantly reminded that of the 9 lands, only the East Sovereign is the most untouchable one. Now I completely believe it. You used a fake Teal Lotus 9 styles to get rid of my pestering. I'm afraid that you, the Zan clan's old ancestor, and that eldest daughter of the Voodoo family, only treated me as a joke from beginning to end. Who told you to steal Teal Lotus 9 styles? If you hadn't stolen it, how could I have misunderstood you?" The East Sovereign didn't think it was his fault. "Yes, I did steal Teal Lotus 9 styles." Lin Zan smiled, but his eyes were filled with sadness. "You were going to marry your imperial concubine, the wife of the entire Zan clan and the other master of the East Kingdom. Yet I had to deal with constant trouble from that mother of yours, who always looked down on me from high above." Lin Zan closed his eyes and laughed in a hoarse voice, "Ha. You didn't even know, when I asked you what you would do if I had your child one day, how painful your answer was. You said that after your child was born, you would come and raise the child with me, but I was doomed to have no blood relationship with you." He sniffed again. "I thought you didn't like children, but you were willing to have children with others. It seemed that you just despised me from the beginning. You probably didn't think I had the qualifications. But at that time, I already had a little fellow in my stomach. Say, do you think I'd be willing to abort him?" Lin Zan's voice was hoarse, his eyes like empty holes. It seemed that the pain had reached its extreme and only numbness remained. "I thought at that time, why should I compromise this far? I precisely wanted to give birth to the eldest son of your Zan clan. I precisely wanted him to cultivate the Teal Lotus 9 styles. My child was born without a father, so I calculated everything for him. I wanted him to come to the 9 lands and the East Kingdom in a few decades. I wanted him to trample on all of you who once insulted and humiliated me. I wanted him to compete with you and the son of your imperial concubine. I wanted to see your face that has always been so tightly controlled to be filled with expressions of failure and amazement." The East Sovereign looked at the rare sight of Lin Zan in front of him and his eyes grew a little darker. He replied, "If you have other ideas, say them all together." Lin Zan took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. "In reality, it doesn't make any sense to say these things now as if I'm a dissatisfied housewife. When my child was born later on, he was so small and soft. All of my thoughts were lost and scattered. I didn't mention anything about the 9 lands to him. I only hoped he could live a free life of his own making. You and I have never been in the same world and will never be. East Sovereign, now that you have let me go, can you consider me dead? My child will not come to rob the Zan clan of anything, he is just an ordinary person. The son of Zan Wush is doomed to be extraordinary since birth." The East Sovereign whispered, "Ah Zan, why have you never told me any of these thoughts before? When I wanted to tell you, it was hard for me to see you." Lin Zan smiled as he wept, "When you didn't want to see me, I couldn't contact you in any way, just like when you wanted to imprison me, I couldn't escape in any way. You can crush me with a single finger, but I can't hurt you at all. Look, this is the gap between us. Later, when I saw you, I felt that it was too melodramatic to say these words, so I had no idea what to say. I would think, what's the point in saying them? Your life has long been perfectly planned by you and you won't change it just because of one Lin Zan. You wouldn't allow anyone to disobey your ideas. How could I ever think that just a few words from me can make you change your mind? That's why I said that your biggest mistake is never trusting me." The perfect and cold face of the East Sovereign was cracking like the tip of an iceberg, revealing wisps of complex emotions. For a long time, He couldn't figure out why he and Lin Zan had become like this. It wasn't like they never had a sweet past or precious shared memories, but in the end, why did they end up opposing each other? The East Sovereign moved his throat. Have you ever thought about staying with me permanently? Lin Zan smiled wryly. Yes, I've always wanted to. Before you told me how you wanted me to raise your and someone else's children for you, I've always stupidly thought about it. As long as I could stay with you, I could endure anything. But then I understood that I couldn't do it. The East Sovereign raised his hands and grabbed Lin Zan by the shoulder. He remembered the little things when he and Lin Zan were getting along, and naturally could recall the scene of that day. After he said those words, Lin Zan's state had actually been a little off, but he was distracted with busy affairs at the time and didn't pay any attention to it. Because of some urgent matters, he didn't respond to Lin Zan's whispered why. As a result, their misunderstanding grew deeper and deeper, to the point where they eventually drifted apart. Now that he thought about it, his original plan was really ridiculous. He thought that things destined by the Tao of Heaven could be forcibly changed by himself. Of course, I wanted a child with you. The East Sovereign continued through gritted teeth. I've always wanted to, but I was about to go into closed-door cultivation at the time. The ascension of royal heavenly capital's new emperor was drawing closer day by day, and the Prophet family seemed like they had 10,000 pairs of eyes, surveilling our every move in the East Kingdom. I could never let our child come down to the world at this time. Stop making excuses. Lin Zan pushed away his hand and told him coldly, I heard you talking about having a baby with her. That's because the Yan family and the Prophet family were targeting my eldest son who hadn't even been born yet. The East Sovereign's eyes turned dark and cold, as if filled with endless anger. As long as he dared to come into this world, they would use any means to kill him. Chapter 323 That's ridiculous. Even if they don't give face to the monk, they must still give face to the Buddha. Those people dare not even beat your dog. Can't I have a son? What do they really dare to do to him? Lin Zan sarcastically snarked, you are the East Sovereign whom even the royal heavenly capital's Yan family dare not provoke. Don't tell me that you're afraid of them. Don't make such a lame excuse. I won't believe anything you say. You have to believe it. The East Sovereign sighed slightly. Everything was wrong from the very beginning. When one step was wrong, the next was also wrong. If the heavens had already doomed everything, why did he bother trying to go against the heavens? The East Sovereign looked at Lin Zan's face, which was exactly the same as many years ago. In the end, he didn't say anything. He was neither good at showing vulnerability nor could he convince Lin Zan with the little information he could reveal. It was useless to say more, so he might as well say nothing. Lin Zan didn't face him, stubbornly refusing to look at him. The East Sovereign whispered, Zan, there are many things I can't explain to you now, but I have never married nor had any other children. However, my eldest son is very important and is involved in a lot of things now. I hope you can tell me where he is. Lin Zan turned around and angrily said, didn't you already send the 13 temple guards? If the 13 temple guards could find your location so easily, why hadn't I been able to locate you for 20 years? I'll be honest, the reason why I know that I have a child is because today, I sensed that the inheritance of the Teal Lotus 9 styles had some movements. I could feel my bloodline Zan. It has been 2 years since you came from that lower realm. Lin Zan was shocked. I slept for such a long time. He remembered waking up only 3 months ago. Long enough, indeed, replied the East Sovereign. Lin Zan looked at him intently. Sovereign, I don't believe you, so I can't tell you where he is. You're out of luck. The East Sovereign looked at him for a moment and said softly, whether or not you believe me, I will still do my best to protect his safety. Lin Zan sneered, I already feel extremely fortunate that you didn't send someone to kill him. I dare not bother His Majesty the East Sovereign. The East Sovereign knew that there was nothing more to talk about. After a while, he said, we'll talk about the child later. Lin Zan's attitude was tough, there's no need, I'll never tell you. The East Sovereign wasn't concerned, during this period of time, I need to go on a long trip. You will first live in this Lotus Sea Mirage. If you feel bored, you can communicate with me at any time. Lin Zan rolled his eyes. Who wanted to communicate with you? The East Sovereign took a good look at his face. Lin Zan didn't know whether he was laughing at himself or at the East Sovereign. The Sovereign manages everything every day, so it's rare to see him. I should be grateful that he deigns fit to grace me with his presence at intervals. How can I dare to be an eyesore in front of him? That would be a gross overestimation of my own capabilities akin to courting death. These words were probably the thoughts of the children who served him. The East Sovereign was an inviolable god in their minds, while he was a puppet who should not entertain any ideas about him. The East Sovereign quietly said, I didn't want to see you before, because there was too much misunderstanding between us, and I had a grudge against you in my heart. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will not treat you like that again. I will send you more suitable people to serve you. It's none of other people's business. Lin Zan replied, those were just my own thoughts. Besides, didn't you say that I should reflect and not leave this bitch place for 3 years? I was just angry then. You always remember my angry words clearly. This Lotus Sea mirage is formed from my sea of consciousness and is the safest place I can provide for you. If there's even the slightest fluctuation here, I'll notice immediately. Your safety is the first priority for me. After a while, I will take you out for a walk. Lin Zan's heart was a little sour, but he was also touched by some inexplicable feelings. He curled his lips, who wants your protection? The East Sovereign drew Lin Zan into his arms with a sigh and kissed him on the forehead. Ah Zan, it's not easy for us to reunite. Over the years, you have also suffered a lot. In the days to come, you'll have me for everything. Lin Zan's eyes were faintly red. He was greedy for this precious tenderness and could not speak. So be it. Lin Zan was completely exhausted. He had no energy to guess what the East Sovereign had done in vain and for what purpose. However, for the sake of Lin Xuanji, he would not dare offend the East Sovereign. After a long time, Lin Zan whispered, okay. The East Sovereign never quarreled with others, and it was very difficult for other people to change his decision. The East Sovereign's domineering personality was also something he had never seen from other people before. Even if he was gentle, he still couldn't tolerate disapproval. Lin Zan only hoped that the East Sovereign would have an iota of sympathy and care for him. Even if he only had an iota of sympathy, Lin Zan would have the chance to save Lin Xuanji's life from the East Sovereign. As long as the East Sovereign couldn't find Lin Xuanji, Lin Zan believed that with Lin Xuanji's intelligence and talent, as well as his unpredictable and powerful luck, he would one day be able to break through the barrier of the 5 continents and soar to the 9 lands. By that time, Lin Zan lowered his eyes and clenched his fist slightly. The things that Lin Xuanji should rightfully obtain, he won't be cheated of a single one. After refining the treasure tool for a whole month, Lin Xuanji almost fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Yan Tianan sat next to him and watched him quietly, feeling extremely satisfied and happy in his heart. Soon after, Yan Tianan's tense nerves were completely loosened, and a strong sense of exhaustion hit his heart. He also took off his robe and laid down beside Lin Xuanji, hugging his arm and falling asleep. This rest was not short. When Yan Tianan woke up, it was already 3 days later. Lin Xuanji was sitting by his side, playing with the forged engraving pen in his hand. The forged engraving pen twirled rapidly between his slender fingers, almost forming a shadow. Yan Tianan opened his eyes wide and leaned on Lin Xuanji's shoulder for a while. Dage likes this forged engraving pen very much, doesn't he? Lin Xuanji replied, very much. It is very convenient to use. Yan Tianan sourly said, you're not thinking about someone just from starting at it, are you? The twirling forged engraving pen stopped instantly. Lin Xuanji turned his face and looked down at Yan Tianan, who showed an innocent expression. He couldn't help but smile and cup his face. What are you thinking about inside that melon seed brain of yours? This forged engraving pen was brought down from the sacred wood of a divine parasol tree. Do you mean to say that when I look at it, I think of Feng Jingyu, that boy? Yan Tianan laughed and clapped Lin Xuanji's hand, grabbing his fingers to play with. Dage, don't think you can fool me by deliberately confusing this and that. Who am I talking about? Dage should know. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows. What am I confusing? Ah hen, how can I know? You have countless thoughts. Yan Tianan was still a little complacent. I used to think that there was something fishy between you and the Bai family's young master that couldn't be explained. But I was stupid at that time and couldn't understand what it was. Besides, I didn't have this kind of relationship with you yet when I could be jealous out in the open, so I didn't say anything. You don't say anything, but you make trouble with me and dare to run away from home. Lin Xuanji curled his lips. I remember there was someone who was so angry, he threw all of the magic tools on his body to the ground and stomped on them. Yan Tianan blinked vigorously. Who is it? It's definitely not me. I am very clever and sensible. Lin Xuanji smiled and pulled Yan Tianan up. All right, let's not discuss old scores. We still have so many things to do now and in the future. Yan Tianan nodded. That's true. Although it was only a few months ago, Yan Tianan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he recalled it. How could he have been so childish at that time? He held a grudge against Lin Xuanji and sulked just because of a few provocations from Lin Yar. It truly was dark history. So, it was not until Yan Tianan followed Lin Xuanji to Breaking Sword Peak to find Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyong that Yan Tianan suddenly realized one problem. Shit. He had clearly wanted to question Lin Xuanji about Bai Yichen, but Lin Xuanji had actually fooled him. However, this kind of thing could only be mentioned once in a while, and Yan Tianan himself didn't want to hold a grudge over it. What's more, he also just thought that there was something strange between Lin Xuanji and Bai Yichen, but he really couldn't say whether that kind of strange was romantic or not. It was very ambiguous. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Breaking Sword Peak. Over the years, the exchange between Breaking Sword Peak and Sinking Sword Peak had not been much. Although they were the three peaks of Profound Sky Sect, most of the time, they swept the snow in front of their own doors and didn't communicate with each other at all. When Lin Xuanji was the head of the Four Swords of Profound Sky before, he only had a few interactions with Yuan Tianwen. However, it was good that Breaking Sword Peak and Sinking Sword Peak weren't close but weren't distant either and had no conflicts, so it was still normal to visit them. When Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan just arrived at the inner gate of Breaking Sword Peak, they were respectfully led in. Young Peak Master has long said that you'll come over in the next few days, and he has already asked us to wait here. Young Peak Master lives in the Luogia courtyard at the peak where Young Peak Master's spouse also lives. The smiling disciple talked to them along the way and occasionally took a peek at Lin Xuanji's face. Lin Xuanji turned a blind eye to it, or he was used to it. When they came to Luogia courtyard, it was not so much like a courtyard but a mansion at first glance. Looking at the carved beams, painted walls and blue tiles, one could feel a rich and luxurious aura from staring at it. Yan Tianan was dazzled and tugged at Lin Xuanji's sleeve. Yuan Tianwen is so rich. This Breaking Sword Peak was really willing to spend money on this house. Although Lin Xuanji's Catching Star Pavilion was also extremely lavish and beautiful, compared to here, it could only be described as light and elegant. Even the ancestral home of the Lin family had not been built like this. Lin Xuanji smiled. The Yuan family is the richest elite family in the whole Western continent. Uncle Su is also a good businessman, so they are very rich. This house is nicely built, but it's nothing to them. Yan Tianan was somewhat envious. Yu Yongzhe really married into a rich family. The disciple couldn't help laughing. Yes, I came to the sect early. Before Young Peak Master came to Breaking Sword Peak, our entire peak was poor and couldn't even make any clothes. The new disciples either had to pay for their own robes or wore the old robes when the senior martial brothers grew out of them, which made it pretty miserable. Then our Young Peak Master arrived. That day, tisk tisk, was really a good day. Yan Tianan laughed. Ha ha ha, I told you that Breaking Sword Peak is now the richest of the three peaks. Moreover, I also heard Daddy say before that of the three Young Peak Masters of Profound Sky Sect, Breaking Sword Peak's Young Peak Master is the most popular. No one dares to compete with him, because he is the god of wealth. Upon hearing this, the disciple replied solemnly and seriously, although that is one reason, we genuinely admire Young Peak Master as well. For a long time, he had a cold face and was always silent, but he had a good heart. There was a disciple of Breaking Sword Peak who was being bullied outside. After hearing this, Young Peak Master brought his sword to get justice for him. Moreover, our Young Peak Master also invites a broad range of disciples even if they are of low status and have no family to support them. He's willing to accept them into his gate. Chapter 324. The Peak Master of Breaking Sword Peak had always been absorbed in closed-door cultivation and had never been interested in the common affairs of his peak. Yuan Tianwen had been trained as the heir to the Yuan family since childhood, so he was adept at an early age in dealing with sect peak matters, which was handy. In addition, Yuan Zheng and Su Mo had sent subordinates to assist him, so Yuan Tianwen had already become the face of Breaking Sword Peak early on. Under normal circumstances, Yuan Tianwen's words held the greatest authority in Breaking Sword Peak. Taoist Qing Yun, who enjoyed peace and quiet, was willing to become a figurehead peak master wholeheartedly. However, it was also true that among the three peaks, Sinking Sword Peak's peak master esteemed Lan Yu had always liked to pick up disciples whenever he felt like it, and these disciples' origins didn't seem small either. The vast majority of disciples chosen by Broken Sword's peak master, Taoist Yi Dao, were from distinguished families. Only Breaking Sword Peak chose disciples by looking at gender, and not at their background. On this point, Yuan Tianwen did quite well indeed. This was exactly why he's so popular. However, after Yuan Tianwen took Duan Yuyong to the mountain as a Dao companion, there were many rumors in Profound Sky sect that Yuan Tianwen didn't accept female disciples because he liked men and disliked women. There were also rumors that even Taoist Qing Yun only liked men too. When Yuan Tianwen heard this, he only rolled his eyes and said nonsense with no additional comments. After a few more steps, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan saw Yuan Tianwen pulling Duan Yuyong, followed by 2 tiger cubs from a moon gate. Yuan Tianwen's face didn't look good at that moment, and Duan Yuyong was also sporting a dark face. Several times he wanted to cast off Yuan Tianwen's hand but was only pulled tighter along by the other. As soon as the 2 cubs saw Yan Tianan, they began to cry out joyfully, quickly rushing into his arms. Yuan Tianwen palmed his forehead. You should take these 2 cubs away quickly. They are too noisy, and nearly knocked down Yang Yang several times. Yang Yang seems to also be allergic to their fur. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes and grumpily said, "You're still treating me like glass ba. I'm just pregnant, so why are you so nervous? Besides, how strong can 2 cubs be? They're just playing with me." Yuan Tianwen insisted, "No, I'm not at ease." Duan Yuyong was speechless. "I am truly fed up with you." Yuan Tianwen's face was full of persistence. Yan Tianan patted Bai on the back and nodded. Bai and Hu Po are indeed a little too rowdy. I didn't have time to deal with them at the moment. It must have been really troublesome for you. Originally, Yan Tianan followed esteemed Yu to Sinking Sword Peak, leaving Bai and Hu Po behind. But later on, Yan Tianan was determined to stay at Sinking Sword Peak and follow Lin Xuanji's movements while he was cultivating. Esteemed Yu had to return by himself. As a result, when he reached the peak, Esteemed Yu found his spiritual herb fields had been gnawed into a mess by 2 tiger cubs who didn't know what to do on their own. Esteemed Yu was enraged, speechless, that he immediately took the tiger cubs and threw them to Sinking Sword Peak. The 2 cubs almost ran wild for a month until Duan Yuyong came back. When he saw the 2 pitiful cubs ignored and unwanted, he took them back to Breaking Sword Peak. Unexpectedly, Yuan Tianwen started to lose his temper with him again. Meanwhile, Duan Yuyong found that Yuan Tianwen was becoming more and more childish recently. "You're welcome." Duan Yuyong gave Yuan Tianwen a look. "Don't pay attention to him. I had to take care of Bai and Hu Po myself. He's been a little stressed lately. Who knows what's been irritating him." Yuan Tianwen frowned. "These 2 white tigers are too clingy. Since they were brought back, they've been clinging to Yang Yang even when they sleep. They're demonic beasts. If you go on raising them like this, you'll raise them to waste." Yan Tianan had heard people say that about Bai and Hu Po more than once. He was beginning to realize that the problem seemed serious. These 2 tiger cubs hadn't seen him in a few days, but they had already made esteemed Yu lose his temper by messing up his spiritual herb fields. Yan Tianan's heart felt stuffy hearing their misconduct, feeling that Bai and Hu Po had grown too accustomed to the ordinary days of being spoiled. Lin Xuanji glanced at the tiger cubs attached to Yan Tianan's arms and lightly said, "I have already thought about where they should go." Yuan Tianwen asked, "What's your idea?" Lin Xuanji looked at the cubs and didn't answer directly. "I heard from Uncle Sumo that you're going to the Myriad Beasts demonic forest in the West Continent in the near future to look for an icy hard water lotus in colorful caterpillar grass." Yuan Tianwen nodded, his expression slightly serious. "We have found many mercenary groups, but none of them are willing to accept this task, even though my father has already increased the payment to a sky-high price. The death soldiers cultivated by the Yuan family have also entered the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. But since they've entered, we haven't heard from them, and so far no one has yet to come out." Yan Tianan couldn't help but gasp. The Myriad Beasts demonic forest in the West Continent is really that terrible? Lin Xuanji nodded. "There are 5 death zones in the 5 continents that even profound realm cultivators dare not easily go to. There is one for each of the 5 continents in the east, west, north, and south, and the place of death in the West Continent is this Myriad Beasts demonic forest. It's said that there are not only demonic beasts, but also demonic plants, not to mention the miasma and poisonous gases themselves. When the sun and moon alternate, there will be illusions, making people unable to distinguish reality easily. This is a real death zone. After Lin Xuanji finished, Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen's expressions grew worse. Duan Yuyong was quite agitated. Icy hard water lotus and colorful caterpillar grass are only found in the myriad beasts demonic forest in the West continent, and there's no way they can be found in the market. Otherwise, who's willing to approach that terrible place? Yuan Tianwen soothed, Yang, don't be angry. We will definitely get the antidote. Duan Yuyong took a deep breath, I wish I could chop that bitch. Yan Tianan nodded, yes Madame Duan is really vicious. If it weren't for Duan Fu, who poisoned Duan Yuyong for such a long time, Duan Yuyong wouldn't have had a body in this state. Lin Xuanji asked, how did you finally settle the problem with the Duan family? Speaking of this, Duan Yuyong showed a big and cheerful smile. You guys don't know, after you left Qing City, Dad sent someone to suppress the Duan family's business properties directly. Less than a month later, the Duan family's master took his illegitimate son and went to beg for mercy in person. But when they saw me and Dad sitting together, the master of the Duan family swore loudly and wanted to strangle me. Duan Yuyong curled his lips, obviously only feeling happy. Moreover, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan had already been able to detect from his address to Duan family's master that, in Duan Yuyong's mind, the man was no longer qualified to be called father. Yuan Tianwen felt relieved when he thought of the scene that day. Then Duan Yuyong continued, after listening to Duan Zheng, Dad said, your ancestors really know how to name, they named you exactly what you lacked. They really wanted you to be virtuous, but I think it's more fitting if you were called wicked. At that time, Su Mo had leisurely held a teacup in one hand and a lid in the other, casually stirring the floating tea leaves, while speaking in a way that roused people's anger. In retrospect, Duan Yuyong couldn't help but applaud him. Su Mo couldn't tolerate his own people being bullied, especially being bullied so miserably. Duan Zheng was really upset. Before he could speak, Su Mo added, Duan Zheng, I think you're possessed by a ghost. You should have found a real lady. But why did you want this kind of crooked melon and cracked jujube just to eat wild food? Don't you think it's tasteless? You cheated on your wife. You and Su Julian have been together for a long time, and you also gave birth to a son older than your first. Such a dirty thing, do you dare let others know about this? Duan Yuyong, who never knew about this incident, looked at his father in disbelief. His father had always been devoted to Su Julian, but after being repeatedly provoked and scolded by Su Mo, his intentions about asking for help weakened. He knew that the Su family was targeting his family because of Duan Yuyong. Therefore, Duan Zheng no longer hid it anymore. What do you know? Xiao Lian and I really love each other. I don't need you to interfere with my family's affairs. He then said to Duan Yuyong calmly, Duan Yuyong, the Duan family has really raised you as a white-eyed wolf for nothing. As the legitimate son of the Duan family, you dare to do such dirty things by getting pregnant and rebelling against fate. My Duan family will never tolerate such. You at first, I thought I could spare you if you repented and got rid of that bastard, but now that you're not sorry for it, don't blame me for ignoring our father and son's affections. When I return later, I will erase your name from the genealogy of the Duan family ancestral hall. Duan Yuyong had long expected this. He smirked, I have not been a part of the Duan family since I stepped out of your doors. Do whatever you want. How can he casually do that? Su Mo smiled, Duan Zheng, do you really think that Su Julian, who has slept with you for more than 20 years, is a good thing? She has long been with other people and made you a cuckold husband by cheating on your wife. I'm afraid this Yu Hao is not your own son. Duan Zheng was incredibly infuriated and he roared at Su Mo in spite of his dignity. Hearing this, Lin Xuanji asked, Su Julian had an affair with someone else. Yuan Tianwen answered expressionlessly, it's a lie. My father purposely arranged things. He said this is the way to deal with people like Su Julian. My father has always liked to watch the kind of play where the sandpiper and the clam fight each other, but the fisherman catches them both. If he wants to punish a person, he will never fight and kill himself. Yan Tianan's worship of Su Mo grew even higher. Since Su Mo wanted a play and wanted to frame others, he naturally had to do his part. My father found Su Julian's personal maid and threatened her into revealing every time Su Julian went out. He used these times to insert many chances of meeting with strange men and compiled them into a book. Yuan Tianwen snorted coldly, Duan Zheng and Su Julian are also really interesting. The man my father pulled over to act as a lover didn't even get to reveal many birthmarks on Su Julian's body before Duan Zheng flipped out. Yan Tianan thought this incredible and asked, just talking, did Duan Zheng believe it? Of course it's not that simple. Duan Yuyong smiled. What really turned Duan Zheng and Su Julian against each other was Duan Yuhao's blood. Dad didn't know what method to use, but Duan Yuhao's lineage unexpectedly was not from the Duan family. All of a sudden, Duan Zheng wanted to lock Su Julian in the back mountain of the Duan family. Duan Yuyong's eyes sank and his face darkened. My mother was locked up there before. I learned from Su Julian's personal maid that my mother was indeed killed by Su Julian. Yuan Tianwen held Duan Yuyong in his arms. Now Su Julian is being tortured day and night in the back mountain. Duan Zheng has also put down his authority over the Duan family in despair. Duan Yuhao has lost the title of the Duan family's heir and has been expelled from the Duan family's gate, while you have become the real owner of the Duan family now. This is quite satisfactory, although, in this process, Duan Yuyong was also quite injured. Chapter 325 Duan Yuyong raised his eyes and smiled at Yuan Tianwen. That's right, Laozi is now the head of the Duan family. I'm afraid no one in my generation is better than me, right? Right now, the young masters in the same generation as him, like Lin Xuanji and Yuan Tianwen, were only young masters at most. They had the family head and elders on top of them, yet this Duan Yuyong now held the title of master of a first-class family. If word got out, who knows how many people would admire and envy him. The so-called every cloud has a silver lining was just like this. Yan Tianan's eyes brightened. Congratulations to Yuyong Gerger, now that you're in charge of the Duan family, you won't be bullied anymore naturally. Yuan Tianwen declared with extreme confidence, there's never been any possibility of my Yuan family's wife being bullied by others. The entire Duan family is merely a first-time meeting gift from my two fathers. In the future, everything in the Yuan family will be yours. Duan Yuyong was stuffed with a mouthful of sugar and almost choked. He pushed Yuan Tianwen and deliberately put on a straight face, get lost, get lost. What nonsense are you talking about? Yuan Tianwen smiled. Yan Tianan looked at them being so sweet and couldn't help admiring them. He didn't know when he and his Dage would be able to get the blessing of their dad together. Lin Xuanji noted Yan Tianan's envious expression in his heart, secretly took his hand, and gave a reassuring squeeze. When we go to the Nine Lands, the first thing we'll do is to look for Dad. Yan Tianan asked with surprise, Dage, you can tell that I'm thinking about Daddy. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly, whatever you think is written on your face, how can I not see it? Yan Tianan rubbed his face. Duan Yuyong saw this and joked, I'm afraid that even if Uncle Lin knows about the matter with you two and wants to beat someone, the one he'll beat is still Lin Xuanji, not you. Lin Xuanji nodded, very likely. Yuan Tianwen frowned slightly, if I may be so presumptuous as to ask, your dad, he. Lin Xuanji answered, he's still alive, and he should be in the Nine Lands at this time. This matter involves the reclusive families in the 5 continents. We might as well talk about it in the room. True, Yuan Tianwen agreed. Yuyong's body is not suited to standing for a long time either. Let's go in first. A line of people walked towards the grand and majestic private residence of young Peak Master Yuan, which was full of beautiful glazed tiles. Lin Xuanji simply and comprehensively spoke about his experiences these few days. To him, both Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen were trustworthy people. Nothing more needed to be said for Duan Yuyong. Lin Xuanji knew that in the last life, Duan Yuyong never betrayed Yan Tianan, even till the end, and Yuan Tianwen was an honest-to-God's henpecked husband. Although Yan Tianan had already told Duan Yuyong some matters when Lin Xuanji was in secluded cultivation before, it was not comprehensive. The Lu and Jian families, I knew that it wouldn't be anything good when they suddenly came out of isolation and entered profound sky sect. Yuan Tianwen narrowed his eyes. If it didn't involve important matters, then how could the only 2 reclusive families we currently know about simultaneously come out of isolation? Duan Yuyong knocked on the tabletop thoughtfully. It's unclear whether their purpose is the barrier around the 5 continents or Uncle Lin and Ah Hen. Perhaps both. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, however, I won't give them the chance to approach Ah Hen. Yan Tianan blinked, I really don't care. They act as though they don't see me every time I meet them. And I always feel that there is only each other in Lu Zhaoyu and Jian Yunxi's eyes. Lin Xuanji thought for a moment. It was indeed like this. True. Duan Yuyong was slightly curious. I heard that you asked those two reclusive family disciples to clean the courtyard for you. They really didn't give you any trouble. A portion of my catching star pavilion will be destroyed every day. The two of them probably treat my residence as a training ground. Lin Xuanji replied calmly, however, I have already made preliminary agreements with them. Both of them will provide double the compensation for whatever they destroy and find a way to restore it to the original state. Duan Yuyong's eyes turned and he was immediately delighted. He patted his thigh, you are really good. You simply let them keep themselves busy, so you don't even have to painstakingly arrange any tasks for them. They can find a lot of trouble for themselves. Lin Zan smiled without saying a word. Yuan Tianwen was originally lost in thought, but he then looked up at Lin Xuanji. Even the reclusive family's elders couldn't break through the 5 continents barrier. It seems that the 5 continents have indeed been sealed off. Lin Xuanji nonchalantly stated, there are always solutions, it's just that the time isn't right. In his previous life, the 5 continents barrier indeed loosened, and Lin Xuanji also found a way to break it, but he was already in a soul state at that time, plus he was downhearted and filled with the desire to repair the revert world mirror. Naturally, he was too lazy to bother with that. Everything was different in this life. Not only did he want to break the 5 continents barrier, but he also wanted to take Yan Tianan with him and slaughter their way back to the 9 lands to retake everything that used to belong to Yan Tianan. Duan Yuyong asked, Brother Tianwen, is there any elder in the Yuan family about to reach the highest cultivation that the 5 continents can bear? Yuan Tianwen shook his head, the Yuan family's most powerful elder is still in secluded cultivation. His cultivation before he entered closed-door cultivation was peak unified spirit stage of profound realm. In reality, even I don't know what his realm currently is. He glanced at Lin Xuanji. Doesn't your Lin family also have a first elder in secluded cultivation right now? A dark color flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes, I now suspect that first elder has already fallen. His guess was also justified. After all, in his last life, he never saw first elder leave secluded cultivation, even when the Lin family collapsed. In this world, only one thing was more important than the collapse of the entire family, which was the critical moment when one made a breakthrough and ascended. However, at that time, there was no sign of anomalies appearing in heaven and earth. Obviously, the first elder had not yet reached the point where he had to sacrifice the family to fulfill himself. As a result, there was no other excuse except that he had already fallen. Duan Yuyong sucked in a cold breath of air. If first elder really died, then the Lin family will be in turmoil. Yes, Lin Xuanji nodded with slight seriousness, so none of us need to mention this matter anymore. The other people in the room also nodded. With profound meaning, Yuan Tianwen reminded, you should also plan ahead. Lin Xuanji sighed, naturally. The 4 of them got together again and complained about the Lu and Jian families' lack of integrity from beginning to end. Most of the time, Yan Tianan expressed his anger and displeasure. According to Lu Jiaoyu and Jian Yunxi, those powerful figures in their families were hiding nearby at that time. Although they didn't actually attack, they definitely held ideas about taking advantage of the situation for their own gains. If Lin Zan hadn't been lucky and narrowly escaped, there was no guarantee that the 2 families wouldn't take advantage of his dire situation. Therefore, Lin Xuanji quite disliked those 2 boys from the reclusive families. However, he wouldn't drive them away either. Even for the sake of sinking Sword Peak's overall strength, he still had to let the 2 boys remain registered under Sinking Sword Peak's name. After they finished ridiculing the reclusive families, the topic was turned to Duan Yuyong again. Lin Xuanji asked, do you intend to enter Myriad Beast's demonic forest in person? Yuan Tianwen's eyebrows moved, of course there are plans. If we can't rely on other people, then we can only go there by ourselves. However, my father is still not giving the clear. He said we should wait a little longer. Duan Yuyong also nodded, that's right. After all, the risks are too high, and there's still a year and a half to go before the child is born. I'm not in a hurry. I might as well use this period of time to improve my cultivation first so that I can also have more confidence. Lin Xuanji spoke up, when you plan to leave, please also call me along. Yuan Tianwen was surprised, you want to go in person? Lin Xuanji remarked nonchalantly, more people, more support. Yuan Tianwen cupped his hands, then I will thank you in advance. No matter what the reason and no matter whether he'll truly go or not, That Lin Xuanji can say such words at this time meant that Yuan Tianwen had to accept this favor. Yan Tianan blinked. If Dage goes, I'll go too. Duan Yuyong frowned. What are you getting involved for? Young children playing house, just be a good kid on Broken Sword Peak and cultivate. Yan Tianan pouted. I'm almost 14 years old. Duan Yuyong nodded. So you do know that you're not 14 years old yet. Yan Tianan. Lin Xuanji smiled. Let's talk about this later. Whether I'll take you along or not depends on how high your cultivation is when the time comes. If Ah Hen's cultivation has been stagnant, I dare not casually take you into such dangerous places. Yan Tianan was a little anxious, but, once I cultivate, I can only cultivate the demonic path. I'm afraid that one day I will become a complete demon. Lin Xuanji nonchalantly spoke. What about it? Ah Hen, to cultivate is to follow your heart and free your nature. Even if you're a demon, you're still the kindest and cutest demon in this world. What are you afraid of when you have Dage? Yan Tianan opened his mouth and closed it multiple times, gazing at Lin Xuanji's pair of clear, bright, and gentle eyes, his heart pounding wildly. Yes, what was he afraid of? If even Lin Xuanji didn't mind what he'd turn into, then why would he hesitate to advance his cultivation just because of his own misgivings? Although pulling weeds could also improve his cultivation, it wasn't the most correct way. More importantly, Yan Tianan couldn't improve his actual combat ability at all by pulling weeds. How important was actual combat ability? Just look at Lin Xuanji. He was invincible among cultivators of the same level not only because of his extraordinary talent on the sword path, but also because he never committed the stupid mistake of only learning through theory and not through personal experience. Every year, he went out to gain experience and train himself, never slacking off. Yan Tianan didn't have a firm will and was easily influenced by Lin Xuanji. Before, he said that he was unwilling to cultivate, so he threw both the Imperial Corpse technique and Ancient Divine Devil Dance to the back of his mind. At this time, once Lin Xuanji cheered him on, he changed his mind again and decided to start cultivating with great concentration after he returned to Broken Sword Peak. Therefore, Yan Tianan nodded with vigor. Dage, I'm going to take Ajiyu up the mountain with me to try to improve our cultivation together. Lin Xuanji revealed a happy expression. I will go with you together to Broken Sword Peak during this period of time. Esteemed Lan Yu is willing to let you go. Lin Xuanji asked back. If he doesn't let me go, then does he want me to stay on Sinking Sword Peak and discipline Lu Jiaoyu and Jian Yunxi every day? Yan Tianan. That's true. The four people chatted for a long time. Just when Lin Xuanji was ready to leave with Yan Tianan, Han Jin walked over. This little child, with a wooden sword in his hand, held composure and calmness on his delicate facial features, which didn't match his age. Han Jin saw Lin Xuanji and was obviously surprised, but he soon quickened his steps and walked up to Yuan Tianwen. Young master, I've finished my task for today. Yuan Tianwen ordered, go and practice the basic sword techniques again. Han Jin paused, then looked at Yuan Tianan, but I've already finished it. Yuan Tianwen asked, so? Han Jin, he had a lot of tasks every day. For a child of only 7 or 8 years old, he was completely overburdened. He only barely managed to complete all the unreasonable tasks assigned to him by Yuan Tianwen with much effort. Originally, he wanted to lie in bed and do nothing. Unexpectedly, Yuan Tianwen wanted to assign him additional tasks. Duan Yuyong looked at Han Jin's face, which endured everything silently. It was probably because his maternal love was full to bursting recently, so he spoke softly, Tianwen Jie, let's take it step by step. Ah Jin is also tired. Yuan Tianwen looked down at Han Jin and asked, are you tired? Han Jin rolled his eyes in his heart. Couldn't Yuan Tianwen see the beads of sweat on his forehead? His clothes were all drenched. Han Jin nodded. Announcement. We're currently recruiting new translators for RSCB. If you'd like to join, please click on the Join Us button at the top. Chapter 326. Han Jin nodded, tired. So don't give him any additional tasks, he's only a 7-year-old child. Ah, tired. Good. However, Yuan Tianwen ordered nonchalantly, okay, now you can go practice those sword styles, twice. But, Han Jin wanted to refute, how did it become twice? 3 times. Han Jin. An expression finally broke out on Han Jin's small, impassive face. He angrily glared at Yuan Tianwen, then carried his small sword and walked outside, stomping with heavy steps, as though he couldn't wait to trample Yuan Tianwen, this great devil, to death. He actually called you young master. I thought you would accept him as your disciple. After Han Jin left, Yan Tianan couldn't help sighing. Yuan Tianwen revealed, originally, I wanted to take him as a disciple, but I thought more about it later. Accepting a disciple is like accepting an ancestor. I have to care about him and love and protect him in all respects. I'm too lazy to do such a thing. Duan Yuyong had a headache. You're really something. How old is he? Only 7 or 8 years old, and you've given him so many tasks and extra burdens every day. Besides, you're so callous to him, he might hold a grudge against you. Yuan Tianwen explained, if he understands exhaustion now, he can shed less blood later. I trained him the way the Yuan family trains its shadow guards. As for holding a grudge, I've never worried about this. Don't tell me that he won't be a member of the Han family anymore, if only I treated him well. Duan Yuyong was speechless. Aren't you afraid of ruining him with your excessive enthusiasm? Lin Xuanji asked. Don't go by how thin and weak the boy looks. In reality, I don't know how much energy is inside his body. Yuan Tianwen was unconcerned. One more thing, he was sent by the Han family to follow me and learn how to prop up a family. With the Han family's current situation, if his training took 10 or 20 years, the Han family would have long since collapsed before this boy finishes his training. Lin Xuanji commented, this boy has a hard life. Yuan Tianwen tilted his head, I can't help it. It's the Han family's request. That's true. Yuan Tianwen looked at Lin Xuanji, let's not talk about him. After the previous examination and test, I accepted Lin Zeji as an inner door disciple. Do you want to meet him? Lin Xuanji thought for a moment, there's no need to see him for the time being. However, your people will have to pay attention to his every move here. Wouldn't it be better if you took them to Sinking Sword Peak and put them under your surveillance? If you put them right under my nose, the few people from the Lin family would become even more cautious. Lin Xuanji said with deep meaning, Madam Bai and Third Elder seem to be very apprehensive of me. Yuan Tianwen gave him a look, you're full of evil tricks. Lin Xuanji laughed, you're no better. After leaving Breaking Sword Peak, Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan and directly left the sect gates. Before they left, they didn't forget to take the ignored Bai and Hu Po with them. The sect entrance exam had already come to an end, and the noisy scene of Profound City's people chattering was no longer visible. The city had returned to its normal appearance. The two people went directly to the other courtyard, where Ji Yu and Qing Zhu lived. Before entering the room, they heard Feng Jingyu chirping wildly. Bai heard the familiar voice and let out "ow ow" as he rushed into the yard, pouncing toward Feng Jingyu. Feng Jingyu immediately flew onto Ling Chigu's head. Bai had always been a little afraid of Ling Chigu, so he stood by Ling Chigu's foot and looked at the bird high above him. He didn't dare to climb up along Ling Chigu's body. At this time, Qing Zhu heard the sound and came out. Young Master Ah Hen. Qing Zhu smiled, I haven't heard from you for a month. Lin Xuanji explained, I've been in secluded cultivation the entire time. Qing Zhu nodded, I heard that from Zantian and the others. It seems that you gained a lot. This closed-door cultivation is worth it. Lin Xuanji smiled, recently, what's the situation at Serene Herb Manor? The smile on Qing Zhu's face faded somewhat. Xianxia sent people to follow me several times, but I sent all of them away, so it's not a cause for concern. However, the two cultivators around Xianxia, one in brown robes and the other in black robes, did not appear again. Lin Xuanji reminded him, Xianxia is not in his right mind and is very vindictive. You should also be careful. Qing Zhu sighed, I'm not scared of Xianxia, but I'm worried about the backer behind him. The backer behind him, who might that be? Yan Tianan asked with a frown. I don't know. Qing Zhu also knitted his pair of handsome long eyebrows, I suspect that it's someone I know, but I can't contact him. So I'm still unsure right now, and I have to wait for the results from Qi Yun. Lin Xuanji nodded. Looking at the time, it's almost time for Qi Yun to report back. Mercenary group's assignments naturally had a time limit. No client would continue waiting past the deadline. Qing Zhu agreed. We can only wait for now. Lin Xuanji's cultivation successfully jumped 2 levels, and he also stayed in Fierce Gale Cliff for 1 month and 3 days. Thus, esteemed Lan Yu had been too lazy to care about him recently. Therefore, Lin Xuanji stole this rare half a day's leisure time, and could wander around outside without any scruple. As for Yan Tianan, esteemed Yu recently went outside for some unknown errands and hadn't made an appearance ever since the day Lin Xuanji came out of secluded cultivation. Naturally, no one cared about esteemed Yu anymore. So the two people hit it off and stayed in the other courtyard that night. 2 days later, early in the morning, Qing Zhu knocked on Lin and Yan's door. Qi Yun is back. Qi Yun has a special way to contact his employer. Although he didn't know where Qing Zhu and the others lived, he could let the other party know his whereabouts through this special method. It was the suburban forest, where they had met before. Qi Yun's expression didn't look so good. When he saw them appear in the forest, he pushed the branch with his hand and jumped down from the tree. I won't bother with the pleasantries. Qi Yun opened his mouth and looked at Lin Xuanji. You guys really know how to cause trouble. To find out who was behind Serene Herb Manor's sabotage, 3 people from Cloud Summit were seriously injured. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. If you were chased and hunted down after being discovered, then the Lu family would not only seriously injure you, but would also kill and silence all the witnesses. Qi Yun narrowed his eyes with a dark expression. We weren't discovered, but it seems you know better than I do. Lin Xuanji, then what? Accidentally injured, Qi Yun answered. Lin Xuanji, who exactly was the other party? Lin Xuanji also decided to get straight to the point. The reclusive Lu family, Qi Yun answered with a wretched expression, plus we were not very lucky. Originally it was just a whim of ours, wanting to find out where the Lu family's lair was, but I didn't expect that we would coincidentally catch the Lu family head coming out of secluded cultivation, which triggered the lightning tribulation of heaven and earth. If we hadn't run fast, we would surely have been struck to death by lightning. Qing Zhu's expression changed, and he clenched his teeth. Yan Tianan asked in surprise, you guys actually found the Lu family's lair? Didn't find it. Qi Yun gritted his teeth, his tone full of grief and indignation. Who the fuck would have thought that such a grand master of the high-ranking reclusive family would not be in his own lair when entering closed-door cultivation? He just had to find a wild mountain to hide in. Lin Xuanji, indeed, your luck is not very good. Qi Yun, Yan Tianan blinked, puzzled. But what's the deep hatred between the Lu family and our family that makes them so determined to make life difficult for us? Lin Xuanji seemed to already have noticed Qing Zhu's changes. He was just about to ask when he was forestalled by Qing Zhu. If it's the Lu family, it should be because of me. Qing Zhu's face looked pale. He continued with lowered eyes, the Lu family head and I had some frictions in the past, and it wasn't of the easy to resolve variety either. Since he just left secluded cultivation, it is time to find him and resolve it. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Qing Zhu at once. Thoughts of hearing gossip flashed through those eyes. You know the Lu family head. Qi Yun raised his eyebrows, and you even had conflicts with him. Then I'll have to reconsider my cooperation with you. If the Lu family was a large and terrifying ship, then the Lu family head was the captain of that large ship, the one person whom you couldn't afford to offend the most. Cloud Summit was just a small mercenary group. As long as they weren't tired of living, they would never take the initiative to cause trouble for the Lu family head. Yan Tianan, however, had a dumbfounded expression. Brother Zuzi, when did you get acquainted with such a powerful figure? Qing Zhu sighed, it's a long story. Lin Xuanji asked, Lu Mengchen. Don't say it. Qing Zhu shivered. No matter how many years had passed, the name still flustered him and caused goosebumps. Yan Tianan looked thoughtful. Only Qi Yun was confused. What are you playing at? Don't say things that I don't understand. Who is this Lu Mengchen? Master of the Lu family. Qing Zhu was a bit dazed and looked unreliable. Lin Xuanji said to Qi Yun, this is the end of the matter. Thank you for helping me find out the mastermind. This is the rest of the commission. Qi Yun was also not at all polite. He took the treasure card and inserted it into his belt casually. Right now, the Lu family head's cultivation is at least peak unified spirit stage of profound realm. I would advise you not to provoke him casually. You are pretty generous with your money. If you need to cooperate in the future, please keep looking for me. Lin Xuanji nodded and added, there is indeed another request, but I don't know if you dare to do it. Qi Yun made a tch sound. There's no business in this world that lousy doesn't dare do. I am looking for the icy hard water lotus and colorful caterpillar grass. Qi Yun's expression changed. Although I'm not afraid of death, I won't court death either. These 2 prime ingredients for curing poison have long gone extinct in the outside world. Now they are only found in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. Is it not convenient to make a trip to the Myriad Beasts demonic forest? Lin Xuanji asked. The price is negotiable. I won't go no matter how much money you give. Qi Yun waved his hand, his attitude very firm. I'm afraid that you've been in the East Continent for so long that you don't know what's going on outside. I just got back from the vicinity of West Continent's Myriad Beasts demonic forest some time ago. I know much more about the situation there than you do. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. What's the matter with the Myriad Beasts demonic forest? Qi Yun held out his hand, his fingers forming a number. If you want information, you can't do it without shedding some blood. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It depends on the information you give. Is it worth the money? Qi Yun thought for a moment. Forget it. Just treat this piece of news as a gift from little grandpa. In any case, it won't be long before it spreads across the entire 5 continents. It's no secret. It's not a secret sometimes that meant it was definitely a bad thing that could cause quite a stir. For example, the Myriad Beasts demonic forest is now ruled by someone. Qi Yun revealed. Ruled? Qing Zhu frowned. A great monster that can walk unchallenged through the Myriad Beasts demonic forest suddenly appeared, so now the entire Myriad Beasts demonic forest has changed from a state of separate camps to being unified together on the same hemp rope. Someone entered the forest previously, but before he even entered, he heard, "Death to trespassers." Qi Yun shrugged his shoulders. The reason why I was able to sneak in, stake out the situation, and return alive is because I'm a demonic beast to begin with and have no conflicts of interest with them, so they didn't bother with me. Qing Zhu couldn't help asking, what is that great demonic beast? Qi Yun shook his head. A bird demonic beast in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest told me that they could only confirm that the ruler is a demonic beast, but none of them can see through his true form. Qing Zhu murmured, that is truly incredible. The higher a demonic beast's cultivation, the more difficult it was to see through their true form. Chapter 327. Lin Xuanji fell into deep thought. Moments later, he raised his eyes and asked, if the Myriad Beasts demonic forest is ruled by demonic beasts, then what about the Ji family? The Ji family was the #1 beast tamer family in the West Continent. It was said that every single disciple from their family knew how to tame beasts. In addition, if they wanted to earn the family's recognition, then they must venture deep into the Myriad Beasts demonic forest before they reach adulthood and contract with a demonic beast at or above a specified level. Otherwise, their rite of passage to adulthood would be postponed. More importantly, the demonic beasts contracted by the Ji family were all captured, raised, and trained in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. If the Myriad Beasts demonic forest was truly sealed off by the demonic beasts, then the first one to bear the brunt of it would be West Continent's Ji family. This was very awkward and dangerous. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Xuanji mentioned the Ji family, Qi Yun's chatterbox switch was flipped, and he started talking non-stop. At first, the Ji family was quite calm, saying that they could tame demonic beasts of any level. However, when I went to the West Continent a few days ago, I heard that the Ji family had sent many core disciples deep into the Myriad Beasts demonic forest, but all of them were thrown out after having their cultivation crippled. The Ji family elders are now ashamed to appear outside. I reckon that their young master is currently trying to unite the other families in the West Continent to fight against that great monster in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. They hunted wild geese all day long, yet they were ultimately pecked by wild geese. Lin Xuanji commented nonchalantly, it was difficult for demonic beasts and humans to coexist peacefully, to begin with, plus generations of West Continent's Ji family made a living taming demonic beasts, so this can also be considered as accumulating a long-cherished wish. Yan Tianan mused, if the situation in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest really did become like this, then I'm afraid that Yuyong Gerger's antidote will not be easy to find. Lin Xuanji responded, it's difficult to say. Although the Myriad Beasts demonic forest used to be dangerous, it hasn't yet reached the point of becoming a forbidden area. Apart from the Ji family, many large families and sects also get all their demonic beasts, rare herbs, spiritual plants, and demonic beast cores from the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. These families will never allow this situation to continue. Yan Tianan understood Lin Xuanji's meaning and suddenly realized, Dage means that maybe this is an opportunity. Lin Xuanji nodded. Challenges and opportunities exist side by side. No single family can take down the Myriad Beasts demonic forest alone. Qi Yun was not very interested in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. Similarly, he knew the truth: the less you know, the longer you'll live very well. After the task was completed, he did not inquire about the dispute between Qing Zhu and that Lu family head. He took the money and left. In any case, even if Lin Xuanji hired him again to fight against the Lu family, he would never accept it to keep his little life. Lin Xuanji probably knew this too, so he didn't mention it either. Before he left, Qi Yun especially asked about Bai and Hu Po, but Lin Xuanji had no plans to throw them out for training for the time being, although these two tiger cubs had again reached the point of taking tiles off the roof after not getting hit for 3 days. This was not a good place to talk either. After Qi Yun left, Lin Xuanji and the others returned to their courtyard in Profound City together. Along the way, everyone was silent. Yan Tianan was full of thoughts about Lu Mengqian, that Lu family head. Although he did not know the full name of Qingju's sweetheart before, he remembered that there was the word Mengqian in that person's name. It was difficult to not think about the association between these two people. By the time they arrived at the other courtyard, Yan Tianan's imagination was full of wild conjectures. After closing the door, Qingzu was somewhat helpless and tired, but he looked at the two teenagers in front of him with vague excitement. "You're right. Lu Mengqian is the master of the Lu family, and he is also my former lover." Lover. This word wasn't anything good. Lin Xuanji poured a glass of water for Qingzu and pushed it over. "It sounds like quite a long story, I think. Drink some water to moisten your throat first. We're not in a hurry." Qingzu, he suddenly had a feeling that others were watching a show at his expense. But, forget it, even he himself felt like the entire thing was a joke. Qingzu took a sip of water, and his dry throat felt more comfortable. His conflicted feelings before about not knowing where to start also greatly dissipated. Indeed, people really should be nice to themselves. Qingzu cleared his throat. "In fact, this matter can be summed up in a few words. Simply put, I used to be in a relationship with Lu Mengqian. But later, because we argued and broke up, I ambushed and seriously injured him. After that, I hid with young master's help. Lu Mengqian probably couldn't swallow this grievance in his heart, so he ordered young master Zan to hand me over. However, he didn't succeed. In his anger, he began to try every means and use dirty methods to disturb young master Zan's businesses, attempting to use this method to force young master Zan to yield." Lin Xuanji, indeed, he gave a very clear account with only a few words. This much information didn't satisfy Yan Tianan's desire for gossip at all. He eagerly looked at Qingzu. "Brother Zuzi, as far as I remember, wasn't Lu Mengqian only a mortal when he visited our house before? How did he become the Lu family head within 2 years?" Qingzu froze for a moment, and his expression became colder at a speed visible to the naked eye. He let out an extremely sarcastic and cold hmph from his throat. Only then did he say, "It's nothing more than being able to disguise himself well. The mighty master of the Lu family and a profound realm cultivator who achieved major attainment in the return origin stage. How can such a person be a mere mortal?" Yan Tianan let out a cry and frowned. He lied, and he also fooled Lin Zan. Lin Xuanji added silently in his heart. Lin Zan had many magic treasures on his person. In theory, he should have been able to discover the spiritual qi fluctuations on Lu Mengqian. However, Lin Zan thought Lu Mengqian was immortal, from beginning to end. That was probably why Lin Zan agreed to let Qingzu leave with Lu Mengqian so easily. No matter how they tried, it was impossible for mortals to bully cultivators. However, Lin Zan likely didn't expect that the ordinary mortal Qingzu spoke about in his slightly sad life story, and whose chance encounter with Qingzu had a dreamlike quality to it, would be the master of a reclusive family, an existence that stood at the top of the 5 continents. He probably also didn't expect that Lu Mengqian's cultivation would reach Profound Realm's peak stage. He's afraid that even if one looked through the entire 5 continents, they still wouldn't be able to find someone with a higher cultivation than Lu Mengqian. Even if there was, their cultivation would still be forcibly suppressed to peak Profound Realm by the 5 continents level cap. Lin Xuanji looked at Qingzu's dark expression. "Why did Lu Mengqian lie to you?" Qingzu gritted his teeth. "For inquiring immortals." Lin Xuanji was slightly shocked. "Inquiring immortals, the spiritual plant that can give mortals spiritual roots." Qingzu nodded. "To tell you the truth, I came from the West Continent's myriad beasts demonic forest, and my true form is that of an inquiring immortal's grass." Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan both showed their astonishment. Qingzu saw these two juniors' expressions, and the melancholy in his heart dissipated somewhat. He smiled. "Since ancient times, instances of plants gaining human form have been rare. From the moment of our births, we must absorb heaven and earth's spiritual qi and the sun and moon's essence. We sip the morning dew, drink the snow and wind, and never ingest the human world's 5 grains. In theory, our race should have the easiest time becoming an immortal. But in reality, it is precisely because we are too pure that most of us have been pulled out by humans to use as refining materials before we even developed a consciousness of our own. More importantly, if a plant wants to possess spiritual wisdom and then transform itself, it must find a big opportunity. The opportunity I obtained was a bamboo spirit's entire cultivation a few years ago. The entire cultivation? Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows slightly. As soon as a plant could take human form, its cultivation would already be above primary realm. Exactly how much was the entire cultivation of a bamboo spirit? It couldn't be easily estimated. Qing Zhu nodded. It's indeed the entire cultivation. That bamboo spirit killed people and was seriously wounded. He fled to the forest where I took root. He knew that he didn't have long to live, so he probably wanted to find someone to inherit the mantle. Thus, he sprinkled all his cultivation on the field where inquiring immortals' grass gathered. My mind was very muddled at that time, but I possessed a vague semblance of a consciousness. Although I was far from gaining actual sentience, those inquiring immortals' grass next to me were only young sprouts. Of course they couldn't win against me, so I swallowed up all of that bamboo spirit's cultivation. The other inquiring immortals' grass didn't get any benefit at all. Later, Qing Zhu's cultivation grew by leaps and bounds, as if he received divine help. Plants assuming human form was the most difficult transformation out of all living beings in this world. However, the Tao of Heaven was fair. Once these spiritual plants succeeded in transforming, they would become extremely powerful existences. On the day when Qing Zhu truly assumed human form, the myriad beasts' demonic forest attracted dark clouds and thunder. Battered and exhausted, he was able to survive the tribulation and finally saw a different world. But he suddenly found out that he was a naked kid only a meter tall. Qing Zhu almost exploded with anger. He looked at the reflection in the lake in disbelief. That bamboo spirit was clearly tall and handsome as heck. How come it turned out like this when it got to him? Without waiting for Qing Zhu to recover, he met Lin Zan, a young master who came with the fifth elder to experience and train in the myriad beasts' demonic forest. At that time, Qing Zhu's teeth probably didn't even finish growing out yet, and he stared at the intruders with a pair of big watery eyes. When Lin Zan saw him, he thought that Qing Zhu was cute and amusing. He asked him for half a day but didn't even know where Qing Zhu's home was, so Lin Zan's heart itched with the desire to take Qing Zhu with him to the Lin family. Originally, Qing Zhu didn't want to pay attention to Lin Zan. He felt that he had lived for thousands of years and was already an adult. Although Lin Zan was taller and stronger than him, fundamentally, Lin Zan was truly still a kid. However, your dad gave me a roasted chicken leg, and I followed him. Qing Zhu said, blushing. He had always lived in one place. Where had he ever tasted such roasted flavors before? This first sensation was so rare. Moreover, in Qing Zhu's eyes at that time, there was no concept of good and bad people. In Qing Zhu's eyes, those who gave him food were good, so he was easily swindled by Lin Zan. Lin Xuanji was speechless for a while, but he couldn't help laughing. Unexpectedly, his dad knew how to swindle children from an early age. Although Qing Zhu had lived for so many years, spiritual plants all shared one common characteristic, which was a simple and pure personality. This was not only related to how they didn't ingest the human world's 5 grains and only drank morning dew, rain, and snow, but it was also because they lived quiet, lonely, and peaceful lives away from the dust of the mortal world for many years. Naturally, their hearts were free from dust and dirt, and they knew nothing about the ugliness of this world. Just like how Qing Zhu was tricked into following Lin Zan by a single chicken leg. If their situations were reversed, not only would Qing Zhu not know the same tricks that a young Lin Zan knew, but Lin Zan also wouldn't be coaxed away by a chicken leg. This was the difference between human beings and plant spirits. However, even after living in the human world with Lin Zan for so many years, Qing Zhu still didn't become a slippery character. His pair of eyes were still as clear as ever, and occasionally silver light patterns unique to inquiring immortals' grass would flash through his eyes. Qing Zhu spoke a lot about his past with Lin Zan. When he got to the end, Qing Zhu couldn't help sighing. I also blame myself for living for so many years in vain. The young master was like a brother and a father to me. Even if my cultivation was higher than his, he would still shelter me from the wind and rain and wouldn't let me touch any filthy matter, but I was still so easily deceived by Lu Mengqian. Lin Xuanji comforted, this is not your fault. Lu Mengqian has lived for many years and is also the head of a reclusive family. He even deceived my dad, not to mention brother Zuzi. However, I still don't understand. Why does he want to deceive you so much? Qingzu hesitated. He knows that my true form is an inquiring immortal's grass, and he just happened to urgently need inquiring immortal's grass. Yan Tianan was puzzled, but, if he wanted it, couldn't he directly bring it up with Dad or you and just make a business deal? There's no need to pretend to be immortal and cheat your feelings, is there? Chapter 328. Yan Tianan spoke bluntly and immediately struck the sore spot in Qingzhu's heart. However, Qingzhu was already numb and didn't actually feel his heart hurting. Instead, he gave an inscrutable chuckle. Of course it's simple if all he wanted was the inquiring immortal's grass. It's just that there was still karma between me and him from a long time ago. He came to demand the resolution to that karma. Since it was karma, it was only between the two of them. Qingzhu gently pressed his forehead and sighed. Things are a little complicated. I don't want to mention the messy past. I just feel that I've let Azan down. At that time, when he learned of Lu Mengqian's identity and purpose, he was filled with despair and fear. Lin Zan was the only person he could rely on in this world, so after he stabbed Lu Mengqian, he naturally returned to Lin Zan, whom he regarded as his closest relative. Qingzhu originally didn't want to mention the wretched things that happened with Lu Mengqian, but he didn't expect Lin Zan to see through his forced smile at a glance. Under Lin Zan's interrogation, Qingzhu told the whole story. Lin Zan suddenly flew into a rage. He was so angry that he was about to take his sword and fight Lu Mengqian to the death. However, he finally gave up that thought after Qingzhu threatened to run away from home and never come back. Lin Zan learned that Lu Mengqian was looking for Qingzhu, so he hid Qingzhu in a secret location and ordered that he could only come out when he had spent at least 10 years cultivating there. Qingzhu also suffered a great loss in vitality during that time, and his cultivation fell immensely. After Lin Zan promised that he would never go find trouble for Lu Mengqian, Qingzhu reluctantly nodded in agreement and entered secluded cultivation, his heart at ease. However, Qingzhu never thought that the reason Lin Zan promised to not look for Lu Mengqian was because he had plenty of ways to make Lu Mengqian come to him. Lu Mengqian asked Lin Zan to hand over Qingzhu, but Lin Zan mocked and ridiculed him, saying that he would never tell Lu Mengqian where Qingzhu was. In a fit of anger, Lu Mengqian set out to sabotage Lin Zan's private properties. Lin Zan had a quick mind and a wide range of friends in the East Continent. He even had the support of the Yuan family. Therefore, during the years when Lin Zan was present, his private properties were not severely damaged. He managed to avert disaster many times. Nobody knew what scruples Lu Mengqian held about Lin Zan's private properties, but he never overdid things or forced Lin Zan's businesses into a corner. He only repeatedly threatened and tempted Lin Zan, asking him to hand over Qingzhu. But later, something unexpected happened to Lin Zan. Lin Zan's private businesses had plummeted since then. I only realized that something was wrong a few months ago. Qingzhu was full of deep chagrin and knocked on the table feebly. Azan used to come to see me every other month or two, but I haven't seen him in the past 2 years. I wanted to go out to look for him, but Azan's paper crane came to see me on time in place of him and even said something about how he was going to tour the 5 continents these few years, so I shouldn't run around and should just wait for him to come back. At this point, Qingzhu almost choked up. He actually lied to me. If it weren't for me craving chicken legs and sneaking down the mountain one day to buy one, I wouldn't have known that such big changes happened to the Lin family. Lin Xuanji. Qingzhu indeed had a special complex regarding chicken legs. Yan Tianan felt sour inside. He raised his hand and wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand. He said with a sad face, "Dage, I also want to eat chicken legs." Lin Xuanji. Qingzhu. Feng Jingyu landed on the window. The 2 feathers on his head bounced. He leaned his head and drooled. Let's open a roasted chicken shop. Just listening to you talk about it is making me crave roast chicken legs too. The corners of Lin Xuanji's mouth twitched. Yan Tianan thought that this was a good idea. Qingzhu stood up at once and warily swept his eyes around. Who's talking? This childish voice that spoke in an adult tone was definitely unfamiliar to Qingzhu. He had always lived here and believed that he was the only living creature that could speak in this house. He thought that the other living creature, Feng Jingyu, couldn't speak. However, Qingzhu's impression of Feng Jingyu was still based on his favorite trick of teasing Ling Chigu by chirping non-stop. Qingzhu's line of sight fell on Feng Jingyu. Feng Jingyu flew to the table as he spoke sarcastically, "Fool." Sure enough, Monsters and spirits that transformed from natural plants are all as stupid as can be. Qing Zhu gasped and grabbed Feng Jingyu's small fat body. Feng Jingyu, your uncle, this bird gained intelligence? Qing Zhu asked. Feng Jingyu was squeezed so much that his eyes turned white, and he couldn't say anything even after opening his mouth. Yan Tianan covered his mouth and laughed. He could always speak, but he didn't dare to speak before, for fear of scaring brother Zuzi. His Qing Zhu gasped and murmured, "It's a bit ugly, but the feathers on its bottom and head are quite nice and can be torn off to make fans." Feng Jingyu, I'll greet your 18 generations of ancestors. You're ugly, your whole family is ugly. Ah, he actually wanted to pluck those feathers. This king will kill you with a mouthful of fire. Qing Zhu loosened his grip on Feng Jingyu and apologized slightly. Sorry, I was a bit excited. Feng Jingyu threw him a king's look of contempt as he rolled his eyes at Qing Zhu. Stupid as hell, deserved to be cheated. Feng Jingyu cursed. However, Qing Zhu had more energy now. He'd seldom seen a bird that could speak before it even obtained human form. He couldn't help poking Feng Jingyu with his finger a few times. What bird is this? How come I've never seen it before in the myriad beasts demonic forest? If I say it, I'll frighten you to death. Feng Jingyu spoke proudly. This king is the only phoenix in heaven and earth. Qing Zhu paused. Hermaphrodite. Feng Jingyu stumbled and fell onto the table. Don't tell me I'm wrong. The male is Feng and the female is Huang, but you are both Feng and Huang, so aren't you a hermaphrodite? Qing Zhu speculated as he explained rationally. Feng Jingyu beat the table angrily with his wings. Shut up, you think you know so much. You know nothing. Lousy as a boy. Qing Zhu was not angry either. He felt that this little bird was much more lovable than before when it only chirped incessantly. He was also extremely good-natured and didn't care what Feng Jingyu was saying at all. Compared to Qing Zhu's calm and friendly attitude, Feng Jingyu was about to explode with anger. Especially when Qing Zhu wanted to check whether he was a boy or a girl. Feng Jingyu jumped up and slapped his face with a wing, angrily shouting, "You rascal!" Qing Zhu stretched out 2 fingers with a smile and rubbed Feng Jingyu's head, smoothing out his feathers. Be good, children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Go and play with Aji first. I think you two get along pretty well. Feng Jingyu, you uncle. When this king broke through his shell, you were probably still a seed. However, when the figure of Ling Chigu appeared outside the window, Feng Jingyu fluttered his wings and flew out. Before flying out, Feng Jingyu mentioned, "It's better not to seek your own death before you're certain that you can beat your opponent." Qing Zhu, after Feng Jingyu left, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat awkward. Lin Xuanji coughed softly and broke the silence in the room. In fact, even if my dad's private businesses have a few arms temporarily cut off, they still won't have much impact on me. Even if Serene Herb Manor disappears, it can still be rebuilt. They didn't necessarily have to use any means possible to retaliate. Of course, if he could defeat Lu Mengchen, they wouldn't have to talk about anything else. Yan Tianan also acknowledged that they couldn't afford to provoke Lu Mengchen and nodded. I agree with Dage, we have so many other things to do, we can't waste all our time on this kind of person. Qing Zhu, however, slapped the table, his voice full of anger. It's not that simple. Not to mention the deep hatred between me and him, just from the things he did to Azan, this is certainly not over. I meant that we should temporarily let Lu Mengchen off the hook. It's still not too late to find him for revenge after we become more powerful in the future. Don't people say that, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge even after 10 years? Lin Xuanji tactfully suggested. Qing Zhu took a deep breath and stared at Lin Xuanji. Don't worry, I will let him spit out everything he ate up. Since his purpose is to find trouble for me, he shouldn't trouble you guys anymore as long as I appear in front of him. Brother Zuzi, what are you saying? Aren't you mocking me by saying this? Lin Xuanji interrupted Qing Zhu's words. I'm not worried that he will find trouble for me, but I am worried that his purpose is you. If you take the initiative to find him, that will just happen to suit his intentions, and he will never give up. Easily after that, a cold glint flashed through Qing Zhu's eyes, and he clenched his fist tightly. I have long been unable to take it easy with him. I'd like to see what he can do to me. Upon seeing this, Lin Xuanji wanted to speak but hesitated. He saw that Qing Zhu was burning with anger, whether because of Lin Zan or because of himself, so Qing Zhu probably would never easily swallow this grudge. It was useless to say more. In the end, Lin Xuanji could only say, if Brother Zuzi sees him, you don't have to compromise just because your cultivation is not as high. After all, His brother is still in my hands. At worst, he can still serve as a hostage. Yan Tianan looked up at Lin Xuanji. Dage, you've changed. You were not like this before. Lin Xuanji replied with profound meaning, special circumstances require special treatment. You can't use the method of a gentleman when dealing with hooligans. That's right. Qing Zhu was indignant and rolled up his sleeves. Lu Mengchen, that bastard, still dared to target Zhan behind my back. If he doesn't explain the matter regarding Serene Herb Manor clearly and compensate us for the losses we have suffered for so many years, I will go and kill his brother directly, wring his head off, and throw it to Lu Mengchen. We'll see who is more ruthless. Yan Tianan. He felt that his normally gentle Zuzi Gerger had also changed. He imagined the scene where Lu Jiaoyu's head was wrung off and immediately felt that Qing Zhu was so cruel. No matter whether it was cruel or not, Qing Zhu was determined to find trouble for Lu Mengchen. However, Qing Zhu did not intend to leave Profound City and go to the West Continent's Lu family's residence to court death. Instead, he decided to cut in from the side and cause great pandemonium in Yongtai Manor. First, in the next few days, Lin Xuanji, with Su Mo's recommendation, met with a bunch of important people, such as the president and vice president of East Continent's Merchants Guild, and he also paid official visits to the local bosses in Profound City, the Wu and Lu families. From the beginning to end, not only did Lin Xuanji assume the posture of a younger generation without any hint of arrogance when meeting his elders, but he also displayed his composure, generosity, and consideration, which won the hearts of many Merchant Guild members. At the very least, those who met him all praised him without cease and favored him. They were tempted to do business with Lin Xuanji. Not only was Lin Xuanji paving the road for the Lin family's businesses, but he also laid the foundation for his private businesses. After discussing the general direction of the Lin family's development, he also specially proposed his intention to join the Merchants Guild in his own name. The president of the Merchants Guild had a very good impression of Lin Xuanji, because of his talent in the craftsman's path. Naturally, he was happy to approve Lin Xuanji's request to personally join. 5 days later, Lin Xuanji's Pill Heart Pavilion, which specialized in selling finished pills, Yin Yang Studio, which specialized in selling refining materials and alchemy ingredients, and Heaven and Earth Pavilion, which specialized in selling finished weapons, opened in Profound City simultaneously. On this day, the president and vice president of the Merchants Guild, together with the head and wife of the largest family in Profound City, the Yuan family, as well as the local bosses, the Wu and Lu family heads, all came to congratulate him with gifts. This, together with the many discounts, naturally attracted the curiosity of many customers. Different from other families, whether it was the Pill Heart Pavilion, Yin Yang Studio, or the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, not only did they sell goods, but they also bought from customers too. Chapter 329. In the shops, a board with a special contract on it was set aside. The shop could write down the ingredients, medicinal pills, or magic treasures that it currently needed, and the commission price would be marked at the end. If someone was willing to take the job, they could take the contract and come to the shop to exchange it for money after the task was completed. At the same time, if guests had anything they wanted to find in the stores, they could also make a request, and the store would have a specialized person in charge of valuing the deal and forming the contract. Of course, these tasks assigned to the stores would be categorized into different levels. Lin Xuanji currently didn't have enough people, and he also needed to cooperate with the other families. Thus, he temporarily entrusted this part of the tasks to the Yuan and Duan families. He could even entrust the tasks to families on the other 4 continents that he could potentially do business with in the future. As a result, not only could Lin Xuanji save manpower and time on his side, but he could also establish business contacts with different families, strengthen ties, and not eat up all the profits alone. In this way, Lin Xuanji's private properties could develop more rapidly and steadily. However, this method, which seemed particularly novel to outsiders, completely revealed Lin Xuanji's ambition to develop his own mercenary group in the eyes of insiders. However, his current foundation was still very shallow, so it was necessary to quietly start from these medicinal pill shops and magic treasure shops. However, even if they could see through his intentions, these insiders still couldn't do anything. After all, Lin Xuanji's net worth was different now. Many families still needed to rely on him to acquire top-grade magic treasures. As for the entire Lin family's businesses, Lin Xuanji directly handed them over to Ji Lanjin to manage. After all, the Lin family had numerous businesses. Although these business lines weren't very original or creative, it was already as stable as a large ship, with its own set of operating systems, which couldn't easily be changed. Even the slightest change could cause problems to occur. Instead, it was better to continue to move forward steadily in accordance with the past methods. It was a lot safer this way. Before, many of Lin Zhan's private assets had already been in decline, but because Lin Zhan was kind and honest in his dealings, there were still many old-timers who followed him, even in this difficult environment. For example, there was Serene Herb Manor's Dong Ku in Purple City. Day after day, these loyal shopkeepers held fast to these gradually withering shops and refused to leave. Lin Xuanji asked Qing Zhu to inform these store managers and gather them in one of the most upscale restaurants in Profound City. He treated them to a grand feast and invited them to continue to stay and take care of these new shops, which were either newly opened or transformed from Lin Zhan's old shops. They would naturally receive preferential treatment with regards to benefits. These shopkeepers applauded one after another, and most expressed their willingness to continue to follow Lin Xuanji in those shops. Of course, there were also several people who had already planned to leave. Lin Xuanji did not insist on keeping them either. After giving these people a sum of money for their hard work and due remuneration over the past 2 years, the two sides peacefully ended the contract. This feast went from noon till midnight. When the meal ended, Lin Xuanji had already arranged specific shops for those who were willing to stay. They only needed to wait until tomorrow to get together again and elaborate on the business philosophy and points for attention. After that, they could rush directly to the shops they were in charge of and take office. Lin Xuanji did not arrange a room for himself in the restaurant. He preferred to sleep at home. Once they walked out of the restaurant's main door, Yan Tianan watched the various shopkeepers leave one after another. There was no one around anymore, so he quickly extended his hand to support Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji had drunk a lot of wine. Although the wine they drank today was the best spiritual wine from Heaven and Earth Winery and wouldn't easily harm his body, he would still get drunk if he drank too much. In order to show his sincerity, Lin Xuanji toasted and drank a glass of wine for every shopkeeper who was willing to join. He didn't seem drunk at all when in front of people in the restaurant. He talked and laughed, articulating his words clearly, which made people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. However, as soon as he left the restaurant door and nobody else was around, Lin Xuanji's intoxication became visible. "Let's go sit on the side for a while." One of Lin Xuanji's hands rested on Yan Tianan's shoulder, his voice somewhat hazy. Yan Tianan quickly supported Lin Xuanji to a small stone stool under a flowering tree by the roadside and sat down. He crouched down in front of Lin Xuanji and looked up at his face anxiously. "Dage, are you dizzy? Can you still walk? Otherwise, why don't we settle for a night at the nearby inn?" Lin Xuanji's pair of eyes were slightly moist as he gazed down at Yan Tianan's face, which was covered with cracks. He suddenly raised his hand and caressed Yan Tianan's face. Yan Tianan was startled by this sudden action, but he didn't move, allowing Lin Xuanji's fingers to touch his face and facial features. "Dage, how can my family's Ahen be so good-looking?" Lin Xuanji sighed. Yan Tianan stared blankly. He subconsciously wanted to feel his own face. But he didn't touch it, because Lin Xuanji's two palms held his face. His hand could only touch the back of Lin Xuanji's hand. Lin Xuanji wanted to hold Yan Tianan's hand, but Yan Tianan's hand exerted a little strength and pressed down Lin Xuanji's hand. Yan Tianan laughed. "I'm afraid that in this world, only Dage thinks I look good." Lin Xuanji just smiled at him and did not speak for a while. Yan Tianan felt that such a Lin Xuanji was really rare and smiled at him again. Lin Xuanji smiled for a long time, then he stopped smiling and sighed softly. "Ahen, you are fine now, and you will also be fine in the future." Yan Tianan nodded. "Of course I will be fine, so will Dage. Stay away from Lai Fenkong. He doesn't hold good intentions toward you." Yan Tianan thought, who is Lai Fenkong? He always felt that the name sounded quite familiar, but he shouldn't know this boy. No wait, how could he forget this guy who pretended to be mysterious? He once heard this name when he was on Yudai Mountain outside Sky Peak City. Horrified, cold sweat suddenly appeared on Yan Tianan's back. How did Lin Xuanji know this fellow's name? Yan Tianan asked tentatively, trying to probe for more information. "Dage, do you know who Lai Fenkong is?" Lin Xuanji lightly answered, "Demon Venerable, right? Is there anyone who doesn't know that?" Yan Tianan froze. "Demon Venerable? I didn't even know he was actually a Demon Venerable. Dage, how do you know?" Yan Tianan asked cautiously and uneasily. Lin Xuanji stared at him for a while, until Yan Tianan's scalp started tingling. Just when Yan Tianan thought that he had already sobered up, Lin Xuanji suddenly replied, "He's the one who pulled you into the demonic path." The more Yan Tianan listened to it, the more that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patiently explained, "Dage, that ghost masked man taught me how to cultivate the demonic path." Lin Xuanji shook his head, "I'm talking about the previous life." The previous life. More and more, he couldn't understand what Lin Xuanji was talking about. The night wind blew up, carrying wisps of coolness. Soul Plate shouted a few times in Lin Xuanji's mind, fearing that this boy would accidentally completely disclose all his secret cards. Although he didn't know what exactly Lin Xuanji did to Yan Tianan in his last life, but judging from Lin Xuanji's pained reaction whenever he mentioned it, it must be at least on the same level as the hatred from killing his wife and snatching his son. Moreover, Lin Xuanji absolutely didn't want Yan Tianan to know even a little about this. Perhaps because the night wind was too cold, or because Soul Plate's voice was too loud, or perhaps because his intoxication had already dissipated, Lin Xuanji's pair of eyes gradually cleared up. With a sudden jolt, he realized exactly what kind of stupid words he had uttered just now. Lin Xuanji immediately steadied his mind, took a deep breath, and pressed his forehead. "I am drunk today. If I said something that I shouldn't have said, Ahen may treat it as if I was dreaming and talking in my sleep." Yan Tianan, to actually be able to become this drunk, that's quite something. "Let's find an inn to rest first and go back tomorrow." Yan Tianan nodded, "Okay. How sober is Dage?" Lin Xuanji held out his hand and looked at his fingers. "It's okay. Holding a sword won't be a problem." Yan Tianan helped Lin Xuanji up, supporting some of his weight as they walked towards the nearest inn. Yan Tianan advised, "Dage, you should drink less wine in the future. If you drink too much, you'll end up talking nonsense." Lin Xuanji felt the same way. Moreover, most of the reason why he could sober up so quickly was that he'd been frightened by himself. His capacity for liquor was really shallow. Compared to Lin Zan's, it wasn't even worth mentioning. After only a few drinks, he had already started talking carelessly in front of Yan Tianan. If he had drunk a few more glasses or didn't sober up fast enough, it was too horrible to contemplate. Lin Xuanji slowly spat out the turbid qi. "I won't drink in the future." He didn't care about drinking, to begin with, and even avoided it somewhat as a taboo. He was a sword cultivator and needed to hold a sword. He must ensure that his hand was as steady as a mountain when he held the sword. Wine is the matchmaker for sex and a poison that pierces through the intestines. Lin Xuanji seldom drank alcohol before. Since then, he had kept a respectful distance from such things as wine. After Lin Xuanji became drunk, he slept for 2 days before waking up. Thanks to the strong wine, the other shopkeepers also woke up more or less around the same time, so this didn't delay anything. Lin Xuanji made an appointment for the same day and sat with these shopkeepers again to talk about the shop's opening and operation. Only this time, they did not choose to meet in a restaurant but found a quiet and elegant loft. After all, the shopkeepers had experience in management. Most of the shopkeepers could accept the more fashionable management methods proposed by Lin Xuanji, and when they found places he overlooked, they could also give him some suggestions in turn. Lin Xuanji understood very quickly and immediately adjusted his original business plan once he judged that these suggestions were feasible. Due to Lin Xuanji's attitude, these managers enthusiastically joined the discussion about improving the shops. After sipping morning tea, drinking afternoon tea, and even partaking in evening tea, the final business plan was finally formed. Lin Xuanji spoke some final words. "When managing stores in different locations, we should follow the saying, 'When in Rome, do as the Romans do,' so I give all the shopkeepers absolute power to take charge. You can make your own decisions on how to improve the development of the shop. But remember that business is based on sincerity. If you violate this sincerity, even if it is only once, then the shop will change managers." The shopkeepers hurriedly promised never to behave in such a way. Lin Xuanji cupped his hands at the shopkeepers. "Dear uncles, you are all old-timers who have been following my dad for a long time. Some of you are Lin family officials, but most of you are not. You may think that I am too young and inexperienced, or that it will be extremely difficult for me to develop independently from the Lin family and that the future is uncertain." Lin Xuanji looked around at them. "Therefore, I promise everyone today that even if the Lin family falls down one day, I, Lin Xuanji, will never fall down." As long as I am the Lin family's young master, the Lin family will not fall down either. The several shopkeepers all cheered and promised. Since I have chosen to go with young boss, I absolutely believe in young boss's ability and character. What young boss? Now it's time to address him as boss. On this point, boss can rest assured. When we followed young Master Zan back then, he was only your age. Speaking of this, it's been almost 30 years. At that time, young Master Zan was still a young boy. Yes, young Master Zan was in his prime. I didn't expect that when he faced our handful of old bones, he was still able to be polite and virtuous. Young Master Ching was only a little fellow at that time. He always held a tonghulu in his hand and followed Master Zan like a little tail. I still remember that scene clearly. Haha. A group of old fellows who fought with Lin Zan began to recall the beginning years with Lin Zan. Lin Xuanji listened quietly beside them, a slight smile on his face from time to time. Chapter 330. On the way back, Yan Tianan's expression seemed odd. Why doesn't your expression look good today? Lin Xuanji pinched Yan Tianan's face, who bullied my family's Ahen. Yan Tianan said with great solemnness, Dage, I have calculated that you have opened a total of 9 shops in the East Continent, 3 each for materials, medicinal pills, and equipment. Not to mention the steep rental cost. Also, the purchase of those goods is a huge expense. Dage, you never asked me for any money from beginning to end. I remember that the money on you was almost spent last time when you bought things for my master. Moreover, this is your private property. The Lin family will definitely not pay for it. Lin Xuanji suddenly understood what Yan Tianan had been doing with his fingers all day long. He couldn't help but laugh. Why do I need to use your money? My dad left behind a lot of money, and I borrowed some money from the currency shop. Besides, of these 9 shops, 6 are shops left behind by my dad that have been rebuilt and reopened. It won't cost me much money. Yan Tianan still pouted. You don't let me worry about anything and tell me nothing. I always feel left out. I'd like to help you too, but you've done everything yourself. When you were talking about business with those elders and uncles, I couldn't understand anything and give any inputs. Lin Xuanji soothed Yan Tianan's head, who said you can't give any inputs. These things are too jumbled and time-consuming, but they aren't too high in technical content. I don't want you to bother with them. However, these properties are the only ones out in the light. Some of our businesses in the dark will be put on the agenda. At that time, I want you to come into contact with these things. Yan Tianan came to his senses and looked at Lin Xuanji with burning eyes. What are these businesses in the dark? For example, scouting for information, accepting tasks, etc. Lin Xuanji explained. Yan Tianan's eyes brightened. It sounds very technical. Lin Xuanji nodded. It definitely is. Yan Tianan was immediately happy. It seems that in my Dage's heart, I am indeed a smart person suitable for solving such high-end affairs. I misunderstood my Dage. Lin Xuanji, as long as you're happy. Yan Tianan suddenly became excited. Speaking of scouting for information, Mao Mao especially has potential. He can understand bird language, and he's also the king of birds. He said that when he was in the 9 lands, he was in control of all of the information in the world. Although he can't do that now, he can still understand bird language. Oh, I also think that brothels are good gathering places for information. The stories I listened to said that a lot of rumors leak from the pillow side. So how about we also open a brothel? Lin Xuanji smiled and cast Yan Tianan a sideways glance. You're very clear about this. Yan Tianan patted his chest proudly. Of course. I've seen a lot. You know a lot about brothels, yet you still feel quite proud. Immediately, Yan Tianan cheekily smiled and blinked innocently at Lin Xuanji. Yuyong Gerger told me. Lin Xuanji laughed. Ha ha ha. Duan Yuyong, who was far away in Breaking Sword Peak, sneezed and felt inexplicable chills run up his spine. What, you want to commandeer this king to be your scout? Feng Jingyu stared at Lin Xuanji in shock. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Otherwise, there was something wrong with Lin Xuanji's head. Of course, Lin Xuanji's brain was more likely to have problems. Lin Xuanji's expression was as usual. I think His Majesty the West Monarch has great experience in this field. After all, he is in charge of all birds, and birds are good at scouting for information. Feng Jingyu slapped the teacup in front of Lin Xuanji and jumped angrily. I am the Grand West Monarch for the time being, however, you're freeloading. Lin Xuanji calmly replied. Feng Jingyu choked. Although he was a freeloader, He didn't only freeload. Feng Jingyu's momentum was a bit weak, but he still retorted, I don't eat much. Plus, I'm so small, won't your conscience hurt if you make me do hard labor? Lin Xuanji smiled, although you're small, the amount spent on you is the largest. You won't drink anything other than water from the sweet springs and won't eat anything other than the fruit produced from bamboo. The bamboo you consume and the spring water you drink cost nearly 20 gold a day. Feng Jingyu's momentum completely weakened. He chirped twice and said with many grievances, isn't it only 20 gold? When this king was in the West Imperial Palace, the daily expenses were calculated by spirit stones. Lin Xuanji just smiled and stared at him, saying nothing. Feng Jingyu withered. In other words, Feng Jingyu's expenses were bigger than any of them. Although Feng Jingyu had no father or mother since he was a child, he hadn't suffered at all with regards to food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Although he was now down and out, he still brought along his former habits. On the bright side, Feng Jingyu didn't care much about anything except eating. However, his daily food consumption alone was not something ordinary people could afford. Those bamboo fruits and spring water must be bought through special channels. Ignoring the expensive price for now, if the quality wasn't good, then Feng Jingyu wouldn't eat it as a result. Lin Xuanji could only choose spring water and bamboo fruits of the best quality for him, sharply increasing the cost. But in reality, Feng Jingyu couldn't be blamed for being picky about food. It was indeed true that he could only eat this kind of thing in order to maintain his body's spiritual qi and normal physical strength. In addition, it was to recover his cultivation as early as possible. Feng Jingyu bitterly stated, I really can't just freeload. Although I eat a lot, I've calculated that compared to those magic treasures on Ahen, even a fraction of what I've spent isn't as costly. Lin Xuanji said unfathomably, the only one who can freeload is Ahen. Do you want to replace him? Feng Jingyu shuddered, no, absolutely not. Don't assume that a honey trap will work on me. Even if you look good, you're not my type. Lin Xuanji airily replied, I know. Ling Chigu's your type. Feng Jingyu suddenly froze. Lin Xuanji went on, what? Am I wrong? Feng Jingyu blushed, clawing at the tabletop as he refuted angrily, rubbish, only a ghost would like Ling Chigu, that dead fool who only knows how to be stupidly loyal. Don't play matchmaker for this king. Oh. Lin Xuanji answered coldly, I saw you lean close to him every day and thought you liked him. Feng Jingyu took a deep breath, don't talk nonsense. This king just thinks he is so stupid and looks funny, so I teased him. What liking him? How can this king like him, a bastard whose entire brain is full of shit? Bastard. The way Lin Xuanji looked at Feng Jingyu was more profound. Feng Jingyu chirped twice and pretended to be stupid. After jumping a few times, Feng Jingyu collapsed on the table, cursing, bitch it's too embarrassing and stupid. It's just trying to scout information for you. What's the big deal? Lin Xuanji curled his lips up, this would have been resolved faster if only you agreed earlier. Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes at Lin Xuanji, however, this king will return to the West Land sooner or later. At that time, aren't you afraid that I will run away with your men? You are quite at ease with me. It will be sooner or later. Lin Xuanji didn't take it seriously, we'll leave the Nine Lands matters for when we actually arrive at the Nine Lands. I don't believe you can cause any big waves. After all, Ling Chigu's current contract is with Ahen, and he is bound to follow Ahen. Feng Jingyu jumped up at once, his eyes flashing a golden flame. He stared at Lin Xuanji and said with an aura totally inconsistent with his voice, what do you know? Lin Xuanji went on calmly, what do you have to be nervous about? I just accidentally saw you secretly peck Ah Gu's mouth with yours. Feng Jingyu, this motherfucking $%. Feng Jingyu wanted to give Lin Xuanji a middle finger of contempt, but his claws were not as flexible as human hands. Feng Jingyu didn't want to listen to Lin Xuanji, if you want to know something, just ask this king directly. If this king is in a good mood, I'll help you. Lin Xuanji nodded, in addition, I will send someone to be responsible for this together with you in a few days. Feng Jingyu was shocked, who? Do I know him? Lin Xuanji replied, you shouldn't know him, but you will soon. You don't say. Lin Xuanji smirked, I hope you can finish teaching him as soon as possible so that you can be free. Feng Jingyu snorted contemptuously, this king's West Imperial Palace boasts knowing everything about the world, which is even better than those prophet family disciples. There's nothing that this king doesn't know in the Nine Lands, but this king can only achieve such a situation thanks to the unique talents of the Bird clan. This is absolutely beyond human learning. You want him to learn my skills 100%, but that is impossible. The bird clan had small bodies, and there wasn't anywhere that they couldn't sneak into. Their numbers were large and also weren't easy to detect, which gave them the natural advantage when scouting for information. The reason why Feng Jingyu was able to control information from the imperial court all the way to the countryside was thanks to the bird clan's advantages. Lin Xuanji didn't worry about it. In order to gather information, one must find out who to look for, how to find out the connection between these people, how to establish such a network, how to connect between each contact point, etc. These are all crucial details. Human beings have their own ways of getting information. I don't need him to learn the bird language. Feng Jingyu tutted, this is a technical job. My spies in the Western Palace were handed down from the West monarchs through the ages and cannot be easily copied. However, this king would like to see how long and how far you want to build your intelligence network. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly, it should not disappoint you. Feng Jingyu replied, anyone can talk big. If you can't get them done when the time comes, then it's you who will be humiliated. Lin Xuanji thought, he's standing on the shoulders of his predecessors to walk forward. If he can't even do this much, then he probably won't even have the qualifications to go to the Nine Lands. Lin Xuanji nodded and suddenly changed the subject, which clan's cultivation method is the Teal Lotus 9 styles. Feng Jingyu was shocked for a moment. Then his eyes sank and he cocked his head, I won't tell you. Lin Xuanji pursed his lips, you don't know, do you? Feng Jingyu exclaimed, bullshit, how can I not know? Everyone in the Nine Lands knows whose clan that belongs to. So, the Teal Lotus 9 styles really comes from the Nine Lands. Feng Jingyu, mother, you set this king up. Feng Jingyu said vaguely, it doesn't matter even if I tell you. The core secret manual of the East Lands Zan clan is this Teal Lotus 9 styles. However, the East Kingdom has always had little contact with the outside world, and the palace of the Zan clan's East Sovereign is also in the secluded Mist Sea Immortal Island, so I don't know much more about the Teal Lotus 9 styles. However, Feng Jingyu blinked, it's said that 20 years ago, the Zan clan issued an Azure Flame order saying that the Teal Lotus 9 styles enshrined in the Zan clan ancestral hall was stolen and they were paying a heavy reward for the thief. However, the thief appeared to have disappeared without a trace. Now the price of the Azure Flame order is as high as tens of thousands of spirit stones. Chapter 331. Lin Xuanji glanced at Feng Jingyu, what is the Azure Flame order? Feng Jingyu explained, the Scarlet Kill order is a kill order. One has to return with the target's soul or head back to complete it. The Azure Flame order is just the opposite, it only wants the target's whereabouts but not their life, and it even has some protective intentions. If you find the whereabouts, but the target is dead, then not only will there be no money, but perhaps the employer might also take your life in a fit of anger. Lin Xuanji pondered on this, I see. Feng Jingyu leaned over, why did you suddenly ask about the Teal Lotus 9 styles? Don't tell me that your dad really stole this secret manual. Lin Xuanji's heart was startled but he told Feng Jingyu expressionlessly, could it be that you've already suspected that my father had stolen it earlier? Feng Jingyu blurted out, this isn't a question of whether I suspect him or not. Everyone in the Nine Lands knows that Lin Zan put a giant green hat on that one's head in the Zan clan and stole the secret manual, running away with someone else. However, that person has never come forward to clarify, so no one is sure of the truth. Lin Xuanji's eyes flashed a dark light, my biological father is a member of the Zan clan in the East Kingdom. Feng Jingyu was suddenly shocked and he jumped around while scolding, your mother, you actually said up lousy's words too shameless when you go out, don't tell others I said this, or else you'll never see the last of me. After roaring that, Feng Jingyu flapped his wings and immediately flew out. Although there had been rumors in the Nine Lands that Lin Zan had put a green hat on Zan Wushi's head, one glance at Lin Xuanji's face would prove that he was Zan Wushi's biological son. Lin Xuanji clenched his fist, his expression a bit ugly. The Teal Lotus 9 styles, the lotus flower imprint in Lin Zan's body, and Feng Jingyu's words just now all implied the identity of his other father. Zan clan. Lin Xuanji never imagined that his father would be a member of the Zan clan, the clan that formerly ruled the Nine Lands' royal heavenly capital. Moreover, Feng Jingyu dared not even call his name directly, only calling him that person, which was enough to show the status of that person. He was so supreme that even his name was taboo. Lin Xuanji felt a mix of joy and sorrow. He was happy because if he really was the sovereign of the East Kingdom, maybe Lin Zan wouldn't have any worries about his life and wouldn't be bullied over there. What worried him was what the hell was the deal with Lin Zan putting a green hat on that one and then eloping with another person. No ruler, or in other words, no man could tolerate being seen as a cuckold husband by others. It was a great shame. He was certain that Lin Zan had indeed ran away and stolen the Teal Lotus 9 styles, but being unfaithful to him. It was hard to say. Lin Xuanji felt a headache coming. He imagined what he would do with Ah Hen after catching him back if Yan Tianan was unfaithful to him and eloped with someone else. Lin Xuanji became slightly relieved when he finally figured it out. Just keep him in captivity. If you hit him, you'll feel distressed. If you kill him, that's just impossible. So it would be best to just lock him up for a few years so that he had no temper left. And while you're at it, kill the adulterer too. Hence, even though Lin Xuanji had never seen his biological father before, he was unexpectedly synchronized with his own father's thoughts. Knowing where his biological father probably came from did not change anything for Lin Xuanji. He still needed to cultivate every day, and inspect the shops under his name. Occasionally, he would have to craft magic treasures entrusted to him through various channels by the family disciples whom he had met at the 100 Families gathering. Lin Xuanji was actually very rich, though he had never said anything about it to Yan Tianan. Since he returned from Sky Peak City, the business of crafting magic treasures had never stopped. Most of the disciples of those aristocratic families were also rich and were willing to sell Lin Xuanji a favor. Therefore, no one asked to cut down Lin Xuanji's price, nor would they back off on sending the remaining money. However, Lin Xuanji's cash flow had been moving at a fast rate. Both his earnings and expenditure were on par, causing him to not be able to save any money. Yan Tianan originally had a lot of money, which had all been stored in the treasure card given to him by Lin Xuanji's third elder martial sister. However, after scraping together all of the things that esteemed Yu wanted, Yan Tianan had yet again become a poor man. Coming out of the bank, Yan Tianan looked morosely at Lin Xuanji. "Dage, I have only 300 pieces of gold left." Lin Xuanji patted Yan Tianan's head. "Don't be sad. At least you still have 300 pieces of gold. I only have 1/10 of yours. I really want to cry. What should I do?" Yan Tianan asked. "How did this happen?" Lin Xuanji explained. "When your expenses exceed your earnings, no matter how much money you have, it wouldn't be able to handle your expenditures." Yan Tianan sniffed. "Can there be any worse news?" "Yes." Lin Xuanji nodded. "I still owe the bank 10 million gold." Yan Tianan was completely shocked. He suspected that he was dreaming now. However, Lin Xuanji's following words completely woke him up from his dreams. "The interest is 10,000 gold a day." Lin Xuanji continued. "Furthermore, this interest is the preferential interest that Uncle Su helped me attain. Without Uncle Su, the interest would be 50,000 pieces of gold each day." With a cry of grief, Yan Tianan nearly fainted and he said bitterly, "Oh my god, what a huge sum of money, just kill me." Lin Xuanji spoke soothingly. "It's alright. We'll slowly pay it back." The businesses under his name had a large daily income, which was enough to support the repayment of debts and basic operations. On top of that, Lin Xuanji's most profitable businesses were not those displayed on the surface. Yan Tianan, who had tears streaming down his face, looked at Lin Xuanji. "Dage, are there any profitable tasks within the sect at the moment? Let's go find a quest to do quickly." Lin Xuanji chuckled. "How much will you be able to earn like that?" "I'm not saying this to make you feel burdened and stressed. Sooner or later, we'll be able to earn the money. I was just afraid that you'd be paranoid and accuse me of not letting you know of the situation and excluding you from it." Yan Tianan trembled. "No, Dage, I now think that my heart may not be able to bear it well. It is better for you to exclude me from such things in the future. Please don't tell me." Lin Xuanji, "My younger brother is really difficult to serve. Master, I have decided that from today on, I will practice alchemy for 16 hours a day." Yan Tianan stood in front of esteemed Yu and declared with a voice full of energy. Esteemed Yu had been eating a fruit when he heard this, and was greatly moved. "You have finally come to realize the gap between you and Lin Xuanji and hope to catch up with him, right?" Yan Tianan shook his head and stared suspiciously at esteemed Yu. "Master, how can you think of such unrealistic things? Even if I practice for 24 hours a day, it's still impossible for me to catch up with my Dage. Then why are you suddenly so motivated?" Yan Tianan raised his finger seriously. "I'm going to pay my Dage's debts on his behalf, so I must be able to refine and sell pills as soon as possible. Esteemed Yu, what the hell? Wasn't this Lin Xuanji's responsibility as the head of the family to support Yan Tianan and provide him with a luxurious life? Why is it that he still needs Yan Tianan to help out with the family expenses as well? No, wait a minute, since when did I admit that Lin Xuanji was the head of the family? Stop right there. Esteemed Yu internally spat on himself for a moment and reined in on this dangerous thought, pushing it to the back of his mind. By the way, Master, I have also decided that starting today, I will cultivate for 16 hours a day. Yan Tianan vowed, I've thought it through. Even if it's demonic cultivation, it doesn't matter. There are also good demons amongst demons, and bad people amongst people, so it shouldn't be generalized. Esteemed Yu barely managed to motivate himself again. He stared at Yan Tianan with burning eyes. Ah hen, you finally don't have any prejudice against demons. Nope, Yan Tianan replied without any hesitation, I still have some biases, but my Dage said that he doesn't care if I cultivate the demonic path. Moreover, I must improve my cultivation as soon as possible so that I can protect Dage. In my opinion, that's the most important, the rest is nothing. Esteemed Yu, he was so angry that he wanted to spit out blood. Lin Xuanji this, Lin Xuanji that. Every time he opened his mouth, it was always him. When it came to his cultivation, it was unbelievable that Yan Tianan's change in attitude towards demonic cultivation was actually due to Lin Xuanji's influence. How frustrated and resentful Yu was. Esteemed Yu could not help but sourly remark, you're really considerate of your older brother. Yan Tianan said proudly, of course, to me, my Dage is the most important person. Yu could not help but receive a devastating blow when he heard the title the most important person. He sneered, what has your older brother ever done that made you take such a fancy to him? My Dage is very kind to me. Yan Tianan answered, I don't see it. Yu looked at him askance. Don't forget, previously that boy shut himself in secluded cultivation for a whole month and didn't even give you a greeting. He made you worry for so long. My Dage said it was beyond human control, so I don't blame him. Yan Tianan replied, no matter what good things he has, he would always think of me first and has even given me so many magic treasures. By the way, Master, let me show you this thing at first. Esteemed Yu was coming up with all kinds of disdainful words while waiting for Yan Tianan to take out that item. He had been so tempted to blurt them out without a pause. However, once he saw the triangular pill furnace with 6 openings wrapped in purple 5 poison vines, he choked them back all at once. His eyes were glued to this pill furnace. He took it and asked with astonishment, a poison pill furnace treasure tool? Yan Tianan nodded excitedly, yes, my Dage spent a whole month crafting it specially for me. Tell me, do you think he is especially good to me? Esteemed Yu's hand touched this poison pill furnace and felt the unique quality and texture of a top-grade treasure tool. Esteemed Yu was knowledgeable, but he still couldn't help but be surprised. Is this really a top-grade treasure tool? Yes, my Dage is really amazing. Lin Xuanji crafted this himself. Esteemed Yu simply couldn't believe it. Of course, Yan Tianan replied, my Dage said that we could only afford to buy the materials for crafting a pill furnace but not a finished pill furnace, so we could only craft one ourselves. Esteemed Yu, it turned out that those craftsmen he had met in the 9 lands were only a bit worse than Lin Xuanji, because their living conditions were not as bad or poor enough as expected. His wealth limited his imagination. Sometimes, the rich had their own problems. Raising a son in an impoverished environment undoubtedly has its benefits. When he returns to the 9 lands one day, he must spread this idea far and wide, to prevent the descendants of the 9 lands from not wanting to make progress earnestly. Yan Tianan bitterly looked at esteemed Yu, Master, if it weren't for you requesting my Dage for so many things, he would definitely have gone to an auction house instead. Esteemed Yu scrubbed his face and pretended to act calm, you must trust your master. Even if your Dage bought a pill furnace from the auction, it definitely wouldn't be as good as this. Master, you misunderstood me. Yan Tianan sighed and corrected sadly, I just feel so distressed for my Dage. If the pill furnace could be bought, he wouldn't have to work so hard for a whole month to craft it. Esteemed Yu, he may need to take some medicine. Otherwise, he estimated that if he continued this conversation with Yan Tianan, he'd be so angry that his blood vessels would burst, leading to his death. Chapter 332. In order to avoid hearing what he shouldn't or didn't want to hear, esteemed Yu hurriedly interjected before Yan Tianan could speak, since we now have a suitable pill furnace, let's get straight to it. Master will now teach you how to refine pills. Yan Tianan nodded excitedly. Yes, I want to learn quickly, so I can exchange them for money and help my Dage pay his debts quickly. Esteemed Yu took a deep breath and tried to ignore Lin Xuanji's existence as much as possible. Refining poison pills is actually very simple. I'll refine them later and you can just watch. Oh, by the way, are you proficient in the simplest set of alchemist hand seals from the profound book of poisons? Yan Tianan nodded. Last month, I practiced it hundreds of times every day. Naturally, I can now fluently pull it off from memory, even if I'm upside down. At last, esteemed Yu was somewhat satisfied. That's more like it. If one heard the dialogue between the master and disciple, one would be so shocked as to drop their jaw. Alchemy was an especially difficult path. Even if the master taught the disciple by hand, it would usually take at least 3 to 5 months for the disciple to get started. However, esteemed Yu said that Yan Tianan could learn after only watching him refine once, and Yan Tianan actually didn't even think there was anything wrong with that. Esteemed Yu turned and walked towards the back mountain. There is a secret chamber here, which is used especially for closed-door cultivation. You can also use it as an alchemist's room. Compared to other places, the spiritual chi here is much stronger. Moreover, it's very quiet, suitable for alchemy. Yan Tianan nodded. Master, if I need spiritual herbs, can I get it directly from the spiritual herb field? Esteemed Yu replied, are you joking? Do you still plan on going down the mountain to buy it? Yan Tianan touched his nose and felt a little happy, but the spiritual herbs here belong to profound sky sect. I'm just worried about setting up a bad example. Some people might say I'm just filling up my pockets. Esteemed Yu occupied such a large mountain. Of course, it wasn't for nothing. He had to grow spiritual herbs for profound sky sect every day. This piece of spiritual herb field was said to be his, but it wasn't his entirely. After all, every peak would send disciples to collect the next month's spiritual herbs, and it definitely wasn't a small number. If esteemed Yu couldn't supply them by the appointed time, it would be awkward. Taking into consideration Yan Tianan's previous experience of exploding furnaces, Yan Tianan was very worried about his own ability. He wasn't sure how many spiritual plants would be wasted this time. Esteemed Yu waved his hand sharply. You're already my disciple. What are you afraid of? These spiritual plants are kept for fun when I'm happy. When I'm not happy, no one dares to trouble me even if I were to burn them all down. Aren't you just using some herbs? Do you think they don't have to pay when I send them so many pills every month? Yan Tianan was shocked. Master, you even need to give them pills? Ah. He had never seen it before. Esteemed Yu grumpily said, stupid. What do you think I've been doing in my room every day? Yan Tianan immediately felt a strong sense of guilt. He'd always thought that esteemed Yu had been the kind of person who spent his days leisurely and did nothing. Unexpectedly, he actually misunderstood him. My bad. My bad. Yan Tianan asked curiously, Master, how many pills do you refine for them every month? After thinking about it, esteemed Yu answered, 10 or so, I guess. Ah, so little. Yan Tianan was surprised. Don't just look at the quantity. The pills I make can't be compared to those from rotten streets. Esteemed Yu rolled his eyes. Most of the pills I create are profound level pills. What I refine depends on what the sect needs at the moment. Yan Tianan gasped with a hiss, and murmured, profound level pills. Master, you're really powerful. If you sell them, you can earn at least 100,000 gold per pill. Esteemed Yu. Why was his family's Ahen such a money grubber? It must have been inherited by Yan Zhonghua. That bastard. Esteemed Yu complained secretly over and over again until his heart was satisfied. What is a mere profound level pill? Master can even make earth level pills. Yan Tianan was taken aback. Didn't people say that alchemist Zhongli of Sky Peak sect is the only one who can refine pills at the earth level? He's still got a long way to go. Yu said indifferently, there's not a single true earth level pill in the whole 5 continents unless it was brought from outside. When an earth level pill is made, its energy is no less than that of earth realm cultivators ascending. Therefore, it's impossible to make even one in the 5 continents. Yan Tianan was completely puzzled. But the pill that Mao Mao swallowed before was refined by Zhongli and it was an earth-level pill. Mao Mao. Esteemed Yu looked askance at Yan Tianan. You mean that bird you're raising? Yan Tianan nodded. Esteemed Yu replied, what he swallowed was, at most, only a fake earth-level pill. Yan Tianan was unconvinced. but Mao Mao was put in a coma for several months. Esteemed Yu explained upright and vigorously, it's precisely because the pill is a fake Earth level that there are several messy side effects. The higher the level of a pill, the stronger its effects. If you swallow one now, you'll explode and die immediately. Where's the chance of you falling into a coma? Yan Tianan was still not convinced, because his family's Mao Mao was not an ordinary person. He was a phoenix, a spitting fire kind of phoenix which could easily burn prairies. Perhaps Yan Tianan's expression was so obvious that Esteemed Yu looked at him and asked, "Are you trying to say that your bird is different?" Yan Tianan nodded. Mao Mao is much more powerful than other birds. Come on, Esteemed Yu said, in this world, there's no bird more powerful than the phoenix. Even if a phoenix swallowed an Earth-level pill directly, it would never sleep for several months. Yan Tianan, but Mao Mao was a phoenix. Yan Tianan refused to accept this. If a phoenix doesn't sleep for several months after swallowing an Earth-level pill, what else could he do? I think it'll rage and spew fire everywhere. Esteemed Yu didn't know and touched his chin. That guy himself is an immortal firebird, to begin with. After swallowing such a strong pill, he would most likely be even more irritable. He'll probably burn himself as soon as he gets angry. Yan Tianan, how brutal. However, since Esteemed Yu said that, Yan Tianan began to be swayed, pondering whether the pill Zhongli Shen refined was actually a real Earth-level pill or not. Master. Yan Tianan looked at Yu and sighed, so, you've indeed been to the 9 lands before. Esteemed Yu, shit, he'd been careless. Esteemed Yu, caught lying, grimaced, so what if I've been to the 9 lands? Don't think you can get carried away and show off that you have a great master who has been to the 9 lands. Although, it really is worth showing off. Yan Tianan, why did he have to expose him? Why did he think his master would feel guilty and embarrassed for deceiving him? Why was it that after such a long time, he still forgot how shameless his master could be? It's my fault, it's all my fault. Before entering that secluded secret chamber in the back mountain with Yan Tianan, Esteemed Yu stopped and gazed at him deeply. You're certain that you want to cultivate for 16 hours a day and practice alchemy for 16 hours a day? Yes. Yan Tianan nodded and said sadly, I must make the most of my time. The idea is good, but... Esteemed Yu narrowed his eyes and suspiciously asked, there are only 24 hours a day. Where are you going to get me another 8 hours? Yan Tianan, it seemed that this was indeed true. Yan Tianan was in disorder. Why didn't he think of that before? QAQ. No matter how many hours there were in a day, Esteemed Yu was very satisfied with the change in Yan Tianan. Of course, if Yan Tianan's change had nothing to do with Lin Xuanji, it would have been perfect for Esteemed Yu. But what could he do? Esteemed Yu closed the door of the secret chamber. The secret chamber was not large, but as he said before, the spiritual qi was very rich, so it was very advantageous to refine pills here. The wall was inlaid with luminous pearls, which brightened the place even without candles. Esteemed Yu sat down with his legs crossed and conveniently took out several kinds of alchemy spiritual plants from his storage ring. Refining pills didn't only require spiritual plants, but at times special materials, such as the 5 toxins, parts of demonic beasts, and even demonic beat cores, were used. However, the most basic ones were spiritual plants for alchemy. Esteemed Yu asked, do you recognize these spiritual plants? Yan Tianan nodded, yes. Yan Tianan quickly recited the names of these spiritual plants, and also their various uses and properties according to the Book of Profound Book of Poisons. After hearing this, Esteemed Yu nodded his head, not bad. All the spiritual plants in this world can be refined into medicine pills and poison pills. It all depends on how the alchemist refines them. Looking at Yan Tianan, Esteemed Yu continued, do you know why others say that alchemists are the worst kind of people to provoke? Yan Tianan thought for a moment, because rare things are valuable and there are few alchemists. Absolutely wrong. So what if there aren't many alchemists? When we meet those powerful people, these rarest things are just plain and simple in their eyes. The most important reason why people dare not offend alchemists is because if an alchemist adds a little bit of seasoning to the pill during the process of refining, outsiders wouldn't be able to tell, but if they swallow it, it may lead to a disaster. Yan Tianan was suddenly enlightened, so that's it. Esteemed Yu curled his lips, of course. What's so rare about this? That's why all the aristocratic families would raise their own alchemists. They would rather spend a lot of money and invite an alchemist to be their house guest than save the money and put themselves at risk. Yan Tianan yearned for it longingly. If he became a famous alchemist, he would be able to help his Dage win over the aristocratic families. However, Yan Tianan suddenly thought of something. But didn't Master say that I can only be a poison master, and that it won't be easy for me to be an alchemist? Yan Tianan's disappointment was beyond words. Esteemed Yu raised one side of his lips in a profound smile. A poison master is more sought after than a medicine master. For large families, it's more important to have a poison master, who can judge whether there is a problem with foreign pills by their nose and hands alone, than have 10 alchemists around. Amongst a family's guests, a poison master is deemed as the most top-level existence across the entire 9 lands. Yan Tianan instantly felt his heart surging, as if he had successfully reached the peak of his life. Alright, I'm going to start refining now. You can watch. Esteemed Yu began performing the simplest set of alchemist hand seals. Yan Tianan reacted. Wait. Esteemed Yu glanced at him and said darkly, if you dare open your mouth again when I'm in the process of refining pills, be careful of your skin. Yan Tianan made a frightened gesture. Master, you forgot to take out a pill furnace. Why don't I lend you my xianxia first? What the hell is xianxia? Yan Tianan brought out his own pill furnace, this one. You see, there's a vine wrapped around the body. That's why I named it xianxia. Esteemed Yu. Fortunately, I didn't let Yan Tianan name himself back then. Chapter 333. Esteemed Yu glanced sideways at Yan Tianan, pride and satisfaction faintly apparent in his gaze. When your master refines pills, he doesn't need to use a pill furnace. Yan Tianan was dumbfounded. Ah, how are you able to practice alchemy without using a pill furnace? Just watch. Esteemed Yu's fingers sped up and his previously half-lidded eyes had completely changed. Yan Tianan could see that a purple fire mark floated between his eyebrows and a purple flame suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. Yan Tianan exclaimed, wow, this was actually one of the rarest flames found in heaven and earth. Although Yan Tianan didn't know the name of this unique fire, it didn't stop him from flooding his entire mind with thoughts of, what the fuck, Esteemed Y is so powerful, he doesn't even need a furnace to refine pills. He can just use this rare flame to refine them. For Esteemed Y, he reckoned he could refine such a simple medicinal pill with his eyes closed, so he didn't have the slightest sense of crisis. Instead, he slowed down his speed, in order to let Yan Tianan watch clearly how he refined it. The unique flame was burning and spinning, changing from big to small, bright then dark. Yan Tianan only thought that Yu's hand seals were very beautiful, as if they were flowing clouds and waters. While his slender fingers moved as though they were dancing, some of the spiritual herbs had already turned into juice, some into ashes, while others were refined to become either heavier or lighter. However, the commonality throughout all this was the steady, ceaseless flow of spiritual qi and yin qi. Yin qi. Yan Tianan thought he was sensing it wrongly, but wisps of aura coming from Esteemed Yu had made him detect something which was both familiar and strange. That must have been yin qi. Yan Tianan didn't know why, but he was a little excited. He was full of doubts that he wished to query. However, he kept in mind the advice of Esteemed Yu to not disturb him during the process of refining pills. He reluctantly suppressed the urge to ask and carefully observed Esteemed Yu's alchemist hand seals and how to lead the spiritual qi into the pill. It was not long before Esteemed Yu completed the seals and withdrew the unique flame. He then held out a round medicinal pill in his hand. Yan Tianan gaped. That's it. Esteemed Yu replied, it's been an hour and only a primary level pill has been refined. How long do you think this should take? Yan Tianan took the pill and examined it carefully. He couldn't help but be amazed. A top-grade hardened body pill. Why are you making such a big fuss? It's as if you haven't seen one before. Yes, this is merely a hardened body pill. Don't act as if you've just seen a divine level pill, Esteemed Yu said with some disdain. Yan Tianan touched his nose and felt that he was indeed overreacting. However, he still couldn't contain his excitement. Just an hour, master, you are truly powerful. If I were to swallow this pill, I would surely be in the hardened body stage by now. Don't treat pills like candies. Esteemed Yu retorted, sweeping over Yan Tianan with his phoenix eyes. Although this medicinal pill has no side effects and has a 100% success rate, you have to be aware that on this road of cultivation, higher cultivation doesn't necessarily mean more strength. If you only have high cultivation but no actual combat experience, you would just be a beautiful flower vase that can be killed as soon as you encounter danger. Yan Tianan sighed and reluctantly averted his sight from the pill. Master, Don't worry, I understand these truths. I won't casually take medicinal pills to advance my cultivation. Esteemed Yu gave him a blank look. Brat, you know shit. Yan Tianan. Esteemed Yu continued, now it's your turn. There wasn't any pill furnace to hide my hands earlier, and I have also deliberately slowed down a lot, so you should be able to start refining. Yan Tianan. Refining pills was easier said than done. He had never refined a hardened body pill before. It was even more difficult to refine than a foundation pill. How could he start refining that right away? Master, didn't you say that I should become a poison master? Yan Tianan asked. Yes, esteemed Yu nodded, but don't you know that poison masters were originally alchemists in the past? You have to first become an alchemist before you can become a poison master. Yan Tianan. Mommy, I've been tricked. Looking at his displeased face, esteemed Yu couldn't help but laugh. I have said before that you could only refine poison pills, due to the fact that you didn't have a good pill furnace at that time. If you had bought those pill furnaces from the market, you would only be able to use them once. It wouldn't matter to me, but for you, I'm sure you wouldn't have been able to bear the cost. However, who would have thought that your Dage would be able to craft such a yin pill furnace for you? Hence, this pill furnace is in harmony with your attributes, so even if you use it to refine normal pills, you wouldn't have to be afraid of the furnace exploding again. Yan Tianan was a mix of joy and sorrow. Really? Esteemed Yu replied, if you don't believe me, you might as well try it yourself. Yan Tianan's hands had already been itching to try, so he sat up properly and placed the pill furnace in front of him. He then began the process of refining the hardened body pill by following the method esteemed Yu did earlier. This refining process went on for a day and night. When the sun rose in the east and everything was waking up, there was a loud bang and a medicinal pill was formed. Yan Tianan looked at the round and bright-colored hardened body pill in his hand, and his expression was simply too complicated to say. I really didn't expect it. Yan Tianan sighed, his expression looking strangely heavy. What? Esteemed Yu asked casually. I'm actually a genius. Yan Tianan's eyes were very bright as he continued excitedly. I can actually refine the pill on my first try, and I have yet to even blow up a furnace. Even if the yin fire and the yin qi in my body were added to this pill furnace, they would be instantly melted by it. Ha, 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 I am indeed a genius. The supposed two negatives make a positive, so the extreme yin has been changed to yang. Esteemed Yu looked at his complacent little appearance and felt a faint sense of pride in his heart. Not only does my son resemble me in appearance, but also in talent. He's not like Yan Zhonghua at all, who could only pretend to be cool all day long. This Xianxia was not so much a poison pill furnace but more of a yin pill furnace. When Lin Xuanji was selecting materials, all of them possessed yin attributes. However, Yan Tianan could use this pill furnace to refine pills without using the principle of turning yin into yang. It was because in this pill furnace, the most important steps, such as the leading spiritual qi into the vessel, smelting with soul fire, and forging and carving spiritual qi, all used the yang qi from Lin Xuanji's body. Lin Xuanji's yang qi could be considered unparalleled in this world. He was conceived in the eastern kingdom of the Nine Lands. His father was the East Sovereign Zan Wush, who had bathed in the first rays of the Nine Lands' morning sun every day. He was also the legendary star of salvation in the world. The yang qi in his body could naturally suppress these yin and evil things easily. In addition, he used these yin materials that were completely in conformity with Yan Tianan's own attributes. The combination of these two reasons led to Yan Tianan feeling that Xianxia was very handy when refining pills, like a divine aid. He didn't have to worry about his energies blowing up the furnace, nor did he have to worry about his successful pills being regarded as yin and evil. Esteemed Yu couldn't help but think that having a big brother like Lin Xuanji was actually not so bad after all. At the very least, he could refine a magic treasure and solve his issues head-on when faced with difficulties and complications. Most importantly, Lin Xuanji was very willing to make great efforts for the sake of Yan Tianan. He didn't know how much time Lin Xuanji spent crafting this treasure tool. After he finished crafting Xianxia, it would be impossible for him to craft any more magic treasures for at least 1 month. His soul fire and body wouldn't be able to bear it. Thinking about this, esteemed Yu's mood was a little complicated. What he did for his son was not as much as what Lin Xuanji did, and he was the father. He felt a little ashamed when he thought about it, and his heart was rather unhappy. Esteemed Yu asked bluntly, when your Dage gave you Xianxia, were you very touched? Of course. Yan Tianan nodded his head as he hugged Xianxia to his chest. Esteemed Yu lightly coughed. If I want, don't even think about it. Yan Tianan jumped up with Xianxia in his arms, stepping back warily as he looked at Esteemed Yu. This is specially made for me by my Dage. I won't give you anything. This is mine Esteemed Yu. Bitch you, I never thought I was like this in your eyes. Esteemed Yu unkindly said, is this how you regard this venerable? That this venerable is the kind of despicable and dirty person who snatches others' things? Yan Tianan began to nod subconsciously, but when he saw Esteemed Yu narrowed his eyes, he desperately shook his head, as if his life depended on it. Esteemed Yu rolled his eyes. I'm a tolerant and magnanimous master, so I won't dispute with boys like you. Alright, you should behave and practice alchemy here for now. Once you are familiar with it, you will then be able to leave the secret chamber again. Yan Tianan said embarrassedly, Master, my Dage will come find me once he is done with his chores at the foot of the mountain in the next 2 days. Esteemed Yu hooked his lips and smiled sinisterly. Lin Xuanji is coming. Ah. That's good. I haven't had much direct contact with this Dage of yours yet. During your closed-door cultivation, let your master treat him well for you. Yan Tianan had a sense of foreboding. He just wanted to say that he would entertain his Dage himself, but Esteemed Yu was able to see through his plan at a glance. You've been fishing for 3 days and basking in the net for 2 days. When will you be able to impress your Dage? Esteemed Yu attacked him at his weakest point, then coaxed him. Besides, didn't you say that you wanted to pay your Dage's debts on his behalf? Yan Tianan was immediately convinced. It was definitely more important to repay the debt. The moment he thought of that daily interest of 10,000 gold, it seemed as if his whole person was rejuvenated with energy. At the very least, he had to ensure that his Dage could pay the interest. Yan Tianan grudgingly agreed, very well, I'll enter closed-door cultivation for a few days. When my Dage comes, you must treat him well and not bully him. Esteemed Yu verbally promised, but in his heart, he thought that he must certainly make this boy back off after realizing the difficulty. Yan Tianan continued to cultivate and practice his alchemy in seclusion. After 3 days, everything seemed to be settling down in the mountain and the store's business was going on the right track and developing with gratifying momentum. Lin Xuanji then called on Lin Yufan, who was cultivating on Broken Sword Peak. Lin Yufan was still dressed in a plain robe. He was tall and had a bone structure that was much wider than that of ordinary women. His long hair was simply pulled up with a jade bone hairpin that had a demonic beast design on it. His entire being was beautiful and refined. His cool and elegant appearance made people dare not easily play with him. When Lin Yufan saw Lin Xuanji, he gave a half-greeting. Why did the young master call me here? Lin Xuanji said, sit down first. Lin Yufan sat on the chair with a graceful posture. Lin Xuanji glanced at him. There are no outsiders here. Lin Yufan said flatly, even if there are no outsiders, there's no wall without eyes. Since I still have to pretend, I would have to do it to the point that people will find fault. He glanced towards the window. What's more, although there are no outsiders, but there's a foreign bird. In this world, birds are not necessarily trustworthy. Feng Jingyu, if this beautiful woman didn't know of his existence before, then he really does have the potential to be a spy. Lin Xuanji was very satisfied. That's why I said that you are the most suitable person to be a blade in the dark. Lin Yufan was always special. Even if others noticed it, they would never think that it would be anything strange. Lin Yufan was a cautious person, and at the same time, his observation skills were extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived living in the Lin family's house for more than 20 years without anyone noticing that he was a man. Chapter 334 Lin Yufan's eyes flashed darkly. Your plan has already been implemented. Lin Xuanji nodded and said lightly, it's almost time. Now that I have mastered my dad's former businesses, when used, they're very handy and well trained. Although Lin Yufan may look like a woman, he was all in all still a man. One who longed to have accomplished his own achievements and make a name for himself in history. Hence, Lin Yufan decided to follow Lin Xuanji because of what he had seen in Lin Xuanji's character who could lead him to achieve greater things. Also, Lin Xuanji had once given his promise to assign him an important role when the time was right. Lin Yufan was excited and his face showed some astonishment. Second uncle used to have so many subordinates in the past. These subordinates, do they have connections with the Lin family? Lin Xuanji explained, naturally, they don't. If they were connected to the Lin family, then it would truly be a mess. What I need is absolute control, and not be held back by outside things like family and clansmen. Lin Yufan raised the corner of his lips and said thoughtfully, "Young master, I suddenly realized that I really like your tone." Lin Xuanji glanced at him. "It's useless even if you like it. You don't have a chance. I already have Ah Hen." Lin Yufan froze. His mouth twitched. "I'm talking about your style and talent." Lin Xuanji calmly replied, "You're surprisingly not looking at one's appearance but at their innate character, so that's even more dangerous." Lin Yufan, "Forget it, just pretend he didn't say anything." Lin Xuanji looked at Lin Yufan thoughtfully. "Even though I've said I'm with Ah Hen, yet it seems that you don't look surprised at all." Lin Yufan answered, "The way you act around him is obvious enough. If I can't even detect that, will you still choose me as your spy?" It seems the term spy is not very pleasant and does not conform to my aesthetic standards. Lin Xuanji smiled. "How about the master of the Wishing Lane?" Lin Yufan was shocked. "Wishing Lane? You mean the brothel?" The so-called Wishing Lane meant that one's wishes could be completely satisfied here. The Wishing Lane had opened branches all across the 5 continents and was already one of the most popular pleasure venues. In this Wishing Lane, not only could you get utmost enjoyment, but you could also choose any beauties you like. However, Wishing Lane wasn't most famous for its beauties, but for the human furnaces that could provide benefits to both parties through intercourse. The birth of a human furnace required favorable weather conditions, geographical conditions, and human conditions. Female human furnaces tend to be more common than male human furnaces. The most famous human furnace in the world was Hong Shuoxu, who wiped out the entire Hong family in a river of blood 20 years ago. Only 20 years had passed. Hong Shuoxu had already taken down the Hong family in mutual destruction. The beauties in this world had already passed away, leaving only a legend filled with blood. There were 7 such male furnaces in Wishing Lane. These 7 people each had their own advantages. They all had great character and beauty and were also masters of dual cultivation techniques. An intercourse session with them could bring great benefits to the participants. There had been numerous people who had broken through and advanced in their cultivations through this dual cultivation method. Even if some of the human furnaces only accompanied cultivators with their dual cultivation techniques and didn't engage in any physical contact, they could still deliver great benefits to the guests. Therefore, the status of Wishing Lane in the 5 continents vaguely had a transcendent meaning. Most of the patrons behind Wishing Lane were the backers of the people in Wishing Lane itself. Wishing Lane was very strict with the training of the people who worked inside, and its criteria was also very stringent: no ugly ones, stupid ones and mundane ones. After entering, there were special mothers who would train them from the inside out. It had been 30 years since the founding of Wishing Lane, yet no one seemed to know who the master behind it was. However, no one dared to stir trouble in such a place. Shortly after the opening of Wishing Lane, a small stewardess was bullied by a family's young master. Later on, that young master's cultivation was crippled by a powerful person and he had lost his position as heir as well. However, his family, who tried to ask the Wishing Lane for compensation, was shocked by the unfathomable power of Wishing Lane and had to submit to the embarrassment. After swallowing their accusing tones, the matter finally came to an end. After this incident, few people dared to deliberately stir up trouble with Wishing Lane again. Their reputation had gradually spread from one continent to another, before it resounded all throughout the 5 continents. The master of Wishing Lane had also become a topic of interest for the public, but until this day, no one knew who the master was. Lin Xuanji originally didn't know, but Qing Zhu made it clear. When Qing Zhu had handed Lin Xuanji the account books of Wishing Lane over the years, Lin Xuanji stayed silent for a long time. On one hand, he was surprised by Lin Zan's ambition and great energy. On the other hand, he began to reflect upon himself. Throughout his last life, how much did Qing Zhu actually despise him? Until the end, Qing Zhu never told him about these private properties, let alone seeing him for himself. After the silence, he calmly took Wishing Lane from Qing Zhu. The Wishing Lane had a total of 12 branches. Other than these 12 branches, there were countless fronts as well. Those fronts had nothing to do with Wishing Lane, but they were actually the Wishing Lane's contact points. After 30 years of operation, it had developed a complete system that could operate independently without Lin Zan's involvement. The Wishing Lane was so secretive that when Lu Mengchen was dealing with Lin Zan, he didn't even know about the Wishing Lane. Lin Xuanji wasn't sure where exactly Lin Zan learned these business experiences and managing methods from, but his predecessor had planted trees in whose shade another generation rests. Since Lin Xuanji wasn't very familiar with Wishing Lane, so he didn't intend to change Wishing Lane in the short term and wanted to keep it as it is. However, among Wishing Lane's decision-makers, Lin Xuanji was bound to insert his own power. Lin Yufan was the one he chose. The main building of Wishing Lane was located in the core of the 5 continents, but it was still some distance away from Sky Peak City. The master of the building was a beautiful woman who always hid her face behind a light gauze and her gender was ambiguous. Lin Xuanji looked at Lin Yufan whose chest was heaving. I have some information about Wishing Lane here. I'll write down the general situation of those in charge of the 12 main buildings. All of the contact points of each branch are also marked on the map. You can look through them when you have the time. 2 months from today, the masters of the 12 main buildings will be coming to see me. When the time comes, I'll take you to meet them. Lin Yufan felt as if he had indigestion. He moved his throat with difficulty and looked at Lin Xuanji with a complicated expression. Young master, the Wishing Lane is now your private property. Lin Xuanji nodded, yes. The feeling of getting rich overnight, so this was how it generally felt like. Lin Yufan said admiringly, the Wishing Lane has attracted all kinds of beauties from the 5 continents. I don't know whether the young master has any intention of taking advantage of what's near him and enjoying himself with the beauties. Lin Xuanji replied, rabbits don't eat grass beside their nests. Are you sure you're qualified to say such things? Lin Xuanji, Ah Hen was a special case. Lin Yufan smiled, it's rather interesting. I'm afraid the Wishing Lane left behind by second uncle is even richer than the entire Lin family's fortune combined. Once you look at the account book, everything'll be clear. Lin Xuanji responded. Lin Yufan sighed, it feels like I've boarded a pirate boat that I can't get off of. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly, other than you, I have not told anyone amongst my peers about this matter. When my father was employing people, he had only used Qing Zhu in the whole Lin family. Lin Yufan narrowed his eyes, young master, you have just told me such a big secret. You most likely couldn't trust me so easily. If you're willing to take over this part of the business, you must enter a master-servant contract with me. Lin Yufan's eyes sank slightly. What if I don't want to? Will you exterminate the root of the grass to get rid of all future trouble? You think too much. Lin Xuanji replied airily, I've never been one to force others. If you really don't want to, I'll remove your memory of today and let you go. After all, you're also a member of the Lin family. I'm not that heartless. Lin Yufan leaned against the chair and laughed, I thought you would say that it's too troublesome to destroy the body after killing. That is also true. Lin Xuanji nodded, thanks for reminding me. Lin Yufan. To be honest, Lin Yufan regarded Lin Xuanji highly. If Lin Xuanji didn't rise again and didn't happen to value Lin Yufan, then Lin Yufan had already been prepared to leave the Lin family household and go out to work alone. However, if you fight alone from the beginning, what big tree could you lean on easily to enjoy the cool breeze? Lin Yufan's mind was very clear on this, otherwise he wouldn't have shown his kindness to Lin Xuanji from the very beginning. Lin Yufan entered an unequal master-servant contract with Lin Xuanji. Although his heart was slightly uncomfortable, it soon vanished. After all, the names of these contracts were only unpleasant to the ears. In fact, as long as he didn't betray Lin Xuanji, the contract would be redundant and had no influence on him. Lin Xuanji handed Lin Yufan all the information about Wishing Lane. When Lin Yufan looked at it, there was a thick pile and his mood couldn't help but surge more. Lin Yufan immediately decided to go back and have a look first. He quickly took his leave from Lin Xuanji. After Lin Yufan left, Feng Jingyu flew into the room from the window and landed on Lin Xuanji's shoulder. Feng Jingyu remarked, this woman you have chosen is somewhat different from other women this king has met. It's the person I have chosen after all. How could he be an ordinary person? Lin Xuanji replied nonchalantly without giving more explanation, what do you think of him? Feng Jingyu shook his head, it's hard to say. After all, your intelligence network is supported by this kind of flesh business. He looks so cold and proud, I don't know whether he'll be willing to give up his position and serve others. Lin Xuanji replied, I've no plans to let him serve people. Feng Jingyu hissed, one can hardly expect to accomplish a major task without taking a few risks. Haven't you heard of this sentence? You actually want to train him to be the master of the 12 buildings, but you have to convince the 12 owners of the branch buildings. Though she's such a young woman without any background, why should the chief manager of the 12 buildings listen to him? Moreover, if Lin Yufan doesn't go to Wishing Lane to feel and experience it for himself, how would he be able to identify the current problems of Wishing Lane and improve them? Lin Xuanji replied, people have their own ideas and everyone has their own path. I believe Lin Yufan can find a foothold in Wishing Lane even if he doesn't personally serve people. Don't worry, he's a wise person. He knows how to protect himself. Feng Jingyu heard the words and felt disdain for Lin Xuanji's naive and ignorant idea. However, since Lin Xuanji insisted on using Lin Yufan, there wasn't much more to say. For Feng Jingyu, no human being could compare with his bird clan when it comes to the information-gathering business, so if Lin Yufan managed to even learn a little of their skills, his task would be considered finished. Lin Yufan walked on the street with a thick stack of account books and information in his arms. Unfortunately, it so happened that Du Qiang, who was buying magic treasures and medicinal pills, met Lin Yufan. Du Qiang walked over. Junior Marshal Sister Yufan, what have you come down the mountain for? Lin Yufan had now been accepted by Broken Sword Peak as an inner door disciple, and he stood out among the group of female disciples because of his cold nature and refined appearance. Being easily noticed by others had given rise to them having this desire to conquer. It had only been a month after being accepted, Lin Yufan had already been accosted by many senior martial brothers. Du Qiang was one of them. Chapter 335. Du Qiang, however, wasn't as shallow as the other male cultivators on Broken Sword Peak. He took the initiative to approach Lin Yufan because of the relationship between Lin Yufan and Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji attached great importance to this Lin clan elder sister. When Lin Yufan saw that someone was blocking the way, he cast a cold glance at Du Qiang. Senior martial brother Du, what can I do for you? Du Qiang received a tactful rejection and felt somewhat awkward, but he still tried to keep up a facade. I went out and came across a martial sister from my sect, so I came up to greet you. Lin Yufan knew about the conflicts between him and Lin Xuanji, so he didn't give him any face at all. He spoke abruptly, now that you're done greeting me, I'll leave first. Du Qiang. At this time, Lin Yuro walked over with Tongla. Between them, Lin Yuro still held magic treasures and medicinal pills in her hand. Lin Yufan glanced at them. These items were all expensive and were definitely not things that Lin Yuro could afford with her current financial resources. Upon seeing Lin Yufan, Lin Yuro's expression didn't look very good, but she still maintained her smile and hid her items behind her. Elder sister, why are you outside? Lin Yufan cast a cold glance at Lin Yuro. What's that in your hand? Although Lin Yuro was somewhat afraid of Lin Yufan in her heart, she was still a little girl and was used to being competitive in front of Lin Yufan. Moreover, the items in her hands really satisfied her vanity. Therefore, Lin Yuro held out the 2 magic treasures and 2 bottles of medicinal pills in her hand and smiled from ear to ear. She replied sweetly, Elder sister, this is a gift from senior martial brother Qiang. Lin Yufan responded coolly, you don't get a reward if it's not deserved. Do you have no qualms about taking other people's gifts? You'd better return these things back to senior martial brother Du. Du Qiang cut in with a dark expression, I have no reasons to take back what I've gifted out. Lin Yuro stated flatly, if that's the case, then how much is this in total? You should think of some way to return it to senior martial brother Du. Lin Yufan thought to himself, so she has already changed her way of addressing senior martial brother Qiang. It seems that Du Qiang has really deceived Lin Yuro a lot this month. Lin Yuro's expression suddenly looked a little ugly. With a smile on his face, Du Qiang explained, Junior martial sister Yufan, what you said is unpleasant. Yuro is both my junior martial sister from the same sect and also a kindred spirit. Today I went down the mountain to purchase goods and happened to run into junior martial sister, so I naturally wanted to give some meeting gifts as a gesture of goodwill. Lin Yufan looked at the brand new hair accessories on Lin Yuro's head and couldn't help sneering in his heart. Senior martial brother Du, one who is unreasonably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. You went down the mountain to buy goods. What did Lin Yuro come down for? You guys, just so happened, to bump into each other. Lin Yuro, don't forget that you are a girl. Senior martial brother Du is a man who has a fiancé, not one you can boldly covet. Lin Yuro and Du Qiang were humiliated by Lin Yufan, who spared no consideration of their reputations. Their expressions turned a mixture of green and white, which looked very beautiful. Du Qiang said angrily, in your heart, am I such a vile person who is either a rapist or a thief? You are using a petty person's heart to measure a gentleman's generosity. Lin Yufan leisurely replied, I don't deny that I am a petty person, but you are no gentleman. If you want to pretend to be a gentleman, at the very least, you shouldn't be lustful. I used to have a good impression of Senior Marshal Brother Du, but your actions have aroused my suspicion. There are eyes everywhere. Senior Marshal Brother Du should conduct oneself well. Du King was full of anger. He originally thought that Lin Yufan was very beautiful and unique, so he wanted to seduce her into his harem and use her. However, he didn't expect that after this confrontation, he realized that Lin Yufan was actually such an inconsiderate person who was really difficult to deal with and wasn't afraid of death. Du Qing's mood dissipated all of a sudden, as he no longer held even an ounce of tender feelings for the fairer sex with regards to Lin Yufan. Du Qing stared at Lin Yufan with a sullen face. You actually dare to lecture me? Lin Yufan felt that Du Qing was rather quick to lose his cool and couldn't even be compared with Tongla, who was close by. He slightly curled up his lips with some obvious disdain. How can that be? I'm not your mother. What responsibility do I have for me to waste my time lecturing you? Du Qing was infuriated. When Tongla saw that Du Qing wanted to hit a woman, he stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. Senior Marshal Brother, don't argue with women. We still have other things to do. Let's deal with them first. Du Qing saw many passers-by looking this way, so he repressed his anger with his last remaining bit of rationality. He gritted his teeth. Wait till we get back to the sect. We will talk about everything then. Lin Yufan nodded. Senior Marshal Brother, take care. Lin Yuro, go back together with me. Lin Yuro paused. I went down the mountain together with my Senior Marshal Brother. Why should I go back with you? Lin Yufan looked at Du Qing intensely. Happened to bump into each at the foot of the mountain by chance, huh? If you want to tell a lie, why don't you coordinate your stories beforehand? Du Qing's lie was exposed in public, so he was humiliated for a while. Yet the person who revealed his lie was none other than Lin Yuro. Du Qing couldn't help but complain that Lin Yuro had no brain. Lin Yuro's expression changed. Just as she wanted to explain and fix the situation, she heard Lin Yufan's words, I'm going to visit my family these 2 days. If you want your father to know that you are close with a man who has a fiancé and that you're coveting other people's things. I didn't. Lin Yu angrily denied and her small face reddened. It's best if you didn't. Lin Yufan expressionlessly replied, what are you doing, still following Senior Marshal Brother? Why aren't you returning the items? Not long ago, Lin Yuro had also encountered a similar situation and had lost a lot of face in public. Moreover, Du Qing had helped her everywhere these days and was also gentle and generous, plus he held a high position on Broken Sword Peak. This made it very hard for Lin Yuro to not be moved by Du Qing. Being humiliated in front of someone she liked, Lin Yuro's eyes turned red and was on the verge of crying. Tongla thought, this Lin Yufan truly is a rose with thorns, very prickly. I'm glad that I haven't done anything to offend Lin Yufan. Du Qing's expression immediately darkened. Lin Yufan, you're trying to control too much. Lin Yufan cast him a sidelong glance. I'm taking care of my sister. It's not like I'm trying to control you. Du Qing, since this was out of his jurisdiction, it would not be his place to say anything. Hence, he really had nothing to say. Lin Yuro saw Du Qing's expression getting worse and feared that Lin Yufan would say something else that Du Qing didn't want to hear, so she hurriedly told Du Qing, Senior Marshal Brother Qing, I'd like to say a few words to my elder sister first. You and Senior Marshal Brother Tong should go shopping first. I'll see you at the sect. Du Qing was eager for an excuse to get out of this embarrassing situation and stay far away from Lin Yufan, this inconsiderate woman. He nodded, I'll go first. You keep the things. Since I have given them to you, there is no reason to take them back again. After he finished saying that, Du Qing pulled Tongla and left before Lin Yufan could say any more shocking words. Lin Yuro frowned. Elder sister, Senior Marshal Brother Qing was kind enough to help me. You're deliberately making trouble out of nothing. Lin Yufan sneered. Help you with what? Help you become an inner door disciple. Lin Yuro's eyes turned slightly. With one glance, people could tell that Lin Yufan had guessed correctly. However, Lin Yuro whispered, since when was it so easy for anyone to become an inner door disciple? Lin Yufan continued to chuckle coldly. If he really wants to help you enter Broken Sword Peak's inner door, it's not impossible. Lin Yuro's face was brimming with excitement, but that was immediately doused by Lin Yufan's next words. But, why should he help you? Because of your good looks? Or is it because you have the talent worthy of his help? Lin Yufan spoke bluntly, leaving no face at all. and was especially callous. If you didn't have the same surname as the young master, let's see if Duqiang will give you a second look. If you are deceived by such a small favor, then your parents will truly have raised you for 20 years in vain. Lin Yuro was utterly humiliated and her face seemed to be on fire, burning with pain. However, Lin Yuro didn't believe that Lin Yufan's words were for her own good but maliciously speculated on Lin Yufan's intentions. She had always been better than Lin Yufan everywhere. The matter of Lin Yufan being an inner door disciple was one of the few things that Lin Yufan had been able to hold above her in all these years, which made Lin Yuro hate him to death. Lin Yuro raised her head and glared at Lin Yufan, who was one head taller than her. She gnashed her teeth. Lin Yufan, don't tell me you're jealous that I have someone who likes me. No one likes your eccentric temperament. You had it coming. I don't need your fake kindness nosing into my affairs. Lin Yufan looked at Lin Yuro like he was looking at an idiot. I don't have any kindness for you. However, if you dare to do anything behind our backs, even if I don't deal with you, the young master will never let you go easily. You're on your own. After he said that, Lin Yufan walked around Lin Yuro and headed for the front. Lin Yuro stamped her feet with hatred, a ferocious expression on her face. She looked like she couldn't wait to gnaw Lin Yufan to death. Duqiang stormed towards the sect gate. He didn't even want to buy anything anymore. Tong Li's heart was also full of gloom. Recently, he had finally managed to coax Duqiang into a good mood after much difficulty, and Duqiang promised to bring him today to buy a forged engraving pen that Tong Li had taken a fancy to for a long time. Unexpectedly, they met Lin Yufan just after buying Lin Yuro what she wanted. Looking at Duqiang being like this, he was definitely not in the mood to continue shopping today. Tong Li also didn't dare to callously say anything that Duqiang didn't want to hear at this time. He could only silently follow Duqiang and return to the sect together. For Tong Li, he got nothing out of this trip. When it came to the two Lin family sisters, Lin Yufan and Lin Yuro, it could be said that he had a lot of opinions about them. Returning to his room, Duqiang violently slammed the door. Tong Li came over. Why are you wasting your energy being angry about that kind of person? Lin Yufan is no more than a small plaything that just entered the inner door. Duqiang was extremely furious. What do you know? Do you think that Lin Yufan represented herself today? Lin Yufan is someone whom Lin Xuanji used his quota to directly send through the sect's inner door. She should be Lin Xuanji's supporter. She actually dared to treat me with such an attitude. Bitch it. It must be Lin Xuanji who's encouraging her to do that in the dark. Tong Li's eyes flashed with a bright light. He thought for a moment, there is some truth in what you said. Say, when Lin Yufan went down the mountain today, who did she meet and what did she do? Duqiang repressed some anger. How do I know? Every disciple has the chance to go down the mountain 3 times a month. There are many things they can do. Recently, Lin Xuanji has been enjoying the limelight. Duqiang looked displeased. He spoke with lowered eyes. He's always been good at taking the limelight. Of all times that he could have chosen to advance his cultivation level, he just had to choose this time when the sect will be holding its once every 3 years entrance exam. He even caused such a big ruckus. Who knows if he deliberately used some methods to create that ruckus. Tong Li nodded, pandering to Duqiang. Yeah, that lightning tribulation had been circling for an entire month and didn't ever strike once. Besides, how can he attract a lightning tribulation if he hasn't even reached Profound Realm? It must have been some kind of trick to make the new disciples who don't understand anything look at Sinking Sword Peak with special respect. When he mentioned this, Duqiang's mood became even worse. Thanks to Lin Xuanji, many of the disciples who participated in the sect entrance examination all saw that scene and decided to enter Sinking Sword Peak to cultivate, one after another. This led to the fact that, although Broken Sword Peak didn't accept any utterly worthless disciples, it wasn't able to acquire any top-notch geniuses from the batch of new disciples this year either. Especially Jian Yunxi and Lu Zhaoyu, these two reclusive family disciples. Duqiang had heard that they had shamelessly followed Lin Xuanji as his pages. Chapter 336. Of course, rumors needed to be investigated for accuracy, but the fact that both Jian and Lu were on Sinking Sword Peak right now was an undeniable truth. This undoubtedly made Broken Sword Peak lose face. Taoist Yi Dao was very dissatisfied and even took his anger out on Duqiang by scolding him. He also compared Duqiang with Lin Xuanji and sighed regretfully about how he shouldn't have wronged Lin Xuanji back then. This made Duqiang resent Lin Xuanji even more. The more Duqiang thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Xuanji did something to deliberately attract the lightning tribulation. He couldn't help but ask in suspicion, however, how can this lightning tribulation be faked? Tongla explained with great confidence, as long as there's a special magic tool to attract lightning, the phenomenon can naturally be faked, which is not difficult. It's just that such a magic tool is not easy to find, and I've never seen it before either. However, I'm not surprised at all that he has this kind of magic treasure on hand, since Sinking Sword Peak's esteemed Lan Yu is shrouded in mystery. Du Qiang was tempted. Since Lin Xuanji was able to fake this kind of astronomical phenomenon, then he could too. Du Qiang's vanity was at work and he had to compete with Lin Xuanji on everything. Now that Lin Xuanji's reputation in Profound Sky Sect was rising with the tides, Du Qiang was envious and jealous whenever he saw it, if he could also create this kind of anomaly of heaven and earth. With this in mind, Du Qiang narrowed his eyes. Can you find such a magic tool that attracts lightning? Tong Li's eyelids moved. I'm afraid that this will not be easy to find. Du Qiang's expression darkened. You must find it for me, even if it's difficult. If Lin Xuanji can obtain it, then why can't I get it? In his heart, he wholeheartedly believed that the astronomical phenomenon Lin Xuanji attracted was simply the result of cheating. Tongla was somewhat helpless. Actually, there's no need to attract this kind of celestial phenomenon. How can it not be necessary? Du Qiang frowned as he gruffly refuted. You didn't see how those disciples praised Lin Xuanji right to my face. To begin with, they believed that I snatched my young peak master position from Lin Xuanji's hands. They can't wait to see me become a laughingstock all day long. Bichit Tongla was startled by Du Qiang's ferocious expression. He thought, for Du Qiang, Lin Xuanji has probably already become his obsession, the obstacle blocking his cultivation path, while simultaneously nodding repeatedly, I'll ask around for you. I think my master should know about it. Du Qiang took a deep breath and gazed at Tongla patiently. Lele, I am in a difficult situation now. If I am pushed out by Lin Xuanji in Sky Peak Sect's internal recommendation 3 years later, then my face will be completely lost. Tongla frowned slightly. Isn't there a rumor that Sky Peak Sect's internal recommendation allows the celestial level sects to directly recommend their young peak masters? Du Qiang's eyes sank. Although there is such a rumor, no one can lower their guard before the dust has completely settled. Lin Xuanji has always been good at putting on an act. Moreover, none of esteemed Lan Yu's core disciples are easy to deal with. Perhaps they will try to acquire a quota for Lin Xuanji when the time comes. Tongla was also tempted. The number of spots reserved for entering Sky Peak Sect through internal recommendations was extremely precious. There were only 5 spots in 10 years. Under normal circumstances, one was reserved for 1000 Hammer Peak, one for 100 Refinement Peak, and one for each of the other 3 peaks as well. They were all selected through an internal sect competition. Sky Peak Sect had extremely high requirements and adhered strictly to the rules. It would never give out more spots at all. If Lin Xuanji took up one more spot, that meant one less spot for the others. And the spot that Lin Xuanji would occupy was likely to be 1000 Hammer Peaks because, at the same time, Lin Xuanji was also a craftsman recognized by many people. When Tongla thought of this, he suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. How come he didn't have even an ounce of awareness about this impending crisis before? He just thought that because he had already become the young peak master of 1000 Hammer Peak, he could rest easy knowing that the internal recommendation spot was inevitably his. If the spot was actually given to Lin Xuanji, then it wouldn't be Du Qiang who'd lose face, but Tongla himself. That won't do. Within these 3 years, he must find a way to completely suppress Lin Xuanji. It would be best if he became a good-for-nothing. Tongla and Du Qiang were birds of a feather who hit it off right away. Each of them began to try their best to make trouble for Lin Xuanji. Du Qiang saw that Tongla seemed to have figured out the implications, so he calmly asked, and that Zij's sword, do you have any idea on how to refine it? Tong Li's eyes narrowed slightly. I've already found a way to seal up what little sword soul the Zij sword has nurtured over the years. I only need a few magic tools. When I find all these magic tools, I will completely seal this Zij sword. Du Qiang nodded with satisfaction. Hurry up, or else I'm afraid complications will arise if Lin Xuanji is allowed to recover. Tongla nodded. Don't worry, as long as we don't let others know that the Zij sword is in our hands, Lin Xuanji will not dare to snatch it openly even if his heart is itching to do so. Du Qiang snorted coldly, but his mood became a lot better. After Lin Xuanji finished dealing with matters down the mountain, he gave a few instructions to Qing Zhu and returned directly to Profound Sky Sect. He came to the edge of the dense fog forest on the summit of Broken Sword Peak and took out the illusion-breaking bead that Yan Tianan received from esteemed Yu, which allowed one to walk freely in the fog illusion. He came to esteemed Yu's territory unimpeded. Esteemed Yu had sensed that Lin Xuanji had come as soon as Lin Xuanji appeared outside the illusion barrier. He was currently sitting on a tree with a spiritual fruit in his hand, happily munching it. Lin Xuanji came over with a salute, "Martial uncle." Esteemed Yu glanced at him, "Here to find Ah Hen." Lin Xuanji nodded, "Where's Ah Hen?" "Secluded cultivation." Lin Xuanji calmly looked at esteemed Yu. Esteemed Yu gave a tisk, "Why, don't believe me." But he really did enter closed-door cultivation. He's in the secret chamber behind the mountain. If you don't believe me, you can go outside and have a look. Lin Xuanji followed the direction esteemed Yu pointed to and looked at the prominent mountain behind the spiritual plant fields. "In that case, I'll take a look." Esteemed Yu saw that Lin Xuanji really did start walking towards there and couldn't help being somewhat speechless. This boy actually didn't believe his words. He's really trying to measure the depth of a gentleman's generosity with a petty person's heart. In Lin Xuanji's heart, esteemed Yu was not very reliable. For one thing, he had been exploited by esteemed Yu and had to give him lots of things. Naturally, he held a little grudge towards him. For another thing, in Lin Xuanji's eyes, esteemed Yu had both an air of unspeakable mystery about him, as well as the willfulness of a spoiled child. The combination of these two was very contradictory, so he couldn't see through esteemed Yu at all. Therefore, he only believed half of esteemed Yu's words. Lin Xuanji came to the secret chamber at the back of the mountain and sensed the spiritual qi gathered inside. He couldn't help being somewhat surprised and also feeling uncontrollable gratification. He only turned back and returned via his original path after standing at the door for quite a while. Returning to esteemed Yu, Lin Xuanji politely spoke, "Since Ah Hen is in closed-door cultivation, then I will not disturb him anymore. Goodbye." Esteemed Yu paused, then jumped down from the tree and blocked Lin Xuanji's way. "He's in closed-door cultivation, but you're not staying beside him to accompany him in secluded cultivation, and you're actually leaving just like that." Lin Xuanji also looked puzzled. "When he's in secluded cultivation, I can't disturb him. Why can't I leave?" Esteemed Yu's expression was dark. "Brat, you really lack kindness. When you were in closed-door cultivation, Ah Hen bitterly waited for a month outside Fierce Gale Cliff. He was so worried that he couldn't even eat or drink anything. How come when it came to your turn, it became this indifferent appearance?" Lin Xuanji shook his head, "You can't say that. It's not that I don't care about him, but I know that when he is refining pills, nothing bad will happen." Esteemed Yu asked unhappily, "How do you know nothing will happen?" "I have confidence in the magic treasure I refined. I heard that you also refined the magic treasure Ah Hen used when he previously blew up the furnace." Lin Xuanji, "That was an accident." Lin Xuanji stared at esteemed Yu with a deep gaze. "With martial uncle watching out for Ah Hen, it can't be that you'll just stand by and watch Ah Hen encounter an accident." Esteemed Yu, "It seems quite reasonable when you put it like that, but though it was reasonable, that didn't mean that Yu could accept such an excuse." Esteemed Yu uttered fiercely, "Try leaving if you dare." Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly. "Since martial uncle invited me to stay, then naturally, it will be impolite to refuse. However, is there a suitable place for me to live?" Esteemed Yu, how did it change to him inviting Lin Xuanji? This feeling of having the initiative fall into others' hands is really too uncomfortable. Esteemed Yu looked at Lin Xuanji's expression, which had a little smile and seemed like it harbored ill intentions no matter how he looked at it, and suddenly felt pained, as though he had invited the wolf into the house. Therefore, Lin Xuanji did not leave. He lived in Yan Tianan's small bamboo house at the summit of Broken Sword Peak, and in order to offset the rent, he also took care of esteemed Yu's 3 meals every day. For Lin Xuanji, going to the opposite mountain peak to hunt was not a difficult thing. After being reborn, he held no notion of one's 5 fingers shouldn't touch the Yang spring water and a nobleman stays clear of the kitchen. Therefore, cooking food every day was quite convenient and he even seemed to have a feeling of joy. Lin Xuanji seldom barbecued the meat directly in a simple and crude manner. He preferred to stew soup. After esteemed Yu ate it, he showed his satisfaction with Lin Xuanji's skills through the increase in his appetite. Lin Xuanji would walk to the secret chamber at the back of the mountain every day. Although he couldn't see Yan Tianan, it was also good to be able to feel his aura. Lin Xuanji was not idle either. Apart from serving esteemed Yu and satisfying his various reasonable or unreasonable demands every day, he spent the rest of his time practicing the sword. Lin Xuanji practiced basic sword techniques most of the time, but whenever he went hunting on the adjacent summit, he practiced Teal Lotus 9 styles instead. Lin Xuanji could vaguely sense that somewhere in his sea of consciousness, in a place that he couldn't find right now, there was the inheritance of this Teal Lotus 9 styles, but he never had that feeling again ever since he advanced his cultivation level and faintly touched a corner of the manual. Fortunately, even if that was the case, it was still enough for him to take the first style's 3 transformations in 9 moves to a new level. Lin Xuanji felt that the Teal Lotus 9 styles was practically tailor-made for him. This set of sword techniques seemed to be elegant, valiant, and efficient, but in reality, blades were hidden within the cotton, and the moves were closely linked with one another. Every move and every style was aimed at directly taking human life. There was no unnecessary and useless showmanship involved. It's just that ever since he found out that the Teal Lotus 9 styles came from the 9 Lands Zan clan, whenever Lin Xuanji practiced the sword, he couldn't stop himself from pondering. For example, why did his dad steal the Teal Lotus 9 styles? For example, exactly what is the man's position in the Zan clan and what kind of person is he? For example, someone like Lin Zan, who loved his family, he clearly knew that he was pregnant but had left so decisively. Exactly what happened to him? Although he knew that it was useless to think much and that it was a waste of time, Lin Xuanji still couldn't stop himself from thinking about these. After all, this was about his dad. The more Lin Xuanji thought about it, the more he felt that Lin Zan was in a bleak situation. He couldn't wait to improve his cultivation and rush out of the 5 continents. Yan Tianan originally planned to leave secluded cultivation in 10 days but did not expect that he would completely forget himself when practicing alchemy. It actually took him 2 entire months to leave the secret chamber. During this period, Lin Xuanji had left Broken Sword Peak several times and returned several times. However, the last time Lin Xuanji left was 10 days ago and he had not returned yet. The first thing Yan Tianan did when he left closed-door cultivation was to find his eldest brother. "Teacher, where is my dage?" Yan Tianan looked at esteemed Yu eagerly as he asked. Chapter 337. Looking at Yan Tianan's small face, which was slightly thinner than before, esteemed Yu couldn't help feeling a little distressed and angry. "As soon as you came out, you thought about looking for your dage, but your dage is not as attentive about you." Although he'd been here once before, when he saw that you had been cultivating and never came out, he got impatient from waiting and left. He wasn't anywhere as earnest as you were, waiting for an entire month. Although Yan Tianan felt a little sad about not seeing Lin Xuanji as soon as he left secluded cultivation because he hadn't seen Lin Xuanji for a long time, he was still unconcerned about esteemed Yu's words. Dage must have had something else to do. He definitely didn't get impatient from waiting. Besides, I'm not in any danger, so there's no need for him to wait outside all the time. Esteemed Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes. You are defending him everywhere. Yan Tianan smiled. I'm telling the truth. Moreover, shouldn't I be defending my eldest brother? Esteemed Yu didn't want to continue discussing that Lin Xuanji brat with him, so he changed the subject. How do you feel after 2 months of secluded cultivation? Yan Tianan paused, then cried, so that's why my dage left without waiting for me to come out. It turns out that I was actually in closed-door cultivation for 2 months instead of 10 days. Esteemed Yu. Fuck, how come the topic became Lin Xuanji again? So mad. Yan Tianan looked at esteemed Yu while nursing a secret grudge, his tone full of accusations. Master, you lied to me. You clearly said that I would be out in 10 days. Esteemed Yu was not ashamed but was instead proud. So what if I lied to you? Who let you be so easy to deceive? Don't tell me I'm still to blame for that. Yan Tianan. However, although Yan Tianan felt distressed and pained for a while, he soon became happy again, because although esteemed Yu always teased him, his alchemy skills were truly great. Moreover, he was willing to teach Yan Tianan his secret manual and alchemy techniques. For an alchemist, those things were more important than anything. Yan Tianan's speed of improvement could be described as advancing 1,000 miles a day. In the 2 months of secluded cultivation, just counting the number of hardened body pills alone, he had refined 15 of them. Although 10 of these hardened body pills were high grade, for the people who cultivated to become immortals, even being able to buy a high-grade pill was enough to make them ecstatic. Hardened body pills were mostly controlled by the Alchemist Alliance, so there won't be much circulation in the market every year. Like other powerful medicinal pills, the vast majority of hardened body pills will enter the hands of organizations backed by major families or sects, because most of the alchemists in the Alchemist Alliance had the support of sects or clans behind them, but there was also a very small number of alchemists in the alliance who were wild alchemists, commonly known as rogue cultivators. Since Yan Tianan refined so many hardened body pills, he decided to take them down the mountain and sell them immediately so that he could exchange them for money and repay Lin Xuanji's debts. However, before that, Yan Tianan was going to Breaking Sword Peak to find Duan Yuyong. Breaking Sword Peak. Duan Yuyong had already received the news when Yan Tianan went up the mountain. He came directly halfway up the mountain to wait for Yan Tianan to arrive. Yan Tianan climbed up the mountain, puffing and panting. When he saw Duan Yuyong, he grinned, "Yuyong Gerger, let me give you something." Duan Yuyong raised his eyebrows, "Did you come here by yourself?" Yan Tianan nodded, "Yeah, I don't know where my dage went. I haven't seen him for a while. Your dage came here several times before and said that you were in closed-door cultivation refining pills, so we shouldn't disturb you. It seems that you are successful." Duan Yuyong laughed as he took Yan Tianan up the mountain. Yan Tianan was so excited that he skipped as he walked. "Yuyong Gerger, I'm really incredible now. I refined 15 hardened body pills in one go, and 5 of them are top-grade medicinal pills. Plus, I didn't blow up the furnace. No, I should say that the most important thing is that I didn't explode the furnace." Duan Yuyong was stunned. 15 hardened body pills, and 5 top-grade ones to boot. This was really too shocking. One should know that it was exceedingly difficult to refine top-grade medicinal pills, as the alchemists' soul fires had to be incomparably pure, their mental power had to be highly concentrated, and their alchemy hand seals had to be brought to the point of perfection in order to successfully refine top-grade pills. Countless alchemists had failed to refine even one top-grade medicinal pill in their entire lives. It seemed that Yan Tianan was indeed gifted at alchemy. Now at last, the hard times are over, and the good times are just starting. The journey ahead will be much easier. Duan Yuyong couldn't help but feel happy for Yan Tianan and smiled, "I knew Ah Hen was the best." It was inevitable for Duan Yuyong to feel envious in his heart. Although the accumulated poison in his body accidentally gave him the ability to conceive a child, it was difficult for him to have any other breakthroughs on the cultivation path. In reality, when he was very young, his talent was also particularly brilliant. If it wasn't for Su Julian, this vicious madam who specialized in ruining things, he wouldn't be reduced to this state now either. Duan Yuyong also didn't know whether his mood swings were because he was pregnant or because he felt no sense of reality after getting the Duan family. Therefore, he had been thinking a lot in recent days. He couldn't help worrying about how sad Yuan Tianwen would be if he died in 100 years. Thinking about this, his face dimmed a little. Yan Tianan also seemed to notice. He blinked at Duan Yuyong and assured with complete seriousness, "Yuyong Gerger, don't worry. I also happened to refine a foundation pill when refining medicinal pills. It's also top grade. After you eat it, you can successfully reach foundation stage." Duan Yuyong was stunned. His heart couldn't help but feel warm. He rubbed Yan Tianan's head. "Ah Hen is truly clever, but I'm afraid that I cannot use this foundation pill." "Why?" Duan Yuyong smiled with some bitterness. "The foundation pill greatly restructures one's Dantian Qi Si. The aura is too strong. If I take it now, I won't be able to keep this little thing in my stomach." Yan Tianan frowned. "Then wait until after he's born, alright." Duan Yuyong naturally repeatedly agreed. Yan Tianan was happy again and tugged on Duan Yuyong's hand. "Brother Yuyong, besides giving you some medicinal pills, I came to see you because I also want to discuss a matter with you. You don't need to be polite with me." Yan Tianan smiled. "I want to auction off the medicinal pills that I refined in Yuyong Gerger's auction house. What do you think?" Duan Yuyong laughed, "And here I thought it would be a big deal. It turned out to be such a good thing. If you put these items up for auction in my auction house, firstly, you can make a lot of money. Secondly, it can also make the Duan family's auction house more famous. Naturally, it's exactly what I've been looking for." Yan Tianan clapped. "That's great. When does Yuyong Gerger think is a good time to auction these?" "Of course, the sooner the better. You may as well give me the items directly. I'll let Brother Tianwen go directly to the Duan auction house in Profound City one day and have him send you the money after selling them." In this way, Yan Tianan didn't have to worry about anything. It would be enough to give Yuan Tianwen full power to deal with everything. Yan Tianan was happy to be at ease. This is a good feeling. Truly, Yuyong Gerger understands me. Duan Yuyong nodded proudly, certainly. If we follow the script, you and I should actually be together. Who do you want to be together with? Yuan Tianwen came up at the right time, frowning. His expression revealed that he wanted to catch the adulterer. Duan Yuyong smiled calmly, of course I want to be together with you. Yuan Tianwen stared at him. That's not what you said just now. Duan Yuyong refused to admit anything, you heard me wrong. Yuan Tianwen stared at him expressionlessly, but he couldn't do anything about Duan Yuyong, so he turned to Yan Tianan, it's rare that you didn't come with your dage. Yan Tianan blinked, I came to see my Yuyong Gerger as soon as I left closed-door cultivation. I haven't had time to look for my dage. Yuan Tianwen glanced at Duan Yuyong, remember to bring your dage with you next time. Why? Yan Tianan was puzzled, so that some people won't have to suffer their imagination running wild. Yuan Tianwen answered with an ugly expression. Duan Yuyong suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, do you have to go that far? I just said it casually. Aren't you eating too much vinegar? Yuan Tianwen stated righteously, I'm not eating vinegar, I just feel insecure. Duan Yuyong, seeing their sweet displays of affection made Yan Tianan's teeth hurt. He quickly stuffed the bottle of medicinal pills into Duan Yuyong's hand. I'll give you the items first. I want to sell the big bottle, and I'm giving you the small bottle. I'll leave first. No need to send me out after saying that. Yan Tianan ignored Duan Yuyong's calls and skipped towards the foot of the mountain. He didn't look reluctant to leave at all. That little monkey. Duan Yuyong grumbled while holding the bottles of medicinal pills. Yuan Tianwen looked at the bottles of medicinal pills and raised his eyebrows. He refined medicinal pills. Duan Yuyong nodded, wanting to say something but hesitating. He asked me to take it to the auction house. Have a look. Yuan Tianwen took the big bottle and opened it. Suddenly, his expression looked a little inexplicable. He made all this by himself. Yeah, after 2 months of secluded cultivation, he refined this much. Yuan Tianwen frowned slightly, does Xuanji know about this matter? Duan Yuyong shook his head, he came running here as soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation. Xuanji has been on Sinking Sword Peak all this time. I don't think he knows about this. Yuan Tianwen thought for a moment, let's talk to Xuanji first. There are so many top-grade hardened body pills, even if we auctioned them off in the Yuan family's auction house, they'll still attract the attention of the Alchemist Alliance and other forces. We must be careful. Duan Yuyong nodded as he agreed, I think so too, but Ah Hen will probably tell Xuanji himself. With his temperament, he will certainly be eager to show off in front of his dage as soon as he has even a small accomplishment. Yuan Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, you understand him so well. Duan Yuyong couldn't help laughing. Yuan Tianwen had become more and more childish recently. He liked to act coquettish and also liked to indiscriminately eat vinegar. He didn't have the mannerisms of a young master at all when in front of Duan Yuyong. If the outsiders saw him, they must be shocked to death. Duan Yuyong assured, in my mind, Ah Hen has always been my younger brother. Yuan Tianwen asked, then what about me? Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. I even have your baby in my stomach. What do you think I regard you as? Yuan Tianwen was greatly satisfied in an instant. He curled up his lips and proudly hugged Duan Yuyong's shoulders, I love to hear this. Duan Yuyong swept him a glance. I can see that. Yuan Tianwen spoke righteously, since you can see this, then say more of these words in the future. Duan Yuyong, Xuanji. Zan Fengting walked over. Lin Xuanji quickly stopped his sword technique and put Lianlian back into its sheath, but the residual sword chi still cleaved a towering ancient tree not far away into pieces. Zan Fengting couldn't help but stop and watch, exclaiming with admiration, your swordsmanship has improved a lot again. There are still many deficiencies. Zan Fengting couldn't help but say, aren't you being too modest? Lin Xuanji smiled without saying nothing. He really wasn't modest. In the first style of Teal Lotus 9 styles, there was still a lot of sword intent that he hadn't yet comprehended. He still had a lot of shortcomings on the sword cultivation path. However, these words need not be said too much, so as to not cause misunderstandings for no reason, although Zan Fengting was not this kind of person. Normally, Sinking Sword Peak's disciples wouldn't deliberately get in touch with each other, but it was probably because they were influenced by esteemed Lan Yu's style. The disciples' relationships had a rather friendship between gentlemen as clear as water feel to them, bereft of any attempts to exploit or deceive the other party. They had their own lives and did not disturb each other much, but they could still feel the kindness conveyed by each other. Chapter 338. One didn't visit a temple without a cause, especially when Lin Xuanji was practicing his swordsmanship. Zan Fengting's appearance right this moment meant that he must have something important to say. Sure enough, Zan Fengting notified him, Bei Kangmo of Broken Sword Peak just put in a visit notice and has already arrived outside your courtyard. I happened to pass by and see him, so I came to inform you. Lin Xuanji's eyes lit up slightly. Many thanks to eldest martial brother. I'll be right there. However, he did not come alone. Lin Xuanji paused in his steps. Who else is there? Your former junior martial brother, Jing Luo. Lin Xuanji hadn't heard people mention this youth for a long time, but it wasn't to the point where he forgot Jing Luo's identity. When Lin Xuanji was on Broken Sword Peak, he was ranked 4th. There was only one junior martial brother below him, Jing Luo. Speaking of Jing Luo, this had a little to do with Lin Xuanji. No, not just a little. It wasn't Broken Sword Peak's style to accept disciples who were not from any distinguished families. However, Jing Luo was an exception, because he was picked up by Lin Xuanji when he was outside training and gaining experience. When Lin Xuanji met Jing Luo for the first time, he was already near death. Not to mention his serious injuries, he even had a highly toxic poison inside his body. If it wasn't for Jing Luo's great fortune in meeting a cultivator, even his bones would have already become ashes by now. Lin Xuanji took him back to Profound Sky Sect and personally taught him how to hold the sword and practice swordsmanship. His consideration for Jing Luo could be said to be vivid and thorough. At that time, Jing Luo was still young and had a cute appearance. He ran behind Lin Xuanji with 2 short legs day in and day out, as though Lin Xuanji had a tail. Because of this, there were even people on Broken Sword Peak who teased Lin Xuanji, saying that he got himself a child bride when he went out for a trip. If he had to say, Lin Xuanji held some sympathy and some pity towards Jing Luo. In addition, because this child was saved by him and raised by him, he could be considered Lin Xuanji's half-brother and half-disciple, so he always held a degree of indulgence and concern for Jing Luo. Before, Lin Xuanji also thought that this lovely jade youth was a gentle and harmless small white rabbit, but he didn't expect that, from beginning to end, he had never seen through the true nature of this youth. In the previous life, Lin Xuanji knew that Jing Luo had always been looking for him, but he held no extra feelings for this young man then, so he avoided him from beginning to end. Later Lin Xuanji died. By then, Jing Luo was no longer called this name but had instead become a person ruling above others, one who could lay waste to millions of corpses and make blood flow for thousands of miles in rage. The last time he saw Jing Luo was after his violent death. In order to condense his soul, which was about to scatter, Jing Luo's head of fine black hair turned as white as snow in an instant. Only through Jing Luo's efforts was Lin Xuanji able to survive in soul form until Bai Yichen came with the soul plate, which gave him a chance of survival. However, ever since then, the karma between him and Jing Luo had already been severed. Lin Xuanji snapped out of his memories and came to his catching star pavilion. He saw Bei Kangmo and Jing Luo, who had already been invited into the courtyard by Jian Yunxi. When he saw Lin Xuanji, Jian Yunxi informed him, they both have visit notices on them. Senior martial brother Zan asked me to entertain them first. Lin Xuanji nodded. Where is Lu Jiaoyu? Jian Yunxi expressionlessly answered, chasing after beauties. Lin Xuanji nodded quietly. I got it. After Jian Yunxi tattled on Lu Jiaoyu behind his back, he contentedly went back to practice the sword. These days, he found that following Lin Xuanji as a page wasn't all bad. At least he could see Lin Xuanji practice the sword every day and discover his own shortcomings. Thus, he faintly felt that his swordsmanship and sword attainments were about to break through the bottleneck. On the other hand, Lu Jiaoyu's mind had not been here for a long time. If it weren't for the Lu family elders' explicit orders forcing him to come to Profound Sky Sect to train and gain experience, he probably would have run to some unknown place by now. Lu Jiaoyu had been the little overlord in his family ever since he was young. Above him, he had an elder brother spoiling him like the pearl of his eyes. No matter what he did, no one dared to rein him in and would even clean up after him instead. Therefore, young Master Lu was extremely attached to the unfathomable world of mortals and couldn't stand such a dull and dry life on the mountain at all. Only a few days had passed, but his true nature was completely exposed. Lin Xuanji didn't try to rein him in either after he learned about it and let him indulge freely and completely. After all, this was not his disciple, and he had no responsibility to teach him. Moreover, one could also tell from Lu Mengchen's laissez-faire attitude towards Lu Jiaoyu. This was the large family's usual attitude towards the pampered main branch son of the first wife. In any case, the family was big and its foundations were strong, and there was also a capable main branch elder brother above him. Therefore, the requirements for the younger brother were extremely low. It was enough if the younger brother could live a free and easy life. He had an elder brother to prop up all other matters. Lin Xuanji originally intended to also treat Yan Tianan this way, but things turned out contrary to one's wishes. Yan Tianan's identity doomed him to never have this opportunity. Third junior martial brother. When Bei Kangmo saw Lin Xuanji, his always serious expression relaxed a bit. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly. I've long wanted to see senior martial brother, but I've been busy recently and was delayed for a while. While speaking, Lin Xuanji's eyes swept over Jing Luo, who was standing beside Bei Kangmo while holding a teacup in his hand, his expression clearly nervous. His memory of Jing Luo still remained at the final moments of his last life. At that time, Jing Luo had already climbed to a very high position, and the round and immature little face in his memories had become sharp and angular. His smiling face was full of awe-inspiring solemnity and desolate loneliness. He had a kind of imposing manner befitting of someone with a high status that deterred others from approaching him. But after Jing Luo learned that Lin Xuanji had died, he fell down and cried bitterly, like a child who hadn't grown up yet. When Lin Xuanji saw this somewhat pale-faced teenager again, he couldn't help feeling that time and space were in disorder. At the same time, he felt very clearly he had truly returned to the past. Bei Kangmo looked at Jing Luo. When he learned that I was coming to visit you, Jing Luo was determined to come with me. You two should have a lot to talk about. Lin Xuanji was silent. Jing Luo's face was pale and he could hardly stand on his feet. He tightly clutched the sleeve of Bei Kangmo with one hand and whispered, "Senior martial brother, I came to see you." Lin Xuanji's eyes grew cold. Came to see if I'm still alive. Jing Luo's breathing was a little sluggish. He looked at Lin Xuanji's pair of eyes that couldn't be seen through. Senior martial brother, I'm sorry. Lin Xuanji said flatly, you did indeed wrong me, but now I have no intention of pursuing this with you. Bei Kangmo paused slightly, some consternation appearing on his face. No matter how slow he was, at this moment, even he could see that there was something strange between these two people. If he connected this back to how Lin Xuanji still treated Jing Luo with a gentle and kind attitude before he suffered that serious injury and had to leave Profound Sky Peak, he couldn't help but start associating Jing Luo's abnormal reaction with the events that happened in Yunqi Grotto Heaven. Bei Kangmo's expression darkened. Frowning, he asked Jing Luo, Xuanji getting seriously injured actually had something to do with you. Jing Luo was flustered and at a loss, but after being exposed, he quickly calmed down and fought back his tears. It's because I was muddled for a while and nearly killed senior martial brother. I already knew it was wrong. I'm sorry, senior martial brother. It's all my fault. Lin Xuanji stared at Jing Luo. Man seeks his way up just as water seeks its way down. There is nothing wrong with this. But I am a little curious about exactly what benefits Du Qiang had promised you. Big drops of tears had already fallen from Jing Luo's face. He sobbed heavily. I didn't get any benefits from him. I overheard their conversation about scheming against you and was discovered. They put a GU worm in me and threatened that they would have the GU worm bite me to death if I told you. I was afraid of death and didn't dare to tell senior martial brother. Wah, I really regret it, I'm so sorry. Bei Kangmo's expression was so dark that you could make ink with it. He shook off Jing Luo's hand bitterly, hating how this lump of unrefined iron couldn't become steel faster. Is your brain useless? How can you do such a stupid thing? Du Qiang conspired to stab his fellow disciple in the back, but you actually pretended not to know. Can't you see how Xuanji treats you every day? Jing Luo cried even harder and became out of breath, looking very pitiful. Lin Xuanji, however, had no compassion and only responded with, it seems that in your eyes, my credibility, in the end, still can't compare with a threat. Jing Luo uttered countless I was wrong dearly wishing that he could slam his head into a pillar and die. At first, Bei Kangmo was angry, but then he got a splitting headache from all the crying, so he raised his hand and directly knocked Jing Luo out. I didn't know he was involved. Bei Kangmo placed Jing Luo on the couch beside him as he spoke apologetically to Lin Xuanji. When you left the sect back then, Jing Luo lost his mind and wanted to go down the mountain to find you again and again. It's just that Master locked him in the back mountain and forced him into closed-door cultivation, only releasing him after 2 years. I thought that the matter of Yunshi Grotto Heaven had nothing to do with him. Lin Xuanji naturally knew that Bei Kangmo absolutely did not do it on purpose. When he saw Jing Luo, he also didn't feel his emotions being stirred up much but just felt that it was a pity. Lin Xuanji nodded and expressed his understanding. He did not wrong me too much. He merely failed to inform me of Du Qing's plan in advance and stood by at the critical moment instead of courting death together with me. Bei Kangmo asked flatly, "Don't tell me that those aren't much." Lin Xuanji recalled how in the previous life, Jing Luo had almost destroyed his entire cultivation in order to protect the last wisp of Lin Xuanji's soul body and couldn't help sighing, "Due karma will always cycle back. The debt will always be paid." Bei Kangmo shook his head. "I never knew that Jing Luo was actually this afraid of death, nor did I think that he would actually betray you when you treated him like your own younger brother. Everyone's attachment is different, we can't generalize and lump things together." Jing Luo stopped at nothing to survive. His goal hasn't yet been achieved. Naturally, he will not stand to be interrupted by anything halfway. Jing Luo was a person with a strong purpose. His talent on the cultivation path was not so good, but he worked harder than anyone else. On his way to becoming powerful, no one could get in his way. Otherwise, he would kick that person away. Lin Xuanji simply accidentally obstructed his way and nearly endangered Jing Luo's life. Jing Luo. Bei Kangmo hesitated for a moment. What exactly is his identity? He is the prince of a secular dynasty. When I saw him, he had already succumbed to a highly toxic poison and was only one step away from death. Bei Kangmo nodded in understanding. So he's the child of an imperial family in the mortal world. That's why I thought he looked different. For cultivators, the mortal world's imperial families were the kinds of existence that they should respect from a distance. It was hard to fathom a person's mind. Lin Xuanji glanced at Jing Luo, then spoke to Bei Kangmo, "I want to ask you about someone." "I know who you want to ask about." Lin Xuanji calmly stared at him. Bei Kangmo answered, "Bei Xishan is the young master of my Bei family." Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. "I have never heard of a Bei family in the 5 continents." Bei Kangmo raised his hand and pointed to the sky. "The Bei family is not in this world but the 9 lands above. The Bei family was originally a vassal family of the North lands in the 9 lands. However, more than 10 years ago, it was brutally destroyed. My younger brother and I followed the life token's guidance and fled all the way to the 5 continents, but then we couldn't get out anymore." Lin Xuanji couldn't help being surprised in his heart. He never could have imagined that Bei Xishan and Bei Kangmo would also come from the 9 lands beyond the 5 continents. He had never heard of the Bei family's name when he was in the 9 lands before, but that made sense now that he thought about it. There were tens of thousands of vassal families, many of which he had never heard of. "Then who is Wan Yidong?" Lin Xuanji asked. Bei Kangmo sighed imperceptibly. "Wan Yidong is the heir of the North Sovereign's clan that my Bei family has sworn loyalty to for generations. He and Xiaoshan have known each other since childhood and have always had a good relationship." Chapter 339. More than that, right? Lin Xuanji asked with a deeper meaning. When he was a child, Wan Yidong once said that he would marry Xiaoshan when he grew up. However, for certain reasons, the Wan family ruthlessly annihilated the Bei family. Bei Xishan almost hates the Wan family to death now. Naturally, he also avoids Wan Yidong, wishing that he had never known him. In this matter, Wan Yidong really didn't do anything wrong. After a pause, Bei Kangmo replied regretfully, "Yes, Xiaoshan is too decisive." In reality, the Wan family's actions had nothing to do with Wan Yidong. He was only a teenager at that time. How could he influence the decision-making of the whole family? I ran all the way with Xiaoshan and broke into the 5 continents. Unexpectedly, Wan Yidong followed us too. The Wan family has some connections with esteemed Lan Yu. After taking Xiaoshan in as a disciple, esteemed Lan Yu also accepted Wan Yidong as his disciple. Lin Xuanji nodded. "I see. So that's why I always felt there was something fishy going on between Wan Yidong and Bei Xishan. It's not like Bei Xishan was completely unconcerned about Wan Yidong, but he treated him with cold indifference instead. Wan Yidong's feelings toward Bei Xishan manifested themselves in even more complicated manners. Sometimes he dearly wished to strangle him to death. He ridiculed Bei Xishan as soon as he opened his mouth, claiming that no one loved Bei Xishan. However, in reality, Wan Yidong obviously cared about Bei Xishan more than anyone else. Ah, Ill-fated relationship. Lin Xuanji took out Lianlian. Do you recognize this sword? Lin Xuanji asked. Seeing Lianlian, Bei Kangmo answered, this is a double-edged sword found in the Great Eastern Marshes. Esteemed Lan Yu originally gave this to Xiaoshan, then later to you. I've also heard from Xiaoshan about this matter. Although he's always on his own and doesn't talk to people very much, as his elder brother, he's still willing to tell me when matters come up. There are currently some problems with this sword, but these problems are not the main point. I just care about how these problems arose. Bei Kangmo had already sensed the bone-deep murderous intent from Lianlian and could even smell wisps of blood. He also didn't know how many people one had to kill to change a sword known for its noble and unsullied nature into this appearance that looked like Asura's path in the human world. Bei Kangmo's expression became solemn. He stared at the trembling Lianlian, which wanted to escape from its sheath. Did it become like this in Xiaoshan's hands? I seldom kill with a sword. Bei Kangmo couldn't help gasping. He raised his hand and touched Lianlian's scabbard. All of a sudden, Lianlian flew out of its sheath and drew a line on the back of Bei Kangmo's hand at a speed hard to catch by the naked eye. The blood that fell on the blade was actually swallowed up by Lianlian when it wanted to drink blood for the second time. Lin Xuanji had already sheathed Lianlian with great swiftness and formed a hand seal to seal it off. His expression was quite fierce. Bei Kangmo stared at the back of his hand, still dripping blood, and couldn't speak for a while. Lin Xuanji's expression was cold. He didn't expect that Lianlian would actually dare to drink blood right in front of him. Bei Kangmo took a deep breath, took out a bottle of medicine, applied it to the wound, and waited for it to heal. He studied at Lianlian with a very complicated expression. Xiaoshan often goes out to train and gain experience. I have never followed him. In fact, after coming to Profound Sky Sect, I had much less contact with him. In reality, I'm not a member of the Bei family but its adopted son instead. My mission is not to avenge the Bei family, but to ensure that the Bei family's bloodline lives on. However, Xiaoshan doesn't think so. He thinks of revenge every day and night. He will not let the Wan family go. As long as he is alive, he will constantly force himself to improve his cultivation. But I didn't expect that he would commit all manners of crimes and turn himself into this. Lin Xuanji looked at Bei Kangmo. Bei Shishan has killed too many. It will be easy for him to suffer a deviation on his cultivation path and become obsessed. Moreover, if he kills innocents indiscriminately, he will be contaminated with karma for no reason, and the Tao of Heaven won't easily let him go either. Bei Kangmo responded gravely, I'll find him to better understand the situation. In the future, when he goes out to train, I will follow him. Lin Xuanji nodded and changed the subject, sighing, I just didn't expect that there would be so many people from the 9 lands in this small 5 continents. However, Bei Kangmo was not concerned. It's not too surprising. After all, there is an untold number of 9 lands cultivators in similar situations. It is also common for them to go to different smaller realms to train and hunt for treasures. Lin Xuanji nodded, you said earlier that my master has some connections with the Wan family. Who was master in the 9 lands? Bei Kangmo shook his head, I don't know about this either. Wan Yidong told me this, but when I was in the 9 lands, I've never heard of esteemed Lan Yu's great name before. I think it is probably a pseudonym. Any mention of Bei Shishan's matter made one feel stifled and gave them a headache, but the matters that could give one a headache weren't merely limited to this one. Bei Kangmo came to find Lin Xuanji today because he had other things to say. Recently, that Lin Yuro from your family is very close to Duqiing. There are many rumors inside Broken Sword Peak. You should pay it some attention. Bei Kangmo warned. Lin Xuanji did hear Lin Yufan mention a few words before, so he didn't care much. I already know about this matter and I have already sent someone to discourage and warn Lin Yuro, but I can't help it if she doesn't listen to advice. Bei Kangmo narrowed his eyes, you're just going to let her do whatever she wants. Duqiing is a man with a fiancé, and that person is even a senior martial sister from the same sect. Although senior, Martial's sister has recently gone out to train and doesn't know what's happening in the sect. Paper cannot contain a fire. It's not like you don't know senior Martial's sister's temperament either. She will make a ruckus so that everyone knows. What does this have to do with me? Lin Xuanji was ruthless. My relationship with Lin Yuro is not comparable to your relationship with Bei Shishan. All I need to do is to ensure that Lin Yuro does not betray my Lin family's bottom line. As for the rest, there will naturally be someone to warn her about things she should keep in mind. As for whether she listens or not, that's her own business. Bei Kangmo thought for a moment. You're right. Bei Kangmo was quite ruthless. He chopped down with a single hand. As a result, Jing Luo didn't wake up, even when he was about to leave. In the end, Bei Kangmo had to carry the person away. For Lin Xuanji, he didn't want to bother with Jing Luo's past actions anymore, but he also didn't plan to have more contact with him. Although Jing Luo once owed him karma, he had already used his entire cultivation to repay it. In the past life it had already been 1,000 years, so Lin Xuanji had become indifferent to a lot of matters. He didn't want to bother with these matters unless it was a deep hatred. Not long after Bei Kangmo left, Yan Tianan came running over. Dage. Yan Tianan called Lin Xuanji and threw himself into his arms. When I was climbing the mountain earlier, I met that former senior martial brother of yours. He was carrying someone I had never seen on his back. The person you've never seen before is one of my former junior martial brothers. Yan Tianan blinked. How come he seems to have been knocked unconscious by someone? Lin Xuanji calmly answered, senior martial brother Bei has a bad temper. That boy accidentally provoked him. Ah, so that's it. Yan Tianan exclaimed with lingering fear, I didn't expect that anyone with a surname of Bei shouldn't be provoked. Lin Xuanji, by the way, Dage, I refined a lot of hardened body pills. Although it took me a little longer, I finally got something. Yan Tianan's eyes were bright, full of self-satisfaction. Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen were indeed correct. As soon as Yan Tianan had a slight achievement, he would immediately show off before Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji smiled, my family's Ahen really is incredible. Even in the entire sect, there are very few alchemists who can successfully refine those medicinal pills. If you're willing to go to 100 refinement peak, you will certainly be valued heavily. Yan Tianan received Lin Xuanji's acknowledgement and was naturally delighted. However, he didn't want to leave Broken Sword Peak. Although my master seems quite unreliable, his level of alchemy is the best I have ever seen. Moreover, my master is also very attentive to my cultivation and does not hide anything at all when teaching. He is not afraid that I will surpass him. Yan Tianan felt very fortunate. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult for them to treat me the same way. Lin Xuanji nodded slightly, that's true. Yan Tianan thought for a moment. Dage, what do you think about me bringing Yu up the mountain? If Yan Tianan wanted to cultivate the Imperial Corpse technique, then he must have a corpse to practice it on. Ling Chigu was the first corpse puppet that he refined, and he also entered into a contract with Yu. Thus, it was naturally the most convenient to control Ling Chigu. However, he couldn't easily let people know about this kind of Imperial Corpse technique, or else it was easy to cause trouble. Lin Xuanji pondered for a moment, you may as well practice the Yin Flame Palm and Ancient Divine Devil Dance first. The Imperial Corpse technique can wait until I secretly bring Yu up the mountain. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up, sneak Yu up the mountain. Don't forget that I have a soul plate that can function as a pocket dimension in my sea of consciousness. After I take Yu up the mountain, I will place him on the mountain peak where you hunt, so you can take the opportunity to practice Imperial Corpse technique every day when you hunt. Yan Tianan thought it was a very good method, but he was more interested in the pocket dimension and couldn't help asking, Dage, you said before that you would let me enter the space to have a look. Can I go and have a look now? Lin Xuanji nodded, exactly what I want. A pocket dimension was a tiny invisible mustard seed in the world. Although it can't be seen or touched, it always exists. Although the soul plate was now in Lin Xuanji's sea of consciousness, it was actually in another independent space system. It had nothing to do with Lin Xuanji's body, but at the same time, it had everything to do with it. Lin Xuanji formed a hand seal. A magic seal appeared between his eyebrows. One could see a palm-sized soul plate appear in the light and shadow on Lin Xuanji's palm. The soul plate had 8 corners, with 2 round holes in the middle, which signified how the sky is round and the earth is square. There were countless lines of Sanskrit engraved on it. If you studied it carefully, you could see the infinitely compressed mountains and rivers, sun and moon, as well as the morning stars, just like a magnificent picture scroll of mountains and rivers. However, this was only the soul plate's appearance, not its spirit. There was only one spirit within the soul plate, and that was the wisp of soul that had lived in the soul plate for a long time. Lin Xuanji didn't know the name of the soul. The soul asked him to directly call him soul plate. Yan Tianan stared unblinkingly at the soul plate and wanted to reach out and touch it, but the soul plate, which was sending out faint fluorescence and spinning slowly over Lin Xuanji's palm, had a kind of icy aura that seemed thousands of miles away. Yan Tianan touched the soul plate and was startled by the sudden electric shock the soul plate released. Dage, what is this? Yan Tianan was surprised. Lin Xuanji knew that soul plate was playing a trick on Yan Tianan, so he narrowed his eyes, go straight in and have a look. After saying that, Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan's hand and, with a single thought, the two arrived in a separate space when they opened their eyes again. Inside the room, the soul plate that was suspended in midair also disappeared. Even if someone came in, they would not see anything. This was the first time Yan Tianan saw the world inside the soul plate. This place seemed small but also seemed large. The sky was a dark blue, incomparably clear and transparent, like a huge crystal, but the ground looked somewhat more pitiful in comparison. It was full of weeds everywhere, which were as tall as people. If it wasn't for Lin Xuanji holding him while flying on a sword, Yan Tianan estimated that as soon as he came in, he would be submerged in weeds. Chapter 340 Lin Xuanji said, there are day and night in this space. It's currently morning, but if you come back later, you'll see the moon too. It's just that the time here moves faster than that of the outside. 1 year inside the space equates to only a single day outside. If Ah Hen were to plant spiritual herbs here, he would surely reap a lot. Really? Yan Tianan's eyes lit up. Lin Xuanji smiled and nodded. The temporal change in a pocket dimension is much different from the outside world. Yan Tianan seemed to be imagining a bright future of making a fortune by planting spiritual herbs. This feeling is good, Yan Tianan exclaimed. Excitedly, however, let's first clean up the weeds. Lin Xuanji laughed, the weeds in this place won't be so easy to pull out. We have to rely on special grass-swallowing worms. Yan Tianan asked, how can a grass-swallowing worm be as good as me? If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Yan Tianan performed the hand seals and began to try uprooting the weeds. He didn't know whether the weeds had been rooted for too long or whether they were a different type from the outside world, but it took him a lot of effort to pull out just 2 weeds. In addition, the spiritual qi in his body had almost been exhausted. When Yan Tianan rested for a while and then pulled out the 3rd weed, the weeds that had been pulled out before actually grew out again. Yan Tianan touched his head, how could this happen? Lin Xuanji laughed, time moves faster here, so if you pull it, it will be easy for new seeds to break through the ground. There will be no end to it. Yan Tianan sighed and stopped trying. Let's go and get some grass-swallowing worms, but the price of them is too expensive. I can't afford it. A grass-swallowing worm was a kind of insect that could replace human labor to devour weeds. This kind of insect was expensive. One insect could easily cost tens of thousands of gold. It often slept on the ground after eating and drinking its fill, plus it only had a short lifespan of 1 quarter, so its cost-effectiveness was not too high. At least for some people who specialized in growing spiritual plants, the price of a grass-swallowing worm wasn't as cheap as the price spent on labor. Hence, grass-swallowing worms were pretty useless existences, only a few people would buy them. If Yan Tianan hadn't attempted it and found that the weeds in here were really beyond his ability to solve, he wouldn't be willing to buy grass-swallowing worms at all. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's small face, which was full of reluctance, and couldn't help but laugh. Ah Hen doesn't need to feel distressed. Although there are weeds everywhere in this soul plate, the spiritual qi gathered here is definitely much stronger than any other place because it has been nurtured by forged stones for thousands of years. Therefore, even if grass-swallowing worms are placed here, they won't die easily, and it's even possible to change their breeds. At that time, when these grass-swallowing worms give birth to children and grandchildren, we can sell them as well. Hearing this, Yan Tianan's eyes lit up and he rushed to nod. If that's the case, it'll solve all our problems once and for all. This is really great. Before it's too late, let's go and buy some grass-swallowing worms now. Since Yan Tianan said so, how could Lin Xuanji refuse him? So Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan out of the soul plate space and flew them by sword toward the foot of the mountain. Although there were similar shops in the sect, Profound Sky sect didn't do a good job in this respect because the prices of the things inside the shops were much higher than those outside. Not to mention, the quality wasn't guaranteed, and most of the shops that could be opened in the sect had all kinds of powerful forces behind them. The shopkeepers also dragged their feet to the extreme. They'd especially slaughter new sheep who hadn't learned how to fly on a sword yet and therefore had difficulty getting in and out of the sect gate. As for Lin Xuanji, who could fly the sword back and forth in less than a quarter of an hour, naturally, he would not suffer for this dumb decision in the sect. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Xuanji brought Yan Tianan straight to a spiritual plant shop. This spiritual plant shop was run by the Yuan family and it was a time-honored shop in Profound City. Lin Xuanji's own shop also had spiritual herbs, but because the cost of grass-swallowing worms was too high, he dared not raise them easily. So for the time being, Yin Yang Studio could only sell spiritual herbs, instead of grass-swallowing worms. When Lin Xuanji came to shop in the Yuan family's spiritual herb shop, the shopkeeper showed a somewhat unpredictable expression. The shopkeeper looked at Lin Xuanji. If it were someone else, I would certainly sell these grass-swallowing worms without another word. I wish I could sell these ancestors, but it's not convenient for me to sell them to you. Yan Tianan was a little puzzled and foolishly asked, why? When did my dage enter your blacklist? The shopkeeper looked distressed and hurriedly shook his head. Little friend, how can you think so? I know you have a good relationship with my young master, so I don't want to swindle your money. I might as well tell you the truth. This grass-swallowing worm has always been a useless existence. Even our Yuan family only uses it to eat the weeds in the most difficult spiritual plant fields, but most people would employ laborers to do it. Moreover, this grass-swallowing worm is not easy to cultivate, so the price is very expensive. If it is not too difficult to remove the weeds, it's better not to buy such a thing. To be honest, we're the only family that sells these worms right now, but we don't make any profit from it, we even make a loss. So our young master is now considering not selling these. Don't Yan Tianan hurriedly said, Uncle, although grass-swallowing worms are expensive and seem unprofitable, they have the advantage of swallowing any kind of weed. Some weeds are poisonous, and some weeds have fire, but if the worms swallow them, they'll be fine, unlike a person who'll be injured. The shopkeeper looked at Yan Tianan and couldn't help but think that although the child looked strange and had a lame leg, his heart was very soft and kind. He was a good child. The shopkeeper thought for a moment, then smiled, you're right. The grass-swallowing worm still has its value. Lin Xuanji interjected at the right time, we are really in urgent need of grass-swallowing worms. The shopkeeper might as well sell some of them to us. The shopkeeper couldn't persuade them, so he told a servant to pick out 2 grass-swallowing worms and put them in a casing for Lin Xuanji. These 2 are the best we have. You keep them first. The shopkeeper informed them. Lin Xuanji brought out his treasure card and handed it to the shopkeeper, who waved his hand, forget it. I can't sell these 2 grass-swallowing worms anyway. I'll just give them to you. Lin Xuanji shook his head, how could I do this? If the shopkeeper does this, again and again, I won't dare to enter your shop anymore. Both of them refused each other several times. However, seeing that Lin Xuanji was very persistent, the shopkeeper had to accept Lin Xuanji's money at cost price. When they got the 2 grass-swallowing worms, they left the store. They originally intended to return directly to Profound Sky Sect, but Lin Xuanji suddenly changed his mind. He decided to take Yan Tianan back to their house and see how Ling Chigu was cultivating now. As soon as they went out, they met Xianxia, who came out of nowhere. Xianxia was followed by several guards with bloody and evil auras. When Xianxia saw Lin Xuanji, he stepped forward with a smile on his face, blocking the 2 men's paths. Oh boss Lin, did you come to the Yuan family's shop to buy spiritual herbs? Isn't your Yin Yang Studio slogan, there's only what you can't imagine, not what you can't buy? It's only been a few days after opening, but even you, the master shopkeeper, are too lazy to go to your own shop. Xianxia was full of ridicule. Lin Xuanji glanced at the men behind him and saw that they were all killers. What does that have to do with you? However, why don't I see Elder Haotu in these 2 days? Maybe he found out that your Yongtai Manor was going to close down, so he ran away in advance. The corner of Xianxia's mouth uncontrollably twitched a few times, his eyes flashing with resentment. Xianxia grouched, who knows what little tricks you've done behind my back? I just wanted to leave your father and work alone. Unexpectedly, you embarrassed me everywhere and even poached my 2 right-hand men. You Lins are really unkind because they were in front of the Yuan family's spiritual herbs shop. Many guests came and went to buy spiritual herbs. Xianxia's voice was rather loud, and with 5 or 6 guards behind him, it was easy to attract people's attention. When the crowd looked their way, they'd see Lin Xuanji, the leading character who was now very famous in the whole of Profound City and had been talked about everywhere. They were even more excited and couldn't help standing by to watch one by one. Xianxia's words had undoubtedly intended to make everyone think Lin Xuanji was an extremely unkind person. Instead of getting angry, Lin Xuanji smiled and said slowly, "Xianxia, I haven't even settled the account with you yet. I wanted to let you off, but I didn't expect that you'd beat me to it." Yongtai Manor was originally called Serene Herb Manor, but it was my father's property. Shortly after my father's accident, Serene Herb Manor was embezzled by you and became the present Yongtai Manor. You said that we wronged you. That is truly ridiculous. Xianxia stuck out his neck. If you're capable, show me some evidence. The best evidence is that the two local elders, who are not accustomed to your way of doing things, are no longer willing to work with you. Lin Xuanji lightly described, the two Haotu elders were the reason why Xianxia resented Lin Xuanji the most. If it weren't for Lin Xuanji's meddling, how could the Haotu elders have disappeared overnight, leaving only a word to go their separate ways from him? He confessed that he'd never done anything wrong to the elders over the years, and the treatment he gave them was very generous. But unexpectedly, these two ungrateful old bastards would do such a thing as betraying their master, scaring Xianxia half to death. However, Xianxia never thought about what a despicable wretch he was when he arranged the post for the elders. Xianxia gnashed his teeth. It's really hateful of you to steal my people behind my back. If you do business like this, you'll sooner or later suffer the consequences. The most taboo thing for business people is having their talents poached by their peers. Such behavior is particularly detestable and unkind. Lin Xuanji curled his lips. I don't know the elders' whereabouts at all. You said that I was the initiator, but you can't talk with empty words. It's no wonder that people left, when you can't even conduct yourself well. Lin Xuanji airily waved a hand to Xianxia. Manager Shi, there's still more to come. I'd like to see how long the Yongtai Manor that you stole will last. Goodbye. Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan away while Xianxia looked at them gloomily behind them. During the opening period of Yin Yang Studio, Xianxia found out that his business in Yongtai Manor had fallen by more than one level. After Xianxia secretly investigated, he realized that the spiritual herbs sold by Lin Xuanji's Yin Yang Studio were exactly the same as that of Yongtai Manor, but the quality was much better than his. The price was also a little cheaper. Xianxia was so angry that he immediately followed Lin Xuanji in a price war, reducing the price of spiritual herbs in Yongtai Manor by 20%. After that, Lin Xuanji was still selling at the original price, and the passenger flow in Yongtai Manor quickly returned. The contents of the shop were plundered by the major customers, so Xianxia was still complacent. A few days later, he received news that the spiritual herbs in Yin Yang Studio had also lowered their price. Xianxia immediately reduced the price again. Yin Yang Studio deliberately opposed Xianxia by also adopting the method of low-price sales. Chapter 342. This escalating price war went on for half a month. Xianxia suddenly noticed that Yongtai Manor had actually been losing a lot of money, and even the stock of spiritual herbs was almost consumed. But it was already late. After Yin Yang Studio passed its first half-month of opening discounts, the price of spiritual herbs returned to normal. Xianxia didn't know where they got so many spiritual herbs, but they still had enough supply to meet the demand. However, the situation in Yongtai Manor was a bit bad. Not only was there a lot of debt, but Xianxia was also invited over by the Merchant Guild elders to have tea. The reason was very simple. Lin Xuanji's shop had only recently opened, so it was all right for them to discount their prices to attract customers. However, Xianxia, why did you meddle in this matter? Are you not disturbing the normal price order of spiritual herbs in Profound City? Xianxia knew the reason but couldn't explain it clearly and could only say that Lin Xuanji was selling the same spiritual herbs as him, which was obviously targeting him. However, how could the elders of the Merchant Guild, who had been bribed with some of Lin Xuanji's magic treasures and also greeted by Su Mo and the Yuan family in advance, stand on Xianxia's side to speak for him? These elders not only turned a deaf ear to Xianxia, but some of them also sneered at him and said that if he thought about how Yongtai Manor came into being, he would know that Lin Xuanji's behavior was already quite kind. Xianxia was ridiculed to the point of wanting to angrily spit out blood. He left the Merchant Guild with hatred, no longer wanting to make a fool of himself. He wanted to find several other spiritual herbs shops and join forces to exclude Lin Xuanji, but he didn't expect that they were not affected by Yin Yang Studio's crazy discount. The reason for this was simply because, besides a couple of Yin Yang Studio's spiritual herbs, which had produced varieties that coincided with the other shops' goods, the rest of the herbs almost perfectly avoided those shops' selections, so those spiritual herbs shops were not affected at all. How was this possible? Shi Yongtai refused to be misled by hearsay and went to other spiritual herbs shops. Suddenly, he found that his Yongtai manner and the spiritual herbs sold in other shops were actually different. It had to be said that in this world, there were many kinds of spiritual herbs, more than tens of thousands of them. In addition to the most common and basic types, the vast majority of spiritual herbs in every shop were not the same. However, when Shi Yongtai worked with Lin Zan before, the spiritual herbs were directly obtained by Lin Zan, so he only recognized those few. After that, he went to work alone, and the spiritual herbs were brought over by the two Haodu elders. Shi Yongtai himself had no source of goods. He would accept whatever others gave him. However, the varieties and qualities of these spiritual herbs obtained by those Haodu elders were no different than those of Lin Zan's. After Lin Xuanji understood this, he couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the vast majority of spiritual herbs produced by Lin Zan were consistent with the spiritual herbs planted in the Lin family's own spiritual plant fields. It was probably because he had thought of the possibility of his own spiritual herb fields being targeted before that most of the herbs planted in his private fields were of these kinds. When the Haodu elders took over Lin Zan's spiritual plant fields, the varieties growing in there were naturally of those types. In the end, they had just gone around in a circle. Serene Herb Manor had only changed its name, but the core had not changed at all. After Lin Xuanji learned about this matter, he asked Yuan Tianwen to help him get some high-quality spiritual herbs of the same kind. Then he let his current head of the inner courtyard, Ji Lanjin, supply the spiritual herbs in Yin Yang Studio with all of the spiritual plants from the Lin family's field. Many of the Lin family's spiritual plants were for their own use, so they naturally wouldn't be lax on the quality. As a result, Shi Yongtai was besieged and caught off guard. Shi Yongtai suddenly suffered a great blow as he no longer had a supply of goods in hand. In the past 2 years, he relied heavily on the two Haodu elders and the mysterious master behind them. Shi Yongtai thought that he could rest easy, but he didn't expect that a crisis had long been suspended over his head. These days, Shi Yongtai was frantically looking for sources of goods. However, the price he gave was not high enough, and the other party was not familiar with him. Naturally, they would not easily sell spiritual herbs to him. Shi Yongtai's life was very difficult these days. Later on, Shi Yongtai happened to see the two Haodu elders following Qingzhu, and believed that Lin Xuanji had been planning to take him down behind his back by poaching his people. He suddenly wanted to kill Lin Xuanji to vent his anger. Shi Yongtai spent a lot of money and hired 6 killers who were wanted by several large families for committing major crimes. Shi Yongtai's eyes were red as he bitterly ordered the several people behind him, "Go and kill Lin Xuanji and chop him into minced meat." A fierce-looking killer with a scar on his face cut in, "Earlier, you said that Lin Xuanji was only at the first layer of the hardened body stage." Shi Yongtai froze. "He's merely added 2 layers. He hasn't reached primary realm yet." The killer sneered, "You can't say that. Don't think that my brothers didn't travel through the East Continent before and don't know anything about the situation here. When Lin Xuanji was in Sky Peak City, he was favored by many families because of his skill in crafting weapons. Now he has returned to Profound Sky Sect and has restored his sword cultivation. He even jumped 2 levels at once. Such talent and luck are formidable and outrageous." Shi Yongtai had a dark expression as he glared at the killer severely and asked, "What are you saying? Because it's difficult, you won't do this business. We're willing to do it. As long as you give us money, we can kill even the King of Heaven." The killer smiled grimly, "It's just that the price is not the same as the original one." Shi Yongtai suppressed his anger and endured, "How much do you want?" 3 times, declared the killer. Shi Yongtai nearly jumped to his feet. "You're demanding a lion's share." Another killer looked at him coldly, "If you don't want to, then forget it." Shi Yongtai contained his temper once more and thought, it's not easy for him to hire another killer to assassinate Lin Xuanji now. What's more, he had already spent a lot of energy and money to find these people. He had already spent a lot of money in the early stage, he couldn't end the contract with them now. If he did that, wouldn't he be harming himself? As a result, Shi Yongtai had to gather his resolve and swallow blood. "Okay, 3 times. Is 3 times, but I want to see Lin Xuanji's head fall to the ground as soon as possible." The killer showed a satisfied expression, and his eyes flashed sinisterly. "Boss Shi is so frank. Don't worry, I'll grant your request as soon as possible." Lin Xuanji returned to the courtyard with Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan took out the 2 grass-swallowing worms and placed them on his hand to observe carefully. The shape of a grass-swallowing worm looked like a snail without a shell. It was soft and had a pair of antennas on its head that would shrink back when touched lightly, and the size of the worm was only a finger thick. Even if it grew up, it would not exceed the thickness of 2 fingers. Yan Tianan was a little worried. Dage, these 2 grass-swallowing worms have to deal with a whole land of weeds. They may not be able to cope with it. Lin Xuanji looked at the worms. We might as well try and see how long the worms can live in the soul plate. In the courtyard, Ling Chigu was the only one who looked after the house and guarded the courtyard. Chang Zhu had not been found since he learned that Lu Mengchen was playing tricks in the dark. According to Lin Xuanji's instructions, Chang Zhu had to send messages to him through the voice transmission bell every day so that Lin Xuanji could make sure that the other party was safe. As for Feng Jingyu, he was sent by Lin Xuanji to guide Lin Yufan and was not in the other courtyard right now. Yan Tianan was at ease and boldly entered the soul plate. Lin Xuanji also entered, holding Yan Tianan on his sword suspended in midair. At this point, it was already dark in the soul plate. An eerie violet moon hung in the sky. It looked huge, and the light it emitted illuminated the entire piece of land. As soon as the 2 grass-swallowing worms landed on the soil, they moved around slowly at first as if they were lacking energy. Then, as if they found something, they suddenly raised the front of their bodies and began to drill into the soil at a fast speed. There was only the sound of catchy, catchy, catchy coming from the ground as the weeds began to be devoured by the roots and fell to the ground one by one, sprawling all over the floor. Yan Tianan looked at these weeds that were being pulled much faster than he could do it and was immediately dumbfounded. How is this possible? Grass-swallowing worms don't have such a fast speed at all. Are the weeds that edible? Lin Xuanji looked at the growing number of weeds lying on the ground with satisfaction. It is better to say that the grass-swallowing worms themselves eat the root system of weeds for a living. Besides, the weeds in the soul plate are not comparable to those outside. Even the weeds have absorbed the aura of heaven and earth and the essence of forged stones. These 2 grass-swallowing worms will not be the same for a long time. When they saw the benefits, they started to absorb them desperately. Yan Tianan was pleased to see the 2 grass-swallowing worms drilling into the soil with very strong fighting power. He said with a little worry, "But Dage, do you think these 2 grass-swallowing worms will absorb too much to the point of death?" Lin Xuanji hesitated. "It's possible." The 2 immediately looked at each other. Yan Tianan suggested, "Why don't we catch them first, put them in their casings, and then release them when necessary?" Lin Xuanji thought for a moment. Wait a moment. According to the consistent characteristics of grass-swallowing worms, once they absorb too much spiritual qi, they will disperse the indigestible spirit by giving birth to the next generation of grass-swallowing worms. Yan Tianan was stunned. "Dage, do you mean you want them to have babies here?" Lin Xuanji replied, 2 grass-swallowing worms are still too few. Now that they could see the size of the soul plate, it was about 10 acres of land, which was definitely not a small number. What's more, because of the large area of weeds, even if the speed of the grass-swallowing worms was fast, it was still impossible to be faster than the growth rate of the weeds. Lin Xuanji didn't care about these weeds in the soul plate in his previous life. After all, as his cultivation improved, the soul plate also gradually expanded. All kinds of mountains and rivers appeared, just like a real paradise, so Lin Xuanji did not put the initial weeds in his eyes. Lin Xuanji had also tried to empty the weeds, but he later found that even if he took the weeds by the root, they still grew back every once in a while, so he no longer paid it any attention. However, at present, his cultivation was still in the hardened body stage, and he could only open up such a small amount of soul space. Moreover, he wanted Yan Tianan to use this space, so he had to find a way to make these weeds disappear. Grass-swallowing worms could completely replace human laborers. However, they were expensive and had a short lifespan. Lin Xuanji had thought of cultivating grass-swallowing worms in his soul plate. Although it could fail, causing the death of the 2 grass-swallowing worms that could have devoured all the weeds, Lin Xuanji was still willing to give it a try. Although Yan Tianan felt uneasy, his trust in Lin Xuanji occupied a very high spot. He secretly watched 2 joyous grass-swallowing worms for a while and followed Lin Xuanji out. The soul plate clamored at Lin Xuanji for forged stones, and since Lin Xuanji had prepared in advance with hundreds of forged stones, he threw them to the soul plate. Only then did the soul plate close his mouth. After Yan Tianan came out, he asked, "Dage, didn't you say before that there was a wisp of a soul in the soul plate? Why haven't I seen him inside?" Lin Xuanji answered, "Because he's shy." Chapter 343. Yan Tianan looked surprised, but he all of a sudden nodded in understanding. Don't worry, Dage, I'm not in a hurry. When he gets more familiar with me, he'll be more willing to come out. After another thought, he sighed regretfully. I was just thinking of bringing Yu in to keep him company. After all, one is a corpse puppet while another is a soul. Maybe they'll have a lot of things to share together. Hen is right, it might not be too difficult for them to communicate. Lin Xuanji looked at Ling Chigu, who was standing by the window with his head lowered, and wondered what he was thinking about. Then he heard the roar of the soul plate. Who told you to speak nonsense? When did this master become too shy to see anyone? If it weren't for you, you little brat, for imprisoning me in the barrier of your sea of knowledge, how could this master not come out? After cursing for a long time, the soul panel added, then there's that little rabbit outside. What could I discuss with a dead man? Your uncle's $. After cursing for half a day, Lin Xuanji asked, is that all? Soul plate, no, Lin Xuanji said, but I've heard enough. Soul plate. As a result, Soul plate was temporarily locked in the small black room. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but think. Although there was a bit of soul in the soul plate, it had absorbed a lot of spiritual qi over time and could condense a human form. Even if it couldn't last long, it was still a complete man's body. The soul plate liked to stay in his human form and run around within the space. However, his human form was undressed and naked, which was too self-indulgent. If it frightened his family's Ahen, it wouldn't be good. That night, the two did not return to Profound Sky Sect but stayed in the courtyard for now. Ling Chigu was a corpse puppet, so he didn't need to sleep at night. Yan Tianan had asked him to look after the house outside. Ling Chigu planned on standing under the pine and cypress trees beside the gate all night long, silently waiting for their late-night visitors. In the middle of the night, when the moon was shrouded a bit by dark clouds, someone suddenly appeared above the door. One by one they quietly entered the house. Yinqi, the leader sneered, don't scare yourself here. Even if there is Yinqi, this place is on the edge of Profound City, and there's a mass burial site at the back not far from here. I don't know how many worthless wretches have died, but it's normal to have a little Yinqi in them. Yeah, don't think about what ifs. Go kill those two already and take their heads to get the money. This Lin Xuanji is a troublesome fellow. After we take the money, we have to flee for our lives, otherwise. Just then, the killer's voice stopped. In front of him, he saw his 4 associates in front running towards the inner courtyard, while the remaining fellows should have been keeping watch at the entrance of the alley. But how was there a hand on his shoulder? The killer tried to move his shoulder and found that the hand's strength was like the weight of 1,000 gold, keeping him immobile. The people in front had already climbed over the wall and entered the inner courtyard. Naturally, they didn't know what was happening behind them. Ling Chigu pressed on the man's shoulder, and just by moving his fingers, he crushed the man's throat with one hand. He absorbed the small amount of spiritual qi from the human into his body, then turned his eyes and quietly flew over the inner wall like a ghost to kill the remaining 4 people. However, there was no need for Ling Chigu to take action. The 4 men had already met Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, who were dressed neatly. Yan Tianan looked at the 4 killers who were obviously frightened by them and smiled. I didn't expect you to come here. When my Dage told me about this in the evening, I didn't believe it. But it seems that my Dage was right indeed. It turned out that when Lin Xuanji saw the killers who followed xianxia during the day, he had already guessed that the old man would act in a hurry. Knowing his impatience, he would surely let these people attack him as soon as possible. In fact, on the way back to the courtyard, Lin Xuanji had noticed that someone was following them, which made him more certain that something would happen tonight. It could be said that Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan were welcoming them by waiting for them to show up. The 4 killers' faces immediately turned serious. After a moment of silence, the leader showed a ferocious look. Haha, it seems that you're not afraid of death. Since we've been found out, then we won't be polite. It's your own fault for offending the wrong people. Brothers, kill them in the courtyard. The sudden clash of swords flashed like thunder and lightning. Lin Xuanji had already prepared himself, but he didn't use Lianlian, which had been eager to get out of his sheath. Instead, he took out 4 thunder bombs and threw them out at the same time. The bombs exploded at the same time, stopping the 4 men's tracks for a moment. Ling Chigu moved at the right time and started slaughtering. He dragged his heavy steps towards the man nearest to him. The man sensed the incoming danger and reflexively turned around to chop the person down. However, he felt pain, and watched with his own eyes as his entire right arm was cut off from his shoulder by a yin fire. A scream resounded throughout the whole yard, and the other three men twisted their heads, only to see Ling Chigu coming at them with a bloody glint in his eyes, an evil aura shrouding his body, and the yin fire representing the corpse puppet between his hands. Hiss! No one knew who gasped, as they all just wanted to escape, but Yan Tianan released his yin flame palm to shoot, turning one of them into ashes. Yan Tianan looked at his palm and thought it was somewhat unbelievable, but he soon returned to his senses and continued forming hand seals to attack the next person. Demonic cultivator. The two men were greatly shocked. They didn't know how the situation became like this. Of the two remaining killers, one of them saw the situation was wrong, so he took the opportunity to push his other partner toward Yan Tianan. Then he turned around and ran outside with a life-saving magic treasure. His speed was extremely fast. Yan Tianan couldn't stop himself in time and beat the poor wretch who had been thrown over as a scapegoat to death. Speaking of which, Yan Tianan's cultivation was absolutely below theirs. However, when they saw his demonic cultivation, it gave birth to a new meaning of fear. Even the intent to battle no longer existed, as they could only wait for death. The guy who had betrayed his partner crashed into something invisible just as he left the house and fell straight down. Lin Xuanji followed him like a grim reaper and slightly curled his lips. You seem to forget that I'm a craftsman. Using such low-level instruments in front of me is like walking into a trap. Then Lin Xuanji took out the yin ghost banner he'd taken from Wang Fujin's hands, eyes cold as he waved it at the man. The yin ghost banner had 79 bells hanging on it with inscriptions engraved on them. They collided with each other in the dark night, like hundreds of ghosts laughing in high and low pitches. The person who heard it was horrified. The man's Dao attainments weren't high enough, his cultivation was at most at primary realm, while the yin ghost banner was an extreme yin object. It was unknown how many ghosts were hidden in it. When Lin Xuanji urged it with a shake, a ghost floated out of it and dragged the only living creature except for Lin Xuanji into the yin ghost banner with a creepy smile. When Yan Tianan arrived, he saw this scene. Yan Tianan gasped, "Dage, what are you doing?" Lin Xuanji looked with a blank expression at the dead body that had its soul swallowed up. He crouched to the ground and closed the cold eyes, staring at nothing. Then he turned around and looked at the disbelief on Yan Tianan's face. If you take the soul directly, you can preserve the cultivation of the body. You can decide for yourself whether to swallow his cultivation or keep them as a corpse puppet. Yan Tianan was stunned. He looked at Lin Xuanji, who seemed like a stranger to him at this moment, and was involuntarily terrified of the yin ghost banner. Dage. He couldn't understand Lin Xuanji's intention. However, Lin Xuanji smiled faintly. He didn't know how many ghosts slept in the yin ghost banner. They were awakened again after many years and looked particularly excited, but the seal was still there. Lin Xuanji was also suppressing them so hard that the rest of them couldn't show their heads except for those released by Lin Xuanji. However, even so, the yin qi was still so abundant and overwhelming with all kinds of evil spirits and ghosts that it made the wind all around them tremble. The leaves seemed to be moving on their own, rustling and brushing, as the ghosts in their graves called out with their unique voices one after the other. For a while, a chilly wind blew like hundreds of ghosts traveling at night. Yan Tianan stood 3 meters away from Lin Xuanji and stared at him. He and Lin Xuanji looked at each other while the other held the yin ghost banner in his hand. His face looked like both a ghost and an immortal, eliciting a hair-raising feeling. Lin Xuanji said flatly, "A so-called cultivator is one who fights for their life against the heavens. All Taoist techniques, no matter good or evil, are worthy of cultivating as long as one can protect their own life without violating their conscience." Yan Tianan opened his mouth, but he was speechless. Lin Xuanji went on, "You always had misgivings about the path of demonic cultivation. You are also afraid that I will abandon you one day because of it. What's more, you're afraid that you will become addicted to demonic cultivation and become a human-killing machine. People all say that I am of noble character and that I'm a star of salvation, but they don't know that I'm also a selfish person. I also have evil influence in my heart and countless dark thoughts." Yan Tianan took a deep breath and shook his head. "Dage, don't say such words. You don't have to say such demeaning words for me." Lin Xuanji collected the banner. "It's just a matter of telling the truth. If Ah Hen doesn't want to listen, I won't say anything." "I didn't mean that," Yan Tianan replied. Lin Xuanji curled his lips. "I know. I also hope you can understand what I mean." Yan Tianan was silent for a moment, then nodded and whispered, "I understand." Lin Xuanji said this in the hopes that he would put down his shackles and apprehension, and cultivate with ease. Yan Tianan's heart was in a chaotic mix. Yan Tianan looked at the fallen corpse and thought for a moment, Dage, I don't really want to use this body. I have Ajiyu, that's enough. Lin Xuanji answered, it's true that Ling Chigu's ability is much better than his, but this corpse can't be wasted. Chapter 344 Yan Tianan walked up to Lin Xuanji, what do you mean, Dage? Lin Xuanji answered, since Xianxia dares to kill us in secret, I can't let him get away with it. Is Dage going to kill him? Yan Tianan asked. That man has to be killed. Lin Xuanji's eyes deepened slightly, since he's already acting desperately and invested so much money into this, it seems that if he fails to kill us once, he'll try a second time. If he stays alive, he'll only be trouble along the way. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, while the one who strikes later suffers a calamity. Xianxia had already taken the lead, but unfortunately, these people he chose were not skilled enough. On the contrary, they ended up alerting their prey and made a fool of themselves. Yan Tianan narrowed his eyes slightly, why don't we start now? Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan's hand, we don't need to do it ourselves. Xianxia may have other protective measures. We can't do it easily. What does Dage mean? This corpse can be used. Lin Xuanji put away the magic treasure that could form an enclosed barrier around a set area. The ring of a bell sounded, which was especially prominent in the night. Yan Tianan looked into the distance. In the long alley, a thin and tall man dressed in white with a pale face came floating towards their side. He went in front of Lin Xuanji and stood still. A pair of indifferent eyes stared at Lin Xuanji's face for a moment, then asked, what did you call me for this evening? Lin Xuanji replied, I need you to put a GU worm in this corpse and kill a person. The man asked flatly, who? The shopkeeper of Yongtai Manor, Xianxia. Understood. After that, the man took action right away and turned to the corpse, flicking a finger in the air. Yan Tianan only saw a red object bounce out of his hand. It landed on top of the corpse and disappeared instantly. Yan Tianan widened his eyes curiously for fear of missing any of the man's movements. He watched as the man formed a few more hand seals, mumbling words that Yan Tianan didn't know. In less than the time it takes to make a cup of tea, the corpse that had lost its soul unexpectedly stood up like a living man. Except for a pair of dull-looking eyes, he walked with great coordination and more flexibility than Ling Chigu in the beginning of his creation as a corpse puppet. Go, the man commanded. The body jumped several times before disappearing into the alley. Witchcraft. Yan Tianan gasped. You are a GU master from the South Continent. The white-robed man nodded. My name is Zhou Yi. I am a GU master of the South Continent. GU masters relied half on GU insects and half on sorcery, both of which were indispensable to them. The white-robed man seemed unwilling to continue the conversation. He yawned. Tomorrow you will receive the news of the man's death. Is there anything else besides that? Yan Tianan looked reluctant to part with Zhou Yi. Can you teach me how to refine GU? Zhou Yi lightly swept a glance over Yan Tianan. It's not difficult to refine GU, you just need to be patient. A GU worm will probably need to be nurtured for 10 to 20 years. Can you bear it? Yan Tianan nodded. It takes this many years to raise spiritual plants too. It might even take hundreds of years. If I don't have this patience, I won't be able to see any spiritual plants grow no matter what. Since you have this disposition, when it's convenient for you, come to me to refine GU insects. After all, you control corpse puppets, so you have to learn how to refine GU. However, I can't teach you witchcraft. After saying his part, Zhou Yi left just as he came, moving leisurely towards the end of the alley. Yan Tianan discovered that on closer inspection, the reason why Zhou Yi looked like he was floating on the ground was because of the group of insects under his feet. These insects moved very fast and were strong enough not to scatter or be crushed. They made Zhou Yi appear like he was floating 3 inches off the ground. Yan Tianan couldn't help but click his tongue, that's too incredible. Lin Xuanji commented, isn't it too lazy? Yan Tianan asked, where does he live? Lin Xuanji pointed to the courtyard next to his house at the end of the alley, he lives there. Yan Tianan nearly spat out blood and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. It's only a few steps. Lin Xuanji nodded, yes. He would rather sit than stand, and would rather stand than walk. Yan Tianan replied, then he might as well live with Ajiyu. It seems that he already knows Ajiyu exists anyway. He is used to living alone and doesn't like staying with other people. Moreover, he does know the existence of Audiobooks. When he first came, Zhou Yi and Audiobooks ran into each other in the alley and started fighting. Yan Tianan, why didn't I know such a thing happened? What happened? Yan Tianan frowned. Audiobooks never takes the initiative to look for trouble with people. I didn't say it was Agu's fault. Lin Xuanji thought for a moment. It was probably because the Gu insects on Zhou Yi and the one in Agu's body had a mutual reaction, which was why Agu was discovered by Zhou Yi. He thought Agu was a good vessel for refining Gu and a good target for a potential corpse puppet, so he wanted to put a Gu in him and make him his subordinate. Agu seemed to have noticed his plan and fought with him. When Yan Tianan heard that Agu was actually being sought after, he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. He's too unkind. Agu is not without a master. Why does he care about Agu? Yan Tianan was very protective of his things. If anyone wanted to snatch something from him, it wouldn't be easy. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but smile as he looked at Yan Tianan. I have already told him that Agu is not someone he can have. Since Zhou Yi decided to follow me, he wouldn't think about Agu anymore. Yan Tianan breathed a little sigh of relief. That's better. Previously, Lin Xuanji had told him that he asked Ji Lanjin's help to find a reliable Gu master. Yan Tianan had been looking forward to the arrival of one, and he was indeed not disappointed when he saw Zhou Yi today. The East Continent was separated from the South by a big mountain range and sea. The South Continent was the most closed-off and xenophobic region among the 5 continents, so everything in there was very novel to those in the East. Moreover, there were countless legends about South Continent's Gu cultivators and witchcraft, which made people both scared and curious. Yan Tianan didn't know how powerful a Gu master had to be in order to be considered strong, but he was sure that the Zhou Yi he saw today was not someone whom Ji Lanjin casually picked. After all, as one could see from Ling Chigu's recent performance, his cultivation was at least hardened body stage 3rd layer, and his strength was boundless. That was why he could easily crush the neck of a hardened body cultivator with one hand. But when Ling Chigu and Zhou Yi fought, both of them had not been injured. It seemed that a winner hadn't been found. What's the background of this Zhou Yi? Is he reliable? Yan Tianan had some worries. I can't say for sure. It depends on the future. Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan's hand and walked back into the courtyard. Aunt Ji wrote to me the other day that this was her younger brother from the same father and mother. Because he cultivated the Gu path ever since he was a child and was innately gifted in witchcraft, he had been exiled by the family and never had any friends. She hoped that I would take more care of him if I can. Yan Tianan nodded thoughtfully. The Ji family in the South Continent claim themselves to be of noble status, so it's only natural that they would not want to have a Gu master sorcerer who is often linked to demonic cultivators. Indeed, while they talked, he and Yan Tianan had arrived at the inner court. Several corpses that were originally scattered around had already disappeared at this point. Lin Xuanji glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and looked at Ling Chigu standing at the gate of the inner courtyard as if he were trying to merge with the night. Yu can even take care of the aftermath now. Yan Tianan smiled. Yu, did you do this? Ling Chigu nodded stiffly. Yan Tianan walked over. Where did you throw the bodies? Ling Chigu pointed to the back of the house, which meant that he'd thrown them on the mountain. Yan Tianan pulled open Ling Chigu's hand and looked at it carefully. When he found some bloodstains on it, he frowned. Yu, how many times have I told you not to touch those corpses with your hands? Look, your hands are dirty again. Ling Chigu let him take out his handkerchief to wipe his fingers carefully. Lin Xuanji felt that he could not watch anymore. He came over and pulled Yan Tianan away. It's useless to wipe it just like that. Let Yu go inside and wash his hands with water. Ling Chigu seemed to shake his head, somewhat confused. He raised his hand and opened and closed his mouth. He changed his mouth's shape a few times. Then Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji saw 3 bodies with crooked necks and missing arms climbing up from the back wall of the courtyard and limping their heavy bodies into the inner courtyard. Yan Tianan was dumbfounded. Lin Xuanji watched as more blood fell on the ground and his eyelids couldn't help twitching. Ling Chigu seemed to appear very satisfied when Yan Tianan looked at him. Yan Tianan felt that Ling Chigu's handsome face that usually had no expression was asking for praise. Yan Tianan held his forehead and wiped his face. He said to Lin Xuanji, Yu means that he can control these low-grade corpses, so he didn't throw them out the door with his own hands. Lin Xuanji said with deep meaning, it's enough for him to tell you directly. There was no need for them to come again. Yan Tianan curled a corner of his mouth. Yu just lacks the ability to express himself. Ling Chigu's tongue was stiff and he couldn't bend it yet. In addition, he had no soul in his body. Everything he did at this time, except for what Yan Tianan asked him to do through the contract, was a conditioned reflex formed by the residual consciousness before his death. Just like that time he quietly cried when he heard Feng Jingyu mention his past. Lin Xuanji pondered this. If you see the ghost-masked man again, you may as well ask him how to make a corpse puppet talk. Chapter 345. Yan Tianan gazed at Ling Chigu. It's not necessary to ask the ghost-masked man about this. It was written in the imperial corpse technique he passed to me that if the corpse puppet was refined to a certain extent, they can look for suitable souls to inhabit their bodies by themselves. Once they have a soul, the corpse puppet will be able to speak and won't appear any different from ordinary people. However, Lin Xuanji quickly discovered the key point. He frowned slightly, but in that case, Ling Chigu will never be Ling Chigu again. Yan Tianan nodded. That's right, but if Yu truly finds a soul suitable for him and he also wants it, I don't know whether to stop him or congratulate him. Lin Xuanji and Ling Chigu's pair of black pupils looked at each other for a moment. Mao Mao seems to have some unusual feelings for Yu. Yan Tianan's expression looked slightly surprised. How unusual? Yan Tianan had always been a bit slow on these matters. Like you and me, Lin Xuanji answered. Yan Tianan paused, stunned. He obviously didn't expect that Feng Jingyu would actually admire Ling Chigu in his heart. But didn't Mao Mao say that he'd only heard of Ling Chigu before but didn't know him at all? Yan Tianan asked. His eyes suddenly widened and he stammered, don't tell me, he's a necrophiliac. Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and comforted himself, although this kind of taste is a little perverted, if Mao Mao truly likes it, it's not like I can't accept it. I just need some time. Outage, why did you hit my head? Don't entertain foolish ideas. Lin Xuanji withdrew his hand, which just gave Yan Tianan's forehead a knock. It's enough if you simply believe 30% of Feng Jingyu's words. He's been the West monarch for countless years and is also the descendant of natural gods. How can every word of his be true? His purpose for coming to the 5 continents is still unknown. Whether or not he knew Ling Chigu before is also only based on his words. You should take it with a grain of salt. Yan Tianan rubbed his head and thought for a moment, makes sense. If Mao Mao likes Yu but Yu is occupied by another person's soul, then Mao Mao. I think, if everything is really as I guessed, Feng Jingyu would rather destroy this corpse than let others defile him. Yan Tianan's mind was filled with the scene of Feng Jingyu burning the entire Pill Limit mysterious land in one breath and wiping out all the cultivators. He couldn't help nodding. You're right, Mao Mao is a violent fellow, so let's not give him this opportunity. Lin Xuanji pondered for a moment. As of right now, Gu's cultivation level isn't high enough yet, so we can look for other ways. Yan Tianan mused, if we can return Gu's soul to his body, everyone will be happy. But this is also the most difficult part. Gu's soul has long since been separated from his body the instant he died. At this time, his soul has either scattered into pieces or has been reincarnated once more. Either way, it won't be easy to find. After Ling Chigu ran those corpses to the back mountain and thoroughly washed his hands, Lin Xuanji brought Ling Chigu into the Soul Plate's space. Soul Plate was so angry that it repeatedly shouted at Lin Xuanji, cursing him for being unkind. Not only did Lin Xuanji stuff the living into Soul Plate's pocket dimension, but now even the dead have to camp there. However, after Lin Xuanji promised to supply Soul Plate with another 100 forged stones, Soul Plate became silent after a few humps. On the morning of the next day, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan were passing through the downtown area when they saw a team of Li family guards running towards Yongtai Manor, their expressions slightly grave. Many people who woke up early also stopped to watch from the sidelines one by one, and some people even discussed it with each other. It's early morning, what happened here? You don't know this, but the boss of Yongtai Manor had an accident. It's said that in the middle of last night, shopkeeper Shi was originally still pressing down on an elder sis from the drunken red mansion. Suddenly, a man whose expression was full of bloodthirst rushed over and bit shopkeeper Shi to death. So scary. This isn't even the scariest part. A few worms even crawled out of that man's mouth. Those worms drilled into shopkeeper Shi's body and soon sucked him into a dried corpse. It really scared people to death. As for the mysterious man from before, his body swelled up, as though all the blood those worms sucked had entered his body. Later, the man suddenly exploded with a bang, flesh and blood spraying everywhere. His terrified gasps could be heard one after another. Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan's hand and walked towards Profound Sky Sect. The news that Yongtai Manor's shopkeeper died in drunken red mansion in the middle of the night would soon spread throughout Profound City. Although his life was not valued very much by the people, that corpse, which was controlled by GU worms and sorcery and could kill people cruelly, was bound to cause quite a stir in Profound City. It would attract the attention of many families in Profound Sky Sect. However, even if they investigated, he was afraid that they wouldn't have any results. After all, the murderer had already been changed beyond recognition, blown into meat paste, so he could no longer be identified. In reality, Shi Yongtai's life or death had little influence on Lin Xuanji. He only planned to crush Shi Yongtai's business but never intended to kill him. However, since Shi Yongtai decided to court death himself, Lin Xuanji was naturally willing to give him a push. While he was at it, he could also observe Zhou Yi's abilities. Persisting in evil brings about self-destruction, and all debts will eventually be repaid. Soon after, Lin Xuanji called Dong Ku, who was in charge of Yin Yang Studio in Profound Sky Sect, and had him start all matters concerning the acquisition of Yongtai Manor. Yongtai Manor was originally Lin Zan's private property, but now it was in heavy debt. Plus, now that Lu Mengchen wasn't meddling in secret anymore, it was naturally reclaimed without much effort. Back to the present moment, Lin Xuanji returned to the Profound Sky Sect and first accompanied Yan Tianan to Broken Sword Peak's summit. Esteemed Yu happened to be away, and nobody knew where he'd gone. Recently, Esteemed Yu always ran outside without any prior notice. Each trip would take anywhere from 10 days to half a month, who knows what kind of urgent matters he had. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xuanji came to the hunting peak and released Ling Chigu from within the soul plate. Ling Chigu didn't show any discomfort when he arrived at a new place. He just looked around, emotionlessly and seemed to be surveying the terrain. In the future, you can cultivate with AGU even on the peak. Yan Tianan nodded somewhat excitedly. Yeah, no one ever visits this peak. There are many demonic beasts on it. It's a good place for cultivation. Do you know why no one comes here? Yan Tianan pointed to the sky. Mao Mao has flown up and scouted this entire area. He said that there are barriers everywhere. People outside cannot easily get in. The people inside can't get out either if they don't have a special method. Fortunately, Master has taught me how to get in and out. Otherwise, I would have been trapped here. Lin Xuanji spoke with deep meaning. That master of yours has high Dao attainments. I've not seen anything like it in my life. Yan Tianan suddenly looked surprised. I know my master is quite good at alchemy and arrays, but his Dao attainments shouldn't be higher than that of esteemed Lan Yu, right? Lin Xuanji explained, my master is indeed powerful, but his strength lies in his ability to divine heaven's secrets and predict ill or good fortune. His vision is high and far-sighted. However, if we're only talking about Dao attainments, esteemed Yu is more powerful. If he was just a teenager who had never been to the Nine Lands, then he really wouldn't be able to notice how powerful Yu truly was. However, the current Lin Xuanji had a wide range of knowledge and was different from ordinary people. This barrier, which covered the entire mountain peak, was by no means something that a mere profound realm peak return origin stage cultivator could maintain. But esteemed Yu really did maintain it. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but guess that esteemed Yu probably had a magic treasure that enabled him to display cultivation surpassing the profound realm even while in the smaller realms. That would be very impressive. At the very least, such a magic treasure must be on the level of a celestial tool. In that case, esteemed Yu's real identity needed to be investigated further. After his initial shock, Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji. Dage, if my master truly is so powerful, then why is he still staying in Profound Sky Peak? Lin Xuanji was silent for a moment before giving his conjecture. During this period of time, I've inquired with the Marshall brothers I was close to. Although they've had contact with esteemed Yu before, esteemed Yu's character and style of conduct in their descriptions are quite different from what you and I have seen right now. Moreover, as you said before, esteemed Yu would provide profound level pills to the sect every month, but a year or so ago, esteemed Yu only displayed excellent talent in planting spiritual herbs but never provided medicinal pills of this level. Yan Tianan soon realized Lin Xuanji's unspoken implication. He frowned. Dage means that my present master is not the same person as before. Lin Xuanji nodded. although I say this, I can't be sure. After all, in the past, esteemed Yu seldom had contact with the outside world. No one really knew what kind of person he was, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious. Yan Tianan nodded solemnly. I understand, I will pay attention. To be honest, even Yan Tianan felt that there was something strange about esteemed Yu. He couldn't say where this strange feeling came from. He was certain that Yu cared about him and sincerely taught him how to cultivate and practice alchemy without reservation. On the other hand, Yan Tianan also held a natural sense of trust in Yu, as if the mere sight of Yu would relax his nerves. Yan Tianan felt that even if the other party knew all his secrets, it was no big deal. This kind of feeling was especially special for Yan Tianan. The last time he felt this way was when Lin Zan was still here, but Lin Zan was his dad and had been with him for so many years. Yan Tianan stopped his wandering thoughts and hurriedly told Lin Xuanji, Dage, let's release Yu quickly. I'm afraid he'll be suffocated in the soul plate. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head, okay. Not long after Ling Chigu was placed on the hunting peak, Yuan Tianwen paid a visit to Broken Sword Peak summit. Yan Tianan temporarily deactivated the dense fog forest's illusions and let Yuan Tianwen in. I haven't seen you for a few days. Your array skills look good. Yuan Tianwen looked at Yan Tianan and spoke with profound meaning. We have a character guide now XD special thanks to Dr. Mouse for putting everything together and making it so detailed. The link is also on the RSCB homepage. 3 Chapter 346 I was forced by my master. Yan Tianan sighed. He runs outside almost every day, leaving me behind to watch his home on the summit. If I can't learn this set of arrays allowing one to enter or leave, I'm afraid I'll either be suffocated to death on the summit, or I won't be able to enter again once I've stepped out of this array. Yuan Tianwen chuckled. It seems that strict teachers produce brilliant students. Sometimes it does seem necessary to apply some pressure. Yan Tianan, he didn't want to be pressured at all. Yuan Tianwen changed the subject. I visited you today because I have something urgent to discuss. Lin Xuanji nodded. If you can spare time to find me, then it must be a matter of urgency. Otherwise, you'd still be clinging to Yuyong right now. Yuan Tianwen smiled. It can't help it, who let Yang Yang be unable to leave me? Yan Tianan felt that he had been flexed on by Yuan Tianwen. Yuan Tianwen didn't waste time either and got straight to the point. The medicinal pills that Ah Hen asked me to auction a few days ago have already been auctioned out. As soon as these hardened body pills appeared, the bidders were eagerly snatching them up. Afterwards, many people had been asking me persistently where these medicinal pills came from. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly. You didn't tell them, did you? Yuan Tianwen replied, naturally. I'm not a careless person. Moreover, I've also told you about this matter before. Since you believe that it's better to not let Ah Hen be exposed to people, of course I'll pay more attention to that. Yan Tianan stared at Yuan Tianwen eagerly. He cared little about whether he had been exposed or not, but what he truly cared about was how much money he made. Yuan Tianwen handed Yan Tianan a treasure card, 4 top-grade hardened body pills. 10 high-grade hardened body pills, a total of 8 million gold. Yan Tianan couldn't help gasping and feeling that his hands were very heavy. What did you say the total was? Lin Xuanji was also slightly surprised. 8 million gold is a much higher price than I expected. Yuan Tianwen's family also ran auctions as a business, so he naturally understood the market better than Lin Xuanji. Generally speaking, hardened body pills wouldn't be able to sell at this price, but then again, top-grade hardened body pills are extremely rare. As such, being auctioned at any price is still possible. It all depends on how much the bidder values this medicinal pill. Yuan Tianwen curled his lips slightly. Obviously, the bidders this time care very much about these pills, and I also used some small tricks to auction off all these pills together, so the price was higher. Lin Xuanji nodded. Thank you very much. Of this money, you guys should take a share. Yuan Tianwen's eyes were warm as he smiled. Of the 2 medicinal pills you gave Yang Yang, one is a top-grade foundation pill, and the other is a top-grade hardened body pill. These are already priceless. If I take another share, then I will be the one who feels uneasy. As for the future, we can discuss it later. Yan Tianan still wanted to explain something, but Lin Xuanji patted him on the back, so he swallowed those words. Yuan Tianwen looked at Lin Xuanji, then at Yan Tianan. Someone from the Alchemist Alliance approached me to inquire about the alchemist who refined this. They believe that such a high-quality alchemist should be absorbed into the Alchemist Alliance as soon as possible to benefit the entire 5 continents' cultivators. What do you two think? Lin Xuanji responded, I think that Ah Hen is still too young to take on such important responsibilities. We'll consider again when he's older. Yuan Tianwen nodded. I told them that a masked senior with a gruff voice gave me these pills and that I'm afraid he was a rogue cultivator who doesn't leave his abode easily. I was barely able to fool those people from the Alchemist Alliance. Although the Alchemist Alliance's reputation had always been good, it was still hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be those kinds of envious fellows who loved to sabotage others. If a tree is taller than the forest, then the wind will certainly destroy it. With Yan Tianen's intention of simply making money rather than becoming famous, having him hide behind the scenes would be the safest option. Lin Xuanji was very satisfied. That explanation is also good. Those Alchemist Alliance people will not dare to casually have any ideas about Ah Hen again. After all, rogue cultivators are known for their bad tempers. It's just that your Yuan family will be troubled. In order to protect the identity of such a universally shocking alchemist, the Yuan family would have to expend a great deal of effort, and these actions would all take place behind the scenes. Yuan Tianwen was unconcerned. Speaking of which, my Yuan family is still benefiting from Ah Hen. Now everyone knows that my Yuan family has connections with an alchemist who can refine 14 hardened body pills in one sitting. Many families have become restless lately, showing kindness to my Yuan family one after another. My dad has also taken the opportunity to seek many benefits. Yan Tianen couldn't help grinning. Truly, Uncle Mo never forgets to do business, no matter the situation. Lin Xuanji also laughed. Indeed, Uncle Mo is very incredible at doing business. True, I can't deny that. My dad alone laid the foundation for half of the Yuan family's fortune. Yuan Tianwen also admired Su Mo's business acumen. Tianwen Gerger, in the end, who did you sell those 14 medicinal pills to? Yan Tianen asked curiously. Yuan Tianwen glanced at Lin Xuanji. Don't feel uncomfortable when I say it. In the end, Taoist Yi Dao bought those pills. Yan Tianen's expression darkened. He could still remember how Taoist Yi Dao had once treated his dage with such cruelty. The corner of Yan Tianen's mouth twitched and he regretfully lamented, if I had known, I wouldn't have auctioned them off. I let that scoundrel benefit for no reason. However, Lin Xuanji spoke in a level voice, it's the same, no matter who buys it. After all, the money would still be in our hands. Yan Tianen took a deep breath. Taoist Yi Dao can spend 8 million gold so casually, especially when there is something he wants to buy. He really is rich. I'm afraid that after this single transaction, almost all his savings over many years were depleted. Lin Xuanji was still familiar with Taoist Yi Dao's financial situation. Yuan Tianwen frowned slightly. I just don't understand. He only has a few core disciples. Why does he need so many hardened body pills? Hardened body pills were rare and expensive, plus one could only take one pill in their entire lifetime. Apart from sects and families, few people would buy so many in their own name. Firstly, there was no need. Secondly, if one's strength wasn't up to par and had so many miraculous pills on them, they could easily lose their life. Taoist Yi Dao hadn't accepted any core disciples for a long time, and he also wasn't the kind of person who felt happiness from helping others. It was indeed puzzling why he wanted to buy so many hardened body pills at one time. Perhaps he has another use for it. Lin Xuanji guessed. Yuan Tianwen nodded. It's good as long as you're aware of this matter. Lin Xuanji nodded. Yuan Tianwen continued. I came over this time because my master entrusted me to ask esteemed Yu for some spiritual herbs. Yan Tianen answered, my master is not here, but he said that when he's not here, I will manage these spiritual herb fields. Whatever you want, I will gather them for you. Yuan Tianwen raised an eyebrow. Esteemed Yu really trusts you. Yan Tianen rubbed his nose. Who let me be so incredible? None of the spiritual herbs I pulled out have been damaged. Yuan Tianwen looked at Yan Tianen with profound meaning. If you were to give me the spiritual herbs so easily, when esteemed Yu returns, won't you be blamed? Yan Tianen laughed. I don't think so. In fact, I'll let you in on this secret. My master has so many spiritual herbs here that even he himself doesn't know how many spiritual herbs there are. Yuan Tianwen. Indeed, he was a true local nouveau riche. After collecting the herbs for Yuan Tianwen and sending him out of the fog forest, Yan Tianen decided to see things through to the end and began to carefully collect the seeds of mature spiritual plants in the spiritual herb fields. After collecting 100 or so seeds, Yan Tianan pulled Lin Xuanji along and entered the soul plate space together. Although they only put them into the pocket dimension a short while ago, the two grass-swallowing worms had already cleared an acre of land. Those weeds also had all their spiritual chi sucked out and turned into clumps of dried grass that fell into the fields. Yan Tianan was amazed. He felt that he still needed to listen to Lin Xuanji and buy more grass-swallowing worms. Ling Chigu stood beside the piece of land where the weeds had been cleared away. He expressionlessly stared at the two grass-swallowing worms the size of his forearm, which were struggling to drill through the land while giving off screeching noises. Yan Tianan called Ling Chigu once, "Ah Ji Yu, will you help me plant the spiritual herbs?" Ling Chigu walked directly towards Yan Tianan in silence. He took a handful of seeds from Yan Tianan's hand and bent down to start digging holes into the ground. Spiritual plant seeds were all quite large, and they looked colorful and very beautiful. Ling Chigu first stood by and watched how Yan Tianan planted the seeds. After observing once, he learned it methodically. His actions were fast and accurate. Yan Tianan couldn't help secretly sighing, "Ah Ji Yu truly is someone who used to be a little general. He has a unique aura, even when planting spiritual herbs." First-level spiritual herbs grew fast. It would take only 2 months to mature outside. In the soul plate, how long did it take to mature? This matter needed to be verified. After Yan Tianan finished planting the spiritual herbs, he looked around and left the soul plate space. Today, he still didn't see the owner of the soul plate. However, there's no hurry, as there was still ample time. There would always be plenty of opportunities to meet him in the future. Lin Xuanji couldn't remain on Broken Sword Peak for too long. On the evening of the same day, he left Broken Sword Peak and went to Sinking Sword Peak. As soon as he emerged from the dense fog forest, Lin Xuanji met several people whom he didn't want to see. Du Qiang had been wandering outside the fog forest. He wanted to enter it, but he didn't know how. Beside him stood his junior martial brother Jing Luo and the Lin family's Lin Yuro. This was their first time meeting each other since Lin Xuanji returned to Profound Sky Sect. Du Qiang's expression changed slightly, then he put up a facade and walked towards Lin Xuanji. He smiled warmly, "Junior martial brother Lin, things are very busy in the sect these days. I never had much time to visit you and didn't know how you're doing these days." Lin Xuanji didn't answer but merely gave him a light glance. "Esteemed Yu is not here, so you should come back another day." Du Qiang saw that he did not give face at all and his expression turned a little ugly. However, thinking of what his master entrusted him to do, he said steadfastly, "Esteemed Yu is not here, but Yan Tianan should be here. Master asked for some spiritual herbs and sent me to pick them up." Lin Xuanji said casually, "These spiritual herb fields were raised by esteemed Yu himself. Ah Hen can't decide for him. You can make plans after esteemed Yu returns." Chapter 347. Du Qiang couldn't maintain his expression while he thought, "Who doesn't know that you're close to Yan Tianan, and there are so many rumors and slanders of the two brothers who have secretly gotten together a long time ago. If you ask for it, you can naturally take whatever you want." "Wait, take whatever you want." Du Qiang's expression had changed. He was somewhat annoyed that the sect master actually allowed Lin Xuanji to return to Profound Sky Sect and also secretly hated how esteemed Yu didn't know what was good for him and even rejected the young alchemist child they kindly sent over. Instead, he accepted Yan Tianan, this good-for-nothing who had zero talent. Lin Yuro came up and spoke to Lin Xuanji, "Xuanji, at the very least, senior martial brother Du is still your martial brother under the same master. You have such a good relationship with Ah Hen. If you want anything, he will naturally give it to you. We really want those spiritual herbs and have a use for them. For the sake of the Lin family's face, you should help us." Lin Xuanji couldn't help but sneer in his heart. She actually went as far as bringing out the Lin family's face. Lin Xuanji flatly responded, "The Lin family's face, I, as the young master, have yet to even use it, but you're making use of it so lightly." Lin Yuro was suddenly ridiculed and was stunned for a while. As soon as Du Qiang opened his mouth to say something, Lin Xuanji continued, "I remember that you entered the outer door. How is it that many people told me they've seen you enter and leave in pairs with the inner door disciples every day?" Lin Yuro smiled and glanced at Du Qiang bashfully. She answered somewhat proudly, "I'm an inner door disciple now, and even my dorms have changed. This is all thanks to senior martial brother Du. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how long I'll have to stay as an outer door disciple." Have you learned all the outer door cultivation techniques? Lin Xuanji's voice was a little cold. Outer door and inner door disciples learn different topics every day, but they are all differentiated according to the disciples, cultivation levels and talent. Now that you've entered the inner door, you may as well weigh yourself carefully to see if it's appropriate to enter the inner door with your strength. The moment Lin Yuro heard Lin Xuanji's contempt for her cultivation level and talent, she immediately became furious, flying into a rage out of humiliation. She clenched her fist. How can you know my actual strength? Lin Yufan's cultivation may be slightly higher than mine, but it's not much higher. How can you know that she's definitely stronger than me? Lin Xuanji curled his lips up, because I am the Lin family's young master and you're not. You. With a disgruntled expression, Du Qiang cut in, Xuanji, how can you be so unreasonable and oppress people with your status? Lin Xuanji replied nonchalantly, not only will I oppress people with my status, but I will also oppress people with my cultivation. Does senior martial brother Du want to give it a try? Du Qiang took a deep breath and spoke angrily, I have nothing to say with you, Xiaoro, let's go. Lin Yuro assented and gave Lin Zan a glare full of hidden bitterness before walking towards the foot of the mountain with Du Qiang. Lin Xuanji thought, he's afraid that Lin Yufan truly despises Lin Yuro so much that he doesn't care one bit about her, even out of personal considerations. However, as the young master of the Lin family, he still couldn't allow Lin Yuro to cause a disaster. Thus Lin Xuanji responded, if she causes a great disaster and brings shame to the Lin family or my reputation, I will hold you responsible when the time comes. Lin Yufan, even if one sits at home, disaster will still strike from the heavens. After a moment of silence on Lin Yufan's side, Lin Xuanji heard him say, it's not hard to make Lin Yuro keep a low profile either. It just so happens that in the news I received these 2 days, one of them is about He Kaling, the eldest martial sister of Broken Sword Peak. She is currently in the Central Continent training and gaining experience. I'll think of a way to expose Lin Yuro and Du Qiang's ambiguous affairs to her. As Du Qiang's fiancé, He Kaling will not laugh it off. Speaking of which, Lin Xuanji's relationship with He Kaling was considered adequate. It's just that Lin Xuanji wasn't sure whether or not He Kaling was involved in the events in Yunqi Grotto Heaven, and she was also Du Qiang's legitimate fiancé, so her identity was somewhat awkward. Thus, Lin Xuanji did not contact her very often. Recalling He Kaling's temper, Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Yufan, I find that you are truly a devious scoundrel with an honest demeanor. Lin Yufan laughed coldly, no matter how bad I am, I'm still not as bad as you, young master. Technically, he didn't want to care about Lin Yuro's matter at all. If it wasn't for Lin Xuanji using his status as young master to coerce him into doing something about it, he would have disregarded Lin Yuro's existence. Lin Xuanji nonchalantly replied, as it should be. Lin Yufan. As soon as he put away the voice transmission bell, Lin Xuanji turned his face and saw Yan Tianan coming out of the fog forest. Dage. Yan Tianan poked his head out and looked around. It seems that there was someone outside this fog forest just now, who had come to look for spiritual herbs. There was a string of wind chimes hanging under the bamboo hut's eaves. If there was someone outside the fog forest, the wind chimes would ring by themselves even without wind, informing the people inside that someone had come to visit. Lin Xuanji answered, it was Du Qiang, who brought Lin Yuro with him to ask for spiritual plants. I sent them away. Lin Yuro, I recently heard many rumors about her. The disciples of Broken Sword Peak all discussed behind her back, saying that Lin Yuro's table manners were too ugly, as though she wished that everyone would know that she had boarded the big ship known as Du Qiang. Dage, those people's words are pretty unpleasant, should we find a way to change the topic? Lin Xuanji couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that Yan Tianan was still concerned about such things. I've left Lin Yuro's affairs to Yufan to worry about. As for the great number of rumors, they can't be stopped at all. However, Lin Yuro is not worthy of sympathy either. She made all the choices herself. She is not young now and should know the bottom line regarding right and wrong. Yan Tianan nodded, then smiled suddenly as he tilted his head, I'm not worried about Lin Yuro's matters. In the beginning, she wasn't very good to Dage either, so why would I care about her? I'm just afraid that if her reputation suffers and she does something she shouldn't, she'll pull Dage down as well. Lin Xuanji's heart warmed and he spoke softly, this is unlikely. Yufan is very swift and decisive in handling matters. He will find someone who can return and control Du Qiang as soon as possible. During this period of time, Yan Tianan had heard Lin Xuanji mention Lin Yufan several times. He couldn't help remarking sourly, "Dage, what do you think of Yufan Gerger?" Lin Xuanji nodded. "Naturally, he's not bad. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given Wishing Lane to him. Wishing Lane is of great importance and has an exceedingly high status. It seems that Dage really trusts Yufan Gerger." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan thoughtfully. "Ah hen, why is it that the more I listen to these words, the more I feel that something's off about them?" Yan Tianan acted stupidly as he stared blankly. "Something's off. How can that be?" Lin Xuanji smiled and pinched Yan Tianan's face affectionately. "Don't eat vinegar anymore. No matter how much I trust him, it still won't compare to my trust in my family's Ah hen. Besides, if I have any ideas about him, how can I bear to send him out to handle so many matters? I really wish I can lock the little thing in my heart by my side all the time." Yan Tianan couldn't stop himself from breaking out into a big smile. He rushed over to hug Lin Xuanji. "Dage, I'm not doubting you. I just feel that I didn't do anything for you, so I feel a little uneasy. You've already earned so much money and left it all to me to pay my debts. How can that be called, you didn't do anything for me?" Lin Xuanji was happy but also found it funny. When Lin Xuanji mentioned making money, Yan Tianan came to his senses immediately. He pushed aside Lin Xuanji, his eyes shining. "Dage, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to take advantage of this time to refine more medicinal pills. This way, the debt can be paid back as soon as possible." Lin Xuanji watched Yan Tianan's back view, as he ran and disappeared in the dense fog forest. He couldn't help sighing. He really shot himself in the foot this time. On the way down the mountain, Du Qing's expression was extremely ugly, and he seemed to be on the verge of exploding in anger. Lin Yuro also had a full face of embarrassment. She was mercilessly ridiculed by Lin Xuanji in front of Du Qing. Naturally, she felt very flustered and her face was flushed with shame. She felt very wronged. Her aptitude was obviously not bad, but she was deliberately embarrassed by Lin Xuanji everywhere. Not only did he mercilessly deprive her of the chance to become an inner door disciple, but he even ridiculed her opportunity to enter the inner door, the opportunity that she had obtained with much difficulty through remarkably good fortune in her abilities. After walking for a while, Du Qing remembered that there was another person beside him. Du Qing said sharply, "It seems that your relationship with Lin Xuanji is not so good either." Lin Yuro was particularly embarrassed. "I used to have a good relationship with him, but somehow, ever since he became the Lin family's young master, he became notably indifferent to his family." Du Qing narrowed his eyes. "As a young master, not only did he not help a member of the Lin family's main branch, but he also deliberately made cutting remarks about you. I really don't know what your Lin family's elders will think if they knew." Lin Yuro's eyes twinkled as if inspired by Du Qing's words. Lin Yuro bit her lower lip and murmured in her heart, "When she returns to her room, she will find a way to tell the elders in the clan about this matter." Although Lin Xuanji is the young master with the support of the fifth elder, she also has the third elder's help. Speaking of which, Madame Bai and her mother have always had a good relationship. Du Qing swept a glance at Lin Yuro. He felt that this woman was especially stupid and also extremely greedy. However, this small face and figure weren't too bad, and she was also very obedient. Most importantly, she was very easy to control. He only needed to say a few nice words of love and spend some money to buy some items, and just like that, he had her wrapped around his finger. However, Du Qing didn't completely want to trip Lin Xuanji up through Lin Yuro. Even if he harbored this thought at the beginning and deliberately approached Lin Yuro, right now he could thoroughly see that Lin Xuanji didn't put Lin Yuro in his eyes at all and was very wary of her, so there was no chance of Lin Yuro successfully backstabbing Lin Xuanji. Even so, Du Qing thought, since he has already spent so much effort and money on Lin Yuro, he can't just get no benefits from it all. Du Qing was extremely lecherous. Even though he already had a fiancé, the number of lovers around him had never decreased. Many inner door disciples had ambiguous relationships with him, among which Thousand Hammer Peak's Tongla was the one who'd been with him the longest. In any case, He Kaling usually wasn't in the sect. She was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and had no desire to pay attention to Du Qing. Therefore, He Kaling had no idea about Du Qing's affairs. So Du Qing began to indulge himself. Chapter 348. When Lin Xuanji was still on Broken Sword Peak, he was practically the de facto young peak master. He was upright, seemed untouched by the dust of the mundane world, and was extremely reliable when handling matters. Du Qiang was afraid of Lin Xuanji catching wind of his wrongdoings, so he had to be sneaky about his affairs and also restrain himself, not daring to speak out. However, after Lin Xuanji left the sect, Du Qiang was gloriously promoted to young peak master. In the past 2 years, he became more and more unbridled. Sometimes he didn't even bother to cover up his wrongdoings and was even quite anxious to make it known to everyone. However, due to numerous people's speculations of Du Qiang having a strong background, the majority would just keep their frustrations to themselves. When Lin Yuro saw that Du Qiang was angry, she whispered, "Senior Marshal Brother Du, I didn't know that Lin Xuanji would even treat someone from his family like this. If I had known earlier, I would never have acted presumptuously and let you be implicated for no reason." Du Qiang gazed at Lin Yuro's wrong face as he reached out and hooked his arm around her slender waist, slightly curling his lips. "Forget it, Lin Xuanji is a cunning and deceitful person. This isn't the first time he hasn't taken old affections into consideration. My attitude earlier wasn't good, so don't take it to heart." Lin Yuro felt even more wronged and her eyes nearly reddened with unshed tears. "Senior Marshal Brother." Du Qiang smiled gently, took out a hair clasp from his storage bag, and placed it into Lin Yuro's hair. "During this period of time, there have been too many worries. Xiaoro, don't blame Senior Marshal Brother. Otherwise, I will be sad." Lin Yuro blushed immediately, reaching out a hand to touch the hairpin. "There's not even enough time for me to like Senior Marshal Brother. Why would I blame you?" Du Qiang laughed and involuntarily held Lin Yuro tighter. "In a few days, when I come out from closed-door cultivation, I'll take you down the mountain to buy a better hairpin." Lin Yuro had never seen such a generous, gentle, and flattering male cultivator before. Her heart was beating fast, as she began to admire Du Qiang even more. After returning to her room, Lin Yuro quickly activated the voice transmission bell. This voice transmission bell was actually part of a batch that Lin Xuanji refined and placed into the Lin family shop as a reward for each Lin family pupil who entered Profound Sky Sect. To use the voice transmission bell, spiritual chi was required to activate it, and it also had an expiration date, so Lin Yuro didn't dare to waste it. She made the long story short and told her mother how Lin Xuanji and Lin Yufan bullied her together in a few words. After Lin Yuro's mother heard this, she was furious and angrily approached Lin Yuro's father with the voice transmission bell. Who would have thought that Lin Yuro's father, Lin Ruai, instead turned a blind eye after hearing this? "If Ruer didn't come to find me about this matter, I would have gone to find her instead. Ruer is not young either. If the other party is indeed a good match, then it'll naturally be a good thing. But I heard some time ago that young Peak Master Du already has a fiancé. His private life is also a hideous mess, and he keeps a lot of lovers. He really isn't a good person, and it's better for Ruer to keep her distance from him." Upon hearing this, Madame Lin gritted her teeth and hatred boiled inside of her. Lin Yufan actually dared to tattle. Perhaps she was jealous of Ruer becoming an inner door disciple and winning the young Peak Master's favor, so she deliberately smeared Du Qiang's reputation. Lin Ruai frowned in displeasure. "As a mother, why do you target Fanur so much? To tell you the truth, the young master personally told me these things. He told me to teach Ruer well and also said that he had done his duty. If Ruer still causes trouble due to this in the future, he won't let the entire Lin family bear the blame for her." "Lin Ruai, what are you saying?" Madame Lin raised her voice angrily. "Does Lin Yufan regard me as her mother? She has never called me mother since she was young. Also that Lin Xuanji, he's someone who can even lay his hands on his younger brother. How can you believe his words?" Lin Ruai gritted his teeth and spoke with a livid expression. "Don't entertain foolish ideas all day long. However, Lin Xuanji's current momentum cannot be stopped. If you are smart, don't go against him. Think about it for yourself." After saying that, Lin Ruai left with a swing of his sleeve. Madame Lin cried for a long time, believing more and more that her guess was right. Lin Ruai also looked down upon Lin Xuanji before, but ever since Lin Xuanji became the young master, he had been sucking up to Lin Xuanji everywhere, and he also took the initiative to care about Lin Yufan, who was recommended directly to be an inner door disciple by Lin Xuanji. One should know that if this was before, it never would have happened. A strong sense of crisis arose within Madame Lin's heart. She wiped her eyes, thinking, it won't do for this to continue. She had no background herself and relied on scheming and currying favors with men to obtain her position. After she gave birth to Lin Yuro, for some reason, she couldn't conceive a child anymore or give birth to a boy, so she was already in a precarious position. Fortunately, Lin Yufan was not a man either. Moreover, under her instigation, Lin Ruai also wasn't close to that daughter of his, who always had a cold expression. Therefore, Madame Lin could suppress Lin Yufan without any qualms and was not afraid of anyone competing with Lin Yuro. Now, however, everything seemed to be changing. Madame Lin took a deep breath and pressed her hand against her chest. The only thing she could think of was Madame Bai, her sister-in-law. When Madame Lin thought of this, she composed herself, adjusted her somewhat scattered sideburns, and walked towards Madame Bai's yard. Du Qiang entered a hidden secret chamber in the mountain. Once he entered, the stone door closed automatically behind him, blocking all the outdoor lights. "You're here." A heavy voice resonated within the chamber. Du Qiang walked a few steps forward as he followed the walls illuminated by the luminous pearls. He took a turn and came to an empty secret chamber. "Sect Master," Du Qiang greeted. The man sitting in the secret chamber turned out to be the sect master of Profound Sky Sect, Zhang Chenzi. Zhang Chenzi gave him a glance. "How do you feel after eating the hardened body pill I gave you?" Du Qiang's eyes flashed brilliantly. "This hardened body pill is really worthy of its reputation. It's an excellent thing. After eating it, I advanced directly to hardened body stage, and there was nothing hindering the process." Although Du Qiang was disguised as a hardened body stage cultivator on the outside, in reality, his cultivation had always remained in foundation stage 3rd layer and hadn't had any inclinations of a breakthrough for a long time. If not for this, he wouldn't be so eager to find the hardened body pill to look for a breakthrough. Zhang Chenzi nodded. "If there is a breakthrough, then the money I spent won't have been in vain." Du Qiang was very moved. "Thank you very much, Sect Master." Zhang Chenzi glanced at him. "In private, there's no need to be so polite between father and son." Du Qiang paused, then smiled. "Father." Zhang Chenzi's expression, which had always been solemn, softened a lot. Du Qiang was the product of his one-night stand. Although Zhang Chenzi already had a Dao companion, his Dao companion didn't have the ability to conceive a child, which made Zhang Chenzi very dissatisfied. Therefore, when Zhang Chenzi learned by chance that he had an illegitimate son living outside, he immediately set out to look for Du Qiang and bring him back. As for the woman who gave birth to Du Qiang, he had also emotionlessly disposed of her. Zhang Chenzi was very careful and attentive towards this biological son of his, so much so that he treated Du Qiang like his own successor. If there was anyone here, they would be very surprised. The backer behind Du Qiang was actually the one with the highest position within Profound Sky Sect, the sect master Zhang Chenzi. For this very reason, no one seemed to be willing to help Lin Xuanji get justice after he was backstabbed by Du Qiang. Of course, the relationship between the two of them was hidden very well. In the entire Profound Sky Sect, Taoist Yi Dao was probably the only one who knew about this. Zhang Chenzi asked, "I heard that you are very close to a little girl from the inner door recently." Du Qiang's expression remained unchanged. "Yeah, that Lin Yuro is an elder sister from Lin Xuanji's family. She seems very easy to exploit and can be placated with just a few items." Although Zhang Chenzi knew clearly of his son's hobbies, he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, without Zhang Chenzi's indulgence, the things that Du Qiang did inside the sect would not have been so easily settled. However, Zhang Chenzi still warned, "Qiang, I don't want to care about your hobbies, but you have to guarantee one thing: you must deal with these relationships cleanly. Don't forget that He Kailing's grandfather is a rogue cultivator from the outside. She's not someone we can easily offend." Du Qiang repeatedly assured, "Father, rest assured, I know the stakes." Zhang Chenzi nodded. "During this period of time, your father will enter secluded cultivation. If you have any matters, you should consult with your master, Taoist Yi Dao." Du Qiang nodded and looked at Zhang Chenzi. "Father, you would be attempting to break through to Profound Realms Return Origin stage now." Zhang Chenzi was the master of a sect. However, his cultivation was not the highest among the entire sect. But, he had a deep background and was recognized by Sky Peak sect master. Thus, his sect master's position was secured and no one dared to object. Zhang Chenzi's eyes flashed with a smile. "Yes, I have a faint feeling that my bottleneck has loosened up recently. So, I want to take this opportunity to enter closed-door cultivation and attempt to break through. If I am lucky, I might just be able to break through successfully. When that time comes, Then he would be number 1 in Profound Sky Sect and would no longer have to be shackled by Sinking Sword Peak. Du Qiang smiled. Then your son congratulates father in advance. It's not too late to congratulate me when I leave secluded cultivation. Zhang Chenzi did not dare to say anything, in fear of jinxing himself. He took out a spiritual chi gathering device from his storage bag and handed it to Du Qiang. I promised Breaking Sword Peak's esteemed Qing Yun before that when he enters closed door cultivation, I will gift him a treasure tool to assist him. He will enter secluded cultivation soon. Please hand him this spiritual chi gathering device for me. Du Qiang received the spiritual chi gathering device. When your child leaves, he will hand it over to esteemed Qing Yun. Zhang Chenzi warned, the power of this spiritual chi gathering device is so great that ordinary people cannot bear it. You must never try it yourself, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Du Qiang repeatedly promised, this spiritual chi gathering device is for esteemed Qing Yun to advance his cultivation. Naturally, your child will not try it himself. Father can rest assured that I will hand it to esteemed Qing Yun and help him advance his cultivation as soon as possible. Only then did Zhang Chenzi let Du Qiang leave. Once he left the secret chamber's door, Du Qiang quickened his pace and walked towards Broken Sword Peak. Chapter 349. After entering his room, Du Qiang locked the door from the inside and hurriedly took out the spiritual chi gathering device. His fingers stroked its smooth stone surface, and his heart couldn't help racing. Although he said that he would hand it over to esteemed Qing Yun, how could Du Qiang not be tempted as soon as he laid his eyes upon the treasure tool? This was a treasure tool, odd treasure tool that couldn't be seen easily in the 5 continents. Du Qiang really couldn't understand why his father would actually give such an important thing to esteemed Qing Yun. After all, even if esteemed Qing Yun respected his father very much, he still often fought against Broken Sword Peak. Recently, he had even come into frequent contact with Sinking Sword Peak, and it seemed like an alliance was in the making. This would definitely be a great threat to the sect master of Profound Sky Sect, yet Zhang Chenzi actually straight up ignored it and let it be. At that moment, Du Qiang decided to help himself to this spiritual chi gathering device. In any case, Zhang Chenzi had already entered closed door cultivation and no one knew when exactly he would be out. Also, only he and Zhang Chenzi knew about the spiritual chi gathering device, so even if he had taken it for his own use, no one would know. Even if Zhang Chenzi learned of this matter after leaving secluded cultivation, it would already be a foregone conclusion. So Zhang Chenzi would never blame him. Du Qiang calculated his strategy well, narrowing his eyes at the colorful and shiny spiritual chi gathering device, thinking, if he waits for Tongla to find the magic tool that attracts lightning and combine it with this, then he might really break through to primary realm in one try. When that time comes, he would like to see if Lin Xuanji could still be so unbridled on Breaking Sword Peak. Esteemed Qing Yun's closed door cultivation was imminent. Master will enter secluded cultivation today. This time, it bodes ill rather than well. You guys should prepare yourselves mentally. Esteemed Qing Yun warned with an indifferent complexion. Today, he had summoned all his core disciples to warn them about some important matters. Yuan Tianwen and others frowned in succession. Yuan Tianwen refuted, why would Master say such inauspicious words? Master will surely succeed in the secluded cultivation this time. Yeah, how can Master speak such nonsense? Lan Jing was the youngest core disciple under esteemed Qing Yun. Right now, Master should say some auspicious words. Their eldest martial brother, Li Bubai, also looked unhappy. He looked at esteemed Qing Yun with great disapproval. Master, if you're not entering closed door cultivation with victory in mind, then it's better to think of another way and suppress your cultivation for a few years. Although esteemed Qing Yun had a serious face, he was actually happy in his heart. Master has only spoken a sentence, yet you've all spoken so many sentences in response. You all truly are more incredible than me, the Master. Esteemed Qing Yun glared at these 3 disciples. Master has only spoken the truth as is. I never make any false pretenses. If I am able to find a way to suppress my cultivation for a few years, I would definitely not have chosen to enter closed door cultivation at this critical juncture. However, I have already delayed and have reached the limit. The Tao of Heaven will not agree. Yuan Tianwen frowned. Master, you must bring the magic treasures I gave you a few days ago with you into secluded cultivation. They can save your life. The corners of Li Bubai's lips silently twitched. Master, can you not say everything as if you were making funeral arrangements? Esteemed Qing Yun repeatedly nodded. All right, then Master won't say much more. However, after I enter secluded cultivation, you all need to be good. Everything on the peak will be decided by Tianwen. In addition, Jing and Bubai will assist from the side. The three disciples all agreed, yes. Esteemed Qing Yun looked at Yuan Tianwen and smiled, how is your wife these days? Yuan Tianwen's expression relaxed slightly, under my dad's care, Yang is fine, but the poison in his body needs to be removed as soon as possible. In the near future, I may take him on a long journey. Esteemed Qing Yun nodded, safety comes first when traveling outside. Yuan Tianwen assured, I will bring more people. Esteemed Qing Yun then looked at Li Bubai and Lan Jing again, smiling, you two should also make the most of your time. Although cultivation is important, finding a suitable Dao companion for yourself is also an indispensable thing in life. The corners of Lan Jinghei's mouth twitched, Master, you shouldn't worry about such trivial matters like ours in your esteemed old age. I am still young and don't need a Dao companion. Esteemed Qing Yun's face became stern. What do you mean trivial? Finding a Dao companion is of the highest priority. Lan Jing curled his lips and didn't dare to make a sound. Esteemed Qing Yun looked at their young and immature faces, then you guys can go down first, I still have to make some preparations. The three disciples exchanged glances and bowed, asking to be excused. After the three left, in the empty hall, Su Mo and Yuan Zheng came out of the adjacent room. There was heavy concern on Su Mo's face. He looked at Taoist Qing Yun with a frown, so you've resolved to enter closed-door death cultivation. You're not going to wait for a miraculous turn of events. When Taoist Qing Yun was facing Su Mo and Yuan Zheng, he put away the layer of pretense on his face that hid his true emotions. He heaved a long sigh, it's merely the difference between taking the knife earlier or later. I'm already at my limit. If I were to drag it out any further, there wouldn't be any good outcomes. I'm just worried that after I die, Breaking Sword Peak will fall into crisis. During this period of time, many disciples have already been poached by Broken Sword Peak, and the hearts of many others have all been tempted. Yuan Zheng was rather disdainful, look at the kinds of disciples you've accepted. Those people are still far inferior to my son. Su Mo glanced at Yuan Zheng, besides, in your heart, your son is the best person in the entire world. Yuan Zheng's neck stiffened, how can that be? The best person is obviously you. Son, what's that? Su Mo. Taoist Qing Yun had been friends with Su Mo for many years and had witnessed the development of Su Mo and Yuan Zheng's entire relationship from becoming acquaintances to falling in love to getting married and then having a child. Taoist Qing Yun couldn't help but feel envious and laughed, after all these years, your feelings for each other are still so enviable. Yuan Zheng said proudly, naturally. A rich and handsome husband like me who also knows how to cherish someone and has high cultivation cannot be found easily, even if you lit a lantern to search. Su Mo looked at Yuan Zheng with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, shut up, you. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. So Yuan Zheng shut his mouth. Taoist Qing Yun's gloomy mood due to his imminent closed-door death cultivation also dissipated a great deal. He looked at Su Mo, this time I will be in secluded cultivation for at least 10 years. During these 10 years, Tianwen will enter Sky Peak sect to cultivate after the first 3 years. The remaining Bubai and Jing will require your care and assistance. Su Mo studied Taoist Qing Yun's light expression and knew that he had become indifferent to life and death. However, even if he became indifferent to life and death, Qing Yun still worried about his disciples and this Breaking Sword Peak. Su Mo nodded solemnly, you can rest assured that Yuan Zheng and I will definitely not allow Breaking Sword Peak to decline, even if Tianwen is no longer on it. Yuan Zheng asked, have you brought along all the magic treasures we gave you? Qing Yun nodded, everything is ready. Yuan Zheng added, I heard people say before that the sect master planned to provide you with some magic treasures. Have you gone to ask him for them yet? The sect master has already entered secluded cultivation the day before yesterday. Qing Yun's face looked dim. Besides, even if he was willing to give me those magic treasures, I still wouldn't dare to use them. Su Mo narrowed his eyes, so it's like that. Some secrets didn't need to be laid bare, with just tacit understanding, he would only need to hint at something and that would already be considered too much. Qing Yun nodded, old friend, after this farewell, I have no idea when I'll be able to see you again. Let me look at you for a little longer. Yuan Zheng frowned, what do you mean by looking a little longer at my wife? Why don't you look at me a few more times? I'm so handsome, it's your loss if you don't look at me. Bah narcissist, only Su Mo can stand you. Yuan Zheng was not ashamed but proudly replied, it's enough if my wife can stand me. Why would I want others to stand me too? They're not married to me and don't give me children. Su Mo couldn't bear to look straight at him. He took a deep breath and gave Yuan Zheng's skull a good knock. Since Qing Yun's secluded cultivation was near at hand, he turned and left after he finished making arrangements. In the great hall, only Su Mo and Yuan Zheng had yet to leave. Surveying the empty hall, it seemed to carry a sense of loneliness. The expression on Yuan Zheng's face collapsed somewhat. He held Su Mo's waist and put his chin on his shoulder. A moment later, he asked, "Momo, is the old man really going to die?" Su Mo took Yuan Zheng's hand and whispered, "Each man has his own life. He may have already seen his own death." Yuan Zheng was silent. Su Mo held Yuan Zheng's hand a little tighter and softly soothed, "Death is not the end of everything. It is just the beginning of a new life. Zheng Jie, I know you are reluctant to give up your clan's elders, but you must be able to accept this matter. It is time for us to start preparing for the deployment after breaking Sword Peak." This esteemed Qing Yun's surname was Yuan and he was Yuan Zheng's great-grandfather of many generations. Yuan Zheng spoke in a muffled voice, "But I feel sad." "I know," Su Mo replied, "but no matter how hard it is, we won't be able to help esteemed Qing Yun with our current cultivation. I feel that I'm really useless. I can't do anything well. You are in charge of the family's internal and external affairs. I only know how to eat, drink, and have fun day in and day out. I'm too busy enjoying myself. I can't even raise my cultivation and can't help you with anything. I am willing to do these things, isn't that all for you? Moreover, your cultivation is only inferior to Qing Yun's, but it's already enough to protect me. You are hundreds of years younger than Qing Yun. It is normal that you cannot compare with him." Su Mo patted Yuan Zheng on the back of his hand and warned, "If you say that again, I will be angry." Only then did Yuan Zheng feel a little more comfortable. He straightened up, "You're right. If I doubt myself, am I not doubting your judgment as well? My family's Momo has always had the best insights." Su Mo smiled, his heart was both warm and heavy. His own cultivation was not low. Although it wasn't comparable to Yuan Zheng's, it wasn't far from his. However, when you compare Duan Yuyong's cultivation with Yuan Tianwen's, Duan Yuyong's cultivation was nowhere near enough. Su Mo pondered for a moment and thought to himself, "It seems that the search for the antidote spiritual herbs needs to be prioritized on the agenda as soon as possible. It's best to solve the problem thoroughly in the next 2 months. Otherwise, if it's delayed any longer, I don't know what will happen." Chapter 350. A few days later, esteemed Yu still had not returned from his trip. However, Feng Jingyu rushed into the fog forest with red eyes. He had wandered around the forest aimlessly and was now hopelessly totally lost. It was only a short while later, Yan Tianen found him and fished him out of the fog forest. Yan Tianen couldn't help but rub Feng Jingyu's head when he looked at all of the sweat-soaked feathers standing up on his head while a fierce expression was on his face. "Mao Mao, who bullied you?" Feng Jingyu shrieked, "Ling Chigu cannot be found. He's missing. I don't know who took him away." Feng Jingyu flew on top of Yan Tianen's head and grabbed his hair. "Quickly follow me down the mountain to find Yu. Hurry up." Hearing this, Yan Tianen touched his nose guiltily, "About that. Yu was taken up the mountain by me and my dage." Feng Jingyu. Ah! Feng Jingyu loosened his hold on Yan Tianen's hair and the ruffled strands laid back down. He flew back to face Yan Tianen and stared at him incredulously. "Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this?" Yan Tianen touched his nose. "I know I'm a little too bold, but my dage said that the most dangerous place is also the safest." No. Feng Jingyu flapped his wing on Yan Tianen's forehead and cried out with his childlike voice, "You made a mistake by not telling this king in advance. You've really scared me half to death." Yan Tianen. Feng Jingyu demanded impatiently, "Take me to see Yu quickly." Yan Tianen pointed to the back mountain, "He's over there." "I'll go with you." "Hurry up." Yan Tianen, whose body was as light as a swallow, flew towards the opposite side with Feng Jingyu. Feng Jingyu looked at Yan Tianen in surprise. "You've actually learned how to tread thin air and ride the wind in just a few months. To walk freely in the air without relying on external forces was a feat that others could only achieve once they had reached a certain level of cultivation." Feng Jingyu benefited from the innate ability of the bird clan, while Lin Xuanji had to rely on his sword and magic treasures. On the other hand, Yan Tianen, at this very moment, didn't rely on anything to fly. Yan Tianen laughed, "How could it be so easy to learn? I got some flying talismans from my xianxia, so I could get off the ground. Feng Jingyu said thoughtfully. Duan Yuyong is really quite talented in making talismans. Feng Jingyu clicked his tongue. Fortunately he's mostly a disabled person, otherwise, this boy would have been a force to be reckoned with. Yan Tianan replied, what you've just said, I don't like to hear that. How is Yuyong a disabled person? After a while, we will go to the Myriad Beast's demonic forest to help him find an antidote. Once he has consumed it, Yuyong will return to normal. Feng Jingyu smiled. If the antidote was so easy to find, Sumo wouldn't have offered a reward of a sparrow spirit. Recently, Yan Tianan had been on the mountain every day, so he had no idea what had happened at the bottom of the mountain. But this didn't prevent him from knowing what a sparrow spirit was. Yan Tianan looked at Feng Jingyu in surprise. Uncle Mo even offered a sparrow spirit as a reward. Yes, now all of 5 continents know about this. Give him both the icy hard water lotus and colorful caterpillar grass in exchange for a sparrow spirit. Feng Jingyu couldn't help but admire. Duan Yuyong, this boy, said he has bad luck. It should be that he has to first bear hardships before being able to enjoy comforts. Not only is his husband so attentive to him, but his husband's family also dote on him as if he were their own son. A stingy person like Su Mo was willing to give away a whole sparrow spirit for him. Yan Tianan's ear twitched. How is Uncle Mo stingy? Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes. He's only like that towards you all. In the beginning, across all of 9 lands, take a look for yourself, who has never been swindled by him. Otherwise, how do you think it was possible for the Yuan family to be able to suddenly become a commercial magnate within a few decades? Yan Tianan looked at Feng Jingyu's face that had a trace of nostalgia and depression, so he couldn't help but ask, Mao Mao, did you get swindled by him too? I did. Like hell I did. Feng Jingyu was reluctant to admit a mistake. Even if he had indeed been swindled by Sumo, he would never admit it. It was probably because Sumo had not seen his young form before, so even if Feng Jingyu flew several times in front of him, Sumo couldn't recognize him. This made him feel depressed since he had helped Sumo a lot in the beginning when he was in the 9 lands. However, Feng Jingyu was also greatly relieved by this. There were only a handful of people in this world who had seen his young form, which allowed him to wander around the 5 continents without any scruples. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the opposite peak. From a distance, Feng Jingyu could hear the roar of an agitated animal. Then 2 fairly young tiger growls rang out one after the other. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and a lot of yin qi burst out from somewhere in the forest. Feng Jingyu immediately flew towards that direction. In the hunting forest, Ah Bai and Hu Po, who were heartlessly released here by Yan Tianan, were following Ling Chigu. They were attacking simultaneously on both sides of a demonic rhinoceros beast which had a body of spikes, thick skin with a black and seemingly impenetrable luster, trying to target its blind spots. Around them, there were already 2 other kinds of demonic beasts lying dead around them. Claw marks could be seen on the ground and even traces of scorch marks as well. The scene looked very dreadful. Ling Chigu was holding a piece of bamboo that was about the same length as a red tasseled spear in his hand. He had a stony and fierce facial expression on his face, as well as a strong aura of death on his body. The moment when he struck with his spear in hand, it seemed as if he was possessing the courage and strength of a grand army of 1,000. The demonic rhinoceros beast was stabbed in the eyes by Ling Chigu and immediately released a furious cry. The beast then had a furious expression and glared at Ling Chigu. If looks could kill, he would be dead right now. Enduring the burning pain, the beast, with its entire body in flames, rushed towards Ling Chigu, most likely with the intentions of dying together with him. Feng Jingyu chirped and wanted to open his mouth to spew out fire. However, Yan Tianan quickly reached out and grabbed him in his hands. Feng Jingyu could not even spurt out a mouthful flame and ended up belching instead. The flame bubbled up in his mouth and dissipated. What are you doing? Feng Jingyu was dissatisfied. What are you doing? Yan Tianan was even more upset. Do you want to burn down this mountain completely? He wilted and chirped pitifully. Last time, I just woke up so I couldn't control myself well. As they were talking, Ling Chigu, with the great force of an army of 1,000, had used the bamboo to cut through the rhinoceros head and nailed it to the ground. The rhinoceros cried several times in grief and indignation before gradually losing breath. Ling Chigu just stared at the scene emotionlessly, as if life and death could not even affect him. Yan Tianan was silent for a moment, and his heart trembled with lingering fear. Audiobook is really powerful. Feng Jingyu's mood was complicated. This isn't anything. You should have seen him on the battlefield when he was still the general of the Ling family. He had been in such high and vigorous spirits. Yan Tianan looked at Feng Jingyu with profound meaning. It seems that you have seen it before. Feng Jingyu ignored Yan Tianan and flew towards Ling Chigu's shoulder. Ling Chigu seemed to have felt something. He actually raised the hand that wasn't carrying the bamboo and gently pressed on Feng Jingyu's back. This harmonious scene let Yan Tianan see that there was some kind of unspeakable feelings between them, as if this person and bird were born to stand together like this. Feng Jingyu said, "During this period of time, I will stay here with Audiobook to train. However, you'd best not tell your master about the existence of Audiobook." Yan Tianan frowned. "Why?" Feng Jingyu said, "While I was gone, I investigated the identity of esteemed Yu. I always thought that he was of some dubious background. Since a long time ago, esteemed Yu is already an elder of profound sky sect and his appearance also seems to match. However, during the most recent decade, he began to act oddly and insisted on staying in Broken Sword Peak to enter secluded cultivation. Even though esteemed Lan Yu has long been an elder of profound sky sect for a long time, it was only after esteemed Yu went up Broken Sword Peak that he admitted that esteemed Yu was his younger martial brother. Only then did they have more contact with each other. Moreover, from what I know, esteemed Yu was only a spiritual planter who was capable of raising spiritual herbs, and he's not an alchemist, let alone an array master." Yan Tianan touched his chin and thought for a moment. He looked at Feng Jingyu. "These pieces of news, are they reliable?" Feng Jingyu nodded. "They certainly are reliable." Yan Tianan ruminated over what Feng Jingyu had said, and said thoughtfully, "If it's true, then it is a little odd." Feng Jingyu continued, "Therefore, you should take some precautions against him. Don't be misguided by his actions of being nice to you and just gullibly let him determine everything. In this world, other than your parents, those who treat you well definitely mean that they want something from you. It's alright if you expose yourself. If you reveal the existence of this idiot, Ling Chigu, then this might not end well." Yan Tianan stared at Feng Jingyu. Mao, you have reminded me so much. In fact, it's just to avoid Audiobook from being discovered, right?" Feng Jingyu stubbornly denied. "Whether this fool has been discovered or not, how is it related to this king? This king is worried that you will make people suspect for no reason like Yan Tianan would believe him." Feng Jingyu could see that Yan Tianan didn't trust him, so he didn't explain any further. He just stared at Yan Tianan for a moment with a pair of round and beautiful eyes. "You're the one who is in charge of the contract. Have you had any improvements lately?" Yan Tianan's eyes brightened. He stretched his hand out towards a tree that was a distance away from him. The towering tree had actually been burned by a dark blue fire. Feng Jingyu's face changed. He flew to the tree and stared speechlessly at the burned hole for a long time. Yan Tianan noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Feng Jingyu. He walked up to him and touched his own nose. "Do you think this skill is a little weak? At most, I can improve to this level. However, I have also discovered a new skill now. Although this skill is called Yin Flame Palm, I can completely control the Yin Flame Qi and transform it into weapons. My best transformation at the moment is the Yin Flame Whip. As for transforming into other forms, I'm currently exploring it. According to my present findings, a soft object like a whip is the easiest to transform." Feng Jingyu looked at Yan Tianan with awe. "Who told you this skill is called Yin Flame Palm?" Yan Tianan answered, "I met a ghost masked man on the road previously. He insisted that I be his apprentice and also gave me this set of Yin Flame Palm. In my pool of knowledge, the name of this set of skills is Yin Flame Palm." Chapter 351 Impossible. Feng Jingyu shook his head. "I recognize this Yin Flame Palm. It's black and silver on the outside and blue on the inside. It's completely different from my Phoenix Divine Fire, but there are similarities. I have tried comparing Phoenix Fire and Yin Fire before, and they're on par with each other, so my memory is especially deep. Phoenix Divine Fire represented the light that could eliminate all evil in the world, while the fire of Yin Flame Palm was the opposite, representing the evil." Yan Tianan was stunned. "If this is not called the Yin Flame Palm, then what is it?" Feng Jingyu explained, "The name of this whole set of martial arts should be the 18 Hells of the Underworld. It is the most superior skill of the Devil Clan. It used to always be in the hands of Demon Venerable Yu Ming. The Yin Flame Palm is just one of many palm techniques within this set, and it's only at the introductory level." Your current cultivation is not high enough to see the entire cultivation method, so you mistook the yin flame palm as the whole skill set. Speaking of this, Feng Jingyu gasped. He couldn't help but look at Yan Tianan, who was equally shocked. Maybe the person who gave you this secret method was Yu Ming. Yan Tianan had the same speculation, but after calming down and thinking carefully, he shook his head. That's unlikely. Why not? The more Feng Jingyu thought about it, the more suspicious he was. Yu Ming must have come in person. His narrow-minded and stingy temperament certainly wouldn't let him hand over something as crucial as the 18 hells of the underworld to others, and then let them pass it on to you. Yan Tianan fidgeted with his hands together and whispered, but if he was in the 9 lands and had already been killed, then could the 18 hells of the underworld be stolen by others? Regardless of whether demon venerable Yu Ming, who is full of clever tricks, is so easy to be killed, someone else won't take the 18 hells of the underworld and travel all the way to the 5 continents just to give it to you. Do you think he has nothing better to do than to amuse you? Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes. Besides, he is your dad. Can't you give him some hope? Yan Tianan replied with some sadness, but if he really is my father, why is he unwilling to acknowledge me when he clearly recognizes me and deliberately contacts me? Feng Jingyu opened his beak but was completely speechless. He was not Yu Ming. He couldn't understand why Yu Ming didn't tell Yan Tianan about him if he really came to the 5 continents and approached Yan Tianan's side. Although he had lived for hundreds of years, he'd never been a father to others, so naturally he couldn't grasp the complex thoughts of Yu Ming yearning to see his son but daring not to talk to Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan's eyes were red as he silently found a big tree and sat on the ground against its trunk. His mouth was slightly pursed, and his small face was full of injustice. Seeing this, Feng Jingyu couldn't help but feel guilty. He regretted speaking without thinking and immediately wanted to dig Yu Ming out so he could deny Yan Tianan's idea. Feng Jingyu paused for a moment and with some grievance, replied, "My father really is dead." Yan Tianan and Feng Jingyu looked at each other and felt the same type of sorry for one another. Yan Tianan reached out and touched Feng Jingyu's head. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you." Feng Jingyu pecked at his hand and dismissively replied, "It's no big deal if you don't have a father or mother. In this world, there are more miserable people than I am. Moreover, I know that my parents had to leave me for the sake of all living beings. They did not show me any affections because it was another way to protect and accompany me." Yan Tianan's heart gave birth to a feeling of envy. He looked at Feng Jingyu and pretended to smile easily. "My father didn't want me and sent someone to kill me, so you are much happier than I am. At least Mao Mao's parents loved him very much." Feng Jingyu jumped onto Yan Tianan's shoulder. "It's not like Yan Zhonghua doesn't want you either. In fact, over the years, although he has appeared indifferent to you and has not allowed anyone to mention your existence, secretly, he has always been asking me to find your whereabouts." Yan Tianan turned his head and a pair of black eyes stared unblinkingly at Feng Jingyu. Feng Jingyu tilted his head. "Yan Zhonghua is like a one-man show. He is very good at pretending. When he first came to me, I laughed at him. Later I asked him why he didn't directly send his crow guards to look for your trail. He explained that if people knew he was looking for you, they would certainly send more people to look for you. Moreover, several people in Purple Emperor's heavenly capital are watching his every move. The Yan clan's forces are also trying to catch him making a mistake. How can a cautious person like Yan Zhonghua reveal such a big tale for others to catch? But even so, it can't erase the fact that he sent someone to kill me when I was born." Yan Tianan's expression went rather cold. He touched his face, and the uneven scar on it reminded him of how painful his life had been all the time in his childhood memories that no longer existed. Feng Jingyu rubbed his feathery head against the back of Yan Tianan's hand and chirped, "At the beginning, it was not really Yan Zhonghua who wanted to kill you." Yan Tianan froze for a moment. "Is there some hidden secret?" Feng Jingyu shook his head. "I was not there, so I don't know. I was in the northern land at that time. When I learned that the prophet family had shamelessly screwed you over, Yu Ming had already taken you away in a hurry. Then I went to the demon world to quickly look for Yu Ming. I didn't get to say much to him when a group of crow guards had arrived. During the chaos, I partnered up with Yu Ming and threw you to Sumo. He was the one who took you away. After that, no one saw you and Sumo again." Feng Jingyu took a slow breath and continued, "Yu Ming was seriously injured in the process of fighting the crow guards, but I didn't know what new instructions they received because they stopped at the critical time and retreated. Since Yu Ming was badly hurt, he had to go into closed-door cultivation for 3 years. After that, he went to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital to find trouble with Yan Zhonghua, which messed up Yan Zhonghua's marriage. He nearly killed Yan Zhonghua's prospective imperial concubine right then and there. But after stirring up chaos in the Purple Emperor's royal capital, he patted his ass and disappeared completely. At that time, I was still doing other things in the northern land, so by the time the news reached me, Yu Ming was already gone and even I couldn't find him. Yan Tianan's eyes fell and he gazed at Ling Chigu not too far away, who held a bamboo spear in hand as he stood upright. He could not help but say, "You said you did not know Ajiyu before. As the monarch of the western land, you must have returned to the northern land and gone after my family's Ajiyu." Feng Jingyu flapped a wing on Yan Tianan's face. At last, he shouted angrily from embarrassment, "You son of a bitch, this king kindly comforted you and gave you so much important information, but you still vilified this king. You are too much." Yan Tianan rubbed his own nose and muttered in a low voice, "Whether or not I truly vilified you, you know it clearly in your heart." Feng Jingyu was a little annoyed. "I'll never talk to you anymore." Yan Tianan grabbed Feng Jingyu, who was about to fly away, and pulled up the feathers on his head. "Mao Mao, how did you live for so many years but still act like a child with a bigger temper than me?" Feng Jingyu spoke righteously. "Pa, this king is still a young bird, still a baby." Yan Tianan. He was truly speechless. Feng Jingyu joined Ling Chigu again, and twittered happily around Ling Chigu, like a follower. Ling Chigu recently went on a killing spree at the hunting peak. Like a duck in water, he killed plenty of demonic beasts. At the same time, he absorbed the yin qi from their corpses and turned it into his own. He could also control corpses that were of lower rank than him and that died by his hands. In less than a month, Ling Chigu's cultivation improved a lot and his movements had become more flexible. Yan Tianan got the benefit of feedback from Ling Chigu. He was able to improve his own cultivation unconsciously, and his understanding of imperial corpse technique had also somewhat deepened. He realized that its essence was not controlled by the method of Jiyu worms, but that the most important thing was to be able to control the death qi and yin qi in the corpse. Although actual combat was important, perception and comprehension were equally important. After Yan Tianan was clear on these key points, he would practice in the hunting peak daily and control corpses who had not established a contractual relationship with him. Yan Tianan was born with strong yin qi, and in addition, he was a divine devil. Within a few days, he mastered the method of controlling dead bodies to attack demonic beasts. In a few days, Lin Xuanji, who had been in closed-door cultivation in Fierce Gale Cliff for a short time, came to Broken Sword Peak to look for Yan Tianan. After searching in the spiritual herb fields and the bamboo house, Lin Xuanji knew that he was in Hunting Peak. When Lin Xuanji flew on his sword over to Hunting Peak, he found Yan Tianan fighting with Ling Chigu. Ling Chigu was different from other corpse puppets after establishing a master-servant contract with Yan Tianan. Even if Yan Tianan's imperial corpse technique was not well practiced, Ling Chigu could fully understand Yan Tianan's commands and would not oppose them. Ling Chigu still had the bamboo spear in hand, waving it neatly but without any elegance. However, a discerning person only needed to take one look at this to know that this was a move used in the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yan Tianan held a silver-black whip of flames in his grip. He fought with Ling Chigu in an orderly way and did not back down. The longer the weapon, the stronger it was. Ling Chigu soon found a weak point in Yan Tianan's moves and put a bamboo spear to his neck. At the same time, Yan Tianan's whip was like a snake wrapping around Ling Chigu's spear. However, he was a little slow. Ling Chigu did not continue to move, but only loosened the burnt bamboo spear and let it burn to ashes. Yan Tianan sighed ruefully, lost again. Chapter 352. Feng Jingyu, who was watching the battle, didn't take it seriously. Isn't it normal for you to lose to him? At the very least, Ling Chigu is a battle-hardened general, and his cultivation is much higher than yours. If he can be defeated by you in a single shot, he would have been completely destroyed in the North Lands long ago. Yan Tianan nodded and shook his fist. That's true, but I was nearly able to fight to a draw with Ajiyu just now. Feng Jingyu sneered, if Ling Chigu hadn't deliberately let you, you wouldn't have been able to endure even 3 moves under his hands. Yan Tianan was stunned, really. He had clearly ordered Ling Chigu to go all out without hurting him. It's true. Lin Xuanji's sword lowered to land beside Yan Tianan. Dage, why are you here? Yan Tianan was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xuanji smiled, I haven't seen Ah Hen in a long time. Naturally, I miss him terribly. Feng Jingyu listened to Lin Xuanji saying sweet nothings non-stop as soon as he appeared. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and flew onto Ling Chigu's head. He patted the corpse's hair with his wings. Ling Chigu seemed to have already grown accustomed to it, letting Feng Jingyu rule over his head without moving at all. Yan Tianan also grinned. What breakthrough has Dage made recently? Lin Xuanji thought for a moment. I have a little more understanding of the sword style, and I can feel my cultivation loosening and ready to break through, but I still want to suppress it for the time being and not level up too quickly. Feng Jingyu felt some appreciation for Lin Xuanji since he'd seen too many people itching to hit it big and improve their cultivations so that they could increase their longevity and status too. Because of this, they'd ignore the fact that their desire to break through as fast as possible could have the exact opposite effect. Even if they had the opportunity to increase their cultivation, their strength and foundation wouldn't be stable, and it would lead to a narrower and narrower path to a breakthrough in the future. However, Lin Xuanji was calm and steady with strong self-control. He would achieve greater cultivation in the future. Yan Tianan nodded. Dage, what do you mean just now? Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan, then at Ling Chigu. Since you two have a contractual relationship, you will subconsciously not go all out fighting with each other. So if you really want to talk about who has the best moves, you wouldn't be able to tell. But Ah Hen, your experience and current cultivation realm are not as solid as Ah Gu's. It can be said that even Mao Mao and I can't compare with Ah Ji Yu in terms of experience. Yan Tianan was deeply impressed. A few days ago, when they were fighting the killers sent by Shi Yongtai in their courtyard in Profound City, Ling Chigu's actions were the most crisp and agile. He was more like a trained killer than those killers. Yan Tianan couldn't help but feel a little sad. Ah Ji Yu at least died a worthy death. Feng Jingyu sneered mockingly. He actually died for nothing. From generation to generation, the Ling family all died in battle, but in Ling Chigu's generation, it was for the sake of a prince's position that led to the collapse of the Ling family. It was just the biggest joke in the world. Why did Ling Chigu flee to the lower realm before he died? That was because he felt ashamed to face the ancestors of the Ling family and didn't dare die in their graveyards. As he explained Ling Chigu's past, Feng Jingyu was full of anger and hate. Lin Xuanji looked at the indifferent Ling Chigu and lightly replied, this kind of feat is his own choice. A person knows best the joys and tribulations of events that he experienced himself. Feng Jingyu insisted, that's because this fool didn't realize the consequences of his actions. If he did, he wouldn't have made himself like this for that idiot. Lin Xuanji shook his head. It's hard to say. Ling Chigu was a person with deep love and loyalty. Although he died, he did not regret some things. Feng Jingyu. Crap. Lin Xuanji had been stabbing his heart today. Feng Jingyu slapped Ling Chigu on the forehead and said angrily, you are also a fool. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Feng Jingyu flew away towards the distance. Ling Chigu suddenly turned his head and looked at where Feng Jingyu was going. Moments later, he started running towards the deep forest. Yan Tianan felt his chin thoughtfully. I don't think Ah Ji Yu has zero feelings for Mao Mao, right? Lin Xuanji replied, maybe it's just a conditioned reflex. Yan Tianan, why did he suddenly feel like Lin Xuanji was being unfriendly with Feng Jingyu? Yan Tianan asked, Dage, has Mao Mao offended you recently? There was no offense. Lin Xuanji said airily, I simply want to let him know that he can't just throw his responsibilities aside and walk away. Yan Tianan, so he still offended Lin Xuanji. Taking advantage of Lin Xuanji's presence, Yan Tianan hastened to tell him all about esteemed Yu and the Yin Flame Palm the other day. He also mentioned Yan Zonghua and Yu Ming. Lin Xuanji listened carefully and frowned slightly from time to time. After hearing this, Lin Xuanji did not pay much attention to the Yin Flame Palm, which suddenly became the 18 hells of the underworld, but he was extremely interested in the ghost masked man, who had passed on this cultivation method to Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan continued, in fact, I have some doubts about what Mao Mao said. Lin Xuanji asked, what do you suspect? Yan Tianan frowned, I think that the 18 hells of the underworld should not be a cultivation method exclusive to Demon Venerable Yu Ming. Maybe other demon venerables also use this set of cultivation techniques. Lin Xuanji hesitated a little. The 18 hells of the underworld is indeed unique to the demon venerable Yu Ming. Yan Tianan was shocked and he stared at Lin Xuanji in puzzlement. How does Dage know? Lin Xuanji answered nonchalantly, I heard Uncle Mo mention it before. Yan Tianan nodded, so it's like this. It seems that Mao Mao didn't deceive me. Yan Tianan then asked with some trepidation, Dage, if this is the case, then the ghost-masked man who handed over 18 hells of the underworld to me was really. When he said this, he stopped. Lin Xuanji was silent for a moment. It's hard to say. But didn't Dage say that the ghost-masked man's 18 hells of the underworld was unique to Demon Venerable Yu Ming? Lin Xuanji glanced at him, but the ancient divine devil dance and the imperial corpse technique are not necessarily Demon Venerable Yu Ming's. If Lin Xuanji remembered correctly, the ancient divine devil dance and the imperial corpse technique should be the secret manuals of the other two demon venerables in the Nine Lands. However, Lin Xuanji's memory had gaps from his previous life to his present life. He didn't remember these before, but only felt that the names of the skills were slightly familiar. Moreover, the name imperial corpse technique was a bit of a lousy trick. If one looked at any 10 paths of demonic cultivation, they would find 7 or 8 paths containing the imperial corpse technique, but there was a great difference in the level of the cultivation technique, the method of cultivation, and the skill's capability. If Lin Xuanji hadn't seen that Demon Venerable control the corpse through imperial corpse technique, he wouldn't even have recognized that the set of imperial corpse technique learned by Yan Tianan was the same as that Demon Venerable's. If it was only one of those skill sets, it would have been alright. However, it just so happened that all 3 of the top demonic cultivation methods came to Yan Tianan, which made Lin Xuanji want to determine who this Good Samaritan was. Yan Tianan didn't think so much. He didn't know that Lin Xuanji was basing this judgment on the knowledge that he already knew about the 3 Demon Venerables' secret manuals. Yan Tianan thought for a while and nodded, that's right. Perhaps the ghost-masked man picked them up from the streets somewhere. As soon as he saw that I was a divine devil, he probably felt like it was fate for us to meet, so he gave me these secret manuals. Lin Xuanji faintly commented, of course, it's also possible that it may be from Demon Venerable Yu Ming. Yan Tianan curled his lips. If it was really him, why would he do it in a sneaky way? Lin Xuanji thought about it. Maybe it was because he had to hide his identity for certain reasons. Yan Tianan sighed, if it's really him, I really want to meet him and say a few words with him. After all, he is my own father. I want to know exactly what kind of person he is. Over the years, did he ever miss me or regret leaving me to someone else to raise? Lin Xuanji raised his hand and rubbed the top of Yan Tianan's head. Even if he regrets it, it's meaningless. After all, the situation back then didn't allow him to come up with a complete solution. However, I'm glad that Demon Venerable Yu Ming threw you to Uncle Mo, who then gave you to Dad. Yan Tianwen's depressed expression finally changed, and he smiled, yes, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't know Daddy and Dage. Speaking of which, Yan Tianan curled his lips, however, you used to ignore me when you saw me before. Most of the time, you were not at home. If you hadn't returned to the Lin family's house due to serious injuries and had no choice but to get along with me day and night, I'm afraid you still wouldn't have paid much attention to me even now. Lin Zan's heart softened, hence, misfortune depends on good fortune, and good fortune depends on misfortune. If I didn't get turned into a useless person and went home to recuperate, I wouldn't have known that Ah Hen was a person I could rely on and would touch my heart. Yan Tianan looked shy with a little smile on his face, but he was showing his white teeth and proudly said with his face tilted back, of course. Although I'm younger than you, I'm actually the most reliable. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's carefree appearance and couldn't help but internally think about the past. In the beginning, Lin Zan took Yan Tianan home and looked after him closely, taking him everywhere he went. At that time, his heart was quite jealous of Yan Tianan, so although he didn't find trouble for Yan Tianan, he was also not too close to him. Moreover, Yan Tianan's origin was unknown. When he first arrived, the medicinal pills and seals in Yan Tianan's body that was repressing his devil chi were not fully developed yet. As a result, Lin Xuanji felt a little uncomfortable when he was near Yan Tianan, which made him even more reluctant to get close to him in the past. However, times were different and everything was changing. At that time, Lin Xuanji could not have imagined that one day this estranged child would become the treasure of his heart. Chapter 353. Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji knew nothing about the outside world's situation. They were currently in the soul space. In a short period of 1 month, the grass-swallowing worms had already cleaned up 10 acres of land, which allowed them to start planting spiritual plants properly. Yan Tianan approached the fertile field, bent down, and touched the soil. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Dage, the soil is really rich. I can feel the spiritual chi overflowing from it. Lin Xuanji stood behind Yan Tianan. This is only natural. For thousands of years, the space in the soul plate has been nurtured with forged stones and spiritual stones. Every inch of land here contains spiritual qi that cannot be matched outside. Otherwise, the spiritual plants would not grow so easily. It turned out that some of the spiritual seeds experimentally planted by Yan Tianan before had grown now. In 2 or 3 days, they could be collected and used. Moreover, judging from the quality of the spiritual herbs, the grade of these spiritual plants was definitely not lower than those outside. If they were put into medicines or made into pills, they would definitely improve the medicine or pills grades. Seeing this, Yan Tianan was overjoyed. He hurried to collect a lot of rare spiritual herbs from the spiritual herb fields outside before cramming them into the space of the soul plate. He couldn't wait to produce them in large quantities at a high speed. Initially, Yan Tianan thought of pulling weeds in the soul plate every day, but since he found out that the efficiency of the 2 grass-swallowing worms was much higher than his, and they could produce small grass-swallowing worms too, Yan Tianan gave up this very laborious task. Yan Tianan looked at the grass-swallowing worms toiling in and out of the spiritual herb field. He then stretched out his finger and started counting them. A look of surprise crossed his face. There are 6 more grass-swallowing worms than there were at the beginning. Lin Xuanji stood with his hands behind his back. The shopkeeper of the Yuan family gave us 1 male and 1 female grass-swallowing worm. Therefore, they gave birth to little grass-swallowing worms to divert the aura in their bodies. The time in this space goes by too fast. The day rises and night falls. In addition, the lower the grade of the species, the greater the impact. Therefore, it's normal for the worms to give birth to so many little worms in 1 month. As they conversed, 2 more grass-swallowing worms emerged from the black mud. Their fat bodies rolled several times on the ground and even released a few eggs. It was Yan Tianan's first time to see a worm give birth to baby worms. He couldn't help but be captivated. He walked to the thumb-sized eggs and squatted down. Perhaps it was because the speed of time in the space dimension was so fast that, in a short amount of time, a small grass-swallowing worm broke out of its egg and crawled out. This worm, with the length and thickness of a finger, rolled over the black mud a few times and then lazily began to drill into the ground. Its body was almost transparent and it looked chubby and lovely. Yan Tianan was ecstatic. Dage, the time for them to have babies seems to have shortened. Maybe the soul plate space can become a grass-swallowing worm farm. One should know that grass-swallowing worms were expensive and few in number. Another reason was that it took at least 3 years for them to produce the next generation. This wouldn't be considered long in a world full of cultivating immortals. It would take more than 10 to 100 years to nurture a spiritual plant. However, for the growth rate of weeds, the 1 every 3 years reproduction speed of a grass-swallowing worm was too slow. If they could raise a lot of grass-swallowing worms and sell them, it would produce a big income. Lin Xuanji laughed. Rather than saying that Ah Hen was a businessman, it was more accurate to say that he was a money grubber through and through. As soon as the shopkeeper heard what they wanted, he couldn't help but sigh. I knew those little worms were useless. It has only been a few days but they no longer work. If you ask me, you'd better hire some laborers to take care of the spiritual plants instead of those grass-swallowing worms. Lin Xuanji didn't explicitly say that the grass-swallowing worms were still alive. He calmly replied, to tell you the truth, we're now trying to prolong the lifespan of grass-swallowing worms and increase their reproduction speed, so we need a large number of grass-swallowing worms in the early stage. The shopkeeper frowned and thought Lin Xuanji's idea was too extraordinary. Grass-swallowing worms have always been breeding at this rate. It's a waste of your talent to spend your time on it. Yan Tianan blinked and smiled. My Dage won't waste his time. I want to play with it. Please sell it to us. The shopkeeper looked at Yan Tianan's expectant eyes and his heart grew inexplicably soft. He cried out with a wave of his hand, all right, go ahead and buy it, but don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Business was business, no matter the customer. The shopkeeper gave Lin Xuanji 6 pairs of grass-swallowing worms and kindly urged him, if you can't do it this time, don't try again in the future. Our family's head said that your business has just started and it's not easy to make money. You still have a large family to support, you can't treat it lightly. Lin Xuanji thanked him and tucked the grass-swallowing worms away. Out of the door, Yan Tianan asked doubtfully, where do we have a big family that needs to be fed? Lin Xuanji thought for a moment, if you include Bai and Hupo, as well as Jiu and Mao Mao, it's indeed a big family. Yan Tianan couldn't help nodding, that's right. Apart from Ajiyu who doesn't spend any money, Mao Mao spends 20 pieces of gold a day. The demonic delight fruits of Ajiyu and Hupo are not cheap either. It's really a big money spender family. Who said Ajiyu doesn't spend any money? Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan was puzzled. Lin Xuanji happily informed him, the clothes on Ajiyu, the shoes on his feet, the hairpins on his head, and the magic tools keeping away his evil aura are all money. Moreover, I recently planned to find a way to forge a red tasseled spear for Ajiyu, but I haven't found a satisfactory material for the weapon yet. At that time, won't it be another sum of money? Yan Tianan. His heart was beating a little too fast after returning home. Yan Tianan put the 6 pairs of grass-swallowing worms into Lin Xuanji's space. At the same time, he also bought many seeds and seedlings of spiritual herbs and planted them in the dimension space. Of course, most of the spiritual herbs planted were the ones he extracted from Yu's spiritual herb fields. At first, Yan Tianan felt guilty for being secretive. He then thought that when the spiritual herbs grew, he would plant the original seedlings back into Broken Sword Peak's spiritual herb fields. However, as time went on, Yan Tianan became a skilled worker, and when he saw any spiritual plants that he liked, he would stuff them into the soul plate. A few days later, on a rainy day that showered the sky and ground, the long-lost esteemed Yu finally came back while braving the rain. He returned on his sword and was drenched from head to toe, which was absolutely impossible for a cultivator who was at least at the peak of profound realm at that time. Yan Tianan was meditating and practicing alchemy in the bamboo house. The storm outside did not bring him any influence. On the contrary, when esteemed Yu suddenly appeared, even if he had not seen himself, Yan Tianan's heart jerked, causing him to waste his entire furnace's worth of pills. Yan Tianan quickly stood up and opened the bamboo door to walk out. At a glance, he saw esteemed Yu standing outside in a daze and he gawked at the sight of him soaked in the rain. Yan Tianan got a fright and rushed into the rain to pull esteemed Yu away. "Master, what are you doing? Come in and take shelter quickly." Esteemed Yu wiped his face and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yan Tianan with bewilderment. He opened his mouth, then suddenly collapsed in Yan Tianan's arms. Yan Tianan hurriedly held esteemed Yu's body, but he was extremely anxious. After placing esteemed Yu on the bed, Yan Tianan first examined esteemed Yu's pulse and found that the spiritual qi in his body was running around wantonly as if they were going to burst out of his body immediately. Suddenly, he felt uneasy in his heart. Yan Tianan's fingers shook as he opened the storage bag and took out the bottle of medicine that Lin Zan left him. He also gave the last white jade-colored pill to esteemed Yu. Yan Tianan looked at the rain outside, then began running down the mountain. He didn't know what had happened to esteemed Yu, but he knew that he couldn't handle the situation himself. On sinking Sword Peak, it was fortunate that esteemed Lan Yu and Lin Xuanji were there. Upon hearing what happened, the two men hurried along with Yan Tianan. Esteemed Lan Yu approached the bed, reached out, and checked esteemed Yu's pulse. Esteemed Lan Yu's clear and elegant face suddenly looked worse. "I'm going to heal him," esteemed Lan Yu spoke in a low voice. "You two, go outside and protect the area. No matter what happens, you must not come in." Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan's hand and nodded. "I understand." The two of them went out of the bamboo house together and sat under the wide eaves, looking at the pouring rain outside. Yan Tianan was nestled in Lin Xuanji's arms. Although Lin Xuanji used a magic tool to get rid of the rainwater on Yan Tianan still felt cold. "Dage, I was really shocked by Master just now." Yan Tianan rubbed his arms and spoke with lingering fear. He didn't say anything. He just stood there like he had lost his soul. As soon as I reached him, he passed out. His face looked like a corpse. If he hadn't breathed, I would have thought he was dead. Lin Xuanji stretched his arms and tightened his hold on Yan Tianan. He soothed him with a gentle voice. "Your master will be fine. He has gone out for so many days, we don't know what he has experienced." Yan Tianan asked in confusion, "Dage, didn't you say before that there is basically no one in the 5 continents who could beat my master? How could this happen?" Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. "In principle, no one should be his opponent." Yan Tianan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "I was really afraid of something happening to master." Although Lin Zan didn't die, the scene of his escape had also left a strong psychological shadow on Yan Tianan, leaving him scarred when he remembered it. Lin Xuanji patted Yan Tianan on the shoulder. "It will be all right." Yan Tianan stared at the curtain of rain and remained silent. Chapter 354. After about 2 hours, there was a painful and mournful scream from the bamboo house. It would be loud, then soft as it occurred intermittently. There also seemed to be sounds of scratching and fighting. Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji exchanged glances, both of them worried over the situation inside. However, the two of them remembered esteemed Lan Yu's instructions and did not move. They just made plans to rush in immediately if something big happened or when esteemed Lan Yu called their names. Pitiful groans lasted for about half an hour until it gradually stopped. Fortunately, the situation they imagined where the room completely exploded didn't occur. Yan Tianan's tight nerves finally relaxed. Another 3 days and 3 nights passed until on one clear morning, the door of the bamboo house was pushed open. Esteemed Lan Yu's face was pale, but his steps were still steady and strong. He came out and glanced at the 2 men who were still sitting nearby. He softly said, "Come with me." Yan Tianan hastily stood up and followed esteemed Lan Yu towards the fruit tree forest. Lin Xuanji asked, "What's the matter with martial uncle?" Esteemed Lan Yu said, "I managed to cure him in time, and his life is secure now." Yan Tianan breathed out a sigh of relief. It's good that his life is no longer in danger. Esteemed Lan Yu looked at Yan Tianan with complicated eyes. "I'm not saying that his life is safe, but yours. Me, if you see him like this again in the future, don't get close to him and quickly come to me for help." "Why you?" He had some mishaps with his cultivation before, so once his mental state is severely upset or he's suddenly expended too much spiritual qi, he would suffer a qi deviation. He'd be unable to recognize his relatives and kill anyone on sight. Before, there was almost a big problem because of this. Yan Tianan gasped and Lin Xuanji nearly broke out in cold sweat. Yan Tianan frowned and murmured, "How did my master become like this? He's so powerful. Is it because he encountered danger, so he overused his spiritual qi?" Esteemed Lan Yu replied coldly, "He courted disaster himself. No one in the whole 5 continents has a higher level of cultivation than him. He must have tried to break through the barrier of the 5 continents. If it could be so easily broken by him, then like hell it would be called the 5 continents barrier." Yan Tianan couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. It seemed that esteemed Lan Yu was extremely angry to the point of swearing this time. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. It seems that the barrier truly cannot be opened. Even if there is an opportunity to open it, it's not so simple and crude. Esteemed Lan Yu glanced at him. Yan Tianan was very worried. He stamped his foot anxiously. My master's cultivation must almost be beyond his limit. That's why he tried to cross the barrier of the 5 continents. Breaking Sword Peak's master went into closed-door cultivation a few days ago. Until now, there hasn't been any movement and I don't know what the situation is, but Uncle Mo said that he was entering closed-door death cultivation. What do we do, now that my master has reached the point where he has no choice but to make a breakthrough? The barrier of the 5 continents is still like this. It's not like he can cripple his own cultivation, right? Lin Xuanji grasped the important points and narrowed his eyes. A magic treasure that can deceive the Tao of Heaven. It's rare in this world. Esteemed Lan Yu nodded. The soul plate in Lin Xuanji's sea of consciousness said, "It seems that this Yu's background is not small." As the name implied, a magic treasure that could deceive heaven could really do just that. This kind of magic treasure was mostly used to change one's fate and hide against the Tao of Heaven. It should at least be a divine artifact at the celestial level. The Lin Xuanji of today could at most craft treasure-level tools. When his soulfire one day improved to a purple soul level which had never been seen in the 5 continents and when his cultivation also reached the earth realm, then there would be a possibility of him crafting a celestial-level tool as well. Esteemed Lan Yu didn't explain anything either. He suppressed the qi that was running rampant in esteemed Yu's body for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now, he was also very tired. He pressed his forehead and said to Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, "Xuanji, stay here and look after esteemed Yu for a few days first. If there is anything that happens, please let me know." Lin Xuanji nodded, "Understood." Before esteemed Lan Yu left, he returned to the bamboo house and looked at esteemed Yu. Esteemed Yu had fallen into a deep sleep at this time. His mouth, which had always spewed words that pissed people off, was slightly open. It looked cute and it made him seem different from his usual character and style. Esteemed Lan Yu sighed, "When you wake up, you'll surely blame me for coaxing you to come here. But if you continue to stay in the 9 lands, I'm afraid that sooner or later, this illness will kill you. If you want to blame me, then blame me." Esteemed Yu naturally couldn't hear a word. He just moved his mouth as if he were chewing something. Esteemed Lan Yu looked at him for a moment, then got up and left. Yan Tianan laid beside Esteemed Yu and looked after him. A sleeping Esteemed Yu wasn't difficult to take care of. He didn't even turn over all night. Yan Tianan soon dozed off and fell asleep beside Esteemed Yu. Lin Xuanji came out from his soul plate space after taking care of the spiritual plants and came across the two people fast asleep. Lin Xuanji did not wake Yan Tianan, but picked him up gently and placed him on a soft bed in the room, covering him with a blanket. In the past 3 days, Yan Tianan had not slept much because he was really worried about Esteemed Yu's safety. He kept standing outside the bamboo house nervously and now he had exhausted himself. Lin Xuanji pinched Yan Tianan's nose. Tip, looked at the silent and motionless Esteemed Yu, then returned to the soul plate space. Inside, there had been many spiritual plants of different colors growing, even the fruit tree saplings they planted had sprouted and blossomed, looking like they were about to bear fruit soon. The 6 newly bought grass-swallowing worms had enough weeds to eat every day, so they grew at a very fast speed. At this time, among the spiritual herb fields, the white and fat grass-swallowing worms could be seen arching and going at regular intervals. Forged stones are not enough. There suddenly was a floating figure in the soul plate. He had no clothes on. Whether it was because his soul was not complete or because he hadn't absorbed nutrition in a long time, he looked as skinny as a skeleton. On the other hand, his face was excellent. Although there was no flesh on both of his cheeks, his pair of eyes was full of spirit. It wasn't hard to imagine how romantic and handsome the soul would be in his heyday. Lin Xuanji glanced at him. "Can't you put on clothes?" Soul Plate rolled his eyes and grumpily said, "If I could wear clothes, would I wait for you to remind me?" Lin Xuanji paused. "I'm afraid that soul bodies cannot wear the clothes I make. Why don't you tell me your birth date, the 8 characters of your horoscope, and name so that I'll burn clothes and offer their soul forms to you?" Soul Plate narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xuanji. "Boy, do you want to trick me into telling you my identity? You have a lot of nerve." As they spoke, the sky was still calm and clear. But in an instant, dark clouds began to gather, thunder and lightning rolling in as they seemed to be able to press against Lin Xuanji right away. At that moment, Soul Plate looked like a fierce ghost. However, Lin Xuanji was indifferent and looked at Soul Plate. "I'm not too curious about your origin. I just want to help you. Since you don't want to, I won't mention it again." Soul Plate was a little unhappy again and shouted, "Why are you not interested in this venerable's origin? Is this venerable's origin not worth your interest?" Lin Xuanji. Soul Plate waved his hand, and the sky returned to its original state. "It's not that this venerable is unwilling to tell you, but I don't even know my own name." He spoke calmly and casually. He strolled into the spiritual plant field, reached out and picked up an herb, before chewing and swallowing it. Lin Xuanji wanted to stop him but decided to keep his mouth shut. Soul Plate clicked his tongue twice. "It tastes good. It seems that this Soul Plate is indeed a treasured place for planting spiritual herbs. Boy, where are the forged stones you prepared before?" Lin Xuanji replied lightly, "Yesterday, I just threw in 100 top-grade forged stones." The Soul Plate managed to support itself by absorbing spiritual qi. At the end of his last life, Lin Xuanji had expanded the Soul Plate into mountains and rivers in 1,000 years, with only the sun, moon, and stars missing. However, Lin Xuanji was hell-bent on repairing the mirror at that time and didn't think of making full use of the space in the Soul Plate. Now, he planned to manage the space here with Yan Tianan. If there were no forged stones, the Soul Plate could not even support so many spiritual plants being raised here. Soul Plate curled its lips. "What are 100 top-grade forged stones? I don't know how many you have taken from me. Besides, forged stones are only the second best thing. According to common sense, this space must use spirit stones and sparrow spirits." Lin Xuanji said, "The spirit stones and sparrow spirits are only things from the upper world." Soul Plate snorted, "Your deity has 3 sparrow spirits in hand. Although one is smaller than the other. They're really good things." Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly. It was a meeting gift from eldest martial brother to Ah Hen. "If you want it, you can talk to him directly. It's not for me to decide. You let me meet him and I'll personally tell him." Lin Xuanji revealed an enigmatic smile. Soul Plate nearly spat out blood and he rolled his eyes. "Then you're talking shit. When I go to the 9 lands, I will find you spirit stones and sparrow spirits. I don't know how long I'd have to wait." "You're unreliable," Soul Plate complained. Lin Xuanji smiled. Even without me, you can leave the 5 continents and go to the 9 lands in 800 years. Soul Plate was stupefied. How do you know? Lin Xuanji's appearance looked as light as a cloud. Don't forget that I'm a person who was reborn. I know everything that will happen to you in the next 1,000 years. Chapter 355. Soul Plate seemed a little nervous as he grabbed Lin Xuanji's arm. Can I really leave the 5 continents? Lin Xuanji nodded. Naturally, it's true, and thanks to you, I also left the 5 continents as a soul body together with you. Soul Plate suddenly disappeared. Lin Xuanji stood in the same place for a while. The soul plate that had vanished slowly appeared in front of him again. Soul Plate's eyes were a little red and he looked like he was crying. Lin Xuanji urged, cry if you want. I won't laugh at you. Why do you have to find a place to hide? Soul Plate's neck stiffened as he denied, how could this venerable possibly cry? Are you blind? Lin Zan responded secretively. In the last life, when you found out that you could leave the 5 continents, you were also like this. Soul Plate, bitch, Brad, it made sense if you thought about it. Soul Plate was already prepared to die in this 5 continents. At first, he was still trying to leave the 5 continents, but later he found out that he actually couldn't even get out of the Soul Plate, so his fighting spirit slowly dissipated. Now, as soon as he heard that he still had a chance to leave the 5 continents and traverse the 9 lands without being trapped, he was naturally overjoyed. His mood was hard to calm and he was a little excited. Soul Plate spoke lazily, since you know all about that, you must also know that the reason why the 5 continents are now sealed by a barrier is due to the 5 continents realm being an immense burial site for gods. I didn't know that. Soul Plate stared at Lin Xuanji emotionlessly. Lin Xuanji also stared back impassively. Moments later, the corners of Soul Plate's mouth twitched. Why didn't I tell you about such an important matter in the last life? Lin Xuanji thought for a moment, perhaps because I was wholeheartedly absorbed in refining magic treasures in my last life and couldn't free myself, so even if you told me this, I still won't remember them. Soul Plate's voice was cold and detached. Nonsense. Alright, fine. What you said at that time was that this place is an enormous burial site for demons. Soul Plate rolled his eyes. A demon god is also a kind of god. Lin Xuanji mused. Originally, this realm was still a place where gods were buried. So that's why neither demons nor non-demons could break through the 5 continents barrier. Knowing that he had accidentally revealed this information to Lin Xuanji, Soul Plate shut his mouth and continued to wander around in the spiritual plant field. From time to time, he also pulled some spiritual herbs and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them. Lin Xuanji looked at him speechlessly. Then you'd better stop eating. It's too wasteful. Soul Plate was extremely dissatisfied. This venerable has been so starved that I look like this, yet you still want to deprive me of the right to eat. Aren't you too cruel? Lin Xuanji looked at Soul Plate's naked chest, where his ribs could clearly be seen, and could not help curling his lips. You're right. Soul Plate was just about to nod when Lin Xuanji continued, I'll go outside and buy some spiritual plants another day and bring them back for you, so you can eat your fill. Soul Plate, how could the spiritual plants outside compare to the ones here? This brat Lin Xuanji is so cunning, devious, and petty. After taking care of the spiritual herbs, Lin Xuanji left the Soul Plate's space. Another 3 days later, esteemed Yu finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yan Tianan dozing off beside him with his chin resting on his hands. He immediately suppressed his initial urge to cut someone down with his sword. Esteemed Yu looked at Yan Tianan, and Yan Tianan also just heard the movement and opened his eyes. Yan Tianan had some dark circles under his eyes, which made his eyes look bigger. Why am I here? Esteemed Yu was a little confused. Yan Tianan yawned, how would I know why you're back here? Martial Uncle said that you tried to break through the 5 continents barrier and ended up in failure. You almost suffered a chi deviation. Martial Uncle Lan Yu has been clearing up your spiritual chi pathways for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought you were going to keep on sleeping like this forever. Esteemed Yu touched his face and asked awkwardly, I didn't say any nonsense in my sleep, did I? Yan Tianan glanced at Esteemed Yu askance, what do you think you would say? Esteemed Yu grinned, for example, whether I accidentally told you about my senior martial brother's embarrassing childhood stories. Yan Tianan, I don't think you have the guts. Yan Tianan stood up and took out the voice transmission bell, I'll tell Martial Uncle. Don't. Esteemed Yu pressed Yan Tianan's hand down and smiled ingratiatingly, ah hen darling, we don't have to disturb my senior martial brother now. Why don't we tell him in a few days? When facing esteemed Lan Yu, you could use only one word to describe esteemed Yu, which was terrified. And it also had to be a capitalized kind of terrified. Do you think that I won't find out if you didn't let Ah Hen tell me? While they were speaking, esteemed Lan Yu pushed open the door and entered in a robe embroidered with stars, the moon, and the celestial bodies. His long hair looked wholly untouched by the mortal world, like a waterfall behind him, which was very eye-catching. However, esteemed Yu stood up at once, staring at esteemed Lan Yu and sizing him up. Senior martial brother, have you gone to divine the stars again? Esteemed Lan Yu swept a glance over him. Is there anything unusual about this? Esteemed Yu rubbed his nose. Seems like there's nothing unusual, but as far as I know, senior martial brother, you haven't divined the stars for a long time. That's because there was no need. Esteemed Lan Yu answered, do you have any misunderstanding about us prophets? Don't tell me that all a prophet should do every day is divination, and more divination. Esteemed Yu hurriedly shook his head. Yan Tianan also found this funny and laughed all of a sudden. Esteemed Yu felt that he lost a lot of face, but he couldn't truly be angry with Ah Hen either, so he could only roll his eyes at himself. Esteemed Lan Yu spoke, now that you are awake and no longer ill, it is time to enter closed-door cultivation. Esteemed Yu, I knew I couldn't escape this. Senior martial brother, I'm already this old, but you still punish me with closed-door cultivation like you did when I was a child, esteemed Yu argued. Esteemed Lan Yu replied flatly, your age indeed increased, but your temperament and behavior are even worse than a child's. Esteemed Yu suffered critical damage and responded with great disapproval, this matter really was a big accident. If I had known that the barrier's enchantments would be so stubborn, I certainly wouldn't have tried to break it with all my strength. Esteemed Lan Yu gave him a glance, it's fine if you merely wanted to try breaking it, but you just had to go to the northernmost part of the North Continent to try. The Qi family's mountain top was almost flattened by the lightning you attracted over. Even now, they are still looking for the culprit and are threatening to beat him beyond recognition. Not only was esteemed Yu not afraid, he even rejoiced. He rolled up his sleeves, eager to give it a try. Ever since I came to the 5 continents, I haven't fought anyone. You'd better let the Qi family send someone over to die and let me practice at the same time. Yan Tianan. Esteemed Lan Yu, the period of secluded cultivation has been extended from 3 months to half a year. Senior martial brother, this is non-negotiable. Esteemed Yu wilted. Yan Tianan laughed, Master, I will raise these spiritual plants for you. Don't worry. Esteemed Yu rolled his eyes and grabbed Yan Tianan's arm. What are you happy about? You're entering closed-door cultivation with me. You will not be allowed to leave secluded cultivation until you become a primary realm cultivator. Yan Tianan got a fright and hurriedly took 2 steps back. How can that be? Dage and I still need to go to the Myriad Beasts demonic forest and train with Tianwen Gerger. Esteemed Yu frowned slightly, go to the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. Why are you being so harsh on yourself? Brother Yuyong needs 2 kinds of medicine that can only be obtained from the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. Esteemed Yu remarked, I went to the Myriad Beasts demonic forest a few days ago when I was looking for a good spot to break through the 5 continents barrier. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up, what's the situation inside now? Esteemed Yu answered secretively, the situation is not very good. A smaller barrier has almost finished forming over the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. I couldn't get into this place at all, or in other words, it's impossible for any cultivator at or above profound realm to enter the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. Yan Tianan asked in surprise, how did this happen? Esteemed Lan Yu lightly remarked, it seems that my guess is correct. The barrier of the 5 continents has begun to form all over the world. Esteemed Yu and Yan Tianan turned to esteemed Lan Yu at the same time. Esteemed Lan Yu explained, the other day, I found changes in the star chart, so I tried to make a divination. In the end, I discovered that barriers similar to the 5 continents barrier were in the process of forming in certain locations, namely, the Myriad Beasts demonic forest in the West Continent, the group of islands in the South Continent, the Ice Lake in the northernmost part of the North Continent, and Sky Peak Sect in the Central Continent. Esteemed Yu was stunned. You mean, these places will separate into smaller versions of the 5 continents soon? Esteemed Lan Yu nodded with a slightly grave expression, yes, and I'm afraid that the Myriad Beasts demonic forest will be the first barrier. I don't know if this has anything to do with the great demonic beast that controls the myriad beasts' demonic forest. However, from the fact that you cannot enter the myriad beasts' demonic forest, it can be speculated that the barrier of the myriad beasts' demonic forest can at most allow entry to cultivators below profound realm. Esteemed Yu gasped, if that's truly the case, then once the barrier is formed, won't all living beings at or above profound realm in the myriad beasts' demonic forest be crushed to death? Esteemed Yu nodded, it's quite possible. However, there is no need to worry about this for the time being. The formation of this natural barrier will take hundreds of years, not one day. Esteemed Yu was immediately depressed, it's easy to say that. However, I originally thought that there was something I wanted in the myriad beasts' demonic forest, but now I can't even enter. How will I find it? Yan Tianan chimed in at the right time, Master, please tell me what you're looking for. When I go there later, I can also keep an eye out for it for Master. Esteemed Yu rolled his eyes, is an item that your master wants something a brat like you can find. Yan Tianan scratched his head, I can still help you find information on it. Esteemed Yu smiled, it's enough if you have this sense of filial piety. Master knows that you are filial, but you shouldn't be worried about these matters. Esteemed Yu looked at Yan Tianan, where's your dage? Chapter 356 Yan Tianan answered, my dage went hunting in the back mountain. My dage made all the food these days. Esteemed Yu spoke, go and see if he has come back. Okay. Yan Tianan nodded and ran out. After Yan Tianan left, Esteemed Yu's casual expression instantly became grave. Senior Martial Brother, before you coaxed me into coming here, you never mentioned that the 5 continents barrier can only allow people to enter and not leave, and even profound realm cultivators cannot break it. Esteemed Yu's expression turned a little ugly. That made sense. No one would be happy to find out that such an important matter had been concealed from them. Esteemed Yu flatly responded, it's true that I hid this matter from you and have wronged you, but you should know why I had no choice but to use Ahen's trail to lure you over. Esteemed Yu had a dark expression. I don't know, and now I don't think it's very necessary. Esteemed Yu explained leisurely, you had already become madman at that time, and your life star was about to fall down. The only way to escape from death lied in the 5 continents. Over the years, I have spent more energy on you than anyone else. If it weren't for you being my junior martial brother under the same master, do you think I would take care of you? Esteemed Yu kept his mouth shut, not daring to make a sound. Esteemed Yu continued, you've been fighting Yan Zhonghua so hard over these years that you've spent too much energy. It would be better to come to the 5 continents to have a rest first. It's not too late to slaughter your way back when you've preserved and nurtured your spirit. Esteemed Yu wasn't truly angry with Esteemed Yu either. He sighed, Senior Martial Brother, I know you are doing this for me, but I still have a lot of important things to deal with in the demon realm. Now that I can't get out of the 5 continents, those matters naturally can't be dealt with, so I feel anxious. Esteemed Yu asked, is your so-called important matter vying for territory or fighting with the other demon venerables? Esteemed Yu's face was full of bewilderment, you mean the sole purpose of fighting isn't to snatch territory? Esteemed Yu, that's why he thinks it's better for Yu Ming to stay in the 5 continents. Esteemed Yu narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you haven't revealed anything? How can a person as cautious as me be easily exposed? Esteemed Yu studied him suspiciously. Esteemed Yu sighed, don't worry. When have I not heeded your warnings? When have you ever not made me worry? Esteemed Yu, it does seem like he's always been causing trouble for his senior martial brother. Esteemed Yu decided to change the subject. Senior martial brother, did you really agree to let these younger generation fellows go to the myriad beasts' demonic forest together? Esteemed Yu frowned. The present appearance of the myriad beasts' demonic forest is not suitable for travel at all. Perhaps it'll become like the 5 continents situation, only allowing entry and prohibiting exit. Esteemed Yu smiled, Senior martial brother, people's thoughts will change. In the past, he felt that love was the most crucial thing and reigned supreme. As long as love was engraved on the hearts of 2 people and they genuinely loved each other, all other evil monsters and untold dangers were nothing to fear. However, reality gave him a heavy and painful blow. Never again could he be that demon venerable Yu Ming who could do as he pleased and dared to love and hate. Right now, he was just a father who hoped his child could survive and live well. When esteemed Lan Yu saw that esteemed Yu had become like this and had changed so much from his original thoughts, he could not help feeling distressed and regretful. In the end, he still liked that confident and carefree junior martial brother who did whatever he wanted. As if all the changes were due to Yan Zhonghua. But what did Yan Zhonghua do wrong? Sometimes, right and wrong in this world are unclear. Esteemed Lan Yu nonchalantly revealed, "Don't you want to leave the 5 continents? I pried into heaven's secrets and learned that one of the possibilities for opening this 5 continents barrier is in this myriad beasts demonic forest." Esteemed Yu's expression changed. When Yan Tianan returned with Lin Xuanji, esteemed Lan Yu had already left first. Without waiting for the 2 people to speak first, esteemed Yu asked, "I heard that you 2 plan to go to the myriad beasts demonic forest." Lin Xuanji nodded, "We have this intention and it has already been decided." Esteemed Yu said disapprovingly, "You guys aren't going to the myriad beasts demonic forest because of that reward from the Yuan family, are you now?" Yan Tianan answered, "We will still go even if there is no reward from the Yuan family. So many mercenaries have failed to find the icy water lotus and colorful caterpillar grass in the myriad beasts demonic forest, and Yuyong Gerger's body cannot endure for much longer. Naturally, we have to go there ourselves. You also said that so many professional mercenaries failed." Esteemed Yu's expression didn't look good. "Where do you get the confidence that you can get in and out alive?" Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and blinked, "My dage is here ah." Esteemed Yu was even more displeased, "Don't tell me that your dage can guarantee that he can get in and out alive." Lin Xuanji answered lightly, "I can't guarantee it." Esteemed Yu's expression darkened. Lin Xuanji then continued, "But I can assure you, whether we live or die, I will always be together with Ah Hen." When Yan Tianan heard this, he was very moved and looked at Lin Xuanji, "Dage, you're so nice." Esteemed Yu couldn't stand this pair. Whenever he saw someone kiss and show public displays of affection in front of him, he always had a strange feeling and felt the urge to tear them apart. Lin Xuanji addressed esteemed Yu, "Martial uncle, in reality, besides going to the myriad beasts demonic forest to look for 2 kinds of spiritual plants, we also wanted to take the opportunity to cultivate. The myriad beasts demonic forest is the largest demonic beast forest in the 5 continents. Although there are many dangers inside, there are also countless opportunities. Maybe we can get those opportunities there instead." Yan Tianan also persuaded, "Yeah master, don't cultivators fight against the heavens? If they always stay in a tranquil environment and don't take part in actual combat, they will be useless no matter how high their cultivation." Esteemed Yu couldn't help ridiculing, "You're an alchemist, don't talk about killing every day." Yan Tianan smiled, "Alchemy is only part of my cultivation." Esteemed Yu couldn't persuade them otherwise. Seeing that the 2 had already made up their minds, he could only say, "When the child grows up, he no longer listens to his mother anymore. However, before you all go, you must first understand the current situation in the myriad beasts demonic forest in detail. You must bring all the items, medicinal pills, talismans, and magic treasures are all indispensable." Yan Tianan touched his finger and pretended to sigh, "Master originally, we could have gotten the medicinal pills, magic treasures, and talismans, but recently we are too short on money." The corners of esteemed Yu's mouth twitched, "Don't think that I don't know that your dage is rich. Right now, even someone who doesn't go out often like me knows that Yin Yang Studio and Heaven and Earth Pavilion's businesses are booming." Yan Tianan replied somewhat awkwardly, "But that's all my dage's money." Esteemed Yu narrowed his eyes suspiciously, "Didn't you let the Yuan family's boy take those medicinal pills that you refined before to the auction house for auction? Where's the money?" Yan Tianan rubbed his nose, "Went towards paying my dage's debt." Esteemed Yu, he wanted to slap and wake up this little fool so badly. When he gave his own money to Lin Xuanji, he didn't care about anything, but when Lin Xuanji's money was used, he actually dared to draw such a clear line. How can there be such a stupid fool in this world? Lin Xuanji's heart was so touched that he couldn't help smiling softly, "Ah Hen is joking. My things are naturally Ah Hen's things. There is no line between you and me." Esteemed Yu couldn't watch this anymore. He took out a yellow-orange crystal directly from his storage ring. It looked like a crystal on the outside, but there was no impurity inside. It was warm and cool to the touch and had a lot of texture. This was actually a sparrow spirit. Moreover, the level of this sparrow spirit was far higher than that of the milky white sparrow spirit. Such a piece was worth 100 milky white sparrow spirits. Lin Xuanji's beautiful eyes were slightly odd, "Martial uncle, this is too valuable. Esteemed Yu rolled his eyes at him. No matter how valuable this is, it's still not for you. Originally I was going to secretly give it to Ah Hen, but now that I've thought about it, he won't hide anything from you. That's why I allowed you to feast your eyes on this. Esteemed Yu stuffed the sparrow spirit into Yan Tianan's hands and told him, this sparrow spirit contains a lot of spiritual qi. It can instantly raise a person's cultivation by 2 small stages. It can be used to protect your life at critical times. When I came to the 5 continents from the 9 lands, I didn't bring too many sparrow spirits with me. Now there is only one left. You should use it carefully. Yan Tianan's eyes stared at the sparrow spirit. He only accepted it with a clenched fist after a moment. Yan Tianan looked at Esteemed Yu with a complicated expression, as if he wanted to see through him. Esteemed Yu was stared at so much that he felt goosebumps. Even if you gaze at me like this, I still won't fall in love with you. The corners of Yan Tianan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even if you are this kind to me, I also won't fall in love with you. Esteemed Yu, Lin Xuanji, why does he feel that the topic is a bit strange? The 2 people decided to end this strange topic at the same time. Lin Xuanji hunted a berserk rabbit. This berserk rabbit was the size of a farm pig, with 2 sharp tusks sticking out of its mouth and fur sticking up like silver needles. Lin Xuanji cleaned the rabbit with his own hands, then propped up the branches and made a fire to barbecue it. Esteemed Yu leaned in to smell it for a while and let out a satisfied groan. He then spoke jealously, "Brat, you know I can't eat roasted food, but you still roasted meat in front of me. Did you do it on purpose?" Lin Xuanji cut off a piece of the most tender meat and handed it to Yan Tianan while replying, "Martial uncle, it's not that you can't eat roasted food, but that you need to stay away from all meat, right?" Esteemed Yu drew circles on the ground with his toes unhappily. "Why? Are you gloating over this?" Lin Xuanji was somewhat puzzled. "Why doesn't Martial uncle eat meat?" Esteemed Yu's answer was concise and comprehensive. "I might suffer a qi deviation and no longer recognize people close to me." Yan Tianan nodded at the meat as he raised his head to stare at Esteemed Yu. Esteemed Yu looked at his adorable gaze and took a deep breath. "You guys keep eating, I refuse to suffer this injustice anymore." Chapter 357 Martial Uncle seems to enjoy eating spiritual fruits. Lin Xuanji stood up, took out 2 juicy honey peaches from his storage bag, and handed them to Esteemed Yu. "I found these 2 fruits by chance on the hunting peak. After eating them, my entire body felt comfortable. It seems that there is a lot of spiritual qi in them. Martial uncle might as well give them a try." Esteemed Yu saw that these spiritual peaches looked lovely and tender, with thin skin and generous content inside. Looking from the outside, he could see the crystal-like content inside at first glance. He immediately accepted the peaches and didn't even wash them. He also didn't worry about them being poisoned, bringing it to his mouth and taking a bite. As soon as he bit down, the sweet juice overflowed into his entire mouth. The peach meat tasted like aloe vera soaked in some ice water and was extremely refreshing. More importantly, when Esteemed Yu finished eating the 2 peaches, he actually found that his abdomen felt slightly warm, and the extremely tiny qi blockages in his veins and meridians had dissolved partially. Esteemed Yu's expression changed slightly. At most, he had only eaten this kind of spiritual fruit in the 9 lands royal heavenly capital. He had never eaten any spiritual peach that took effect this fast outside of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Esteemed Yu immediately asked, "Where did you pick this spiritual peach from?" Lin Xuanji answered, "I chanced upon it on the hunting peak. It's a bit deep into the mountain. I have already marked the location on the hunting peak. If Martial Uncle wants to look for this peach, he can just follow the mark." Esteemed Yu lamented, "Don't you know how to pick up the tree and carry it over? What if all the peaches have been eaten by demonic beasts during this time?" Lin Xuanji laughed, "Martial Uncle, don't worry. I have put a lot of beast-repelling powder and defensive equipment around the location. Demonic beasts won't be able to get in for the time being." Esteemed Yu was in a hurry to move the peach tree over, so he didn't waste any more time talking with Lin Xuanji. He immediately rode the clouds and flew towards the hunting peak. After Esteemed Yu left, Yan Tianan gazed at his disappearing figure and sighed with emotion. "What an energetic person." Lin Xuanji nodded and looked at Yan Tianan. "You said before that you wanted to confirm something. Are you sure now?" Yan Tianan tilted his head and stared at Lin Xuanji. "I'm 90% sure, but I can't be entirely certain." Lin Xuanji continued to gaze at him. "There are some matters that one can't be sure of unless they are clearly stated. Yan Tianan rubbed his face. Dage, don't you think that my master truly cares about me very much? Even if other people's masters don't hide away their own skills and techniques, they still won't be so eager to give all their secret manuals to their disciples as soon as they meet, but my master taught me the entirety of that profound book of poisons all at once. Moreover, he had only one sparrow spirit on him and still gave it to me without thinking. A yellow-orange sparrow spirit could no longer be described by the word precious. He's afraid that even in the entire 5 continents, not many people would have seen a sparrow spirit of this color before. Lin Xuanji asked, so, what did you discover? Yan Tianan answered with a rather calm expression, in the past 2 days when I was taking care of Master, he frequently muttered a name in his sleep. At first, I couldn't hear what he was saying. Later I listened carefully right beside his lips and found out that the 2 characters he was muttering were, Zhonghua. Zhonghua. Lin Xuanji was slightly shocked. Yan Zhonghua. I don't know if it's him. I don't even know if it was those 2 characters that he was muttering. Yan Tianan shook his head, but I've been thinking how many people in this world are called Zhonghua. If the Zhonghua he spoke of is the one that I know of, then how many people in this world will keep thinking about Yan Zhonghua like this? Once you eliminate all the impossible, the rest is possible. Lin Xuanji's mood was quite complicated. He naturally knew that esteemed Yu's identity was extraordinary and already had many guesses in that regard. However, no matter how bold he was, he never would have guessed that esteemed Yu might actually be Demon Venerable Yu Ming. In his previous life, he had never seen Demon Venerable Yu Ming, but it was not clear to him whether Ah Hen had any contact with Demon Venerable Yu Ming. But now that he thought about it, the reason Ah Hen suddenly became so powerful later on was probably because he met Yu Ming. However, Lin Xuanji didn't know about this matter even until his death. Even when he died, Demon Venerable Yu Ming still never appeared in front of him. He also didn't know what role Ah Hen played in all this. Lin Xuanji's thoughts suddenly clicked and he gazed at Yan Tianan's small face, which overlapped with the one from his memory. It's very possible that he is Demon Venerable Yu Ming. Yan Tianan nodded, I think so too. If that's the case, then I'm afraid that the ghost masked man is also him. There's probably no need for us to hide Ah Gu in the soul plate space. I think he already knew about Ah Gu's existence. After all, he was the one who gave me that Gu worm. Ah Hen, then how do you feel about him? Yan Tianan shook his head and spoke with some confusion, actually, I don't know what to think. I used to think that I should hate him very much. Who let him make me look like this and then give me to others to raise? I also hated him. Why did he have to give birth to me when he clearly knew his own identity as a divine devil, causing so much misfortune for no reason? Yan Tianan sniffed gently, but I think that without him, there would be no me. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to see me like this either in his heart. If he did not give birth to me, I wouldn't have met Daddy and you, nor would I have seen this colorful world. Lin Xuanji quietly stared at Yan Tianan and listened as he spoke his thoughts. My feelings for him are quite complicated. Yan Tianan continued, I've only been with him for a few months, so naturally I'm not as close to him as I am to Daddy. I thought that if I met my biological father in the future, I would treat him as a stranger, a passerby, but when I heard him muttering my name and also muttering Zhonghua in his sleep, but no one paid any attention to him or comforted him, I actually felt that he was very pitiful. If others knew that Yan Tianan actually felt sorry for Demon Venerable Yu Ming, the one who wreaked havoc in the 9 lands and turned it upside down while causing the entire Yan family to want him dead, people who heard this would certainly feel that Yan Tianan's thoughts were extremely laughable. However, Yan Tianan truly felt that Yu Ming was very pitiful. The person he loved became his enemy, and his child was also thrown to others to raise. He was probably hiding deep guilt in his heart, so even if he stood face to face with Yan Tianan, he didn't dare to let the other party know that he was Yan Tianan's biological father. People laughed at, jeered at, and insulted Yu Ming as they pleased, but who truly understood him? Lin Xuanji put his hand on Yan Tianan's shoulder. What are you going to do? Do you want to take the initiative to acknowledge him, or do you want me to test him for you? Or maybe, I can go to Master's side to sound out exactly what esteemed Yu thinks before we make any plans. Yan Tianan thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Xuanji. Dage, I actually don't know what to do either, so I'm going to pretend that I don't know anything first and then forget about it. How I got along with him before is how I will get along with him in the future. Since he doesn't want me to know, I'll pretend that I don't know. Can you do it? Yan Tianan also couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't reveal the fact that he knew, just as esteemed Yu never expected to expose himself in his sleep. I will try my best. Yan Tianan said with a wry smile. In any case, before long, we will leave for the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. At that time, I will not have to spend time with him for quite a long period of time. Now that you have made up your mind, I won't advise any more. Lin Xuanji said lightly, don't think too much, let nature take its course. Yan Tianan nodded. It was best to let nature take its course. Lin Xuanji's eyes lowered slightly. No matter who esteemed Yu is, he will never allow anyone to take Ah Hen away from him. This was his bottom line. The next morning, Lin Xuanji was still practicing his sword when he was called to the meeting hall by the Zan Fengting. In the meeting hall, Zan Fengting's face was a little worried, while Lin Yufan sat lightly on the guest table and leisurely sipped tea. Lin Xuanji and Lin Yufan exchanged gazes. Lin Yufan put down the teacup as he stood up and made a slight salute. Young master, there is a matter I need to report to you. Lin Xuanji asked, what do you need to come in person for? Lin Yufan curled his lips. 1 incense's worth of time ago, there were some accidents on Broken Sword Peak. He Kaling, the eldest martial sister of Broken Sword Peak, heard the news from somewhere and learned that Lin Yuro and her fiancé Du Qiang had gotten together. Thus early in the day when there was still morning dew, she energetically slaughtered her way up the peak and fortunately caught Lin Yuro and Du Qiang in bed together. Originally, eldest martial sister wanted to end Lin Yuro with a single strike, but I stopped her in young master's name. At this time, eldest martial sister asked young master to go visit Broken Sword Peak in person and give her an explanation. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes, his voice cold, a disgrace and a disappointment. I'll go over right now and deal with it. Zan Fengting had been handling with peak affairs after he finished practicing the basic sword moves. His news network was extremely fast. He had already known the mess that Lin Yuro made within the short span of 1 incense's worth of time. Zan Fengting couldn't help frowning. He Kaling's temper is notoriously bad. She has always disliked the sect's restrictions and also has the He family as support. I'm afraid that this time, she won't let this matter go easily. Lin Xuanji looked relaxed. Senior martial brother need not worry. Although senior martial sister he has a violent temper, she is not unreasonable. Zan Fengting thought for a moment, I will go with you. Thank you. A line of people rode swords together toward Broken Sword Peak. On the way, Lin Xuanji secretly transmitted his thoughts to Lin Yufan. Lin Xuanji stated, although I intended for senior martial sister he to solve this matter, I did not allow you to make this matter known to everyone. Lin Yufan glanced at Lin Xuanji. I also didn't expect them to be so brazen as to indulge themselves while on the peak and even be caught red-handed by He Kaling. This is not to be repeated. Lin Yufan curled his lips at Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji wasn't so easy to deceive. If Lin Yufan hadn't found such a good time on purpose, Lin Yuro wouldn't have lost so much face while also implicating the Lin family's reputation along the way. However, Lin Xuanji handed over this matter to Lin Yufan, and he didn't pay much attention to it after that. Lin Xuanji didn't have much right to pursue the shortcomings in Lin Yufan's treatment of this matter, but this didn't prevent Lin Xuanji from giving Lin Yufan a warning. If it was only once, it was still fine, but if something similar happened in the future, then they also wouldn't be able to recover the Lin family's face. Soon they arrived at Broken Sword Peak. Chapter 358. Broken Sword Peak was especially lively today. He Kaling was a violent-tempered person who wouldn't let herself suffer losses. She could reveal such dirty matters to everyone. In fact, when she caught him red-handed on the peak, she especially took many people with her. As a result, things blew up so far that it couldn't be concealed. Many of the peak's disciples were talking about Lin Yuro and Du Qiang being caught in bed with each other. This Lin Yuro went from an outer door disciple to an inner door disciple shortly after she arrived at the sect. I felt strange at that time. Unexpectedly, her inner door disciple status actually came from this. Bah, what a shame. A girl being so unruly. I really don't know what her parents would think if they knew about this. I feel sorry for senior martial sister He. To think that such a confident and free woman should have to suffer through this kind of anger. You also don't have to blame it all on Lin Yuro. One palm alone cannot clap. Although we never explicitly talk about exactly what kind of person Du Qiang is, we all understand his personality in our hearts. Yeah, young peak master Dua. Haha, a trashy pot to match the trashy lid. Sigh, I really miss the time when senior martial brother Lin was still on Broken Sword Peak. At least the atmosphere then wasn't so foul. Despite the spirited whispers from the outside world, no one dared to speak loudly in Broken Sword Peak's inner door. He Kaling's hands were playing with a whip that she got from somewhere, and on her face, which couldn't be considered good-looking but certainly wasn't ugly either, dark clouds of fury threatened to spill over. Lin Yuro was covering half of her face, having fallen to the ground while weeping. Her hair was still in a mess and her clothes were in disarray. She cut a sorry figure. However, no one was on her side, including Du Qiang, who had also been caught in bed red-handed. Du Qiang stood by with a malicious expression, his hair loosely falling behind him. Just when he wanted to move, a snake covered in colorful scales appeared beside him and flicked its red tongue at him. Its slender snake eyes made his heart go cold and he dared not move anymore. Ah Ling. As soon as Du Qiang wanted to say something, he was interrupted by He Kaling. We'll settle the score between us later. He Kaling coldly swept a glance over Du Qiang's face, and a trace of disgust flashed through her eyes. Wait until I deal with her first. Du Qiang choked back the words he wanted to say. Senior martial sister, you might as well let me handle this bitch. One of He Kaling's inner door junior martial sisters narrowed her eyes. First I'll scratch up this face of hers, then strip her of her clothes and directly throw her out. Let everyone see how shameless she is. Lin Yuro shivered and raised her head in horror as she cried and shouted, you guys can't do this to me, senior martial brother do, help me, sniffle. Du Qiang's expression was also full of embarrassment. He couldn't even save himself. How could he speak up for Lin Yuro? He Kaling showed her impatience. Why are you crying? I neither hit you or scolded you, so don't act like you're the victim. Senior martial sister, he is right. A clear voice came from the door. Lin Xuanji, who was dressed in white, arrived in front of He Kaling with light steps. He Kaling's ugly expression eased slightly. She stepped forward and studied Lin Xuanji. I haven't seen you for 3 years and didn't even know that such a big matter occurred when I was outside. Lin Xuanji's eyes smiled a little. Senior martial sister, he has been secluded deep in the mountains and forests all year round, so it's normal for you to hear no news of this. However, since senior martial sister caught them red-handed today, it is better to resolve some problems now. He Kaling nodded. Lin Xuanji's words and her words contained double meanings. Not only were they talking about Lin Xuanji being seriously injured, but they were also talking about catching the adultery today. He Kaling's gaze swept over Lin Yuro. She is from your Lin family. Now that such a thing happened, I'm waiting for you, the Lin family's young master, to give me an explanation. Lin Yuro looked at Lin Xuanji with trepidation and anticipation as if she had seen a lifeline. Lin Xuanji gave her a look and replied lightly, the Lin family is innocent in these matters. I have never heard of matters involving illicit affairs with a married man in the Lin family before. However, since I am the young master of the Lin family and am also in Profound Sky sect, it is also my fault for letting my own family's disciples cause such trouble in the sect. I will first apologize to senior martial sister on her behalf. He Kaling threw Lin Xuanji a sideways glance. Since when did you become so careful and cautious? Do you think I want you to apologize on her behalf? If senior martial sister is not satisfied, then Lin Xuanji's voice became cold as he stared at Lin Yuro. Do you choose to give up your sect or your family? Lin Yuro stared blankly for a while. When she understood the meaning of Lin Xuanji's words, she quickly stood up in a panic and tried to rush to Lin Xuanji's side, but 2 disciples on either side of her caught her arms. No, I don't want to choose, I don't want to leave the sect, I don't want to leave the family. Sniff. Whenever Lin Yuro encountered matters, she only knew how to cry and shake her head. She had none of Lin Yufan's courage or boldness. She was extremely flustered. If she was expelled from Profound Sky sect, there would never be any celestial level sect willing to accept her after that. If she was removed from the family register, she would undoubtedly lose even her final backing. Lin Yuro never would have imagined that Lin Xuanji would be so cruel and decisive. Lin Yufan stood by and stared at Lin Yuro, who was crying like this. He couldn't help curling his lips in ridicule. My good younger sister, you'll eventually have to choose one of the two. Who can get the best of everything in this world? Lin Yuro couldn't stop herself from crying again. You are my elder sister, but you actually dared to make taunting remarks. If Daddy gets to know about this, he definitely won't let you go. Maybe you even set me up in this matter. Lin Yufan's eyes became somewhat colder. He stared at her. You can go to my father to sow discord. Let's see whether he believes you or me. The affairs of Lin Rui's branch of the family were a hideous mess. The child of Lin Rui's original wife being unpopular wasn't merely a recent thing. Even Lin Xuanji, who didn't manage the Lin family's internal affairs that much before, had heard about it. The most rotten event was when one day, Lin Rui's family of 4 went out and met one of Lin Rui's enemies. In order to save his own life, Lin Rui unexpectedly threw Lin Yufan behind into the enemy's hands. In the end, after that enemy caught Lin Yufan, nobody knew whether the enemy felt compassion or whether Lin Yufan said something to him, but the enemy let Lin Yufan go. Lin Xuanji glanced at the two of them flatly. If you want to quarrel, I'll leave you time to quarrel in private. Lin Yuro, have you decided? Lin Yuro shook her head. I don't want to choose Lin Xuanji. You don't have the right to make me choose. The family had more power than the sky. On the sect's side, as long as Lin Xuanji opened his mouth, Lin Yuro would no longer be able to remain in profound sky sect, and the family's side didn't even need to be mentioned. Since Fifth Elder delegated power to Lin Xuanji, he would naturally defend Lin Xuanji's authority. Lin Xuanji stated, in that case, I will choose for you. He turned to He Kaling, senior martial sister. My Lin family has let you down in this matter. Please ask Profound Sky Sect to remove Lin Yuro's name and never allow her entry again. In addition, when she returns to the Lin family, there are still internal family laws waiting for her. What does the senior martial sister think of this punishment? He Kaling coldly swept a glance over Lin Yuro, who had been hit hard by those words. She got off lightly. If she wasn't part of your family, I would have peeled her face off long ago and cut off her 4 limbs to feed the dogs. When Lin Yuro heard this, she shivered inexplicably and seemed to be frightened by the picture, not daring to speak anymore. After Lin Yuro was escorted out by Lin Yufan, Lin Xuanji's eyes turned to Du Qiang. Du Qiang was scared by that gaze, which he couldn't see through. However, whenever he was in front of Lin Xuanji, he'd make himself look extremely calm and deliberate out of habit. Du Qiang straightened up and looked at Lin Xuanji without confidence. It was your Lin family member who insisted on clinging to me. I was seduced by her. He Kaling looked at Du Qiang with disdain. Du Qiang, originally I thought you were just childish, but I didn't think that you'd actually be an irresponsible bastard too. You and I are in the same sect, and you are even the young peak master of Broken Sword Peak. Although I can't beat you, I will never let this matter go. I will report this matter to my master and the sect master, as well as my parents and elders. My husband can never be such an irresponsible person. Du Qiang's expression changed greatly, and he couldn't even afford to care about Lin Xuanji's presence anymore. Ah Ling, listen to my explanation. No need. He Kaling waved her hand carelessly. Now, you and I will go to master and discuss this. Lin Xuanji cut in at the right time. Since senior martial sister wants to settle private affairs, I will not intervene anymore. He Kaling looked at Lin Xuanji with profound meaning. I'll see you another day. Lin Xuanji nodded. I welcome senior martial sister at any time. He Kaling was very pleased. She'd heard that Lin Xuanji had almost broken off his relationship with the entirety of Broken Sword Peak. Although he still had contact with Bei Kangmo, it couldn't compare with the past when he was on Broken Sword Peak and everyone had a close relationship eating, living, and practicing swords together. When Lin Xuanji was gravely injured, He Kaling got the news from outside after a period of time. She hurried back to the sect in the dim light of the night to visit Lin Xuanji. However, at that time, Lin Xuanji did not reveal who did this to him, but even when he was so weak that he could hardly speak, he still insisted on telling He Kaling, Du Qiang is not a good match. Senior martial sister should find a reason to dissolve this engagement as soon as possible. He Kaling immediately turned pale with fright, and her mind was agitated, extremely upset. She had always held quite the affection for Du Qiang. Although the engagement between them was arranged by her master without her consultation when he made an offer directly to her family, Du Qiang was nevertheless a child that she watched growing up in front of her. As the eldest martial sister, He Kaling was naturally more tolerant of Du Qiang and really liked the ambitious, gentle, and polite youth. However, she didn't know when Du Qiang started to change so much. Although He Kaling had been training outside over these years, she had also heard a lot of rumors regarding Du Qiang. She had always told herself that it was because of Du Qiang's youthful temperament and because she had never been the kind of woman who knew how to please and flatter others, so Du Qiang's womanizing behavior wasn't a big deal. But, He Kaling suddenly snapped out of her memories. She glanced coldly at Du Qiang, who was standing beside her with a terrified expression. Her feelings had already cooled a long time ago. He could even backstab his junior martial brother under the same master for the sake of the young peak master position. What did she want with a man with such crooked schemes? Don't tell her that she should keep him to sweep her tomb when she's dead. Chapter 359. When Duqiang and Lin Yuro were caught in bed after she broke through the door with one kick, not only did Duqiang not have any intention of protecting Lin Yuro, his first reaction was also to play dumb and ask why Lin Yuro was in his bed. That response exemplified the typical behavior for a hedonistic son of rich parents. He Kaling couldn't help laughing. Back then, she had to accept Duqiang as her fiancé because of pressures from her master and her sect. Thus, she became resigned to her fate and made an effort to accept Duqiang, but this time around, even if someone put a knife against her neck, she would never compromise again. In fact, as early as the time Lin Xuanji was injured, she had already seen Duqiang's true nature. She interrogated Duqiang, asking whether this matter was related to him. Although Duqiang didn't dare to admit it openly, between the lines, he used complacency and even imagined the wonderful scene where he became the #1 person in Broken Sword Peak. He Kaling's heart couldn't help but feel cold. Lin Xuanji was the martial brother she was closest to on Broken Sword Peak. When He Kaling went to look for the sect master in anger, she discovered that even the sect master was vague on this matter. He merely implied that she didn't need to know anything and that it was only proper to devote her thoughts to her fiancé. He Kaling was horrified. He Kaling couldn't sway Duqiang's mind by herself. She had never understood why Duqiang was so supported by the sect master of Profound Sky Sect, Zhang Chenzi. A bunch of evil monsters and bad characters. The reason that He Kaling had never returned to the sect even once in recent years was because of what happened to Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji's matter made her thoroughly see exactly how filthy and dirty this sect was. She was already completely disgusted with Broken Sword Peak and Profound Sky Sect, so she would rather train and gain experience alone deep in the mountains and forests than return to this place that sickened her so much. This time, if it wasn't for someone secretly passing some information to her, saying that Duqiang and a female cultivator from the inner door had gotten together openly and brazenly and that she would sleep in Duqiang's room on the 15th day of each month, He Kaling certainly wouldn't have returned. He Kaling did not need to find out the exact identity of the person who delivered the news to her, and she also didn't care, but she was thankful to that person from the bottom of her heart. She had been waiting for the chance to break free from Duqiang completely. This time, the opportunity finally arrived. Lin Xuanji walked towards Yan Tianan, who was practicing his skills. Yan Tianan dismissed the whip of yin flames in his hand and ran towards Lin Xuanji. "Dage, yesterday my master didn't allow me to go out and join the fun. I heard from the child who came over to get spiritual plants that Lin Yuro and Duqiang were caught in bed together by Duqiang's fiancé, and you were even called over." Lin Xuanji nodded. The news travels quite fast. Yan Tianan sighed. Good news doesn't even make it out the door, but bad news can spread for thousands of miles. I'm afraid that the entire Profound Sky Sect knows about this matter right now. Dage, He Kaling used to be your senior martial sister, so she shouldn't have made things difficult for you, right? Lin Xuanji tucked a strand of Yan Tianan's hair behind his ear. It's not like I did something wrong. How could she not distinguish between right and wrong and embarrass me indiscriminately? Yan Tianan was obviously relieved. Then, in the end, how was this matter handled? I have asked Yufan to send Lin Yuro back to the Lin family today and hand her over to the master of the Lin family to deal with according to the Lin family's laws. Yan Tianan thought for a moment. If so, won't anyone say that you are inhuman? What Yan Tianan cared about would always be Lin Xuanji's reputation. However, Lin Xuanji himself was able to shrug off the incident. He nonchalantly responded, "It's fine if they say that. After all, their mouths are on their face, what can I do about that?" Besides, when Lin Yuro was engaging in illicit affairs with Duqiang, she told him lots of information on me regarding what happened after I returned to the Lin family, so I'm already being kind to her by handing her over to the family for punishment. Lin Xuanji's whereabouts, the adventures he encountered in Sky Peak City, the people and possible allies that he met, and his close friends were all disclosed to Duqiang by Lin Yuro. Although in Lin Xuanji's view, Duqiang was merely a person who couldn't pose any threat to him even if he knew that information, nevertheless, keeping Lin Yuro in Profound Sky Sect would eventually become disastrous. If Lin Yuro had been a bit more intelligent, she would have behaved just like Lin Zeji after entering Profound Sky Sect. she would have been a low-key person, handling matters in a low-key manner and concentrating on cultivation instead. However, she did not have Lin Zeji's intelligence and did exactly the opposite. Yan Tianan thought for a moment, then how should Du Qiang be punished? It's not clear yet, but Senior Marshall's sister he will definitely seize this opportunity and try every method to completely break away from Du Qiang. Indeed, she cannot marry such a person. Yan Tianan couldn't help but shudder when he thought of Du Qiang's style of conduct that he had heard from other sources. This Du Qiang fellow already has a fiancé, yet he still wants to screw around outside. He really isn't anything good. Even if Senior Marshall's sister he marries him, she'll still regret it later. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan's indignant little face and couldn't help laughing. Senior Marshall's sister he has never been an unreasonable person. Yan Tianan asked again, Dage, should we take advantage of this opportunity to throw stones while he's down and get rid of Du Qiang completely? Ever since he found out that Lin Xuanji was backstabbed by a group of people led by Du Qiang, Yan Tianan had harbored resentment towards this person. Every time Broken Sword Peak sent someone to come over to esteemed Yu's place to ask for spiritual herbs, as long as Yan Tianan was present, he was bound to make things difficult for them before giving them the spiritual plants. Then later, when esteemed Yu found out about this, he also secretly made the fog forest more complicated and murkier whenever Broken Sword Peak sent someone over so that they would have to expend more energy when they entered. Yan Tianan also pettily added Du Qiang's name to the little book of grudges in his heart. He couldn't wait to constantly pull him out and fiercely stomp on him. Lin Xuanji answered airily, I have now understood that Du Qiang's unbridled arrogance must be because he has a backer we don't know about. Although the matter this time is an opportunity, we cannot stand in the open and allow people to monitor our every move. Du Qiang suits the saying that, persisting in evil will bring about self-destruction. There will be other opportunities to deal with him. Wait and see. Although Yan Tianan felt that it was a pity, now that Lin Xuanji had said so, he must have already made a surefire plan. Yan Tianan could only give up this great opportunity. Dage, do you know who exactly the backer behind him is? Yan Tianan asked with a frown. Lin Xuanji shook his head. I don't know yet. I used to suspect that it was the Peak Master of Broken Sword Peak, but that doesn't make any sense. Why does it not make sense? Taoist Yi Dao treated me well in the past. He once clearly stated that if Broken Sword Peak needs a young Peak Master, it will undoubtedly be me. Lin Xuanji explained, a backer wouldn't simply appear one day. Du Qiang must have encountered some opportunity to make Taoist Yi Dao have no choice but to yield. Yan Tianan was a little surprised. Could it be that Taoist Yi Dao treated you like that because he was forced to and was helpless? Lin Xuanji's eyes sank slightly. I'm afraid it's wealth that moved his heart. What part of being forced and helpless can make him treat me like this? He still remembered that when he woke up from his serious injury, Taoist Yi Dao only came to see him after waiting a long time. At that time, the regret on Taoist Yi Dao's face was not fake, but Lin Xuanji was also sure that he clearly saw a trace of relief and joy on Taoist Yi Dao's face. Taoist Yi Dao's words seemed to be comforting him on the surface, but in reality, he was telling Lin Xuanji to resign himself to his fate between the lines. Even when he was finally expelled from Profound Sky Sect, it was also Taoist Yi Dao who opened his mouth and brought it up. How could this be forced into helplessness? No, it should be called being unbridled and unscrupulous. Lin Xuanji wasn't actually worried about Taoist Yi Dao. This person was narrow-minded, so it was difficult for him to ever achieve anything. Even when teaching his disciples, he always hid his own abilities and didn't make an all-out effort to teach them. Moreover, he always looked at social status and family background when accepting disciples, relying on the backers behind these disciples to consolidate his position as Peak Master. As a result, he couldn't get the best sprouts. However, who was the person behind Taoist Yi Dao? In other words, who was the person behind Du Qiang? Lin Xuanji knew nothing. Even if he investigated, he still didn't have any clues. However, there would always be a day when the cat gets out of the bag. Another few days passed. Lin Xuanji had just finished practicing his sword in the morning when he saw Lin Zeji, who looked somewhat embarrassed as he stood waiting outside the courtyard. Young master. Lin Zeji saw Lin Xuanji coming up and walked towards him. Lin Xuanji wiped his sword while he walked towards his side. Your mother asked you to find me. Lin Zeji's expression was even more embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and replied, your guess is right. My mother sent me to find you. Lin Xuanji glanced at him. What did your mother say? Let's hear it. Lin Zeji gave a bitter smile. My mother said that Lin Yuro is nevertheless still part of the Lin family's main branch. The direct main branches in the Lin family are like peas in a pod. If one is prosperous, then all are prosperous, but if one falls, then all fall. Although Lin Yuro made the Lin family lose face, the situation is not without remedy. Lin Xuanji collected the cloth for wiping the sword and entered the courtyard. I'm afraid that's not what your mother actually said. Lin Zeji cleared his throat. The original words were not very pleasant, so I won't say them. When Madame Bai spoke to Lin Zeji, she was both arrogant and bossy. First, she cursed Lin Xuanji for being extremely unkind, even willing to hurt his own family's sister, so he wasn't qualified to be the young master. Then she scolded Lin Zeji for not being ambitious and being bewitched by Lin Xuanji. Of course, these were just the opening notes. The gist of Madame Bai's strategy was to mobilize Lin Zeji's dissatisfaction and resentment towards Lin Xuanji and join hands with her to trip up Lin Xuanji to pull him down from the position of young master, while the other half was to intercede on Lin Yuro's behalf. How did the family punish Lin Yuro? Asked Lin Xuanji. Although it's an internal family affair, since it had already blown up to the point where everyone knows about it now, the law enforcement hall had to step forward. Lin Zeji followed Lin Xuanji as he recounted the events. Uncle Lin Bubai planned to lock Yuro in the ice prison for 10 to 15 days according to clan regulations, but due to obstructions from my mother and Yuro's parents, that punishment did not pass. Lin Yuro was only locked in an ordinary prison and was forbidden from stepping foot outside. However, Uncle Bubai said that her release from prison all depended on the young master's wishes. My mother asked me to come and plead for leniency for Lin Yuro in the hopes of releasing her as soon as possible. Lin Xuanji looked at Lin Zeji. What do you think should be done? Lin Zeji thought in his heart, this truly is a trick question. Originally, just having such a mother who wanted to oppose Lin Xuanji everywhere was already enough to make Lin Xuanji be wary of him. If he wasn't careful and cautious right now, then he's afraid that he would never again have an opportunity for advancement on Lin Xuanji's side. Chapter 360. Lin Zeji thought it out very clearly. Originally he had his mother who wished to oppose Lin Xuanji no matter what. That was enough to make Lin Xuanji fear him. If he wasn't careful about what he did, he was scared that his relationship with Lin Xuanji already wouldn't improve any further. Therefore Lin Zeji frowned and bitterly and resentfully stated, I did not expect Sister Yuro to be such a messy person, making this matter public to the entire Profound City. Even the other families in Qing City have already heard about it. This has greatly influenced the reputation of the Lin family. Naturally we cannot handle this lightly. Only through putting her in confinement and making her reflect on her mistakes can it be resolved. Are you saying that she might as well go to the ice prison? Lin Zeji raised his eyebrow. Lin Zeji paused and answered, the ice prison seems too harsh. Although she did do something wrong, she does not deserve to die. Once a person entered the ice prison, if they didn't die, they would still be injured. Even if they came out alive, their cultivation would still be completely destroyed. In this life, they would never be able to continue to cultivate again. The people imprisoned there were all extremely vicious and wicked. Lin Xuanji thought for a moment, since you pleaded sympathy for her, I temporarily won't ask for more. However, exemption from death is not escape from punishment, let her stay in prison first. With her parents, Madame Bai, and third elder backing her, even in the Lin family's private prison, Lin Yuro would not suffer much. One could only imagine Lin Xuanji's mood, so much of his information was divulged to Du Qing for no reason. Therefore he hoped that Lin Yuro could reflect properly in prison and at least know her mistakes. Receiving a reply, Lin Zeji now knew Lin Xuanji's thoughts on this matter. Then I will tell my mother your reply. Lin Xuanji nodded. On Madame Bai's side, if she has anything they do not understand, have her come to me directly. Lin Zeji agreed. Lin Xuanji then asked, when you entered Breaking Sword Peak, have you had the chance to raise your cultivation level? How have your senior and junior martial brothers been treating you? Lin Zeji let out a smile. The atmosphere on Breaking Sword Peak is very good. All the senior and junior martial brothers wholeheartedly focus on practicing the sword. There are no distractions. In this environment, I could be at ease after rushing too fast for a while. My cultivation level has risen quite a bit. Lin Xuanji originally let Lin Zeji enter Breaking Sword Peak, first because he wanted to know whether or not Lin Zeji would be shaken and side with Madame Bai if Lin Zeji was no longer under Lin Xuanji's surveillance. Secondly, the cultivation atmosphere at Breaking Sword Peak was the best out of the 3 peaks. Sinking Sword Peak was too loose and arbitrary, and Broken Sword Peak had too many messy schemes in the peak, and they did not have much required practice. Lin Xuanji faintly smiled. That is good, you can fully concentrate on practice, no need to pay attention to any of the other tasks. Lin Zeji nodded his head, half bowing. Many thanks, young master. You can go ahead. Lin Zeji retired with permission. A shadow floated down from the tree. Lin Xuanji raised his head and looked up at Wan Yidong, who had been hidden in the tree for an unknown length of time but had not been discovered by anyone. He smiled. Younger senior martial brother, how is the view from the tree? Wan Yidong smiled. Naturally, there is no comparison to below. I did not expect that you have such great skill in managing people. Wan Yidong had heard that the Lin family had a fierce internal fight back then, but now it seemed that Lin Xuanji was already the one in first place. Lin Xuanji faintly smiled. Everyone surrenders to the strong. Since I can make the Lin family greater than before, for what reason would they not accept me? Wan Yidong rolled his eyes. I heard that you gave quite a bit of monthly allowance to the disciples of your family that entered Profound Sky Sect. Senior martial brother is indeed really well informed. Wan Yidong clicked his tongue. You indeed have a style in spending money. At the end of the month, tens of thousands of gold are sent out. The Lin family disciples in Profound Sky Sect now walk lightly with ease and are generous as hell. Lin Xuanji smiled and said nothing. At the start, he raised the monthly allowance to an amount considered extraordinary for the family, firstly to encourage the disciples to intensify their training and improve their cultivation levels. Secondly, to let people see the Lin family's financial resources and enhance the influence of the Lin family. A large family would inevitably have an inseparable relationship with their financial resources. The Lin family suddenly went from a third-class family to a first-class family, the speed of which was too fast, so they were not completely accepted by the other first-class families. However, showing their financial resources was a shortcut to quickly make first-class families accept the Lin family. Wan Yidong blinked his eyes. I heard from Master that at the start of next month you plan to go to Myriad Beast's demonic forest. Lin Xuanji answered, I do intend to do that. Wan Yidong grinned. I also plan to go there to experience it once. Leave a seat for your senior martial brother. You won't refuse me, will you? Lin Xuanji laughed. If senior martial brother is willing, I would naturally welcome you. Wan Yidong patted Lin Xuanji's shoulder. I have reserved a place first. If that Bei Shishin guy also wants to come with you, you must not take him. Lin Xuanji's expression was somewhat unpredictable. Wan Yidong suddenly had a bad feeling. What is the matter? Lin Xuanji replied. Senior martial brother Bei approached me a few days before and said that Master let him accompany us to get experience from the Myriad Beast's demonic forest. Wan Yidong, he had the feeling of being hit on the head by a hammer. How is it possible that Master nominated him by name to go? Master never cares whether or not we go out to train. Wan Yidong's face was incredulous, he simply could not believe it. However, it was definitely Master who spoke. Lin Xuanji gave Wan Yidong a look of wanting to help but not being able to. Probably Master found that the murderous aura on senior martial brother Bei was too heavy. It just coincidentally happened that Bei Shishin recently also planned to leave the sect doors, so Master thought that if I were to keep him company the situation would be better. In any case, when Bei Shishin traveled together with Lin Xuanji and people of the same level, he was bound to be apprehensive and exercise more restraint. If there is anything wrong, then Lin Xuanji could find out in time. Having someone to care for him was much better than Bei Shishin being alone and randomly going places. Although esteemed Lan Yu usually didn't have many interactions with his disciples, that was due to his nature, but this didn't mean that he did not care about his disciples. Wan Yidong was obviously not happy. He pursed his mouth. It's annoying that he beat me to it again. Well, because he is going with you, I won't go. Lin Xuanji brought up, actually, we are going to Myriad Beast's demonic forest with a mission. With the help of senior martial brother Bei and younger senior martial brother, the probability of success is higher. Little senior martial brother might as well think about it more. Wan Yidong looked at Lin Xuanji. Are Yuan Tianwen and his sweetheart also going? Lin Xuanji nodded. The two of them are certain to go together. Wan Yidong frowned. The two of them are not afraid of death. Myriad Beast's demonic forest is that dangerous. Are you not afraid of entering but not being able to leave? These things have all been thought about. Only it is best to not drag on because of the toxins in Duan Yuyong's body, otherwise, there is a likely chance that the poison will suddenly erupt when giving birth, leading to unpredictable consequences. It is because the myriad beast's demonic forest is dangerous and we are not sure when we can leave it that Duan Yuyong wanted to come with us so that as soon as we get the 2 antidotes, he can immediately refine them and take them in time. Wan Yidong sighed. It's really hard for him. He even has to use this method of confronting death and fighting to live. Lin Xuanji was also somewhat helpless. This also can't be helped. The Yuan family already raised the price of employment to 2 sparrow spirits. However, none of the cultivators that accepted the mission have returned yet. The myriad beast's demonic forest seems to have a barrier around it. Even if someone above the calcified bones stage of primary realm entered, their cultivation would still be suppressed down to the calcified bones stage. And those above the profound realm simply cannot enter. The matter regarding the myriad beast's demonic forest had already gotten the attention of many cultivators. A few large families and clans had sent people to take a look at the situation. If necessary, it was possible for them to join forces and send people to explore the myriad beast's demonic forest. Naturally, Wan Yidong had heard about it. Wan Yidong considered it for a moment. Since there is a lack of people, then I will also come. In any case, I am also considered one of the 4 swords of profound sky. I can certainly be of help. Lin Xuanji cupped his hands. Many thanks to senior martial brother. Wan Yidong waved his hand. We are fellow disciples of the same master, no need for thanks. However, this matter must be kept a secret. Don't let that Bei Shishin guy know beforehand. Lin Xuanji did not ask about the reason, only nodding his head in agreement. Wan Yidong hummed an unknown tune and headed to his own courtyard. All of a sudden his footsteps paused. The Beishi sword at his waist stabbed behind him in an instant. 2 slender fingers gently clasped the body of the sword like a butterfly kiss. Wan Yidong stared into a pair of cold eyes. Wan Yidong was slightly stunned, promptly withdrawing his sword, inserting it into its sheath. Staring at Bei Shishin, he asked coldly, "Why did you sneak attack me?" Bei Shishin opened his mouth. "Don't go to the myriad beast's demonic forest." Wan Yidong was startled, then his face darkened. "You actually dared to follow me?" Bei Shishin could not help but be surprised. "I did not follow you." "Then how did you know that I just went to find junior martial brother to talk about the matter of going to myriad beast's demonic forest together?" Wan Yidong blurted without thinking. Bei Shishin's expression changed slightly. "So you really want to go?" Wan Yidong. Wait, did he accidentally expose something? Wan Yidong gave Bei Shishin a cold glance. "Why is it your business where I go?" Bei Shishin followed behind Wan Yidong, staring at his side profile. "Throughout these years, wherever I go, it is certain that you will follow. This time teacher wants me to go with junior martial brother to get experience, and I know you would surely use any method to follow." Fuck. Wan Yidong paused, feeling ashamed and panicked. He harshly kicked a stone near him. "Don't flatter yourself. You annoy me to hell. How is it possible that I will follow you wherever you go? I am not that familiar with you. Stop sticking gold onto your face. You know it in your heart." Wan Yidong was restless. "I said I did not follow you. It just happened that it was on my way. I will not argue with you about this. There is no reason to." Bei Shishin was more reasonable and calm. His expression has not changed even a bit. He said lightly, "Only this time, don't go to the myriad beast's demonic forest." "Why?" Wan Yidong stared at him. "If you don't come, I will treat the times you followed me as merely conveniently by chance." Bei Shishin looked him in the face. "If you go, I will treat it as if you still have feelings for me." Chapter 361. Wan Yidong's expressions changed continuously. His eyes softened gradually from sharp, finally ending in self-mockery. Wan Yidong looked down at his hand. "Bei Shishin, since you came to the 5 continents, you have always avoided me. You even acted as if we were strangers. When I wanted to treat you well, you would not accept it. When I was bad to you, you would not say much. This is the first time in many years that you have taken the initiative to talk about your emotions." Bei Shishin became rigid. He really did not want to face Wan Yidong. It was because when he saw Wan Yidong he thought of the massacre of his family, how his relatives and disciples died one by one before him, as well as the repulsive faces of the Wan family. Therefore he would always avoid Wan Yidong. For many years he was no longer the youth that placed Wan Yidong as the most important in his heart. When Bei Shishin did not open his mouth, Wan Yidong raised his head and smiled at him. "If I didn't still have a lingering love for you, how could I have broken apart my life and followed you to the trivial small world of the 5 continents, willingly leaving behind my position as the Wan family heir to stay in a place where the spiritual qi is so thin, living so absurdly. Bei Shishin coldly looked at him. So what do you want me to do? Do you still want it to be like before, where I listened to your words without question and treated you like my beloved? I told you when my family burned to ash that is impossible for me and you in this lifetime. The evil done by the Wan family, because of my past affection and us being in the same sect now, I won't hold you accountable, but that is all. Wan Yidong felt a pain in his heart, forcing out a smile. The decisions of the family were not what I wanted. However, a father's debt is for the son to repay. In all, I am in your debt. I already knew you and I are completely over. However, I just wanted to watch you from far away and make it up to you. Is that also not possible? Bei Shishin coldly replied, then could you please be farther away from me, far enough that I would not know. Wan Yidong's body trembled slightly, tightly clenching his fists. His downturned peach blossom eyes were faintly turning red. No matter what he does, he is in the wrong. Senior Marshal Brother Bei. When Lin Xuanji saw the unexpected guest who would not easily appear in front of him, he was slightly surprised. Come in first. Bei Shishin stood at the door frame, his left hand clenched, killing God hanging at his side. His eyes followed Lin Xuanji. I won't enter, I just want to say one thing. Senior Marshal Brother, please speak, said Lin Xuanji. When you go to Myriad Beast's demonic forest, don't bring along Wan Yidong. Lin Xuanji's eyes narrowed slightly. Senior Marshal Brother Bei came late. Younger Senior Marshal Brother came by earlier to talk about this matter, and I also already promised him. I know, Bei Shishin faintly replied. I just met with Wan Yidong just now. As for him, I came to tell you that you just don't need to deliberately notify Wan Yidong when we leave. Naturally, if Senior Marshal Brother has told younger Senior Marshal Brother, then it doesn't matter to me. Lin Xuanji lightly said, it is just younger Senior Marshal Brother might not agree. Normally Wan Yidong's temper was quite short. The more he was not allowed to do something, the more he would oppose it. He was also a person with his own thoughts and would not change his mind easily. Plus, considering Wan Yidong's attitude of love and hate and avoidance for Bei Shishin, Wan Yidong would not listen to Bei Shishin's words. Bei Shishin nodded his head. I won't let him go. Lin Xuanji looked at him. Can I ask why? Bei Shishin was silent for a moment. Myriad Beast's demonic forest is very dangerous. It is very likely that we will never leave once we enter. Even if he and Wan Yidong will never happen, he does not want Wan Yidong to be in danger. In the past, most of the places he picked were dangerous, although Wan Yidong would secretly follow along, but before entering the dangerous places Bei Shishin would walk around in circles to lose Wan Yidong and make him unable to track him. Most times Wan Yidong would wait outside for him to finish training. He would take the initiative to come but would not show himself. It was not until one time, when Bei Shishin returned to a small town, his whole body completely covered with blood and his steps were unsteady, Wan Yidong, who was hidden in an unknown place, rushed to him nervously and dragged him to a private house to treat his wounds. Since then Wan Yidong changed to openly following in the name of their master, watching as he killed people and hunted demons, watching as with every step he stained Lianlian with fresh blood, both of his hands filled with human lives. Bei Shishin also noticed that as Wan Yidong saw his dark and gloomy side, Wan Yidong's attitude towards him became increasingly uncertain. From openly being concerned at first to gradually developing a tone of mockery whenever he saw him. Allowing fellow junior martial brothers of the peak to isolate him and exclude him, hoping to use this atmosphere to pressure him to exercise restraint. Bei Shishin thought it was laughable. Since childhood, Wan Yidong was a young master whose way of thinking was bold and imaginative. He did not understand the feelings of people, so he was ignorant of why the Wan family would suddenly attack the Bei family, and also did not know that Bei Shishin already sold himself to the devil. In this life it was impossible to walk by his side. Wan Yidong was not aware of the careful thoughts that he could not hide. Tricking outsiders was one thing, but when it comes to the fellow martial brothers of the same peak, how many would not have understood his thought process? Bei Shishin was not isolated. Both Zan Fengding and esteemed Lan Yu talked to him and sought him out to have conversations. Using those conversations as a way to find a breakthrough in the demons in his heart, and resolve them. However, esteemed Lan Yu found Bei Shishin's obsession was too deep for him to resolve easily. His heart demons were born from the raging fire of revenge, and because the demons were too heavy, they were more eager for revenge. This was a cycle of death. The answer was there was no solution. Esteemed Lan Yu told him, from then on, no matter what you kill or experience, teacher will never intervene again. but you must not do anything against the world's moral principles or hurt your fellow disciple, Wan Yidong. Bei Shishan agreed. He simply wanted to extinguish the Wan family. He was not born to kill, nor did he enjoy it. As for Wan Yidong, even if he was not his fellow junior martial brother of the same teacher, he would never desire to consider him as an enemy. To kill him was even more impossible. Perhaps Lan Yu said something to Zan Fengting. Zan Fengting never looked for him to chat alone again. It's just that whenever he saw him, he occasionally sighed with sadness and had the wish to say something but didn't. Bei Shishan became more alone. He traveled by himself and did not talk to others easily when he met them. His whereabouts were even more uncertain. For a time, Wan Yidong had started sleeping on the tree outside his door because he was scared he would leave in the night. If there was any movement inside, he would realize. One person goes, one person follows. Both pretended not to acknowledge each other's existence. For 10 years that was all that happened. However, this time, Bei Shishan did not want and could not pretend to know nothing. Wan Yidong was a delicate young master. Myriad Beasts' demonic forest was not suitable for him. Lin Xuanji also stayed silent for a moment, then he lifted his head to calmly look at Bei Shishan, inadvertently seeing a new scar appearing and spreading, inch by inch, near his neck. Senior Martial Brother Bei, the relationship between you and Senior Martial Brother Wan, I have no qualifications to speak on it, I only want to say a few words for younger Senior Martial Brother. Lin Xuanji calmly spoke, treasure the people in front of you, don't wait until you lose them to treasure them. Bei Shishan's expression was cold. You are still young, even if you say those words they do not hold much persuasiveness. Lin Xuanji smiled softly, indeed it is not persuasive, however even though I am young, when it comes to matters of the heart I have had past experiences, but since Senior Martial Brother has made up his mind, it is useless even if I say more. Bei Shishan opened his mouth. How has it been, having Lianlian in your hands? Lianlian is not my sword after all, I can purify it, however I cannot fully use it. Lin Xuanji said. Bei Shishan had some disbelief. With your cultivation and talent, you can't even conquer Lianlian. Conquering is fine. Lin Xuanji revealed a secret. I am a craftsman, if I wanted, I could completely refine all the chi you left on Lianlian. However, I am a single-minded person, I already have Zij, I will never need another sword. Lianlian let out a few contending noises but was kept in check by Lin Xuanji and pressed down. Bei Shishan was visibly doubtful. Isn't Zij already missing? Lin Xuanji replied, the missing can still be found. The look in Bei Shishan's eyes slightly changed, with deep meaning he said, it seems you already have a plan, then I look forward to the day Zij will see the sun. Lin Xuanji lightly smiled, there will be. A few days later when Lin Xuanji was sword training, Lin Zeji came to him with a grave expression. Lin Xuanji finished the set of sword practice techniques before he slowly sheathed his sword. Walking over to Lin Zeji, he asked. What has happened with the family again? Lin Zeji's expression did not look good and carried tones of anxiety. Young master, the family has sent news, they said Yuro is pregnant. Now, fourth uncle's family says Duqiang must marry Yuro or else they will come find you and ask for an explanation. Lin Xuanji raised the tip of his eyebrow. These kinds of things, Lin Xuanji already told Ji Lanjin to not specifically tell him and just handle it herself, but it seemed that currently, Ji Lanjin could not control Madame Bai and those people. However, it was no wonder, the funerals and marriages of children of the main family members were a matter of great importance to the entire household. Although Lin Yuro's reputation was truly terrible to the point no one in the 5 continents would want her, now she was suddenly pregnant. This was also an opportunity. Ji Lanjin probably did not know what choices would be good here. Lin Xuanji pondered slightly, what does the family think? Mothers rely on children. Lin Zeji concisely answered. Lin Xuanji suddenly laughed. What a good plan. What are Lin Yuro's intentions? Lin Zeji walked with Lin Xuanji along the lake. Yuro's intentions are quite obvious. The only person she can depend on is Duqiang. Duqiang and He Kailing's engagement is now completely void, there was no way for it to recover. If Yuro can take this opportunity and marry Duqiang, it would be thought of as a good thing. A good thing. It seemed that Lin Yuro's attitude was very resolute. Chapter 362. Lin Xuanji, contrary to expectations, was indifferent and even faintly thought it was quite amusing. Duqiang is not a good match, marrying him won't have a good ending. Lin Xuanji said. Lin Zeji revealed a helpless expression. So long as it was an individual who could see, they could tell what kind of trash Duqiang was. The facade of a handsome beau, that he had on previously, had already been thoroughly exposed. If Lin Zeji and Lin Yuro were to exchange places, he would have chosen to raise the child alone than pick Duqiang. However, Lin Yuro did not think so. If she wants to keep the child, I can make the decision to add him to the Lin family tree. Lin Xuanji gave Lin Yuro one last thing in regards to kinship and told Lin Zeji, tell her my original words and first watch to see what they would choose. Okay, Lin Zeji said. Lin Zeji's meaning was obvious, he actually was unwilling to see Lin Yuro be married to Duqiang and jump into the living hell. He was willing to accept Lin Yuro's child as a member of the Lin household, so the child could enjoy the treatment of being from Lin family's main lineage from now on. If Lin Yuro was sensible and farsighted, she would certainly raise her son wholeheartedly and with great care, in order to have him take advantage of the Lin family's resources and become someone successful. Lin Xuanji had never denied the accuracy of the saying the mother's value increases as her son's position rises, but only, the premise is the son is actually valuable. In the evening, Lin Zeji went to look for Lin Xuanji again. From his somewhat embarrassed expression, Lin Xuanji knew the answer he received. Lin Yuro. Her attitude is very resolute. She does not wish to be trapped in the Lin family for a lifetime. She still wants to return to the profound sky sect. If that was the case, then Lin Xuanji would not say any more. Although he was aware that even if Lin Yuro were to be married to Duqiang, she would never have the chance of becoming a disciple of profound sky sect ever again. You can reply to the family. Lin Xuanji said, for Duqiang's side, I will go and talk to him personally. There is just one additional condition. If she chooses to marry Duqiang, Lin Yuro will no longer be considered as a part of my Lin family. Lin Zeji furrowed his eyebrows, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why, young master, our Lin family has not had this precedent of no longer being Lin family after getting married. Lin Xuanji flatly replied, Duqiang has killed and seized my treasure. Also, I have a blood feud with him, so I certainly will not let him get away. Lin Zeji was stunned. I understand. In the cultivation world of the 5 continents, both strength and birth origin were regarded as highly important things. If a woman from a well-regarded large family gets married grandly, she would naturally still be regarded as a member of that family and the family would properly give them the protection they deserve. In the case of Lin Yuro, she would still be regarded as a member of the family after she gets married. However, Lin Yuro's mistake lies in that she insists on marrying Duqiang, who has had a quarrel with and was also an enemy of Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji already offered Lin Yuro an alternative route, but she was the one who did not choose it, so Lin Xuanji would also not be polite. Letting Lin Yuro marry Duqiang would be the last thing he could do for Lin Yuro. From then on, Lin Yuro, whether she lives or dies, would be unrelated to him and to the entire Lin family. After explaining everything, Lin Zeji was on his way back and had been walking along the mountainous road. He could not help but sigh and think to himself. Before, he had his TN content equals eyes obscured by a single leaf, a Chinese idiom meaning having your vision blocked by a small thing and not being able to see the bigger picture. TN. And actually thought Lin Yuro was a smart but unassuming girl from a large family. Unexpectedly, thinking back now, Lin Yuro was actually such a stupid woman. Lin Xuanji went to Broken Sword Peak. He did not try to be secretive, but instead he strutted up the mountain. Numerous disciples had seen him. Some bold disciples greeted Lin Xuanji with a smile. Lin Xuanji looked at these familiar faces and responded back one by one. At the inner gate, He Kaling, who had heard the news, came forth to welcome them. He Kaling wore a set of rather plain Taoist robes. When she saw Lin Xuanji, she smiled and said, "Previously, I even said when I would go to Sinking Sword Peak to look for Warong. Who would have thought that you had come here on your own?" Lin Xuanji faintly smiled. "Naturally, I am here to visit Senior Martial's sister personally. It wouldn't be right for the Senior Martial's sister to come look for me. I haven't seen you in a few years, and you are even better at smooth talking now as compared to before." He Kaling puffed angrily. They talked and laughed all the way into the inner gate. When they arrived inside He Kaling's cave dwelling, she changed the subject and asked, "You never go to a temple for no reason. Is there anything important that you come here today for?" Lin Xuanji said, "Nothing escapes from the Senior Martial sister. I indeed came today because of one matter." He Kaling replied, "Let's hear it." Lin Xuanji said, "Lin Yanru is pregnant, she says it is Duqiang's." He Kaling raised her eyebrows in surprise and soon after sneered, "That sister of yours. Don't tell me she wants to marry Duqiang, that absolutely disgraceful thing. Lin Xuanji nodded. That's exactly what she intends to do. He Kaling stared at Lin Xuanji. You are pushing your sister into a fire pit. Lin Xuanji replied in an indifferent tone. I have already found a way out for her, but she firmly insists on following the path that leads to her own destruction. How can I help her? You might as well just lock her up. Lin Xuanji's eyes were slightly cold. Before she had been certainly locked, but in recent days, she is already pregnant. If I were to be unreasonable again and if something happens to her, I will be blamed. He Kaling thought for a moment. That's true. He Kaling herself was born in a large family, though she was not at the family all year round, but she has seen many fights in the internal residence. If she thought about it, Lin Xuanji's young master position wasn't actually as stable or secure as Yuan Tianwen's, so he would naturally have to be a little more careful and cautious. Senior Marshal Sister, I have to tell you about this matter first, to prevent you from misunderstanding me. He Kaling leered at Lin Xuanji. What can I misunderstand about you? I currently do not have any relationship with Du Qiang. As for my family, they have already managed everything, so no one will try to force me to marry Du Qiang. In less than 2 days, I will be going elsewhere for training and will not be back for several years. Whether Du Qiang is dead or alive, his weddings or funerals, it is none of my business. Lin Xuanji laughed. Senior Marshal Sister has finally escaped from the abyss of suffering, and be on your own. He Kaling smiled. It is considered a good thing. Lin Xuanji spoke with He Kaling for a bit, then needed to go look for Du Qiang. He Kaling waved her hand. You just can go by yourself. If you really can't, then just go find master. Although Du Qiang is not a good thing, he values his reputation very much. Under threats and inducements, the possibility of him agreeing to marry your sister is quite high. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Even if he is unwilling, there would be no chances for him to disagree. He Kaling sneered. Of course he's unwilling. At the beginning, Du Qiang merely took a fancy to her family background. It's just that although Lin Yuro was a member of the Lin family's main household, her relationship with Lin Xuanji was not good. In the Lin family, she was in no position to speak out, so Du Qiang was merely just playing around with her. Why would he be willing to marry her? However, Lin Xuanji was not easy to bully. Even if Du Qiang was unwilling to marry, he would certainly use all means to pressure him into marrying. You just want to play around casually. How can there be such good things in this world? Du Qiang's right eyelid had started to twitch since early in the morning. He kept having the feeling that something bad was going to happen. Ever since the matter of him and Lin Yuro had been exposed, his luck had been continuously going downhill. Not only did his master avoid meeting with him, even Tong Le, who used to be at his side like a dog, could not be invited out for quite some time. Du Qiang was infuriated and he did not know where to vent his anger. He kept cursing He Kaling in his heart, as she was unkind in dealing with the matter and not leaving him with any face. This caused all the disciples of Broken Sword Peak to distance themselves from him. Du Qiang couldn't help but think, if it weren't for his father's closed-door cultivation and master being a cowardly and overcautious person, how would he end up in such an embarrassing situation? Du Qiang just kicked to send a stone flying when a child announced that Lin Xuanji would be coming over. Lin Xuanji. Du Qiang looked displeased. Why did he come to look for me? The boy shook his head. I don't know, he didn't say. Du Qiang rolled his eyes. Let him in. After the youth left, Du Qiang got up to hide the Zij sword that was hanging on the wall. Lin Xuanji walked over in a set of clothes that was as white as snow, giving him an appearance of an immortal. As compared to a few years back, he has become more matured and charismatic. Du Qiang narrowed his eyes, sat down on his chair and said, Junior Marshal Brother Lin, what brings you here? Lin Xuanji did not sit down, merely stood in front of him, and carried on discussing. Perhaps Senior Marshal Brother Du's memory is not good, but to forget that just a few days ago you have just made a big joke on my Lin family's Lin Yuro. Lin Yuro was a sore point for Du Qiang. Even though he had enticed numerous junior marshal brothers and junior marshal sisters in the past, none of them made him lose face to this extent. Du Qiang immediately became angry. He clenched his fist and insincerely smiled at Lin Xuanji. Junior Marshal Brother Lin, I am a man, so at most she is only a loose fling. However, that younger sister of yours has already been turned into a slut by the rumors. Lin Xuanji nodded his head. That's true. In this world, when it comes to the matter of men and women, they are always much more tolerable towards men than women. However, My Lin family is not easy to bully. Since you have defiled Lin Yuro's body, then you will just have to take up responsibility for this. Du Qiang stared blankly. He did not expect Lin Xuanji to actually come to his doorstep to make him take responsibility. Du Qiang's expression changed several times. Finally he made an extremely funny expression and said, "You think your Lin family is worth attaching importance to me? What kind of thing is Lin Yuro? Is she even worth anything for me to take responsibility?" Lin Xuanji, Du Qiang, am a straightforward person who does not speak insinuations. In my heart, Lin Yuro doesn't even deserve to carry my shoe. If it wasn't for somewhat good-looking and stupidity, I wouldn't even have looked at her twice. Lin Xuanji did not mind and said, "I would also not let my Lin family have any connection with you if it wasn't because Lin Yuro conceived your child." Du Qiang's eyes widened, before standing up and said, "What did you say? She is pregnant. Impossible, it's definitely not mine. I would not give her a seed." Lin Xuanji hooked his lips in a bitter smile. "You seriously think Lin Yuro is a girl from a wealthy family who is ignorant about the world and also someone whom you can just attract by hooking your finger and casually toy around with as you please? Firstly, she is not a prostitute. Secondly, she is not like Senior Marshal's sister, he who is the sort of female cultivator who just wholeheartedly cultivates and is not well versed in personal matters back at the residence. If she follows you to bed, how would she not have a card up her sleeve?" Du Qiang, you are the biggest fool. Du Qiang's entire body seemed to be emptied of strength and slumped onto his chair with a bang before he muttered, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Having a child involved karmic cause and effect. In concerns to any cultivator, they would not easily let an infant be stranded outside, otherwise it is very likely they would fall into the path of demonic cultivation. Even more, without any children, it could only be said to be a casual romance, but to impregnate a woman from a large family." Chapter 363. One could imagine that if Du Qiang didn't marry Lin Yuro, be it the Lin family or the elders of Profound Sky sect, no one would let him off easily. Virtuous behavior was greatly emphasized in the cultivation world. If one's morality was not good, the higher the cultivation, the greater a threat he would be to the human world. For Du Qiang to be labeled as a Casanova was not too bad. However, if he were to be known as a heartless man who was unwilling to take up the responsibility of impregnating someone, it would be impossible for him to be part of the Sky Peak sect's referral list that will be collated in 3 years' time. Even with the status of a sect master, Zhang Chenzi, however, was not the only person with power in the Profound Sky sect. The peak masters and elders of the other 3 peaks have all kept a close watch on him. Previously, numerous elders in Profound Sky sect were already very dissatisfied with Zhang Chenzi as he had used schemes to cover up the matters of Lin Xuanji. This time, if he were to insist on standing up for Du Qiang and if the Lin family were to make an uproar about this matter again, it would probably end badly for everyone. Du Qiang bowed his head and thought things through clearly. At that moment, he seemed to have become smarter and knew that the child in Lin Yuro had already decided matters. Du Qiang felt very conflicted inside his heart, however there was nothing he could do about it. Du Qiang took a deep breath and glared at Lin Xuanji. He then said coldly, "I can marry her, but she is not to be my main wife. Lin Yuro is just a slut who causally fools around with men, so she is not qualified to become my wife." "You aren't any better." Lin Xuanji revealed an expression of utter disdain. "Do as you please. The date should be set soon, or else her baby bump may start showing. I'm afraid that would damage Senior Marshal Brother's reputation." Du Qiang gritted his teeth in fury as he smiled and said, "That depends on when you will send Lin Yuro up the mountain." Lin Xuanji smiled, "She will be sent over in a few days' time. Even though she will not be your main wife, Senior Marshal Brother Du should not neglect her. After all, the Lin family is a well-respected and prestigious family." Du Qiang has already been vomiting blood in his heart, but he had to forcefully maintain his smile and said, "Naturally, I am still not that bad since I do have some resolution. I will announce it to everyone, you can be rest assured about this." Lin Xuanji nodded his head with satisfaction. "If this is the case, I will not bother Senior Marshal Brother Du anymore." Before leaving, Lin Xuanji glanced back at Du Qiang, and said with profound meaning, "Senior Marshal Brother Du, how is it that these 2 years, since I have left, your cultivation hasn't advanced much? I have no idea if it's due to Senior Marshal Brother neglecting your daily training or you have reached a bottleneck. If there's anything you don't understand, I welcome Senior Marshal Brother to come to me for advice. After all, I was able to attract a lightning tribulation when I was advancing my cultivation. Du Qiang, really fucking bold mentioning the pot that doesn't boil. He truly hated how Lin Xuanji acted as if everything under the heavens was trash. Lin Xuanji actually dared to mock his weak cultivation. Bitch it, Lin Xuanji had also relied on magic treasures to raise his own cultivation, so what is there to be so proud of? After Lin Xuanji left, Du Qiang trashed his room completely in a fit of anger. Even the table had been flipped over on the ground with a kick. The moment the boys outside had heard the sounds coming from inside the house, they could not help but feel their hearts pounding with fear and wished they could run to somewhere far away to hide. Once Du Qiang was done venting, 4 hours had already passed. Du Qiang kept a somber expression on his face, as if water could be wringed out. He sat on the ground and looked down to think for a short while. He stood up shakily and took out his sword to fly towards Thousand Hammer Peak. On Thousand Hammer Peak, Tong Li was currently crafting magic treasures. With a loud bang sound, the door to Tong Li's secret crafting chamber was kicked inwards from the outside. All of a sudden, the magic treasure in Tong Li's hand was burnt and it looked like a piece of black charcoal, causing him to feel so distressed that he really wanted to weep. Just when Tong Li wanted to get angry, he suddenly saw Du Qiang walking fiercely towards him from the door. Disgust flickered in his heart, as Tong Li stood up with a look of surprise on his face. Why did senior martial brother think to come here and in such a hurry as well? Is there any important matter? Bitch it, stop putting on an act. Du Qiang grabbed Tong Li by the neck and gritted his teeth. Tong Li, have you been living comfortably and at ease these days? Laozi had been tricked by Lin Xuanji, and yet you are still crafting your tools here. Tong Li was deeply shocked and pushed Du Qiang's hand off before he said patiently, how did Lin Xuanji offend senior martial brother again? These days, Master assigned me the task of crafting tools. This is why I did not go find senior martial brother, so senior martial brother, please don't misunderstand. What kind of joke is this? Currently, Du Qiang was obviously not very normal, so even if he really intended to distance himself from Du Qiang, without provoking trouble, it would still be impossible to tell him the whole truth since it had come to this. Tong Li had secretly prepared a magic tool. Once Du Qiang actually had intentions to kill him, at that point of time, he would then make other plans. Du Qiang narrowed his eyes and stared closely at Tong Li. In the beginning, it was you who told me to get close to Lin Yunru to find out more information about Lin Xuanji. Come to think of it, this plan of yours is really stupid. Tong Li felt wronged in his heart. Who the hell told you to bring her to your bed? It's all my fault, Tong Li aggrievedly said as he reached out his hands to take hold of Du Qiang's arm. How did Lin Xuanji offend senior martial brother again? Tell me and I'll help you think of something. Du Qiang saw him softening up and started to loosen his grip. He then said with a sullen face, Lin Yuro is pregnant. Lin Xuanji wants me to take responsibility for her. Tong Li was shocked. What? How is she pregnant? You two were only together for. Tong Li repressed his words, as he was rendered stunned and full of contempt. Du Qiang was actually with Lin Yuro way before then. These two were really destined to be together. Du Qiang also felt like he had somewhat lost face, so he unhappily glanced at Tong Li. What are you excited about? Who let that woman be so easy to get? Tong Li composed himself. Do you want her to marry you as your main wife? Du Qiang spat. How is that possible? It is only for the sake of the child in her belly that I am giving her the status of a concubine. Tong Li thought for a moment and smiled, thinking of it this way, it is actually a good thing. After all, you are going to have your own child. Du Qiang's complexion eased a bit. Having a child was naturally a good thing, but it was better if the child's mother did not live for too long. Tong Li continued, Senior martial brother Du, is it possible Lin Xuanji is angry with you? Du Qiang's expression turned for the worst again. He actually dares to humiliate my cultivation. In the past when he was in Broken Sword Peak, he kept suppressing me everywhere and also excluded me. Now that he is longer at Broken Sword Peak, he is still the same as before. Bitch it, if it wasn't for the fact that he now has an extremely good reputation at Sinking Sword Peak, how would he dare to treat me like this? What bullshit favored son of the heavens? Who knows what the hell is that lightning that he had attracted? Tong Li looked at the almost deranged Du Qiang. Senior martial brother, the last time you asked me to search for a magic tool that attracts lightning, I already have some ideas. Du Qiang appeared distressed and grabbed Tong Li's arm to say, where is it? Tong Li said, I asked one of my junior martial brothers to help me search for it. He said he found a shop that could make custom-made magical tools. The craftsmen in the shop are very reliable. They can not only make magic treasures to draw lightning and change the weather, but could also gather spiritual qi. It is just that the price is a little expensive. Du Qiang took a deep breath and his heart was pounding heavily. What is money? Is that store really reliable? Quickly introduce the craftsman to me. Tong Le thought for a moment. Senior martial brother, there's no need to rush. That craftsman normally does not come out to meet people easily. All in all, he has some temper. Du Qiang could not resist and asked, then how does he take orders? Tong Le said, after receiving the order, the craftsman will then set out to prepare the crafting. The duration of the crafting time will be then calculated based on the difficulty of the task. After he finishes crafting, he will directly hand over the magic treasure to the employer. Once the employer gets the magic weapon, they will first pay him half of the price. After confirming that the magic weapon is exactly as imagined, then they would pay the other half. Du Qiang thought to himself, this is naturally good. This way, the risk he takes on will become much smaller. Even if that magic treasure has slight discrepancies from what he imagined, it will not go beyond the limits of what he's willing to tolerate. Du Qiang asked, how much does it cost to craft the magic treasure? Tong Le made a gesture, this price. Du Qiang was surprised, this is daylight robbery. Tong Le was visibly embarrassed, I can't do anything about it either. Du Qiang thought with a clouded face, this craftsman. How do you confirm that he definitely has that ability? Tong Le said, to be honest, this craftsman is one of the craftsmen in the Hidden Tools Pavilion. Hidden Tools Pavilion? Du Qiang frowned, when it comes to Hidden Tools Pavilion, you are more familiar than me. Don't you know that Hidden Tools Pavilion's real owner is Bai Family's Bai Yichin? This matter had been massive news that came out at the 100 Families gathering in Sky Peak City. The fact that Hidden Tools Pavilion was actually the private business of the Bai family's young master had rendered so many people astounded. Thus, the Hidden Tools Pavilion's business had spread like wildfire and brought it up a level. There is no way not to, who let the Bai family have such a widespread reputation. Tong Le nodded. A trace of regret flashed through his eyes. It is indeed Bai Yichin. If it wasn't Bai Yichin, he would have made plans to entice the other party, but since it was the Bai family's young master, Tong Le didn't even need to think and had chosen to retreat. The light of fluorescence and that of the sun and moon exists in two different worlds. There is simply no chance of exchanging light. Du Qiang's expression was not very good and stared at Tong Le. Tong Le, do you not know that it has been widely acknowledged that Lin Xuanji and Bai Yichin have a close friendship and also some ambiguous relations? You even found a shop of someone that he is so close with. What is the meaning of this? Tong Le knew he would ask this question, so he smiled. Senior martial brother Du, you are thinking too much. Let's not talk about whether Lin Xuanji and Bai Yichin have that kind of relationship. Well, even if they do, that does not represent all the craftsmen in the Hidden Tools Pavilion will be affiliated with Lin Xuanji. What does this mean? The craftsman I found is one who takes private jobs. Tong Le feigned a mysterious smile. How would working for a master let you earn money quicker than on your own? Senior martial brother Du wanted a magic treasure that can attract lightning, but it is inconvenient for you to show up personally, so you sent me. The craftsman was also unwilling to appear and had sent his disciple to do business. This way, no one knows who the other party is that not to everyone's satisfaction? Besides, when it comes to taking up private jobs, the craftsman is more cautious than we are, so how could he let others find out? So if I were to say, this private deal is still very safe. Chapter 364. Much of Du Qiang's anger dissipated, as he narrowed his eyes to think for a moment. Clenching his teeth, he asked, that craftsman, how long does he need to craft it for me? Tong Le answered, when I asked the previous time, he stated that he needs at most a month. At most 1 month, he could still afford to wait. Du Qiang rolled his eyes, as he thought of that hefty price for the crafting of the magic tool. He just could not help but feel so distressed over it. However, the moment he thought of how Li Xuanji came unannounced today and spoke to him with that disrespectful attitude and disdainful words, he felt as if he had been slapped across his face. Anger suddenly boiled up in him. Okay, you will go down the mountain today and tell that person that I want him to craft a magic treasure, which can attract lightning for at least a month. As fast as possible, Du Qiang made up his mind and his final decision. He secretly thought, how would spending money matter to him? He has never lacked money. Most importantly, he has to improve his cultivation and at the same time make his name known. No matter what, he cannot be worse than Lin Xuanji. Tongla nodded his head. I'll go down the mountain and look for him right now. It was only then did Du Qing's heart feel more at ease. Tongla went down the mountain and went into the hidden tools pavilion. When the shopkeeper saw Tongla, he went to welcome him with a smile. Craftsman Tong, you have arrived. My family's young master has been waiting for you. Tong Li's mood surged for a moment, but he knew why the other party had been waiting for him. His mind began to be filled with regrets. Thank you. The shopkeeper led Tongla upstairs and then stood at the door before saying, Young master, Craftsman Tong is here. A simple and elegant voice lightly resonated, please come in. The door opened on its own and the view inside had been blocked by a screen. Tongla calmed himself before walking in and the double door closed behind him. Behind the screen, Tongla could see Bai Yichen sitting on the soft couch. Like usual, Bai Yichen had his hair bound loosely on the back of his head. He had an unhealthy pale complexion and his lips were also very pale. When Bai Yichen saw Tongla, he slightly smiled. Craftsman Tong, what news did you bring? Tongla took a deep breath and said Du Qing has lost his mind. He wants a magic treasure that can attract lightning and has even entrusted me with the down payment. You did well, Bai Yichen replied. Tong Li's cheeks turned slightly red. Bai Yichen smiled and responded, if you happen to take a fancy to any magic treasure in my hidden tools pavilion, you can just take it. I have already told the shopkeeper. Tongla stared at Bai Yichen and tilted his head. Young Master Bai, may I ask you a question? What is the question? Bai Yichen said. Tongla asked, why are you painstakingly trying to please Lin Xuanji? Bai Yichen and Du Qing don't have any intersections, much less connections. When the mysterious young master Bai had actually heard that he had been searching for a magic treasure that can attract lightning on the behalf of Du Qing, he suddenly was willing to meet him in person. Also, he made a promise that if this matter were to be completed, he would allow Tongla to choose a magic treasure from Hidden Tools Pavilion. It was obvious for whom Bai Yichen was so generous. It was just that Tongla could not understand what kind of magic Lin Xuanji had used to make Bai Yichen, who was always aloof from worldly affairs, do things to this degree. Could it be because Lin Xuanji was handsome? But this was just a little too superficial. Bai Yichen looked at Tongla and smiled, as he placed the tea bowl in his hands on the table. Although I am not particularly fond of the phrase to please, but the words you have spoken are still considered pretty close. The biggest mistake you have made in this lifetime was to oppose Lin Xuanji. However, the most fortunate thing that you have done was to leave Du Qing's side in the nick of time. I will tell Lin Xuanji to let you go. Tongla seemed to have understood Bai Yichen's meaning, yet it also seemed like he did not. Nevertheless, he no longer wants to have any thoughts on it. Tongla did not stay any longer, fearing that the longer he saw Bai Yichen, the more he would not be able to let go of him, and eventually, he would not be able to get anything. Tongla left Bai Yichen's room and headed downstairs to look through the magic treasures in the Hidden Tools Pavilion. He then picked a forged engraving pen, which was made of Chinese parasol tree wood, and hugged it to his chest. Sure enough, the shopkeeper did not collect any money from him and even showed him out with beaming smiles. After Tongla had taken a few steps, he turned to look back at the fascinating Hidden Tools Pavilion that one could not seem to see its rooftop. Out of a sudden, cold terror enveloped him. In this world, he is not the only one who knows how to stab others in the back. As compared to him, there are still loads who are even more vicious. Originally, Tongla seemed to have been possessed to have followed Du Qing in bringing harm to Lin Xuanji, whom he had no ill feelings for. Even to the point where he was hostile towards Lin Xuanji without any plausible reasons. It was only when Du Qing actually asked him for the magic treasure that could attract lightning, that he had come to realize the truth. Heavens know that in this world, a magic treasure that attracts lightning has to be at least a spiritual level treasure. Across the 5 continents, no such magic treasure could be found. Du Qing was a jealous type and also unwilling to accept the truth that there were others better than him. He seemed to be so immersed in his fantasy that he was unable to extricate himself. Even though Tongla was also jealous and infuriated when he saw that Lin Xuanji was better at crafting than he wasn't someone who didn't have self-awareness. When he realized that Lin Xuanji was already so much better than him, Tongla had long ago given up comparing himself with Lin Xuanji. The rise of Lin Xuanji was unstoppable. Unknowingly, Tongla had stumbled upon the Hidden Tools Pavilion in his search for the magic treasure that could attract lightning. It had also been Bai Yichen who had taken the initiative to make a business deal. Since then, Tongla was no longer on Du Qing's side anymore. The Zij sword was in Du Qing's hands and it would be impossible for Lin Xuanji not to know this. Naturally, Tongla knew how to craft the Zij sword. However, he had scruples about Lin Xuanji being so powerful, whether he should take actions on the Zij sword easily. Looking back, it seems that his cautiousness was right. Tongla thought for a bit, as of right now, he had done all that he could do, so he would have nothing to do with the rest. Young Master Bai. Lin Xuanji pushed the door open and walked towards Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen held onto his tea bowl and smiled softly at him. It's been a long time. Lin Xuanji sat across from him. I seem to have seen you just a few days ago. Bai Yichen said, there is the saying, one day apart seems like 3 years. Lin Xuanji was rendered somewhat speechless and looked at Bai Yichen. You always are fond of saying these words that would make others misunderstand easily. Bai Yichen slightly tilted his head and said, whenever I tell you the truth, you always seem to consider it as a joke. This really makes me heartbroken. Lin Xuanji said indifferently, 2 days ago, I heard that Sky Peak sects Leng Jishui and Wang Fujin had been spreading rumors suggesting the marriage of 2 families. Could it be possible that young Master Bai wants to follow Du Qing's footsteps in life? Bai Yichen's fingers paused. Truly, you never suffer a loss. Bai Yichen was somewhat helpless. You clearly have no intentions towards me, why would you still instigate me deliberately? Lin Xuanji asked, is it fun? It is fun, otherwise why would I want to tease you? Bai Yichen was not a bit ashamed to be exposed, rather he calmly stated, if it wasn't for the fact that you have a face that makes people want to tease you, then why would I continuously remain unrepentant each time I saw you? Lin Xuanji, he really wanted to curse someone. In his last life, he knew that Bai Yichen was not someone good, but in this life, he really has encountered something new. This person, in which way could he be compared to his family's Ahen's cuteness? Bai Yichen closed the topic, since he knew there were some things that should not be pushed too far and had to have discretion. Du Qing came as expected. Bai Yichen's lip curled into a sneer. But also, he was very generous to give the full down payment. It's a good thing he came to you. Lin Xuanji looked at the figure that Bai Yichen brought out. The money is yours, I don't want any of it. Bai Yichen raised his eyebrow, then I won't refuse to be polite. It will act as hush money and the fee for dealing with the aftermath. After approximately half a month, the magic treasure will be crafted. When that time comes, it will be the time of death for Du Qing. I won't bother you with the matter of crafting the magic treasure, I'll do it myself. Lin Xuanji said indifferently. Bai Yichen stared at Lin Xuanji for a moment and smiled. You are also not a good person. I never said I was a good person. What Du Qing owed him, he wanted to get it back with his own hands. Initially, Lin Xuanji thought of creating an opportunity himself, but what he didn't expect was for Du Qing, this moron, to take the initiative to deliver it to him. A magic treasure that could attract lightning, this is really a good gadget that could kill people soundlessly. Bai Yichen squeezed his bowl, since you already have a well thought out plan, then I will just sit back and enjoy the show. Within 3 days, Lin Yuro was brought to Profound Sky sect by the Lin family. Lin Xuanji went forth to welcome Lin Ruai and Madame Lin personally. The 3 of them all had masks of courtesy. Lin Ruai's expression was not too good. His daughter has done such a disappointing and face-losing matter. As a father, even when not in public, he could not raise his head. On the other hand, even though Lin Yufan never had any worthy accomplishments, Lin Yufan had never given Lin Ruai any trouble. When Lin Ruai saw Lin Xuanji, he sighed. This daughter has really been spoiled by me. I would like to say that I would absolutely not let her marry Du Qing. It is only that the love of parents for their children knows no bounds that she has ended up in this situation. This would be considered as the best outcome for her. Lin Xuanji swept his eyes over Lin Ruai and studied Lin Yuro, who had pretty makeup on as she stared at him in self-satisfaction and did not have any signs of repentance, before lightly stating, I had already given her a much better way out, but it was such a shame that she doesn't want it. If something happens in the future, it would be best if fourth uncle doesn't push the blame onto me. Lin Yuro could not help walking over to say sarcastically with a smile, young master worries too much. Once I, Lin Yuro, marries Du Qing, I would definitely never have any associations with you again. Whether I were to live or die, I will not ask you for anything. Madame Lin also gave Lin Xuanji a rather cold expression and hugged Lin Yuro in her bosom. You are getting married to young Peak Master Du and also having his child. Your future days will never be worse than in the Lin family, unlike those thankless wretches. All right, shut up, Lin Ruai angrily said, and Madame Lin then closed her mouth in embarrassment. Lin Xuanji did not pay attention to it and said to Lin Zeji, who also came, I still have other things to do, so please bring them up the mountain for me. Lin Zeji nodded and said to Lin Ruai and others, Uncle, Aunt, you can come with me. To enter the inner door, it requires an entrance token. Lin Xuanji quickly left on his sword, leaving only Lin Zeji to bring a few people up the mountain. On the mountain road, Madame Lin complained, the mountain road is so rugged and hard to walk, and this mountain top is so high. Why did young Peak Master do not send anyone to receive us? Does he even consider us as important? Chapter 365 Lin Zeji explained, only core disciples can enter this mountain by sword. At the moment, I'm only an inner door disciple, so I'm still not qualified. I'm really sorry to have put everyone to such inconvenience. Regardless when it was, Lin Zeji would always be polite, even if he was facing this family. Madame Lin's face didn't look good as she responded, even so my family's Yuro will be marrying him. In the future, Yuro will be Madame Young Peak Master, who will be of a somewhat higher status than a core disciple. If you neglect her today, she will settle scores with you later. Lin Zeji thought it funny. Aunt, Duqiang has said before that although he is willing to marry Yuro, she will not be his legitimate wife. She'll only be one of his concubines. Concubine. Madame Lin thought that she had misheard him. Lin Zeji nodded. It is true. What? Lin Ruai suddenly flew into a rage and clenched his fists. That Duqiang is pushing it too far. How could a member of the Lin family's main branch be a concubine? Lin Ruai halted and urged, come home with me now. People from the main branch of the Lin family will never be a concubine. Lin Yuro initially was also stunned by the word concubine, but before she could throw any tantrums, she was then shocked by her father's reactions. It was the same for Madame Lin as well. The two of them originally wanted to make a scene, but Lin Ruai's attitude remained very firm and refused to let Lin Yuro continue to climb up the mountain, so they panicked. Lin Yuro's face turned pale and her body was trembling. Lin Zeji also stopped to look at Lin Ruai's family. Young Master said earlier that if you all want to go back on your words now, he still can come forward and talk to Duqiang for you. Madame Lin's heart was in turmoil. When she heard Lin Xuanji's name, she immediately shouted angrily, why didn't he tell us before that she'll just be a concubine? Could it be that he is doing this on purpose to make us lose face? Lin Xuanji is now a man of status within the Profound Sky sect. If he were to put in a bit of effort, he could surely let Duqiang marry Yuro as his main wife. He definitely doesn't deserve to be the young master of the Lin family. Aunt can't say such words so casually. No one knew when exactly Lin Yufan had arrived, but he walked over with light steps. His face was as elegant and simple as a lotus, but it held a hint of mockery. Lin Yufan looked at the unappreciative Madame Lin and continued lightly, the young master has already given you the chance to make a choice. Not to mention, both Duqiang and he had always been enemies, so I'm afraid that there isn't much he can say in front of Duqiang. Even if there wasn't any deep hatred between them, why did Duqiang want to marry a woman whom he regards as trash that has delivered herself to his doorstep on her own accord? Madame Lin boiled with rage at the ugly words and pointed her finger at Lin Yufan. She then snapped at her, you son of a bitch, not only did you not help your sister, but you even dared to insult her. I'm only just telling the truth. Lin Yufan's eyes grew cold. Aunt, you are still so incompetent with your words. If I'm the son of a bitch, then what is my father? That's enough, all of you shut up. Lin Ruai was livid. He flicked his sleeve and said, all of you follow me down the mountain. It doesn't matter if you don't marry this Duqiang. Madame Lin couldn't help but to bury her face in her hands and wept bitterly. She cried out what kind of sin she had done to deserve this while hugging Lin Yuro, who was sobbing endlessly. On their way up the mountain, there had already been many people on the side who had been judging them. Lin Zeji felt ashamed and flustered, as he spoke to Lin Ruai, Uncle, if you really want to go down the mountain, then let's go now. I won't go. Lin Yuro suddenly opened her mouth and wiped her tears, as determination flickered across her eyes. She walked up to Lin Ruai, Dad, I have no choice now. Lin Xuanji bears grudges against me for being secretly unkind to him. If I were to return to the Lin house, things will definitely not turn out well for me. My cultivation path can't be cut off just like this. With Duqiang, even if I don't have the status of a main wife, I would think that he wouldn't cut me off from the cultivation resources within Profound Sky sect. What's more, Lin Yuro looked down at her belly and said heavily, the child in my belly is also considered a bargaining chip. Even if he won't pay attention to me, he has to look at my child. He will not mistreat the child. Lin Ruai stared at his daughter, who seemed to have changed, with mixed feelings. After a good long while, he finally heaved a long sigh. He did not know why the daughter, whom he had painstakingly worked so hard to raise, had turned out to be what she is today. However, he really did regret spoiling Lin Yuro so much. Glancing back at Lin Yufan, who had a cold, aloof expression, Lin Ruai suddenly felt a strong sense of defeat. He had basically lost two daughters. He really regretted how he had favored one over the other and how he had badly mistreated Lin Yufan back then, so that it had come to this. Forget it, what's done is done. Since this is Lin Yuro's choice, he, as a father, could only support her. At that moment, Lin Ruai seemed to have aged a lot. He then waved his hand. You walk down the road that you have chosen. I can't afford to lose this face, so I won't send you up the mountain. In the future, you will no longer have the Lin family's support. The distance between Qing City and Profound City is very far away, so your mother and I will be too far away to help you. If anything comes up, you should ask your sister or the other disciples in the Lin family for help. Lin Yuro's eyes couldn't help but redden. Even though the Lin family was no longer her patron, her parents would always be her parents. Dad, don't worry, your child will surely be successful someday. Lin Yuro murmured, holding back tears. To be successful, it's easier said than done. Lin Ruai sighed again. If you can take good care of yourself, that is more than enough already. With that, Lin Ruai turned and walked towards the foot of the mountain. Lin Yufan looked at the back of his father expressionlessly. The young master has already done all that he can. So I hope father won't hate him. Lin Ruai's figure froze momentarily before he nodded his head and continued to walk away. Speaking of which, the current situation of the Lin family was already very obvious. Although Madame Bai and Third Elder still had considerable authority within the family, but with the support of Fifth Elder and Lin Xuanji's own strength and charisma, it was enough for him to have the ability to command the Lin family. The Lin family had long since changed. In the end, they still went up the mountain. Lin Xuanji asked faintly while watering the flowers in his yard. Lin Zeji stood behind him and looked at his graceful and pleased movements. I went up the mountain with her. Lin Yuro was quite excited after seeing Du Qiang, but Du Qiang seemed to be somewhat impatient with her. After a pause, Lin Zeji sighed, I'm afraid Yuro's days after this will not be too good. Lin Xuanji placed the small watering can on a flower stand nearby. This is naturally so. Du Qiang's heart is only as big as a grain of rice. He couldn't even tolerate me back then. For a woman who had schemed to have his child, how would he be able to treat such a woman kindly? Lin Zeji didn't know how to answer, so he could only show a helpless expression. Lin Xuanji turned to look at Lin Zeji. In a few days, I will go to the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. When it comes to matters within the Lin family, if there is a need for decision-making, you will discuss and decide with Zontian. If it is not an urgent matter, then just wait for me to return. Lin Zeji could not help but frown. I heard that there is a huge problem in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. Apparently all who have entered the forest, none have returned. If young master were to go there right now, wouldn't you be putting yourself in danger? Lin Xuanji could not help but feel relieved that Lin Zeji looked genuinely worried for him. In the same clan, it was easy to use violence to make the other yield, but it was extremely difficult to make them accept you willingly. Fortunately, he was patient and Lin Zeji was a far-sighted and wise man. Otherwise, it would have been 100 times more difficult for him to be the young master of the Lin family than right now. Lin Xuanji said softly, I have a reason to go. Besides, the greater the danger, the more opportunities there will be. I will probably return in about 1.5 years' time. Lin Zeji couldn't help gasping, it will take 1.5 years' time. Lin Xuanji replied, just traveling back and forth alone, it would take almost 2 months. Profound City is on the east side of the East Continent while the Myriad Beasts demonic forest is on the west side of the West Continent. On top of that, the object that I'm searching for is located at the deepest part of the forest, so it'll be very difficult to find. I might just take up countless months to search for it. If that's the case, all in all, it would take up 1.5 years. Lin Zeji fixed his eyes on Lin Xuanji. These days, many cultivators of the East Continent are going to the Myriad Beasts demonic forest in search of 2 rare spiritual plants, in order to claim the reward offered by the Yuan family. Would these 2 spiritual plants be the reason you're going as well? Lin Xuanji nodded. Lin Zeji's admiration for Lin Xuanji grew. Young master is indeed a man who values friendships and righteousness. Lin Xuanji laughed. People should have several close friends. Lin Zeji was stunned and suddenly thought of his own childhood. Although he had many friends as he grew up, none of them would go to such great lengths for each other. Lin Zeji couldn't help but look at Lin Xuanji with some envy. Treat people honestly, and they will not deceive you. Lin Xuanji advised, you will eventually have close friends too. Lin Zeji nodded with much emotion, we'll see. I do hope I'd be lucky enough. After a pleasant conversation, Lin Zeji excused himself to leave. Lin Xuanji originally planned to enter closed-door seclusion to refine the lightning-attracting magic tool as soon as possible. However, the spiritual plants and grass-swallowing worms in the soul plate space had already matured and needed to be harvested urgently. Lin Xuanji then went to Broken Sword Peak to look for Yan Tianan to discuss with him. The moment Lin Xuanji stepped out of the misty forest, Yan Tianan's dark whip snapped straight at his face. Suddenly, Lin Xuanji lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his feet and evaded away lightly with a somersault like a flying feather. Esteemed Yu, who had been training Yan Tianan nearby, let out a sigh of regret. Lin Xuanji. Esteemed Yu walked over and rushed up to Lin Xuanji. You, boy, you've been coming in and out really smoothly recently. Lin Xuanji landed on the ground and greeted esteemed Yu with a half salute, all thanks to martial uncle going easy on me. If this magic array changes every day, I wouldn't be able to enter so easily. Esteemed Yu raised his eyebrows, you have some talent for illusion arrays. Why don't you stop following my old-fashioned senior martial brother and come learn arrays from me? Yan Tianan waved his hand to make the whip, which was made of yin qi and spiritual qi, disappear. He shouted dage and rushed towards Lin Xuanji. At the same time, he rolled his eyes at esteemed Yu, don't complain about martial uncle behind his back. Martial uncle has done his best for you. Chapter 366, Gifting a Peach ch 366 Gifting a Peach Tisk. Esteemed Yu touched his chin, I just want your dage to learn more. Speaking of which, what has my senior martial brother been teaching you? He doesn't cultivate the sword path, so he probably won't be able to give you any advice. Lin Xuanji thought for a moment, although master never taught me sword cultivation, he has given me many pointers. Esteemed Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Xuanji with distrustful eyes, when he takes in disciples, it's all just for fun and that includes you as well. Which disciple has he not left them to do whatever they like and also to practice on their own? Lin Xuanji answered with a smile, master will look for me to play chess and his strategies are very profound. After playing chess with him, I would always be enlightened. The things that I could never comprehend before, I'd always be able to understand afterwards. Esteemed Yu couldn't help but purse his lips and stared at Lin Xuanji suspiciously. Of all things that he could have taught you, he had to teach you tactics. Whenever you play a game of chess with him, how long do they last? Lin Xuanji replied, the first game lasted for 10 days while the second game lasted for 15 days. Esteemed Yu, so long ah, you are really too patient. Lin Xuanji nodded, I do think that it had dragged on for a little too long as well. However, unknowingly, time has always slipped by so quickly and even I didn't realize it. So it seems that martial uncle has played chess with master before. Esteemed Yu's face filled with fear and he waved his hand, let's not talk about it. That year, my senior martial brother told me that in order to develop my critical thinking, he insisted on getting me to play chess with him. In the end, I had been hopelessly defeated within an hour and he even scolded me for being careless and then punished me by going up the mountain to chop bamboo. You have never seen that kind of bamboo. Who knows how long those old bamboo shoots have lived for to have grown so scarily hard. Yan Tianan laughed, my dage can play chess with martial uncle for at least 10 days while you could only play for an hour. With one look, one can tell that you weren't putting in enough attention and wasn't serious about it. Martial uncle should be angry. What do you know? Esteemed Yu squinted his eyes at Yan Tianan, when regular people play chess with my senior martial brother, it would take no longer than the time for one wick of incense and a cup of tea, which is roughly about 2 to 4 hours. Back then, there were only just a few people who were able to play a game with my senior martial brother for more than 3 days, so. That's why esteemed Yu pointed his chin at Lin Xuanji, you boy, you're still very impressive. Even though he said that, esteemed Yu secretly muttered to himself, this boy could actually play chess with his senior martial brother for so long, which shows that he is a schemer with an unfathomable and unpredictable mind. His senior martial brother's mind was already unpredictable enough. For him to take a step, he would have foreseen 100 steps ahead. Even if this boy might not be as brilliant as his senior martial brother, he is definitely no worse off. If this was used against an enemy, it was definitely a good thing. He was afraid that it might be used on his stupidly tender and sweet Ah-hen. However, esteemed Yu watched Lin Xuanji coldly as he flirted with Yan Tianan, and he just wanted to roll his eyes. Lin Xuanji smiled and cupped Yan Tianan's little face, as he thought to himself, at any rate, I'm someone who has been involved with a soul plate for thousands of years. If I can't even last for 10 days to half a month with esteemed Lan Yu, then these thousands of years would have all been wasted. The soul plate was not only meant to craft, he was also knowledgeable and had numerous secret books. In the past, whenever Lin Xuanji was agitated from crafting, he would always sit and read some books. Martial uncle, Lin Xuanji asked, how did the shifting of the peach tree go? Speaking of the peach tree that esteemed Yu had dug up from the depths of Hunting Peak, he boiled with anger. That blasted tree, I painstakingly brought it back from the forest and even carried it all the way back here. Who knew that the peach tree couldn't last for 3 days? It had already withered, and no matter what I do, I just can't seem to save it. Also, I have no clue how it had been growing before, since it was actually so delicate. Lin Xuanji had naturally thought of this too, but he needed to find a reason to give those peaches to esteemed Yu without being suspected. Of course, esteemed Yu wouldn't have known that Lin Xuanji had done so much just to give him a peach. He could only pout and feel very sad for his peach. His expression looked exactly the same as when Yan Tianan was unhappy. Ever since he knew that esteemed Yu was most likely Ah-hen's father, Lin Xuanji would pay more attention in finding similarities between them whenever he saw esteemed Yu. The first glance did not matter, but the more he looked at them, the more he felt that their attitude was similar and even their temper was the same. It was just that the face of esteemed Yu was probably fake, while Yan Tianan's face, well, there was not much that needed to be said, especially when his original appearance was covered by cracks. So in terms of appearances, there were absolutely no similarities between these two people. Go find me some peaches, esteemed Yu demanded shamelessly. Yan Tianan felt it was ridiculous. Why should my dage look for it? Esteemed Yu went poker-faced. He and the peaches are fated. Previously, he found peaches for me, and now if he were to look for them again, he would surely be able to find them. Yan Tianan, that's not how fate works. That's some messed up logic. Lin Xuanji glanced lightly at esteemed Yu. The previous time, I found it by accident. This time, I can only try my luck, so I can't guarantee I can really find another one. Esteemed Yu nodded and waved his sleeve. Go ahead, go ahead. If you can't find the peaches, it's fine to search for some other fruit. This way, we can avoid you not returning at all, then I won't have anyone to compare notes with. Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, he really thought that Demon Venerable Yu Ming's character was not very good. You would definitely get beaten if you behaved like this. Although his mind was full of different scenarios, since esteemed Yu had spoken, Lin Xuanji could only take Yan Tianan along to Hunting Peak. Ling Chigu and Feng Jingyu soon appeared in front of them. Feng Jingyu stood on Ling Chigu's shoulder. Good thing this king hid well, so we wouldn't be discovered by that Yu guy. You two are really too much. Just to let him come to Hunting Peak to find the peach tree, although the peaches were really delicious. I don't know what kind of good fortune this Hunting Peak has to even produce such a lovely peach tree. Feng Jingyu had obviously eaten some peaches and gotten a lot of benefits from it. Just by talking about it, he could still taste the lingering aftertaste, so he couldn't help snapping his beak. It didn't matter to Ling Chigu, since he could not eat anything anyways. Not much luck to eat something delicious. Yan Tianan was speechless. Let's not talk about it. My master now wants Dage to find him another peach tree. Feng Jingyu tilted his head. It's better not to look for it. If another has been found, this Yu guy will definitely be mindful of past experience and not want to move the tree again. This way, he'll have to keep running here many times. Then sooner or later, Ling Chigu and I will be discovered by him. Yan Tianan nodded. We definitely can't keep searching for it anymore. Even if we do find it, we definitely can't tell him. Lin Xuanji interjected. It was already a miracle to find such a plant on this mountain. How could a second one be found so easily? If people were to know, wouldn't this mountain be dug up thoroughly? Feng Jingyu and Yan Tianan nodded in unison. When Ling Chigu saw this, he also silently moved his head a little. Feng Jingyu asked, when do you plan to travel to the myriad beast demonic forest? Lin Xuanji replied, in 20 days' time. Feng Jingyu looked at Ling Chigu, I think you will take Aji with you, so I can only follow you with great reluctance. Lin Xuanji stared at Feng Jingyu and did not speak for a while. Feng Jingyu exploded, why are you staring at this king like that for? It's creepy. Lin Xuanji said with profound meaning, I just didn't think you'd stop pretending that you don't know Ling Chigu. Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes, you've already seen through the facade. I'd just be a joke if I keep going at it. Yan Tianan looked as if he'd been enlightened. Mao, so you really know Aji before? Feng Jingyu hissed and slapped Ling Chigu on the ear, not only does this king and he know each other, but we also have deep connections with each other. What it is exactly, this king will not tell you the details for now. Ling Chigu turned his head and silently stared at Feng Jingyu with a pair of black eyes. Somehow, Yan Tianan could actually see some tenderness in Ling Chigu's usually cold eyes. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly, if you were to come with us, the odds will naturally be higher. Feng Jingyu said triumphantly, nonsense. When this king makes a move, we'll know if there is one there or not. Lin Xuanji asked, how is your cultivation recovery coming along? Feng Jingyu supported his head with his wings, it's almost recovered, but it's enough to deal with you. Lin Xuanji nodded, then I'm relieved. At least you won't hold us back when we enter the forest. Feng Jingyu. Soon, Feng Jingyu took Ling Chigu into the depths of the forest again, saying that he was going to collect today's loot. Yan Tianan took advantage of this time to enter Lin Xuanji's soul space. As soon as he entered, he could see a whole stretch of spiritual plants with various colors and forms. There were 2 acres of spiritual plants that had already matured. However, when it came to Yan Tianan's spiritual field, he had planted many high-grade spiritual plants that he had stolen from esteemed Yu's spiritual fields. Thus, there were a considerable number of them that were still in their growing period and couldn't be used for the time being. However, this was enough to surprise Yan Tianan. You have got to know that for these spiritual plants to be planted outside, some would need 1 or 2 decades to even 5 or 6 decades to mature. During the maturing period, if one were to be damaged, they would probably die instantly. Yan Tianan was overjoyed. However, when he was harvesting the spiritual herbs, he had accidentally woken up the slumbering grass-swallowing worms that were located underground. Not before long, the fat grass-swallowing worms turned up, one by one, to the surface. At first, Yan Tianan tried to count the total number of worms, but in the end, he had lost count. Yan Tianan was so scared that goosebumps rose all over his body. The densely packed grass-swallowing worms in the field made his scalp numb. Ah hen, what's the matter? Lin Xuanji had not entered, but he could use his voice to communicate with Yan Tianan through his mind. Yan Tianan couldn't help but rub his arms, isn't the number of grass-swallowing worms a bit too much? Chapter 367. Too horrible to look at. Lin Xuanji laughed, there are indeed plenty, so I want to take them out and sell them. Yan Tianan made an ah sound and said, then I'll put them in a storage bag and bring them out. Today, I'll sell them down the mountain. I can't stand so many of them. These white and fat worms were springing up and down in the black soil, and looking at them made Yan Tianan feel pins and needles over his body. Lin Xuanji answered, okay. Yan Tianan, who originally wanted to harvest spiritual plants, estimated the number of grass-swallowing worms and decided to pack them first. So many grass-swallowing worms were completely beyond the capacity of this field, and their number of offspring kept multiplying. The space's spiritual field could not afford them at all. Although grass-swallowing worms only ate weeds, they couldn't see the weeds now. Who knows if they'll eat the spiritual plants on a whim one day? Considering this, Yan Tianan couldn't help but feel a little heartache in advance and quickly began to catch the grass-swallowing worms. A little while later, Yan Tianan caught a bag full of grass-swallowing worms. Seeing that the number of grass-swallowing worms in the spiritual planting field had reduced to only 6 per field, he left the space contentedly. Before long, Feng Jingyu and Ling Chigu came back with their spoils. While they were on the hunting peak, Ling Chigu had hunted a lot of demonic beasts and absorbed their residual cultivation and yin qi inside their bodies. Therefore, his yin qi appeared heavier, but his cultivation had also greatly increased at the same time. The most important thing was that Ling Chigu, who once had some incoordinated limbs, became completely flexible now. If it weren't for Ling Chigu's inability to speak in a pair of irises that were pure black, he could pass off as an ordinary person. Yan Tianan noticed and was very excited. Feng Jingyu gave Lin Xuanji several small demonic beasts in their cores. I'm really tired of this mountain. It's all low-level demonic beasts here, and even the beast core is only so small. It's not enough to pick with my teeth. It's useless for me to eat this stuff, so I might as well have you use it. Lin Xuanji took these demonic beasts and their cores to craft a magic weapon one day. They could also absorb the power inside. Although Feng Jingyu looked down on it, this was a good thing for human cultivators. Not all demonic beasts could condense a core. Yan Tianan was thoughtful. It seems if you want something, you have to go to a special training place. Lin Xuanji replied, indeed, the location chosen by a sect is always the safest place. Even if there are demonic beasts here, they won't be too strong. This is the difference between the 9 lands and the 5 continents. Feng Jingyu explained, if it were placed in the 9 lands, you rabbits who grow up in sheltered homes would have died many times. There are numerous sects in the 9 lands. Most of them are located in ancient ruins, battlefields, or places with good fortune, most of which are not safe. The sects of the 5 continents are in contrast to that. Feng Jingyu scornfully replied, accidents happen when accidents happen. A sect is not the place to raise children. Besides, there are so many cultivators in the 9 lands. If one is dead, they'll be replaced by another, so the sects aren't afraid of collapsing from lack of people. Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan felt that he had more goosebumps. 9 lands, what a terrible place that is. Human life is too cheap. Yan Tianan couldn't help thinking. Feng Jingyu laughed, there are also valuable ones, such as yours. If you reach the 9 lands this time, you'll definitely find that the price on your life is the highest on the reward list, and it's been like that for many years. It's estimated that no matter how many years pass, as long as there are no big criminals and evil people who could destroy heaven and earth, your ranking will continue to transcend far ahead. Yan Tianan, should he feel honored? Lin Xuanji gave Feng Jingyu a dissatisfied look, what are you doing scaring Ah Hen? Even if Ah Hen goes to the 9 lands now, no one knows who he is. Feng Jingyu replied, that's hard to say. Ah Hen's face is very distinctive. If you let knowledgeable people see it, they will know instantly that his body has a seal array that is opposite to his attributes. In addition, they could tell that he ate supplementary pills and that the Tao attainment of the person who sealed him is extremely high. Naturally, it will attract the attention of others. Thus, could his identity really be too hard to find? What you said is quite reasonable. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly and thought deeply. It seems that the toxin and array in Ah Hen's body needs to be solved as soon as possible. He had already found the heart blood of someone with pure yang energy. Then he had to find several other things that had enough yang energy, so it could replace the array and pill, as well as stabilize the vigorous yin qi in Yan Tianan's body. However, the pill was easy to deal with. It was the array that Lin Xuanji felt was a little tricky. In order to untie the knot, the person who did it must untie it himself. Feng Jingyu said with profound meaning, you won't be able to solve it completely even if you tried, you will still have to wait until he goes to the 9 lands, finds his dad whom we don't even know whether he's alive or dead, and locate his other unlucky father too. It's better to solve the array in his body together. Yan Tianan couldn't help but click his tongue, the two of them are needed to undo the seal. Feng Jingyu nodded, do you really think that you, the son of a divine devil who has been carrying yin qi since birth, could be sealed so thoroughly by Yu Ming alone? Yu Ming has the ability, but his own attribute is yin, so sealing will make things even worse for you. Back then, when he asked me to find someone to help seal you, he also asked that person to have sufficient skill and a strict mouth. After thinking about it, I decided to find Yan Zhonghua to do it. It's just that at that time that Yu Ming and Yan Zhonghua were fighting fiercely. If Yan Zhonghua had appeared in front of Yu Ming would have slapped me to death. Therefore, Yan Zhonghua disguised himself. Yan Tianan didn't know how to make complaints about these two people. He had a feeling that the two men had made things very complicated. However, Yan Tianan was also willing to listen to their past. After all, he needed to learn from them so that he and his Dage could resolutely avoid following their ways. Lin Xuanji asked, Yan Zhonghua didn't take the chance to bring Ah Hen back. According to what was pointed out to him, it was Yan Zhonghua's killing order that led Yu Ming to flee with Yan Tianan. If Yan Zhonghua found Ah Hen, how could he let him go so easily? Feng Jingyu sighed, I can tell that you've never been a father. How can a father easily kill his own child? I don't know how the killing order was issued at the beginning, but Yan Zhonghua's temperament wasn't like a person who could be ruthless to his own child. He sealed Ah Hen and left without saying a word. Yan Tianan asked, "What's his character like?" Feng Jingyu was silent for a moment, then said, "Yan Zhonghua, how can I say it? It's not easy to describe." Yan Tianan was curious, "What do you mean it's not easy?" Feng Jingyu coughed softly. Although he is a little old-fashioned and conservative in his work, he's a really decent and jade-like young master of a corrupt world. He is kind, upright, honest and a gentleman bitch. Anyways, all the good words you can think of can be used on him. Yan Tianan was dumbfounded. Lin Xuanji also felt it was a bit strange. Feng Jingyu now thought it was quite a mystery. Such a good man. I don't know many people like him. Although I have a good relationship with Yu Ming, I still feel that Yan Zhonghua definitely lost a lot when he married Yu Ming. Feng Jingyu was saddened and continued, Yan Zhonghua could have gone with the wind his whole life, married a proper monarch of the 9 lands, and had a normal baby, reigning as the supreme emperor of the royal heavenly capital, but he just had to be enchanted by Yu Ming, this great devil who loved a world in chaos. Look at him, now he has lost his throne of emperor, his wife has run away, and his son has been gifted to someone else. He became the joke of the 9 lands. How miserable it is. Yan Tianan listened, but his heart didn't feel very pleasant. He said, "When you put it like that, it's really miserable." Not only was it miserable, but it could also be said to be too horrible to look at. Feng Jingyu nodded heavily, full of sympathy. Sometimes, I can't help but feel sad for Yan Zhonghua. He is such a good person, but he is blind as hell. He was fooled by Yu Ming who knows how many times and he doesn't know how to repent. Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji, the hell was fooled who knows how many times? Yan Tianan suddenly thought of something. When Yu Ming was in the 9 lands, was his name Yu Ming? Feng Jingyu nodded. Yes, his master used to say that the name wasn't good, but he wouldn't change it no matter what. What's his senior martial brother's name? Yan Tianan asked again. His senior martial brother is called. Feng Jingyu suddenly stopped talking. He squinted suspiciously at Yan Tianan. How do you know he has a senior martial brother? Yan Tianan, he couldn't say that esteemed Yu's disguise had been exposed, could he? Yan Tianan responded quickly, you said it before. Feng Jingyu asked doubtfully, did I say that? Why don't I remember? Lin Xuanji mediated the situation, maybe Uncle Mo said it. Feng Jingyu inwardly thought that it really wasn't because of his big mouth. He rolled his eyes, that old fox, how could he say everything? Yan Tianan somewhat awkwardly apologized to Su Mo in his heart. He also didn't mean to let Su Mo take the blame, but he was afraid that once Feng Jingyu knew esteemed Yu was demon venerable Yu Ming, Feng Jingyu would then excitedly and accidentally expose the fact that Yan Tianan already knew he was Yu Ming. Yan Tianan still didn't want to have any development beyond the master and disciple relationship with esteemed Yu, although it was strange to say so. Feng Jingyu showed that he was unwilling to mention the people in the 9 lands. He subtly ridiculed Yu Ming in front of Yan Tianan and left it at that. Yu, who was eating fruit in the forest, sneezed several times in succession. He couldn't help touching his chin, and his eyes rolled. Bitch it, who dares speak ill of Laozi behind his back without fear of death? Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji naturally returned empty-handed. However, esteemed Yu hadn't held much hope. Just as Lin Xuanji thought, they couldn't find a peach tree by chance. If they found a peach tree one after another, it was clear that there was a problem. Chapter 368. Newest breed. Esteemed Yu was not disappointed either, but said, since the date for you to go to the myriad beasts demonic forest has been fixed, you should not meet again for this period of time. Each of you should work hard to improve in his own peak. If Ah Hen can't increase his cultivation to the 2nd layer of the hardened body stage, then you may not go. Yan Tianan was dumbfounded and thought he had misheard. In just over 10 days, you want me to reach the 2nd layer of the hardened body stage? Master, I think you have some misunderstanding about me. Was he a genius even more formidable than Lin Xuanji in his master's eyes? Esteemed Yu sneered, don't think I don't know what you're doing in the back mountain every day. I know everything that happens here. You really think I wouldn't know if there was an extra corpse puppet for no reason? The expression on Yan Tianan's face couldn't be maintained, and he looked embarrassed. Since you know, why did you pretend to know nothing? Esteemed Yu casually answered, if not for the sake of your little rabbit's face, or for this master's magnanimity and open-mindedness, I would have thrown you and that corpse puppet out together from the mountain. Look at you, unexpectedly daring to raise a corpse puppet in profound sky sect. Isn't this asking for death? Yan Tianan curled his lips and thought to himself, obviously you asked me to make a corpse puppet and sent me a poison GU, but now you pretend you don't know anything. Esteemed Yu continued, why? Are you still unconvinced? Yan Tianan shook his head hurriedly, no, no. Lin Xuanji looked at the two men, who went back and forth with you lied to me, I lied to you, yet both of them thought they had fooled each other. He couldn't help but find it a little funny. Esteemed Yu said coolly, if you can't increase your cultivation to the second layer of hardened body stage with the assistance of the yin corpse, you'd better beat yourself to death with a piece of tofu. Yan Tianan stuck his tongue out at Esteemed Yu and stopped pretending to be stupid. I know, Lin Xuanji piped up, in that case, I will not disturb Ah Hen's practice anymore. I will come back to find Ah Hen 20 days later. Esteemed Yu waved his hand, go, go. Lin Xuanji left Broken Sword Peak under Yan Tianan's reluctant gaze. He flew directly to the foot of the mountain and took the storage bag that Yan Tianan had handed to him beforehand. Although grass-swallowing worms were good things, specifically for spiritual herb fields, they were not pills after all. In order to ensure the purity of Pill Heart Pavilion, Lin Xuanji took the grass-swallowing worms to Yin Yang Studio where spiritual herbs and materials mixed. The shopkeeper of Yin Yang Studio was a young man brought over by Qing Zhu. He was called Qin Shuang. Although he looked very young, he was very serious and had a lot of experience in doing things. With Yin Yang Studio in his hands, the shop soon got on the right track. Qin Shuang saw Lin Xuanji with a somewhat surprised smile on his face. Master, I haven't seen you for a long time. Qin Shuang came over and said with a smile. Lin Xuanji also smiled faintly, although I don't come often, I can bring you some surprises every time I come. Qin Shuang recognized the grass-swallowing worms and said in surprise, these are grass-swallowing worms. But they're so big, I've never seen a grass-swallowing worm as big as a palm. Lin Xuanji smiled mysteriously, with the help of experts, a new breed has been cultivated. Qin Shuang was also very knowledgeable. He sucked in a breath, this new breed is really awesome. Lin Xuanji put the hundreds of grass-swallowing worms into more than 50 jars in turn, emptying all of the grass-swallowing worms in the storage bag. Qin Shuang's eyes were already staring straight at the grass-swallowing worms that were springing up and down inside the jar. Master, are you sure these grass-swallowing worms aren't for baking? Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh. He remembered that Yan Tianan once coveted grass-swallowing worms and said, I don't know if it's delicious, but it's very effective. Qin Shuang raised his eyebrows, is there anything special about it? Lin Xuanji said, not only is its lifespan longer than that of ordinary grass-swallowing worms, but the speed of eating weeds is also several times better than ordinary ones. You can try this yourself and make sure. Qin Shuang's eyes shook slightly, already eager to try. Holding a jar in his arms, he said with some impatience, Master, I'll try it for a period of time and give you the result when I have a specific evaluation. Lin Xuanji nodded, how to fix the price is up to you. In addition, you don't have to sell all of these grass-swallowing worms. Leave 10 pairs to use in your own spiritual herb field. They are all equally male and female. Perhaps after a period of time, they can also produce small grass-swallowing worms. I know. Qin Shuang nodded repeatedly. Lin Xuanji picked up 5 more jars and said, I have to go to the Yuan family's spiritual herb shop, so I won't say too much anymore. Lin Xuanji then came to the Yuan family's spiritual herb shop and handed the 5 jars to the shopkeeper who had previously sold the worms to him. At the sight of these grass-swallowing worms, the shopkeeper's face was full of surprise and he couldn't close his mouth. He had lived for so many years. How could he have ever seen such strong and stout grass-swallowing worms? Even, he could see the rows of teeth finely broken inside the mouth of the grass-swallowing worms. The shopkeeper's eyes were almost bulging out. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly, these grass-swallowing worms are the new varieties from the worms that you gave me before. I haven't used them much yet. Shopkeeper might as well give them a try and see how effective they are. The shopkeeper's eyes were bright as he looked at Lin Xuanji with burning eyes, how did you cultivate it? Lin Xuanji smiled but said nothing. Knowing that he had crossed the line, the shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then said, well, if it works, I'll give you this credit. Lin Xuanji replied, thank you very much. After leaving Yuan family's spiritual herb shop, Lin Xuanji walked leisurely up the mountain. After returning, Lin Xuanji began his closed-door seclusion. On one hand, he was refining the lightning-inducing magic tool. On the other, he was also refining some magic weapons to prepare for entering the myriad beasts' demonic forest. In addition to him, Yuan Tianwen and Duan Yuyong were also making full preparations. Duan Yuyong's cultivation was not high, but fortunately when refining talismans, the requirement for cultivation was not as high as other Taoist methods. In addition, with the Yuan family's deep pockets, Duan Yuyong could acquire the most superior talisman papers and cinnabar blood, which was why his ability to refine talismans was very good. Even the level of them was rising. Meanwhile, Yuan Tianwen cultivated the butterfly transformation dual cultivation method of the Yuan family. Since he was able to practice dual cultivation with Duan Yuyong, it was like he was skipping through the levels easily. After a day of cultivating, his cultivation ascended to the peak of the third layer of hardened body stage. Now, he could level up to the primary realm at any time. However, Duan Yuyong and Su Mo both believed that Yuan Tianwen's cultivation needed to be suppressed for some time, so Yuan Tianwen deliberately restrained himself. Half a month later, Du Qiang got the magic treasure to attract thunder from Tongla. The magic treasure's appearance was in the shape of a bagua mirror, which couldn't be seen through from the outside. Spiritual qi couldn't be detected, nor could one feel any spiritual qi related to the thunder element in it. This made Du Qiang doubtful. Does this thing really work? Du Qiang asked Tongla suspiciously. Tongla smiled. The craftsman said it'll work, but whether it was efficient or not depended on trying it out in person. However, this is an auxiliary device. Even if it was useless, it would not do any harm to the body. Du Qiang looked at the magic treasure over and over again, unsure. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'll give it a try first. If I can really attract lightning, then I'll give you the rest of the money after my cultivation increases. If it's useless." "Ha," Du Qiang sneered. Tongla said with some embarrassment, "Brother Du, I thought we agreed to deliver the goods in one hand and pay half the deposit in the other." Du Qiang answered, "I have already given a sum of money before. Who knows if it doesn't work? If it doesn't, wouldn't my millions of gold be wasted?" Tongla also wanted to say something, but Du Qiang waved it off. "You deal with this matter yourself. I'll go into closed-door seclusion now. Don't disturb me." After Du Qiang finished, he proudly took the thunder-inducing magic tool and walked towards his cultivation room at Broken Sword Peak. Tongla called after him for a few words, but received no response from the other party. Tongla couldn't help but curl his mouth in a sneer, muttering in a low voice, "I don't believe that you can really come out alive. Just treat the money as fees for buying your coffin." Tongla was about to leave Broken Sword Peak when he turned around and saw Lin Xuanji, dressed in white and standing not too far away. Tong Li's body froze. Then he walked towards Lin Xuanji. "Gentleman Lin," Tongla greeted, "I have already given him the magic tool. He will die before long." Lin Xuanji looked at him lightly. "Who told you I want his life?" Tongla was stunned. "Don't you want to make use of such a good opportunity?" Lin Xuanji secretly thought, Tongla was really a ruthless person. He would even kill the person by his pillow if he had the chance. While saying it, his expression actually didn't change and his heart didn't jump. Lin Xuanji narrowed his eyes slightly. "Don't you have any attachments to Du Qiang?" Tongla obviously didn't expect Lin Xuanji to ask him such a question. He paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. "I know you definitely think I'm not a good person and have a vicious mind, but Du Qiang and I are only in a mutually beneficial relationship. Moreover, my relationship with him was initially forced by him. How could I have any feelings for him? He also urged me to lay hands on you before." Lin Xuanji didn't seem to believe it. Tongla thought for a moment and continued, "I have another secret to tell you. At the beginning, you were the prime cultivator in Profound Sky Sect. Your limelight was unparalleled for a while. By all reason, no one should have been able to backstab you without being held accountable and also force you down the mountain in a hurry. At that time, I had the same scruples and was afraid to do anything to you. But then a single sentence from Du Qiang reassured me." Lin Xuanji looked at him. "What did he say?" A dim light flashed through Tong Li's eyes as he admitted, "He said Zhang Chenzi is his father." Chapter 369. Magic Treasure to attract lightning. There was no change in Lin Xuanji's expression. He thought in his heart, so it was like this. Only in this way could it make sense why Duking could do as he pleased in Profound Sky Sect and why Taoist Yi Dao suddenly changed his bargaining chip and laid heavy treasures on Duking, who was far inferior to him. Lin Xuanji nodded. This secret is useful. At the very least, knowing who his greatest enemy was also a turn for the better. He'd be wary of Zhang Chenzi now and would have a better chance of winning. Tongla smiled. I also know where Duking put your Zij. But even if I don't help you find it, you should have a way to resonate with your sword. Lin Xuanji said, it'll be more quite convenient to find with your help. He did not tell Tongla that the degree of agreement between him and Zij was not as high as rumors outside believed. The reason why he'd never drawn Zij was not because he was afraid of killing and had compassion, but because he didn't even know whether the consequences of drawing Zij out would be something he could control. That's right, although Zij was his sword and they could sense each other due to being master and spirit by contract, he had not been able to completely conquer it for so many years. Zij came from a very cold place in the north of the North Continent. There were sword makers who sacrificed their lives for the sword. Its birth was accompanied by blood and ice. With a character so fierce and a murderous aura so high, it was extremely difficult to tame. When Lin Xuanji first grasped the sword, he knew it could not be drawn out easily. Otherwise, it could easily lead to the destruction of heaven and earth, or even bite back at its owner. Between him and Zij, they were always taming and balancing each other out. Their tacit understanding was almost zero except when they killed an enemy together. Since Zij left Lin Xuanji, there was a feeling of freedom from it. How could Zij let Lin Xuanji find it easily? Duking hid Zij very well. If it weren't for him deeply trusting Tongla, it would have taken some time to dig Zij out with Lin Xuanji's ability alone. Since Tongla was willing to do the work for him, why not? Tongla showed some spirit. I'll go to Duking's room now and find Zij. However, do you know if Duking will die or survive and when would the results show? Lin Xuanji looked at the closed chamber. In less than 3 days, he will definitely have problems. Tongla narrowed his eyes. If he said that within 3 days, Duking may find something wrong with the thunder-inducing device. Tongla was also a craftsman, and experts didn't speak in layman's words. Don't tell me, young Master Lin, that you could really forge a magic treasure that could attract thunder from the sky. Since we are all colleagues, I naturally do not need to deceive you. Lin Xuanji said lightly, I crafted it, so naturally, it couldn't be a magic treasure to attract thunder. Attempting to attract divine lightning from the heavens will reduce one's luck and fortune. Even if he could craft it, it was absolutely impossible to refine it just to retaliate against Duking. Tongla asked suspiciously, then what exactly did you craft? I see. In this array, Duking would be attracted by the vision and coupled with some special attributes of the magic treasure itself, it would eventually lead Duking to suffer a chi deviation. This would easily ruin his cultivation. It was just that only Lin Xuanji could think of adding an array in a magic treasure to confuse its user. Even if Tongla could think of this, he wouldn't be able to really refine an illusion array and perfectly integrate it in the magic treasure without any noticeable flaws. I didn't expect that you could also create illusion arrays. Tongla said in a complicated mood. It's just a small trick that's not worth mentioning. Lin Xuanji casually remarked. Tong Li's face changed a few times, and his heart sank. He felt regretful for having hurt Lin Xuanji secretly. Lin Xuanji was a cultivator who was proficient in many aspects of Dao. If he had known this earlier, he would have never opposed Lin Xuanji in any way. He even tried to put himself in a higher position in front of Lin Xuanji. How ridiculous! Fortunately, he stopped at the precipice and repented in time. Even if Lin Xuanji wanted to retaliate against him, he wouldn't directly set a trap the way he did with Duking to get to him. Within the secret chamber, Duking's eyes were fixed on the 2 magic treasures in front of him. One was used to gather spiritual chi and improve one's cultivation, while the other was used to attract anomalies of heaven and earth and induce lightning and thunder to hover above, but it wouldn't really strike down. If he first improved his cultivation and waited until he was about to break through, he would activate this magic treasure to attract lightning. I think this anomaly will resound all over the world, attracting the attention of the whole Profound Sky sect. Duking fantasized about the glory and praise he would receive in the near future, and couldn't wait to start cultivating. The magic treasure for gathering spiritual chi was a treasure tool. As soon as it was opened, Duking felt the overwhelming and powerful spiritual chi. He greedily collected the spiritual chi into his body, feeling his meridians fill with it as he constantly circulated the spiritual chi around. He wanted to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. 2 hours passed, then 4 hours went by. Duqiang gradually felt that he was close to a breakthrough and flicked out a drop of blood to activate the magic treasure to attract lightning. He saw that the magic treasure exploded suddenly. Duqiang's ear was full of thunder, far and near, and in his sight, it felt as if there actually were wisps of lightning flashing in front of him. Duqiang's heart beat faster and it almost jumped out of his throat. Ah! Duqiang roared. The capacity in his Dantian Chi rapidly expanded to an incredible extent. Duqiang heard an explosive blast from his body and found that the size of his Dantian had been doubled. Duqiang was ecstatic. He broke through the third layer of the hardened body stage and entered primary realm in the blink of an eye. The sound of thunder grew louder and louder. At first, Duqiang felt happy, however, after a long time, he actually felt a thunderbolt crackling and banging over his head. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. Duqiang shuddered like he'd been shocked. He released a cry and realized something was wrong. Quickly, he reached for the lightning-inducing magic treasure. However, was this magic treasure something that would deactivate whenever he wished? Boom! Ye boom! Duqiang's face was pale with fright. He rushed up and dodged, holding his head as he rolled to the corner of the secret chamber. But the lightning followed after him, sticking to him persistently. No matter where he went, it followed him everywhere and Duqiang was scared shitless. Go away, don't follow me, Duqiang shouted. He threw palm gestures toward the sky several times, and the secret chamber's stone ceiling was smashed everywhere by the fierce spiritual chi from the palm strikes. Duqiang roared and sent out more palm strikes toward the sky. However, the lightning was able to penetrate his attacks without being affected and struck his head again and again. What he didn't know was that there was actually no lightning above him, and it was still the previous roof. Duqiang was shivering and was struck by the lightning so many times that his heart became cold, but this was not the most important thing. Don't come again. Duqiang found that, in addition to the lightning-inducing magic treasure, the other one that gathers spiritual chi was also out of order. It kept gathering the spiritual chi of the entire profound sky sect into his body, and wouldn't stop at all. However, there was a fixed amount of spiritual chi that could be accommodated in one's Dantian Chi. After all, when the moon was full, it would wane. When the water was full, it would overflow, and right now, the amount of spiritual chi was too much. Duqiang also didn't know whether he should avoid the lightning first, or manage the flow of spiritual chi that was cramming into his body non-stop. Duqiang's face was red, and his skin was shaking violently because of the impact of too much spiritual chi. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin white and red, and his eyes were almost protruding out of its socket, like a precursor of someone being possessed, about to suffer a chi deviation. Then a loud bang was heard as the entire chamber, which was placed on a remote mountain with sufficient spiritual chi, was completely blown to pieces. Among the pieces of stone and wood chips, Duqiang prostrated on the ground, limbs twitching and mouth vomiting blood. Clearly, his Dantian Chi had been completely destroyed. Duqiang was in an extremely sorry state. The explosion here wouldn't attract too much attention. After all, the movement wasn't too big. Duqiang wanted to activate the voice transmission talisman that had been thrown out of his storage bag and asked Zhang Chenzi for help. However, just as his trembling hand reached out for it, the storage bag was pinched by a clean and white hand that looked like a slender onion. Senior Marshal Brother Du, how do you feel? A light voice emerged from Lin Xuanji's mouth, and he seemed to Duqiang like a ghostly minister from the afterlife collecting souls. Duqiang's mind was all broken. He stared at Lin Xuanji incredulously. It was you. Lin Xuanji looked calm, neither sad nor happy. What about me? It's just a matter of treating others the same way they treated you. How do you feel about this unstoppable lightning? And what is it like when your Dantian Chi is destroyed? Duqiang trembled all over. No one knew whether it was from pain or anger. Lin Xuanji touched the sword on his waist. Duqiang vomited another mouthful of blood and crawled back in fear. Don't kill me, I'm already a useless man. Don't kill me. Lin Xuanji's fingers gently rubbed against the hilt of his sword. Kill you and dirty my hands. I just want you to know that if you do many wrong and unjust things, you will destroy yourself. Heaven is watching people's actions. Karmic retribution doesn't feel good, does it? Duqiang wept bitterly as if he regretted what he'd done. It was all my obsession, my jealousy. I couldn't accept that you were better than me. For the sake of being once under the same master, please let me go. Du Qiang curled up, then thought of something. He hurriedly added, I also married your sister. A concubine. Lin Xuanji curled his lips. Not a concubine, not a concubine, Du Qiang shivered. When I go back, I'll promote her to be my main wife. I swear, I promise. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Once upon a time, Du Qiang, who was a romantic and handsome man, but he actually turned into this sorry mess. Truly, destiny makes fools of people. How could he not hate Du Qiang? The tragedy of his last life was caused by Du Qiang. His luck and fortune had been on the decline ever since he was secretly harmed by Du Qiang in Yunxi Grotto Heaven. Chapter 370. Zij returns to its rightful place after experiencing numerous ups and downs, undergoing hardships, and witnessing the joys and sorrows of the world throughout his 1,000 years of loneliness and remorse. Lin Xuanji finally stood here again to reverse his distorted life. Lin Xuanji's heart was very calm. He raised his hand and created a contract in Du Qiang's body. He sternly enunciated each word. Du Qiang, the reason I won't kill you today is not because of kindness or for the sake of anyone's face, but because I want you to also experience the pain of dragging this broken body along as you fall into the mud and become an ant or a speck of dust for people to trample on from now on. If you dare to act recklessly and reveal even a word about me, the contract in your body will torture you to the point where you'll wish you were dead, powerless to live yet unable to die. Du Qiang was greatly shocked at once, but he kowtowed repeatedly. I understand, I absolutely dare not reveal even half a word about you again, and I definitely dare not retaliate against you. Lin Xuanji looked at his battered and exhausted appearance, paused for a moment, then turned and flew away without being stained with even a speck of dust. In reality, Lin Xuanji's fake lightning-inducing magic treasure would only throw Du Qiang's state of mind into disorder and cause him to suffer a chi deviation. However, persisting in evil brings about self-destruction. The spiritual chi-gathering magic treasure that Zhang Chenzi asked Du Qiang to give to esteemed Qing Yun had actually been tampered with. Once it starts to operate, it will not stop until the person's Dantian Qi has been completely filled to the bursting point. Not only did Du Qiang secretly keep it for himself, but he also used it together with the lightning-inducing magic treasure, which resulted in his current state. He truly reaped what he had sown and dug his own grave. Du Qiang gnashed his teeth in dark hatred. His eyes were red and bloody. He smashed his fist hard on the ground several times, fuming through gritted teeth. Lin Xuanji, even if I die, I will drag you down. As long as he told his father, Zhang Chenzi, about the incident. When Zhang Chenzi leaves secluded cultivation, he certainly won't let Lin Xuanji off lightly. However, just as Du Qiang was holding the voice transmission talisman and preparing to crush it, his hand was heavily whipped by a silver gray whip carrying cold and yin qi. Du Qiang cried out in pain as he watched his right hand, which was still holding the voice transmission talisman, separate from his arm. I'm different from my Dage. He likes to leave a way out for people, but I prefer to destroy the grass at its roots and eliminate all future troubles. Yan Tianan stood behind Du Qiang, a strange smile on his ghastly face. He held a whip that ordinary people couldn't handle at all in his hands as he leisurely spoke. Du Qiang, did you think such a day would come when you backstabbed my Dage back then? Du Qiang gazed at Yan Tianan in extreme horror and felt that this person was like a malicious specter that crawled out of hell. Who are you? Du Qiang shivered uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even remember who Yan Tianan was right now. Yan Tianan blinked and answered somewhat wittily and innocently, the person who wants your life. My Dage didn't want to dirty his hands, so I will dispose of future troubles for him. Don't remember the wrong person on your way to the Yellow Springs now. Once he finished saying that, Yan Tianan whipped down once and broke Du Qiang's entire neck. This wasn't the first time he killed someone, but it was the first time he took the initiative to kill someone. But Yan Tianan didn't think he had done anything wrong. Yan Tianan's eyes were slightly cold. A moment later, he squatted down and pulled out the voice transmission talisman that had been held in the severed hand. With a slight pinch, the talisman turned to ashes and disappeared with the wind. My Dage was kind enough to let you live. It's fine if you simply waited for death obediently, but you just had to put on and act right before you died and wanted to secretly harm my Dage. Yan Tianan commented with a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude, so I had no choice but to use you as practice. It seems that the skills from this 18 hells of the underworld are extremely powerful. Yan Tianan dug out a lot of gold from the inside and shoved them relentlessly into his own storage bag. However, he didn't touch any of the magic treasures or medicinal pills inside. Magic treasures could easily expose the original owner's identity. As for these medicinal pills, their grades weren't even as high as those he refined. Yan Tianan naturally didn't put them in his eyes. Yan Tianan couldn't help exclaiming that Du Qiang really did have deep pockets. He put away the gold, threw aside the storage bag, and walked towards the mountaintop while playfully twisting the whip around his finger. As for Lin Xuanji, he sensed that Du Qiang was dead not long after Lin Xuanji left him. He paused and Tongla, who was beside him, asked, "What's the matter?" Lin Xuanji shook his head, "Nothing. It didn't matter who killed Du Qiang. He also didn't care whether Du Qiang was alive or dead. It seems that Du Qiang had offended many people." Tongla pointed to the front. "That's where Du Qiang hid the sword. Originally, he placed the Zij sword directly in the house, but later he felt that it wasn't secure enough, so he especially found a cave. During ordinary times, he would even take out the Zij sword to play with it, or let me study how to forge and upgrade Zij anew." At this point, the two had already reached the location where the Zij sword was hidden. Tongla continued, "The Zij sword is full of malice. If it wasn't absolutely essential, I would never touch it." In the previous life, Tongla used his body to nourish the sword and exhausted half of his cultivation to finally completely wipe away all the imprints that Lin Xuanji left on the Zij sword. Doubtlessly, it was because Du Qiang forced him to. Most craftsmen had self-awareness. They wouldn't casually tamper with magic treasures of high grades, or else they might easily encounter a backlash. Lin Xuanji spoke, "I'll take out the sword." Tongla nodded, "Please." Lin Xuanji entered the cave and sensed the Zij sword's aura after taking only a few steps. Clear, sharp, heartless, and with some inexplicable compassion for the fate of mankind, this was indeed Zij all right. Lin Xuanji raised his hand and waited for the Zij sword to fly into his hand. The Zij sword didn't seem very happy at first, but Lin Xuanji stood motionless not far away from it and his eyes were somewhat cold. Zij soon admitted defeat. A longsword with a pure black scabbard hummed a few times as it flew into Lin Xuanji's hands. The Zij sword returned to its rightful place. Lin Xuanji grasped the sword that he was most familiar with. From the moment he left Profound Sky Sect in his previous life until this instant in this lifetime, it was the first time that Lin Xuanji held the Zij sword again. Lin Xuanji could no longer figure out what the Zij sword was to him, but he knew that as long as he was alive, he would not allow the Zij sword to fall into others' hands. Even if he died, he would surely have the Zij sword buried with him for no reason other than the fact that the Zij sword was a double-edged sword that could both destroy and create the world with a single swing, so he would never let the Zij sword do whatever it wants. The Zij sword could still be considered obedient in Lin Xuanji's hands. It emitted a warm aura that was rare in normal times, but it was still cold when Lin Xuanji touched it with his palm. The lian at Lin Xuanji's waist didn't even dare to move at all. Clearly, it was intimidated by the Zij sword. "I no longer have a place on me to hang you," Lin Xuanji informed Zij. The Zij sword seemed to pause. "Because you have been away for too long, I already have Lian now." Lin Xuanji added, "Lian, what did Laozi do wrong?" As soon as Lin Xuanji's voice fell, Lian voluntarily fell onto the ground with a clatter. Lin Xuanji, Lian is still quite perceptive. But this kind of perceptiveness was not what he wanted. It could easily encourage the Zij sword's arrogance. The Zij sword indeed hummed a few times, expressing its satisfaction. Lin Xuanji took out the soul plate space and held Zij with one hand. "You should go inside first and reflect on what you have been doing for 10 or so years, then come out again." Zij, it's going to sue Lin Xuanji for sword abuse. However, Zij was nevertheless thrown into the soul plate. Mercilessly thrown into the soul plate. Soul plate cursed. "Fuck, why do you throw everything into lousy space? You can control the sun, moon, stars, and changes in time in this space. The soul plate is you, and you are the soul plate." The Zij sword has a stubborn and mischievous disposition by nature. If it does not obey, you can kill time by disciplining it. Soul plate. Bah, he was a magnificent venerable level powerhouse. How could he make life difficult for a lousy sword? It would be too embarrassing if word got out. However, the soul plate would soon find that this Zij sword was different from ordinary lousy swords. It was a sword that had some intelligence. Moreover, its intelligence was equivalent to a 2 or 3-year-old urchin pestering their mother for milk. Du Qiang was found dead in front of the cultivation chamber after 7 days. Before, he had only said that he was going to enter closed-door cultivation, so people thought that he was entering a critical juncture in his secluded cultivation when they didn't see him for many days. However, one day, several child attendants were playing on the mountain and accidentally intruded upon this mountain top. They were caught off guard when they saw Du Qing's rotting body. Only then was Du Qing's death exposed. This matter had caused quite a stir in Profound Sky sect. After all, although Du Qing's reputation wasn't very good, he was still the main character that people were fond of discussing. He also concurrently held the position of young peak master of one of the 3 peaks, so his status was naturally unusual. Several elders hurried over. When they saw Du Qing's miserable death, all of them couldn't help but gasp in shock, their complexions rather solemn. They couldn't judge whether Du Qing had died of a chi deviation due to an accident in his cultivation and later had his corpse destroyed in revenge, or whether he was brutally killed by someone after he suffered a chi deviation. But in any case, they all came to the same conclusion: the act of a demonic cultivator. A demonic cultivator. Lin Xuanji looked at the letter sent by the Azure Luan at full speed and couldn't help but ponder as he curled his lip. With a flick of his finger, the secret letter was crushed into ashes. There were tens of thousands of demonic cultivators in this world, but there was only one person who would take action for him. Yan Tianan was sitting beside Lin Xuanji eating chicken feet, his mouth shiny with oil. Bai and Hu Po were also sitting beside him happily gnawing on chicken feet. Their small appearances looked very cute. Yan Tianan blinked at Lin Xuanji. What did the letter say? Lin Xuanji looked at him. The death of Du Qing has spread all over Profound Sky sect and even shocked the sect master Zhang Chenzi, who was in the middle of closed-door cultivation. Zhang Chenzi vowed to find the person who harmed Profound Sky sect's disciple. Yan Tianan was immediately indignant. This Zhang Chenzi really is interesting. In the beginning, when Dage was seriously injured, he didn't care about it and allowed others to drive Dage down the mountain. Now that Du Qing died, he's full of energy to investigate. Lin Xuanji responded lightly. Who let Zhang Chenzi be Du Qing's father? Chapter 371. Disappearing without a trace. Zhang Chenzi is Du Qing's. Yan Tianan was stunned as he stared with wide eyes. It can't be. Why not? Yan Tianan's expression changed several times. At last, he angrily gnawed at the chicken feet. Shameless, so that's why he teamed up together to harm Yuan. It's true that they teamed up to attack me, but it is over now. Yan Tianan nodded. That's true. After thinking for a moment, Yan Tianan asked, puzzled, how does Dage know this kind secret about Du Qing? Lin Xuanji answered, Tongla switched sides, otherwise this plan would not have been carried out so easily. Haha. Yan Tianan laughed, refreshed and satisfied. I've long known that this boy Tongla wasn't a good person. Now it seems that this boy truly has a kind face and a black heart. Lin Xuanji, however, will Dage let Tongla go just like this? Back then, Tongla also took part in the plot against Lin Xuanji, so he wasn't a good character. Lin Xuanji nonchalantly responded, we'll see what his fortune is for the time being. Yan Tianan didn't put Tongla too much in his eyes either. He then asked, what else are the people in Profound Sky sect saying now? Lin Xuanji glanced at Yan Tianan. They also said that it was the work of a demonic cultivator. Yan Tianan gave Lin Xuanji a somewhat guilty glance, then continued to crunch on the chicken feet, his teeth chewing at a fast pace. Lin Xuanji smiled. Little Ah Hen, I wondered at that time, who in the world stood up for me and eliminated Du Qing? I didn't think it was actually you. Yan Tianan threw away his chicken feet. Dage, you won't despise me for being cruel. No matter how cruel your actions are, can they be crueler than mine? Lin Xuanji downplayed the matter and wasn't the slightest bit concerned. Not even death can wipe clean his crimes. I just didn't want to dirty my hands. Only then did Yan Tianan feel relieved. As long as Lin Xuanji didn't despise him for killing people, then he wouldn't care about anything else. Yan Tianan had already walked out of the tangled mess of misconceptions and seen the error of his ways. Now he understood that righteous path or demonic path didn't matter. Anything that could protect one's life and increase one's cultivation to make him stronger was a good thing. Yan Tianan shifted as he scooted over to Lin Xuanji's side. His eyelashes fluttered as he gazed at Lin Xuanji. Dage, I didn't expect that you would cut the grass but not eliminate the roots. When I went there, I found that he was about to use that voice transmission talisman to send a message outside. Yan Tianan shook his head. No way. Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head. One more thing. Lin Xuanji continued, When Lin Yuro heard that Du Qiang had died without an intact corpse, she immediately experienced quite a shock. It's probably because of this that the child in her womb couldn't be saved, and she also went half mad. She couldn't even recognize other people. Yan Tianan was surprised. That's possible. Yufan asked me whether he should inform the Lin family or whether he should let her die of her own accord. Which one does Ah Hen think is better? Yan Tianan thought for a moment. Although Lin Yuro reaped what she sowed and Dage has also said that if she was determined to follow Du Qiang, then she would no longer be recognized as a member of the Lin family, but presumably she had already experienced suffering and had become half-crippled. Even if she were allowed to return to the Lin family and be looked after by her relatives, it still wouldn't be a big deal. Why don't we let her go back? Lin Xuanji nodded. Since Ah Hen said so, then I will let her go. However, Lin Xuanji didn't mention that in the short half-months since Lin Yuro went up the mountain, Du Qiang had either been beating or scolding her the entire time. Lin Yuro also seemed to sense that she had made an extremely wrong choice and had secretly let people send the news, hoping Lin Xuanji could save her by taking her away. Lin Xuanji was in closed-door cultivation at that time. No one dared to pass the news to him. Naturally, he did not know. After leaving secluded cultivation, Lin Xuanji got the news but did not take any action. No one will know whether Lin Yuro's baby had been lost by accident or had been lost due to some other reason. Whether Lin Yuro is truly mad or merely pretending to be mad will be revealed sooner or later. However, Lin Xuanji didn't care much. Even if she was pretending to be crazy, so what? The fact that the Lin family gave her a place to live was already a matter of utmost benevolence. As for Lin Yuro herself, after experiencing such ridiculous and laughable matters, her thoughts would probably no longer be the same as before. A dusty gray bird, ordinary looking except for its tail feathers, fluttered over. Feng Jingyu jumped onto Yan Tianan's head and shouted, Ah Hen, where the hell did you hide Ling Chigu? I've searched all around for hundreds of miles, and I can't find any trace of him at all. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose as he thought, I can't tell you that Dage hid Ling Chigu in the soul plate, can I now? The existence of the soul plate was really special. Yan Tianan could never reveal the soul plate to Feng Jingyu when he still didn't fully trust him. The reason why he hid Ling Chigu inside the soul plate was precisely because Ling Chigu had a loyal soul and noble bones. Since he had already signed a master-servant contract with Yan Tianan, it was doomed to be impossible for him to betray Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan casually spun a lie, since he can't be found within 100 miles, then you might as well search for him within 1,000 miles. Anyway, I have a contract with Agu, so he won't be lost no matter what. Feng Jingyu was so angry that his feathers were about to blow up. Do you think it's easy to search for 1,000 miles all around? You are just deceiving me. Could it be that you lost Agu, and now even you have no idea where he is? Lin Xuanji couldn't watch this any longer. He took Feng Jingyu down from Yan Tianan's head and replied lightly, I do know where Agu is, but it is not suitable to tell you now. You don't have to look for him either. Anyhow, I can assure you that I will never lose him. Feng Jingyu wilted. He discontentedly found a corner to brood with a disheartened expression. Bai walked over and used his head to nudge Feng Jingyu. When he tried to lick him with his tongue, he was suddenly pecked by Feng Jingyu. Bai, ow Feng Jingyu, chirp chirp chirp. Hupo looked at Bai's stupid antics and rolled his eyes, turning his head toward the side of the window. He couldn't bear to look straight at this scene. Yan Tianan watched Feng Jingyu, who looked as if he were about to cry. He didn't have the heart to continue watching and scooted over. He sat next to Feng Jingyu, rubbing his head. Mao, don't be like this. I promise you, Agu is safer than any of us right now. I am not angry with you. Feng Jingyu said with a dejected face, I'm angry with myself, I'm such a disappointment. Yan Tianan. Feng Jingyu chirped twice, burying his body in Yan Tianan's palm and whispering, I care so much about him and worry about him, but Ling Chigu, this stupid block of wood, doesn't care so much about me. Say, am I not getting the short end of the stick? Yan Tianan thought for a moment, then nodded. You're getting a really bad deal. Feng Jingyu, what to do? He feels even more depressed. Feng Jingyu stared at Yan Tianan with reddened eyes, can't you say something to comfort me? Yan Tianan thought for a moment more, but I think that you and Agu don't quite fit, both in terms of race and in terms of attributes. There is no future if you date each other. Feng Jingyu almost started crying with a wah. Yan Tianan hurriedly comforted, I was joking. It's up to you who you like and whether you guys are a good match or not. Others have no say in this. As long as you feel happy with him, it doesn't matter what he looks like or whether he has feelings or not. Feng Jingyu sniffled and spoke with a child's voice, I think, it's pretty good right now. Although he won't like me anymore, similarly, he won't like that bitched third prince anymore either. In any case, he also didn't like me before. So if you think about it this way, I'm still not losing out. Yan Tianan, he felt that according to Feng Jingyu's logic, he truly couldn't think of a response to this. Moreover, how come he felt that Feng Jingyu was so miserable? It can't be that he only has such a low bar for Ling Qigu. Lin Xuanji looked at Feng Jingyu lightly, what if Ling Qigu always remains like this? Feng Jingyu gave Lin Xuanji a glance, I won't let him stay like this all the time. Even if his souls and spirits have scattered away and dissipated, it's still possible to gather his 7 souls and 3 spirits again. If his souls and spirits have entered the reincarnation cycle, then I will look for his next life. I can always find him if I search both heaven and earth. Lin Xuanji asked, is it worth it? He was clearly the ruler of one of the 9 lands, the West Lands, but he had squandered away his time in such a tiny place for the sake of a walking corpse. Moreover, the reason that Feng Jingyu looked like this now wasn't necessarily unrelated to Ling Qigu. Lin Xuanji had no evidence, and Feng Jingyu also stuck to his statement that he was injured by his enemy. However, the time when he appeared and the time when Ling Qigu was killed was perhaps too coincidental, which made Lin Xuanji doubt. Of course, doubting these things was just because Lin Xuanji held some interest in their past. Whether they were true or false didn't really affect anything, but if this truly was the case, then Feng Jingyu was perhaps too foolish. Is it worth it? Lin Xuanji wasn't the only one who had asked him this. You treat him like this, but all he thinks about is how to take advantage of your power to fight for his third prince. Be honest with yourself, is it really worth it? Phoenix Monarch, for the sake of your good relationship with me in the past, I'll be frank with you about certain matters. You are the ruler of the West Lands. Originally, merely that fact alone would have garnered you the fear of that one in the Royal Heavenly Palace, but now you just had to interfere in the Northland's business, aren't you asking for trouble? Besides, it's still alright if little General Ling took you seriously, but he just had to be all childhood sweethearts and innocent playmates with that one prince and can willingly risk his life and limb for that prince while leading an entire family to its destruction by taking his side. Is he truly worth the trouble? You shouldn't wait until the end when you still can't get the person, but you'll have dug yourself into such a mess. Feelings and love are all bastards. Little feather, the first to fall in love loses. I am a prime example of that. After chasing Yan Zhonghua for so many years, I finally got him, but in the end, am I not all alone in the world with nothing? It would be better to be alone from the beginning. Is it worth it? Feng Jingyu was silent for a long time. Just when Lin Xuanji thought he wouldn't speak, Feng Jingyu chuckled softly, whether or not it's worth it, I don't know, but what's done is done, so it's impossible for me to have the chance to turn back everything anymore. The reason I treat him like this is not all because of love. As far as I'm concerned, he saved my life. Naturally, I can't abandon him when he is at his lowest. Otherwise, it will appear that I, Feng Jingyu, am too heartless and merciless. Chapter 372. Arriving at West Continent. When Lin Xuanji heard this, it seemed as though he'd known Feng Jingyu for the first time. He looked at him. If he is lucky enough for his souls and spirits to return to his body someday and regain his memory, what will you do? Feng Jingyu pretended to be relaxed. I did think about these things, but there is no answer. Perhaps I would have fallen in love with other people at that time and split up with Ling Qigu. It is also possible that he will continue to return to the 9 lands to protect his third prince, while I return to my West Lands to be the West Monarch, going our separate ways. We'll be strangers after 2 lifetimes of happiness together. Who can say for sure about the future? Lin Xuanji nodded. It's truly hard to say. Just like how he never thought that he would put Yan Tianan at the top of his heart around this time in his previous life. The Tao of Heaven always liked to joke with people. Everything that hadn't yet happened were unknowns that couldn't be predicted. The horses and carriage sped along. Another 800 miles ahead will be the boundary of the West Continent. Yuan Tianwen informed. Although it was faster to fly on their swords, in any case, it was still necessary to take care of the pregnant Duan Yuyong, so the line of people chose to go to the West Continent in a carriage drawn by winged one-horned horses. The one-horned winged horse was a demonic beast with some intelligence. They were very difficult to domesticate, but once domesticated properly, they were excellent help. Not only could the winged one-horned horses travel thousands of miles in a single day, but they could also fly. No matter how difficult and dangerous the road was, it still couldn't stop their tracks. In less than a month, the party had already crossed the mainland of the central continent and arrived at the west continent. Not many people came this time. The people who came included Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, Duan Yuyong, Yuan Tianwen, Bei Shishan, and the two reclusive family disciples Jian Yunxi and Lu Zhaoyu. After sweeping Lin Xuanji's yard for several months, Jian Yunxi was worn down until he had no temper left. On the other hand, Lu Zhaoyu took advantage of Lin Xuanji and his family's neglect of him in this period of time to tease and flirt with all the child attendants on Sinking Sword Peak who could possibly be teased. This continued until one day, when he was so bold as to unexpectedly flirt with Zan Fengting and was carried by the collar by Hai Kuanglang, who taught him a thorough lesson. Only then did he finally settle down obediently, spending the last few days cooped up in Lin Xuanji's courtyard, brooding. After all, they were going to a terrifying place like the Myriad Beasts demonic forest, so Sumo gave the entire Yuan family shadow guards to Yuan Tianwen to command, and the people who came with them were basically all Yuan family elites. The Yuan family also had a mercenary group that it had frequent cooperation with, but after it lost 3 generals in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest, that mercenary group stated its unwillingness to continue sending more people over, no matter what. As for other mercenary groups, the Yuan family couldn't trust them, so they did not employ them again. Before he left, Lin Xuanji did greet Qi Yun, the head of Cloud Summit mercenary group. He asked him if he would like to enter the Myriad Beasts demonic forest together. Qi Yun did not give a verbal promise, but between the lines, he revealed that recently, he was taking assignments in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest region, so perhaps they could run into each other. When they were about to reach the west continent, everyone couldn't help but relax. The mad rush and weary travel had left everyone fatigued. 800 miles away, the convoy stopped and took a rest nearby. Duan Yuyong looked speechless. "I've been sitting all the way. My buttocks are aching. Can't you do any better?" Yuan Tianwen hurriedly changed his words, "If you don't want to sit down, I will stand with you." As soon as he said that, he stretched out his hand to help Duan Yuyong. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes at him, feeling that Yuan Tianwen was shameful. Lu Zhaoyu watched their funny conversation from nearby. "Even if I didn't know he's with a child before, I would have known now." Yuan Tianwen side-eyed Lu Zhaoyu. Yan Tianan leaned close to Duan Yuyong, quickly reaching out his hand to touch his stomach. "It's still flat. There's not much feeling." Duan Yuyong also felt his stomach. "Did you really think that the baby would be conceived in 10 months? Those are mortal world children. As cultivators have to give birth according to circumstances and affinity. Some mature early, some mature late. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it will be to conceive the baby, and the longer the pregnancy period will take." Yan Tianan looked like he had learned something new. Lin Xuanji asked Yuan Tianwen, "When we get to the west continent, let's go to Fengwei City to find Qingzhou." Yuan Tianwen agreed. "Fengwei City is right on the road we must travel. We haven't seen him for a while." Lin Xuanji nodded. During this period of time, he probably went to avenge his private grudge. It just so happens that his enemy is in the west continent. Yuan Tianwen also heard Sumo mention Qingzhu's true form. His face became more firm. With the presence of Elder Qingzhu, the chances of surviving in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest are bound to be much greater. Lin Xuanji laughed. "Naturally. He's afraid that of all the people present, no one could compare with Qingzhu's understanding of the Myriad Beasts demonic forest. Qingzhu was an expert in terms of knowledge about the terrain, climate, danger, etc. After all, he had lived in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest for many years. It's just that, even Lin Xuanji didn't know how things had been resolved between Qingzhu and that Lu family head. The Lu family was located at the junction of the west, north, and central continents and knew a lot about the west continent. The Lu family clansmen also had considerable influence there. If the Lu family head wanted to oppose them, they would probably have difficulties along the way. However, it doesn't make sense to think about these things now. Everything will have to wait until they meet Qingzhu. The line of people started talking. Bei Shishan stood under a nearby tree, silently wiping his sword, killing God. He did not talk to others, and in general, others also didn't take the initiative to find him. However, Lu Zhaoyu was not an average person. He bragged about being a charming and fine young gentleman, so whenever he saw a beauty, he would go up and flirt with them. And at this moment, Lu Jiaoyu boldly went to flirt with Bei Shishan. Lu Jiaoyu walked to Bei Shishan's side. He cocked his head and looked at Bei Shishan's cold and solemn face. He blinked. "Senior Marshal Brother Bei, I haven't heard much from you all this way. Why don't you sit down with us and talk about interesting things?" Bei Shishan glanced at him mildly. "I like the quiet." So Lu Jiaoyu smiled. He already looked handsome and elegant. The smile was even more bright and beautiful. "You like quiet, while I like liveliness. They all say that similar people repel each other while opposites attract each other. If that's the case, Senior Marshal Brother Bei and I may be predestined by fate." Lu Jiaoyu succeeded in his flirts all the time. Although his words were somewhat frivolous, there were even more of his true feelings in his words. In addition, his lovable face made it hard for people to dislike him. Bei Shishan stared fixedly at him for a moment. "Most of the people who have a predestined fate with me do not end up well." Lu Jiaoyu thought, "Don't tell me that you have a plague-like constitution." However, he only complained in his heart for a moment, then he continued to smile. "It just so happens that most of the people who have predestined fate with me are lucky." Bei Shishan, to be honest, he still didn't want to talk to this boy very much, but Lu Jiaoyu's mixture of self-confidence and some cleverness, plus his action of always coming over to tease him no matter when, was just like Wan Yidong when he was young. It was precisely because of this that Bei Shishan couldn't be callous or tough to this young man. Bei Shishan asked lightly, "What do you want to do?" Lu Jiaoyu blinked and smiled ambiguously. "This kind of thing becomes meaningless once you spell it out. Senior Marshal Brother Bei should just take it as me talking too much and liking to talk to others when I have nothing to do." Bei Shishan bowed his head and continued to clean his sword. "Go talk to them." "No, I like to talk to people who talk less." Looking at the cold-faced Bei Shishan, who nevertheless always answered any question from Lu Jiaoyu, Yan Tianan was really surprised. "Dage, isn't Senior Marshal Brother Bei normally the last person who wants people to talk to him?" In the past, even when talking to him, Bei Shishan used a few words at most, then held his sword as he turned and walked away, leaving a figure of his back. When others spoke to him, he would always be coldly dismissive. Lin Xuanji thought it was somewhat interesting. Lu Jiaoyu is not afraid of death. He flirted with Sinking Sword Peak's child attendants all the time, but now he's even bold enough to find Senior Marshal Brother Bei. Yuan Tianwen swept his eyes over that side and nodded. Bei Shishan always gives me the feeling that he might take a sword and cut people down if he's in a bad mood. Even I don't want to get too close to him. This boy tisk, not afraid of death. Duan Yuyong asked Jian Yunshi, who was squatting beside him and didn't speak much. "You should be familiar with him." Jian Yunshi looked up and answered somewhat reluctantly, "Our families have contact with each other, so we've known each other longer than others." Duan Yuyong then asked, "Has his temper always been like this?" Jian Yunshi replied with a dark expression, "More or less. He's always liked to flirt with good-looking people, and he never changes despite repeated admonitions." Yan Tianan felt that this was not very good. Does his family not care about him? Take Du Qing as a warning. It's easy for him to have problems if he keeps going like this. When Du Qing was mentioned, everyone had unfathomable expressions. In recent years, nobody knew what kind of evil Broken Sword Peak ran into. Their disciples had problems one after another. First it was Lin Xuanji, then Du Qing. Broken Sword Peak's inner door was also in a hideous mess, and it was unknown how long the peak could still last like this. Jian Yunshi thought for a moment. Du Qing has gone too far. Although Lu Jiaoyu likes to provoke people with a cheap mouth, his eldest brother is strict with him. Moreover, the technique he cultivates forbids him from losing his virginity as long as he is below primary realm. Otherwise, he will lose his cultivation and it will be greatly damaged. I think Lu Jiaoyu only dares to take oral advantage of people. PFF Duan Yuyong laughed, "All talk and no action. I thought he was an old hand playboy after all this talk, but I didn't think he would be a virgin." Yan Tianan also laughed, but after a while, he suddenly thought, "I am also a virgin. Why should I laugh at Lu Jiaoyu?" After the crowd laughed for a moment, Yuan Tianwen mused, "Unexpectedly, Bei Shishan hasn't driven him away after so long." The crowd nodded repeatedly. Lin Xuanji commented, "Although Lu Jiaoyu, this boy, is a little frivolous, he does have some skills when talking about love." Jian Yunshi quipped, "His skills may hurt himself sooner or later. I think Senior Marshal Brother Hai gave Lu Jiaoyu too light of a lesson. Yuan Tianwen turned his head. What do you mean? Chapter 373. Person from the Liu family. Ch 373. Person from the Liu family. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but smile when he remembered Lu Jiaoyu crying for his parents as he fled to Lin Xuanji's yard for protection and dared not go out for several days. This boy boldly circled around senior martial brother Zan all the time a few days ago and was beaten by senior martial brother Hai. Yuan Tianwen. Duan Yuyong clicked his tongue. It seems that this boy sometimes fails to win and is hated. No. Lin Xuanji shook his head. On the contrary, senior martial brother Zan likes Lu Jiaoyu quite a lot and plans to accept him as his disciple. That's why he angered senior martial brother Hai. Otherwise, senior martial brother Hai won't care about him. Yuan Tianwen. Duan Yuyong. Yuan Tianwen rubbed his chin as he spoke with profound meaning. It seems that those of you in Sinking Sword Peak like to digest internally. The ambiguity between Zan Fengting and Hai Kuanglang had always existed, not to mention that Hai Kuanglang was raised single-handedly by Zan Fengting. They were normally inseparable. Whenever someone tried to approach Zan Fengting even a little, they would be met with Hai Kuanglang's death glare. This was a well-known thing, which was enough to make people think about their relationship. However, no one knew about the relationship between Bei Shishan and Wan Yidong. Although Lin Xuanji could see a lot of clues and knew what had happened between them, he would not blather freely about other people's private matters. Duan Yuyong could not resist his curiosity for gossip and winked at Lin Xuanji. Are those two really getting along, or are they just close martial brothers? Lin Xuanji said with a smile, you'll have to ask the parties involved. However, I haven't seen the two of them act too closely, and as for in private, I don't know about that. It is not easy to see. Duan Yuyong rolled his eyes. You might as well have not said anything. Carelessly, the topic drifted away again. After resting for an hour, the crowd got back into the carriage and headed for the border of the West Continent. However, Lu Jiaoyu moved from the original carriage he shared with Jian Yunxi to the chariot with Bei Shishan. Even Jian Yunxi had to admire Lu Jiaoyu's fearless spirit of defying life and death in order to flirt with beauties. Along the way, Jian Yunxi already had enough of Lu Jiaoyu chatting away non-stop in his ear, and at this time he finally got peace and quiet. Although his heart felt some discomfort and contempt for Lu Jiaoyu, it was because Lu Jiaoyu's behavior had made the reclusive families lose a lot of face. Duan Yuyong had always been looking forward to seeing Bei Shishan throw Lu Jiaoyu out of the carriage. However, they never saw him being thrown out, even after they arrived in the small town on the border of the West Continent. It was not early, so they found an inn in a small border town to rest and recuperate. They planned to set off again the next day. Before leaving, Lin Xuanji even went to the innkeeper to inquire about the current situation of the Myriad Beasts' demonic forest. Perhaps it was because this place was too far away from the Myriad Beasts' demonic forest, or because this place had more contact with the mortal world. Therefore, the innkeeper did not know anything about the forest. It was another 3 days before the crowd reached Fengwei City, which was located on the northern part of the West Continent. Fengwei City was the third largest main city in the West Continent, surrounded by 3 secular dynasties. There were 2 second-rate families and 5 third-rate families in the city. On normal days, it was calm and peaceful. However, in recent years, the 3 secular dynasties had been in constant dispute. Some royal families even secretly found Fengwei City's Seeking Immortality School as their backing and had gotten many benefits. Therefore, the relationship between these aristocratic cultivator families was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface, and infighting was not uncommon. In this atmosphere, Lin Xuanji and others did not stand out much. Dage, a rabbit Yan Tianan saw a round rabbit rolling up in front of him, and could not help exclaiming with pleasant surprise. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows slightly and used his hand to pull back Yan Tianan, who was about to hold the little rabbit. He heard a loud bang and the round rabbit turned into a hairy hedgehog. Yan Tianan, he wanted to swear but didn't know if he should. Ha ha ha, were you scared? A young man with a clear and crisp voice came running over. He was wearing a robe that was unique to West Continent cultivators and had no shoes on his feet. He kicked the hedgehog with his bare feet, and the hedgehog shrank into a ball once again and rolled onto the young man's leg. Yan Tianan didn't even blink once as he watched this. Wow, how can this be? The young man said joyfully, isn't it great? Yan Tianan nodded in worship, it's very great. Lu Jiaoyu came over and couldn't help laughing. What's so great about this? This is just the nature of the cocklebur rat. The cocklebur rat has some illusion abilities and is very clingy. It's merely for playing with children. The boy was also not angry. Instead, he saluted Lu Jiaoyu. I haven't seen you for a long time. Young master is more handsome than before. Boy, do I still need you to say this kind of thing? When they heard this, they realized that he knew the youth. Yuan Tianwen asked, who is this? The young man showed 8 white teeth refreshingly. My name is Fu Zisang, you can just call me Xiao Sang. I am a servant of the Lu family. I came to welcome you guys when I calculated that you had almost arrived. Lu Jiaoyu raised his eyebrows. You guys. Didn't you come to pick me up? Fu Zisang smiled. Young master, you should run away while the family head hasn't seen you yet. After the family head left closed-door cultivation, he found that someone incited you to run away. Until now, he was still angry because you left home without informing him. Earlier, he said that if he caught you, he would lock you in the secret chamber for a year without going out. Lu Jiaoyu got a fright and cried in a strange voice, when did my eldest brother leave secluded cultivation? How come I didn't know? Lin Xuanji couldn't help glancing at Lu Jiaoyu. This boy truly was the Lu family head's biological younger brother. Even Lin Xuanji knew that Lu Mengchen had come out of secluded cultivation a month ago, but this younger brother did not even know anything. Jian Yunxi also could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. According to principle, Lu Jiaoyu should have been the first to know, but ever since he went up Sinking Sword Peak, nobody cared about him and nobody looked after him, so he went to muddle along like a duck to water. On normal days, he did not even come out of the mountain gate. Those Lu family disciples who wanted to contact Lu Jiaoyu also had no place where they could contact him. As a result, even he, a member of the Jian family, knew about such an important matter, but this boy did not know anything. Jian Yunxi couldn't help but feel sad for Lu Mengchen. It's really hard for him, having such an unreliable brother. Fu Zisang shrugged and spread out his hands. You should not let the family head know that you are indifferent to him. Otherwise, your crime will be aggravated. Lu Jiaoyu rubbed his nose wryly. Where is my older brother? I'll meet him. Fu Zisang asked, do you really dare to see him? Lu Jiaoyu smiled. After all, I haven't seen him for more than 2 years. At the very least, I am his younger brother, so I naturally miss him very much. Fu Zisang nodded with gratification. It seems that you still have some conscience. Hey, Lu Jiaoyu thumped Fu Zisang with a fist. How can you talk like that? Fu Zisang laughed. Jian Yunxi coldly watched the 2 Lu family members flirting here. Fu Zisang wouldn't neglect the others too much either. He quickly explained, Young Master Lin, your family's young master Qing Zhu is also a guest in the Lu family right now. It is better to go to the Lu family together. Lin Xuanji inquired, why is Qing Zhu in the Lu family? Fu Zisang scratched his head. It's a long story, but now young Master Zhu is our guest of honor. If you guys go, you guys will certainly receive the same treatment. Lu Jiaoyu spoke excitedly. Go ahead, my eldest brother is seldom willing to invite others to my family on normal days. I don't think there's any fun in my family, but that's only because I am tired of looking at my family's residence. In reality, my family is quite interesting. He didn't even need Lu Jiaoyu to say that. Since Qing Zhu was in the Lu family, Lin Xuanji would definitely make a trip to the Lu family. However, before going, Lin Xuanji still needed to confirm with Qing Zhu. Just a moment, Lin Xuanji took out the voice transmission bell and shook it with his spiritual qi. There is a distance limit for the voice transmission bell. The shorter the distance, the better the effect. If the distance was too long, more spiritual qi would be consumed. When Lin Xuanji was as far away as the East Continent, they could only expend voice transmission talismans, which were extremely expensive, so if there were no important matters, the two did not communicate very often. However, it should be much more convenient since they were now all on the border of the West Continent. However, Lin Xuanji shook the bell a few times but received no response. Lu Jiaoyu also knew Lin Xuanji's voice transmission bell. Seeing this, he came over. Senior Marshal brother, the bell is useless. Lin Xuanji glanced at him. Lu Jiaoyu explained, at the very least, the Lu family is a reclusive family. Reclusive families must reside in a location isolated from the world, so there is a barrier around the Lu family. It is very difficult for Taoist techniques from the outside to enter. There was no need for Lu Jiaoyu to give an explanation. Lin Xuanji had already guessed this. So he put the voice transmission bell away. How do you contact your family? Lu Jiaoyu took out a stack of voice transmission talismans from his storage ring and stuffed them into Lin Xuanji's hand. Use this, but the voice transmission talismans are not very easy to use. You can only say one sentence with one talisman. If you want to chat with him, you'll have to use one stack at a time. Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, rich and imposing one voice transmission talismans needed hundreds of gold. Not only did he actually carry a pile with him, but he also casually gave them away for chatting. This was a little too excessive. Even Yuan Tianwen, who grew up in an elite family, was also moved. He had a new understanding of the reclusive family's financial resources. Although he felt no pressure when using the voice transmission talismans himself, he still couldn't chat casually. Voice transmission talismans could be transmitted for thousands of miles in a split second. The first instant it would still be in one's own hands, but the next instant it would be in the other person's hands. After a split second, it would return to one's own hands again. Although there were requirements for space, there are very few restrictions when passing through barriers, which was sometimes more advantageous than the voice transmission bell. Lin Xuanji was also not at all polite. He took the voice transmission talismans in his hand, took a piece of it, and poured his spiritual qi into it. Brother Zuzi, why are you in the Lu family? Soon, Qing Ju's voice, which sounded somewhat tired and angry, rang out. He Lu family. Don't follow his men here and head straight to the myriad beasts demonic forest. Qing Zu was probably extremely angry, so his voice sounded a bit loud. Chapter 374. Lu family's mountain villa. Qing Ju's outspoken voice was completely heard by all the people standing beside Lin Xuanji, and several pairs of eyes all snapped towards Lu Jiaoyu. Lu Jiaoyu, what is the situation? Lu Jiaoyu's face was also full of confusion. He spread out his hands innocently. I also don't know what's going on. My eldest brother is quite decent. If there is no reason, he would never do such a thing that offends public morals like snatching away a civilian. Jian Yunshi couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. Can you stop babbling? No one said it was snatching away civilians, but it seems that your eldest brother did detain the person inside the Lu family. Lu Jiaoyu felt a little embarrassed and smiled guiltily at Lin Xuanji twice. This is a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Why don't we go back together and see what's going on? When Lin Xuanji saw that Lu Jiaoyu looked as if he did not know about all this, he asked suspiciously, before, did you know who Qing Zu is? Lu Jiaoyu shook his head in confusion. I have only recently heard of this name. My eldest brother has never mentioned it before. I also don't know if he and my eldest brother have any past together. Lin Xuanji's face was slightly gloomy. Qing Zu and Lu Mengchen had been together for so long, but Lu Mengchen's family members had no idea of his existence. Just who did Lu Mengchen regard Qing Zu as? Lu Jiaoyu saw that the situation wasn't good, so he added, Senior Marshal Brother Lin, there may be some misunderstanding. Why don't we do this? Let's go back and find out the situation first. If it's not something important, I will persuade my eldest brother. Speaking of which, my eldest brother loves me the most. He will certainly listen to what I say. No need, Lin Xuanji said. If it is not a matter of urgency, the Lu family's head wouldn't have detained Qing Zu. Instead, I will go and see for myself exactly how Qing Zu provoked him for the Lu family head to do such a thing. Lu Jiaoyu's heart skipped a beat as he thought, this is bad. Lin Xuanji had a white face and a dark heart. Lu Jiaoyu had already felt that during this period of time. Now he was still under Lin Xuanji's control, and he had a spot on the Myriad Beasts Demonic Forest Exploration Team, but his eldest brother actually wanted to detain Lin Xuanji's person. Didn't this mean that he had to find ways to guard against Lin Xuanji making life difficult for him? Lu Jiaoyu secretly rolled his eyes all the way on the road. Thus, along the way, for once in a blue moon, Lu Jiaoyu became a turtle hiding in his shell as he stopped chirping about his existence and tried his best to make people forget him. Fu Zisang was also quite embarrassed, but his embarrassment was not shown on his face. He was still all smiles and very easygoing as he explained to the party the local conditions and customs of the West Continent's Fengwei city. He also played with the cocklebur rat, causing Yan Tianan's eyeballs to spin. Bai and Hu Po also seemed to have arrived in heaven. These two tiger cubs had never seen so many demonic beasts on the street. They would stop walking whenever they saw a beautiful demonic beast. When Bai saw a leopard with shiny fur, he couldn't help but go over to greet it. However, the leopard shouted at him and threw Bai out, which made everyone laugh. The West Continent's forests were vastly different from the East Continent's. Yan Tianan used to listen to Lin Zan tell him about different plants and trees, but he had never seen them with his own eyes. At this time, he was immediately attracted to the sight and kept explaining to Lin Xuanji what kinds of trees there were and what effects they had. He knew all about them. Fu Zisang could not help giving Yan Tianan another glance. This younger brother knows a lot. Few people in the East continent can recognize so many trees in the West continent. Yan Tianan smiled shyly. My daddy told me all this. Fu Zisang obviously knew who Yan Tianan's dad was. He thought of something and nodded. Mr. Lin is truly a very powerful person. Yan Tianan looked at Fu Zisang. Do you know my father? Fu Zisang laughed. Hey, Lin Zan is quite famous in the 5 continents. Who doesn't know of him? Lin Xuanji also raised his eyebrows slightly. What does that mean? Fu Zisang was slightly surprised. Don't you guys know that Mr. Lin's businesses are spread all over the 5 continents, that he has a wide range of acquaintances, became famous in his youth, and has outstanding talent? Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan looked at each other. To be honest, they really didn't know these. Fu Zisang clapped his head. It's been too long, I've forgotten that Mr. Lin is a low-key person and has never used his own name for those businesses that he runs abroad. If it weren't for the Liu family's extensive and reliable sources of information, I'm afraid I still wouldn't know who is the owner behind those powerful businesses. Lu Jiaoyu became interested. Could they all be Lin Zan's? Fu Zisang glanced at Yuan Tianwen and folded his hands behind his head. It's hard to say. Back then, East Lin and West Su was a strong alliance. I don't know how to distinguish those businesses from each other. A few pairs of eyes fell on Yuan Tianwen. Yuan Tianwen hurriedly looked at Duan Yuyong and explained, Yang Yang, you have to believe me. I have told you about all the businesses I know. It was absolutely because my father definitely didn't tell me the rest that I didn't tell you about them. Duan Yuyong smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Did I say anything? I don't have any interest in your businesses, okay. Lu Jiaoyu Tsked, a henpecked husband. Henpecked husband. This is the first time I've ever seen a live one. Jian Yunshi glanced sideways at Lu Jiaoyu. Don't tell me that your Lu family doesn't have a henpecked husband. Lu Jiaoyu proudly spoke. Our Lu family men are definitely the main pillars of the family. Their statuses are very high. How can they be controlled by their wives? Don't say it too early, Jian Yunshi warned. Lu Jiaoyu laughed. Your Jian family is famous for having henpecked husbands everywhere, right? There is no such thing, Jian Yunshi refuted with a dark expression. Duan Yuyong listened to this and was somewhat unhappy. What's wrong with henpecked husbands? Do you have any prejudice against henpecked husbands? Lu Jiaoyu shook his head repeatedly. I dare not, I'm looking at the people, not at the matters. Young Master Yuan is a true man who loves his wife with an indomitable spirit. But if Jian Yunshi tried the same thing, he would only be an idiot. Jian Yunshi glared at Lu Jiaoyu and was too lazy to dispute with him. Fu Zisang looked at this and smiled. It's been a long time since I saw young Master Jian. I don't know how your father has been recently. Neither good nor bad, Jian Yunshi answered. This is a good thing. Jian Yunshi's face was light as he nodded reservedly. The crowd walked peacefully to the Lu family's barrier. Fu Zisang threw out a token and made a hand seal. In front of him, the gray mist suddenly dispersed into clean, indistinctly visible little houses on the rolling mountain ranges not far away. Welcome to the Lu family's mountain villa. Fu Zisang touched the thorn of the cocklebur rat with a bright smile. The people in the Lu family's mountain villa were different from those in Fengwei City outside. It can even be said that their clothes and outfits were entirely different from the styles of the whole 5 continents. The 5 continents had a simple style. The plainer and more elegant that someone looked, the more they seemed to have the temperament of a real master. Therefore, most cultivators' robes were refined very simply. However, the people in the Lu family's mountain villa, even casual servants, were dressed somewhat more prosperously than the ordinary cultivators outside. Although the clothes were still a few thin layers, there were all kinds of complicated patterns and embroidered pearls and jewels on them, as though they were all dressed up in costumes. Yan Tianan couldn't help looking. Dage, their clothes are so complicated. Yan Tianan whispered as he tugged on Lin Xuanji's hand. Lin Xuanji nodded and explained, the reclusive families have retained the 9 lands style. The royal sovereigns in the 9 lands generally advocate luxury. Fu Zisang turned his face and looked at Lin Xuanji with a smile. Young Master Lin seems to know a lot about the royal vassals of the 9 lands. At the beginning, the 9 lands were indeed extravagant and decadent. It is inevitable that the Lu family members continued their previous style. Most of them were dressed up in their best clothes. It's just that after so many years have passed, our ties with the Nine Lands have been cut off. Now, who knows exactly what kind of fashion is the rage in the Nine Lands? Lin Xuanji thought. In reality, the style of the Nine Lands is still the same after hundreds of years. As soon as Lu Jiaoyu entered the Lu family's mountain villa, he was eager to go see his eldest brother. He did not forget to wink at Bei Shishan and asked him if he would like to meet with him and was, within expectations, rejected by Bei Shishan. Along the way, people from the Lu family's mountain villa who saw Lu Jiaoyu all took the initiative to salute him, and their manners were different from those of the 5 continents. At first, when the party saw the first one, they still felt novel, but when they walked down the road and saw dozens of people, the novelty disappeared. Bei Shishan's expression looked very ugly the entire time, and his thin lips were closed tightly into a line, probably because he saw the shadow of the Nine Lands here, so he inevitably remembered the sad and cruel past. However, the people who had always cared the most about him weren't here, so no one noticed his discomfort. There were hundreds of miles of peach trees and thousands of miles of fertile land here. The air was fresh and the spiritual qi was abundant. There was a good fragrance mixed with medicine and flowers everywhere. One could also see the streets and houses lined up on both sides of the neat, paved roads. Looking around, it looked like a small independent city. They looked ahead at the tallest and most solemn building at the end of the road and couldn't help but sigh with emotion in their hearts. It's no wonder that the Lu family could isolate themselves from the world and still feel at ease. They turned out to be a local tyrant. If they were in the Lu family's place, they would not want to leave this paradise either. Here we are. Standing in front of the highest palace-style building in the villa, Fu Ziseng spoke to the party. This is the residence of the Lu clan's main branch. Duan Yuyong couldn't help clicking his tongue. How many people are in the Lu family's main branch? Fu Ziseng answered, all things considered, right now there are temporarily 63 people. For the time being, Duan Yuyong inclined an eye towards him. Fu Ziseng nodded. If the family takes a wife in a few days, or if they have a baby, there will naturally be several more. When he said this, Fu Ziseng also looked at Lin Xuanji with profound meaning. Lin Xuanji asked, where is Qing Zhu? You can see him when you enter the door. Chapter 375. Almost angered to death, Lin Xuanji lightly said, then let's quickly go in. Fu Ziseng and Lu Jiaoyu led them inside the opened metal double gates. After passing through a long street once again, and turning an uncountable number of times, the sight they saw suddenly became clear. They saw a vast scene of towering and magnificent buildings. Young master, Ahen, a familiar voice came from not far away, only to see Qing Zhu on a rattan landing in front of them full of excitement. Yan Tianan was also very excited, throwing himself over to hug Qing Zhu. Brother Zuzi, I finally get to see you again. Ahen missed you so much. Qing Zhu smiled and patted Yan Tianan's head. I also missed Ahen. Yan Tianan looked at Qing Zhu from head to toe and nervously said, Brother Zuzi, that Lu Mengchen hasn't mistreated you, right? When Qing Zhu heard Lu Mengchen's name, his smile faded a bit. He still does not have the ability to. Yan Tianan exhaled in relief. Frowning, he said, why does he want to detain you in the Lu family? Qing Zhu closely looked at Fu Ziseng, who was standing to the side with an awkward smile. How would I know how those kinds of people think? Fu Ziseng, go tell Lu Mengchen, if he dares to harm my family, I will definitely not let him go. Fu Ziseng said in his heart, even if it won't harm your family, don't you think you and the family head are already involved in this situation? Of course, he could only silently keep these roasts in his heart and not say them out loud. Otherwise, the day Qing Zhu actually becomes the madam of the family head, remembers his animosity and whispers into the wind next to the ears of the family head, he definitely could not handle the consequences. Fu Ziseng said, Madam, you can be at ease, the family head absolutely will not indiscriminately embarrass people without reason. Furthermore, these are all your friends and family, the family head could not wait to make them honored guests, how could he make things difficult for them? Qing Zhu spoke with disgust, who let you address me like that? Lu Jiaoyu was startled, completely dumbfounded. He stated, Madam. Qing Zhu and Fu Ziseng simultaneously looked at Lu Jiaoyu. All the others then looked at Qing Zhu. Lu Jiaoyu looked at Fu Ziseng with dazed eyes. Fu Ziseng felt he had some pains in his brain. Young master, this matter will be explained to you later. Oh, Lu Jiaoyu still had a dumbfounded expression, however he took the initiative and said to Qing Zhu, sister-in-law. Cheng Zhu narrowed his eyes a bit looking at Lu Jiaoyu. Without any further words, he directly raised the rattan towards Lu Jiaoyu's body and swung at him. Lu Jiaoyu was caught off guard by the attack. In addition, it was an attack from a profound realm cultivator. Naturally, it was impossible to dodge. However, the instant the rattan was about to hit him, a silver-blue dagger wrapped in electricity that was stuck to Lu Jiaoyu's arm flew in front of him, colliding together with the rattan and knocking the rattan aside. Other people were also unable to avoid having received more or less some of the effect. Only they were standing a bit further away and ran relatively faster. Naturally, they would not be as miserable as Lu Jiaoyu. Whatever annoyances you have, let it out directly to me. Why would you hit my younger brother? A man who gives off a dusty appearance came from far away, stopping in front of Cheng Zhu. Before Cheng Zhu could swing the second lash, his wrist that held the rattan was grabbed by the man. Cheng Zhu moved his wrist, only to find it was grasped too tightly. He could not pull away. Let go, Cheng Zhu said coldly. Lu Mengchen's expression did not change. Not letting go. Cheng Zhu asked, will you let go? Lu Mengchen replied, not letting, means precisely not letting go. Cheng Zhu harshly stomped on Lu Mengchen once. Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan. On top of Lu Mengchen's clean shoe, an image of a soul suddenly appeared. Lu Jiaoyu rubbed the area of his arm that was hurt from being hit while walking over, grimacing in pain. Eldest brother, since when did the floor of our house get so much dust? Cheng Zhu swept Lu Mengchen with a glance. I did it on purpose. Lu Mengchen lightly and airily said, Zhuer always likes to step on my feet and also likes to leave behind footprints to declare his sovereignty over me. Don't flatter yourself. Cheng Zhu, extremely angry and ashamed, said, who gave you permission to call me that? Lu Mengchen unexpectedly wore a smiling expression. Chinger is yelling like a secret lover, but if Zhuer likes it. I don't like it, Cheng Zhu hatefully said, going forward to step on Lu Mengchen again. Lu Mengchen did not even try to avoid it, having the appearance of a king sent to slaughter. Lu Jiaoyu watched and was stunned. In front of Cheng Zhu's face, he said to his eldest brother, you went through great difficulty to make an old tree bloom. In the past, you would never look fondly at any of the gentle, soft and virtuous ladies that you met. Unexpectedly you like people who are this fierce. Cheng Zhu glared. You can try saying another sentence. Lu Jiaoyu jumped a step back, covering his mouth. He said, see, I hit the nail on the head. Isn't sister-in-law quite fierce? Cheng Zhu angrily said, don't call me sister-in-law. Who is your sister-in-law? Lu Mengchen actually gave Lu Jiaoyu a look of praise, replying, even though I am much older than him, I am still his eldest brother. Naturally he would call you sister-in-law, instead of calling you mother. Cheng Zhu will be angered to death by these two. Lin Xuanji could no longer watch. Walking forward, he said, family head Lu, could you release him first? Lu Mengchen's line of sight landed on Lin Xuanji's face for a moment, then loosened Cheng Zhu's wrist. Cheng Zhu stepped on Lu Mengchen's foot again, then walked behind Lin Xuanji, clearly showing where he stood. Lu Mengchen's expression did not change, quietly sweeping past Yan Tianan again. Welcome everyone to the Lu family's mountain villa. During this period of time I invited Zhuer to be a guest at home. It was my fault I did not have time to tell you in advance. Cheng Zhu's anger was released. That was your invite? Lu Mengchen replied. Naturally the Lu family always treats people with courtesy. Cheng Zhu, Lu Jiaoyu, what he admires most is how his eldest brother can lie through his teeth and still have the appearance of not blinking an eye. Lin Xuanji and Lu Mengchen stared face to face at each other for a moment, and he was no longer talkative, simply stating, I have not seen Brother Zuzi for many days. There are some things I would like to talk about in private. I believe Master Lu and young Master have also not seen each other for many days and have many things they would like to talk about. This was with the meaning of requesting Lu Mengchen and Lu Jiaoyu to leave. However, Lu Mengchen still could not tolerate this much. He looked at Cheng Zhu. The rooms have already been prepared. Let Zhuer take all of you there together. I still have things to talk about with Ayu. We will meet again at dinner. Cheng Zhu could not wait to leave this place without delay, turning around and pulling Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan to walk away. The other's room was not considered far from Lin Xuanji, therefore everyone followed Cheng Zhu and left together. Waiting until after Lu Mengchen could no longer be seen, Yan Tianan could not help but say, this Lu family's family head is truly an eccentric person. Lin Xuanji nodded, yes. Duan Yuyong said, just now, Lu Mengchen was bullying Brother Zuzi like that, why didn't you help Brother Zuzi by saying something? If not that, leaving here first then talking is also good. Lin Xuanji shook his head, and replied, it's useless. Have you not noticed that Lu Mengchen is a person with an unusual face thickness compared to others? Talking to him about sensibility, asking for his version of events, he will use methods of deliberately misunderstanding or shifting the subject to resolve it. Duan Yuyong. Yuan Tianwen asked, is he really hard to deal with? Yan Tianan looked at Qing Zhu with a complicated expression. Brother Zuzi, I did not expect you to unexpectedly like this type of person. Qing Zhu was ashamed and angry from embarrassment. He was not like this before. Moreover, at the time I did not understand anything, that is why I foolishly liked him. And now? Lin Xuanji asked. Qing Zhu resolutely and without the slightest hesitation said, let it become his family's daydream. Yan Tianan frowned, but, why do I feel like he didn't listen to your opinion and didn't let you go? Qing Zhu replied coldly, I definitely will not pay attention to him. Let him work himself up, after some time passes he will get bored. When that time comes, he will naturally let go. Lin Xuanji quietly thought, it's not likely. Lu Mengchen seems like the type that is definitely not easily provoked. While talking they already reached the courtyard that the Lu family arranged for them. Everyone had a separate palace. Every palace had at least 8 servants. It gives off the feeling of the imperial family of the human world. Only a mortal mist lingers here. The Qi was more magnificent than the mortal world. The materials for buildings, flowers, plants, insects and birds were all treasures that were impossible to see in the mortal world. Lin Xuanji entered the room, closed the door, looked at it and asked, Brother Zuzi, where do you live? Qing Zhu had a look of disgust flash through his face. Not on this side, this place is the residence for distinguished guests. I live next to Lu Mengchen. Now inside the room only Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan and Qing Zhu remained. Even the 2 small white tigers were taken elsewhere by servants to feed them. Ever since they arrived at Fengwei City, Feng Jingyu ran off somewhere without a trace. As there were no outsiders, Lin Xuanji was slightly more at ease and dared to directly ask, Brother Zuzi, in the end what is happening between you and Lu Mengchen? Qing Zhu took a deep breath, I also don't know how it got like this. I clearly came to seek him out for revenge. Who would have known that unexpectedly his appearance was a bit different compared to a few years ago when he did everything he could to find me. Not only does he not want to talk about matters of the past with me, he wants to reconcile and reunite with me. I also don't know what is going on with him. I suspect that he had an accident while he was practicing. Yan Tianan felt his chin. Brother Zuzi, at that time did the 2 of you completely break off relations? Qing Zhu nodded. I almost killed him. It can be assumed that it is considered complete. Yan Tianan, indeed it was complete enough, however, why did he feel it like it wasn't? Lin Xuanji still has some understanding of these matters from his own experiences. Brother Zuzi, a man who was almost killed by you yet, after several years, is still this relentlessly pursuing you and has the attitude of being unwilling to let go of you, if not because at the time he was fiercely attacked by you, it was due to something he did to you that could not be pardoned, and he feels guilty. If not, then he still wants to get revenge on you somehow. From my impression of the Lu family head it could be either one of these possibilities. Qing Zhu was silent for a while, waving his hand, he said, I don't want to bring up the events of the past anymore, I also don't want to know what Lu Mengchen is thinking. Since he insists on being involved with me and also vowed to no longer lay a hand on your estate, I'll allow him to do whatever he wants to do. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly, if he forces you.